Black Hokage, Shadow Moon. Chapter 1 Past and Present Life. My name is Li Yingyu, and I am an ordinary young man. After graduating from college, I became a 9-to-5 worker like most of my peers. My life is simple and regular. Every day, I go from home to the company and then back home from the company. Although this kind of life is a bit dull, I enjoy this peace and tranquility very much. I like this simple and pure lifestyle, without too much pressure and troubles, and I can freely control my time. However, fate does not seem to intend for me to live peacefully like this. A sudden war broke my originally peaceful life and changed the fate of many people. In this turbulent era, everyone needs to make a choice. I am no exception. I was recruited as a volunteer to be responsible for some logistical work. This means that I will leave the familiar city, go to a strange place, and start a new journey. Sometimes, I can't help but imagine that if life could be so plain all the time, without magnificent plots, without thrilling adventures, only trivialities and boredom day after day, how wonderful it would be. Although such days are ordinary, they can bring people an inexplicable sense of security. However, reality is always cruel, and the shadow of war always hangs over our world, making people feel uneasy and fearful. Every day, countless lives disappear in the flames of war, and innocent people suffer pain and torture. How I wish all this could end and usher in real peace. But war seems to be endless, and every conflict will bring more destruction and casualties. And I am exhausted, physically and mentally. Perhaps death is the ultimate relief. This is an ordinary day. The sun hangs high in the sky, shining on the earth, bringing a touch of warmth and brightness. However, for me, today is destined to be an extraordinary day. As a logistics and transportation personnel in charge of a highly confidential research institute, my life is usually calm and regular. Every day, I drive a truck to deliver the necessary materials to the institute on time. But today, as I was driving on the road as usual, I noticed something unusual. A dazzling Haku light flashed in the distance, as if something was exploding. The light was so dazzling that I had to squint my eyes to avoid being stabbed. At the same time, a strong curiosity came to my mind, making me want to know what caused such a phenomenon. Just as I was trying to figure it out, a loud bang came, shaking the whole world like a bolt from the blue. It was a creepy sound, accompanied by a powerful shock wave, sweeping in an instant. I felt a huge force, as if a car hit me at a very fast speed and threw me into the air. Then, everything became blurry, my consciousness gradually disappeared, and I fell into darkness. When I opened my eyes again, everything was blurry in front of me, and it took a while for it to gradually become clear. I saw the operating light above my head emitting a dazzling light, and the light seemed to penetrate my eyes. I felt as if my body was thrown into a blazing fire, burning unbearably, and every cell in my body was trembling in pain. I tried to move my fingers, but found that I couldn't move at all, as if my body was tightly bound by an invisible force. I began to check my physical condition and found that my skin was covered with blisters and ulcers, obviously caused by severe burns. I tried to calm myself down, but the fear and uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. I noticed that I was full of various tubes, which were connected to different liquids, and various medical instruments were placed around. These instruments made faint sounds, as if telling me that they were working hard to try to save my life. You woke up. A man dressed like a doctor looked at me with his calm and serious eyes. You are lucky that you didn't die in the first wave of nuclear explosions. People outside the base were basically dead at that time. The doctor said heavily, his voice full of helplessness and regret. I lay quietly on the hospital bed, my body surrounded by various instruments, my face as pale as paper. Endless sadness and despair surged in my heart, as if the whole world was collapsing in an instant. But you are also unfortunate. Because of nuclear radiation, your genes are collapsing. With current medical methods, it is impossible to treat it. The doctor continued, with a trace of pity in his eyes. I listened silently, my heart filled with pain and unwillingness. I once thought I could escape the fate of death, but now I find myself in an even more terrible situation. My body is gradually breaking down, and modern medicine is powerless. I think of my past life, and those beautiful memories have become so distant and unreal now. I once had dreams and hopes, but now everything has turned into a bubble. I don't a Euro trademark T know how to face this reality, and I don't a Euro trademark T know what the future will be like. At this moment, I feel extremely lonely and helpless. I know that my time is running out, and I still have too many unfinished things. But what can I do? Can I just accept this cruel fate silently? No. I am unwilling to give up like this. Even if my life is about to come to an end, I will try to find a glimmer of hope. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will try to defeat the disease. I want to leave something worth remembering in my life, no matter how much it costs. Have you heard of digital life technology? Digital life technology? It is the kind of technology that can upload human consciousness to a computer. This technology should still be in the concept stage of science fiction. Is it already in practical application now? Have you heard of the technology that allows human consciousness to be uploaded to a computer? Yes, I am a researcher of digital life technology. Your current condition is incurable. Your DNA is broken all over your body. In a few days, you will die painfully due to genetic collapse. The only way for you to survive is to upload your consciousness. Are you willing to participate in the digital life plan? Do I have any other choice? There is only one way to survive, isn't it? I am willing to participate in the consciousness uploading experiment. A wise choice. I will prepare a consciousness uploading experiment for you, the researcher said with a smile, with a hint of imperceptible excitement and expectation in his voice. He knew what this decision meant to the subject, but he also knew that this would be a challenging and unknown process. However, he believed in the power of science and firmly believed that this experiment could bring new hope and possibilities to mankind. Chapter 2 Consciousness Uploading. Soon various instruments were pushed over one after another, and the staff quickly connected these instruments to my head. These instruments made buzzing and ticking sounds, as if conveying some information to me. Their surfaces flickered with a faint light, giving people a mysterious and technological atmosphere. As the instruments continued to operate, I could feel a weak current flowing on my scalp, which made me feel strange. One of the instruments was like a huge helmet, which fit tightly on my head and was connected to other devices through countless tiny wires. This helmet seemed to be able to read my brain waves and convert them into visual data. Another instrument was like a transparent sphere, full of flickering light and complex patterns. This sphere seemed to be able to simulate my thinking activities and display them in an intuitive way. There are also some small sensors attached to my scalp, which can monitor my heart rate, blood pressure, and other physiological indicators to provide more comprehensive information for research. Now let me explain to you the basic situation of this experiment. After all, you have the right to know. Regarding this consciousness uploading experiment, it is currently only in the theoretical stage, and there is no successful case. More importantly, consciousness reading will cause serious damage to the brain, which means either success or death. The researcher said solemnly. But don't worry too much. We have the latest theoretical breakthrough. We have discovered the microscopic quantum structure of the human brain. Based on this research, we can upload consciousness to quantum computers. However, this process will put your consciousness in a quantum superposition state, which may cause your consciousness to be transmitted to other parts of the universe during quantum entanglement. However, the current technical theory predicts that the upload success rate is as high as 30%. Rounding it up is 100%. What kind of logic is this? God, rounding it up is 100%. Even if it is 30%, no matter how you round it up, it can't be 100%. Forget it, since you are going to die anyway, you might as well give it a try. Maybe this time, I can survive? Just be happy. Anyway, I have no choice, right? I can gamble and maybe I can survive. You are quite open-minded. I hope you can survive. The researcher said casually, but there was a trace of worry and helplessness in his eyes. He knew that this experiment was extremely dangerous, and maybe this would be the last time they met. However, facing the upcoming challenges, he can only give encouragement and blessings to the other party. The process of uploading consciousness will open your skull and deeply connect your brain. But don't worry, this process will not be painful. The brain has no pain nerves, but please don't move around, otherwise there will be I can't anesthetize you to prevent unnecessary accidents, because only when you are conscious, the possibility of uploading consciousness will be high. Okay, let's do the experiment quickly. My whole body is in pain now. I think I may not be able to hold on for a few days under the gene collapse of nuclear radiation. A few hours later, I watched all the experimental preparations completed on the operating table. I could see my brain through the mirror reflection of the instrument. This is really a terrifying picture. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any pain. The experiment is ready. Are you mentally prepared? The researcher asked with concern. I'm ready, let's start. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. This was the last sentence in my ear, and then I felt a sharp pain in my head, and it felt like my consciousness was out of my body. Even the pain caused by nuclear radiation was gradually disappearing, replaced by a sense of alienation in the soul. I saw the bizarre universe, and I seemed to be in the center of the infinite universe. Then my soul felt drifting aimlessly. Finally, I found a direction, and my consciousness told me where I should go, and then I felt as if I was trapped in endless darkness. Beep beep. Vital signs disappeared, consciousness reading was successful, uploading-consciousness upload information was not received. Alas, the experiment failed again. I really hope that the optimistic young man can survive, but the consciousness reading was successful. It is right to put the read consciousness in a quantum superposition state, but why did not capture the consciousness information? It can't be that he traveled through another world, right? I may be too tired recently, and I can think of such an outrageous idea. Li Yingyue trademark S consciousness kept floating in the darkness, as if he had come to an endless void. Countless fragments of memories flashed through my mind quickly, as if I was being dragged forward by an invisible force, making it impossible for me to resist. Just when I was about to be swallowed by this endless darkness, suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, my consciousness suddenly shook, and the whole person seemed to be pulled out of the abyss. Yingye found himself in a strange world. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my head, as if countless sharp needles were piercing my nerves. I clenched my teeth involuntarily, cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and my vision began to blur. Countless memory images echoed in his mind, like a fast-forwarded movie. Some of those images were my own memories, and some were strange memories that did not originally belong to me. I saw my life in the original world, the faces of my parents, the smiles of my friends. I also saw everything in this world, the daily life of Konoha village, the training of ninjas, and even several battles. I suddenly realized that these memories were not only mine, but also the memories of the original owner of this body. My soul traveled here, not appearing here out of thin air, but occupying the body of an original person. And the original owner of this body was a newcomer who had just entered the ninja career. What is going on? Li Yingye gritted his teeth and tried to sort out the confusion in his mind. Yingye knew that he had to adapt to this identity as soon as possible, otherwise he might die at any time in this dangerous world. As his memory gradually became clearer, he learned that the original owner of this body was called Uchiha Yingyu. Li Yingye tried to calm his breathing and forced himself to calm down. Yingye knew that since he had occupied this body, he had to accept this identity and follow the rules of this world. Yingye looked down at himself and found that he was wearing a strange outfit and a small bag hanging around his waist, which contained several kunao and a scroll. Yingyu's fingers touched lightly and he actually felt a strong energy flowing in his body. This is chakra. Li Yingyu realized that his thoughts were confused, and he couldn't help but secretly question himself, am I not conducting a consciousness uploading experiment on the operating table? How did I suddenly come to this world? Is there a malfunction in the experiment? This thought flashed through his mind, his heart jumped suddenly, and the cold sweat on his forehead became more and more dense. Is this crossing? Li Yingyu thought in doubt, trying to sort out her thoughts, but the memories in her mind and the perception of reality kept interweaving, making it difficult for Yingyu to start. Chapter 3 Sorting Out Memories. Li Yingyu stood on the street of Konoha village, feeling the memories gradually merging in her body, and the fog in her mind began to dissipate. Yingyu gradually recognized the era and identity background she was in. The original Li Yingyu was an ordinary person in the modern world, participating in an unprecedented consciousness uploading experiment. However, during the experiment, an accident occurred, and Yingyu's consciousness was transmitted to the world of Naruto. Now, Yingyu not only has the memories of modern people, but also got the Uchiha Yingyu of this world. Memories and identities. In the fusion of memories, Yingyu learned that the era he was in was more than 10 years after the end of the First Ninja World War. Konoha village is in a stage of recuperation. Although the village is calm inside and outside, undercurrents are surging, and many forces are ready to move. Li Yingyu, now Uchiha Yingyu, only 6 years old, has shown extraordinary talent in the Konoha Ninja School. Uchiha Yingyu has been in Konoha for 31 years. This is an era of turbulence. There are still 6 years before the Second Ninja World War. Uchiha Yingyu's father is a Jonin of the Uchiha clan, and his mother is a Jonin of the Senju clan. After Senju Tobirama's death, the Senju clan gradually integrated into the village. Yingyu's parents were united by marriage between the Senju and Uchiha clans. This was one of the few symbols of reconciliation between feuding clans at the time. Uchiha Yingyu's parents died in a war and mission in the ninja world, leaving the young Yingyu alone to face this hostile and challenging world. Although young, Shadow Moon has realized the responsibility and mission he shoulders. Every day, Uchiha Shadow Moon attends classes at the ninja school. Although Shadow Moon is still a child, he has already shown his talent as a ninja. As a combination of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Uchiha Shadow Moon is born with more chakra than ordinary ninjas, which makes Shadow Moon stand out among his peers in the ninja school and is called a little genius by the teachers. Shadow Moon not only far exceeds others in the amount of chakra, but also has extraordinary control and agility. As an ordinary person, Shadow Moon was fascinated by the world of Naruto in the modern world and knew many secrets and legends of this world. Now, Shadow Moon has become a part of this world and has obtained the combination of the two powerful bloodlines of Senju and Uchiha. In my mind, I still remember all kinds of rumors about the Rinnegan, which is called the Eye of God. It is one of the highest forms of chakra and can control life and death, and master the power of time and space. However, it is precisely because of the understanding of the world of Naruto that I feel confused about the future. This is not a peaceful world, but a dangerous world where people can die at any time. Yingyu clearly knows that the future ninja world will experience catastrophes one after another, the imminent Second Ninja World War, the Third Ninja World War, the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha Clan Extermination Night, and the destruction of Konoha village by the super almighty push of Tendu Pain, and the Six Paths Level 4th Ninja World War. Yingyu even remembers the Otsutsuki clan seen in Boruto. Those aliens, each of them has the strength of the Six Paths, and any one of them can destroy Konoha village. The ninja world is really full of disasters. Ordinary ninjas without strength can only become cannon fodder. Li Yingyu sighed secretly in his heart. Li Yingyu Minghaku, Uchiha Yingyu's name is not mentioned in the original work, perhaps just a small person who died in the war. By the way, as a time traveler, there should be systems, cheat codes, plug-ins, etc. If a time traveler cannot live a life of cheating, then I am a Haku. Do I really not have any plug-ins? Uchiha Yingyu muttered to himself. Yingye took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to concentrate to see if he could find any clues in his consciousness. At this moment, a flash suddenly appeared in his mind, followed by a strange electronic sound. Ding! The host's consciousness is activated, and the system is starting. Uchiha Yingye was shocked, opened his eyes, looked around, and found that everything around him was normal. That voice sounded again. The destiny system has been activated. Uchiha Yingye's heartbeat accelerated. He knew that this was not an illusion, but the real system was activated. Yingye couldn't wait to ask in his mind, "System, what help can you provide?" The destiny system is a system that improves one's own strength by gaining recognition from others and changing the fate of the ninja world. The host obtains destiny points by completing various tasks, gaining recognition from others, and influencing major events, which are used to strengthen one's own abilities. The system can also display the host's ability template to help the host understand and improve his own strength. As a fierce man who has traveled through the dimensional wall, it is natural for him to become the child of destiny who carries destiny. Then, a virtual panel appeared in front of Uchiha Yingye. Character, Uchiha Shadow Moon. Identity, Ninja School Student. Bloodline, Senju Clan, Uchiha Clan. Bloodline Limit, Sage Body 20% Sharingan, Unopened Eyes, Eye Power 60%. Chakra, 1000, approximately the amount of chakra of a young Kakashi, referred to as 1 card. Special abilities, none. Ninjutsu, 3 body techniques, Instant Body Technique, Uchiha Fluid Technique, Uchiha Throwing Technique. Life Value, 0. Uchiha Shadow Moon. What is 1 card of chakra? Kakashi has become a unit of measurement. 1 card of chakra should be the threshold of Chunin. The sage body of the Senju clan is so terrifying. Will the perfect sage body be like Senju Hashirama, Shitanla, rivaling the tailed beast? Shadow Moon found that his life system has a redemption function, but there are very few redeemable contents. More advanced functions are gray and need to be unlocked. Since the host is opening the system for the first time, this system will give back to the host a novice gift package. One is that the first redemption only requires 10% of the life value, and the second is a chance to draw a lottery. Uchiha Shadow Moon's eyes lit up, and he knew this was a great opportunity to improve himself. In order to make sure that he could maximize this opportunity, he first browsed the contents of the redemption list. Redeemable items. Chakra Potion, increase the speed of chakra recovery. Price, 50 life points, novice price, 5 life points. Advanced Ninjutsu Scroll, unlocks advanced ninjutsu. Price, 200 life points, novice price, 20 life points. Special Protective Gear, enhances defensive capabilities. Price, 100 life points, novice price, 10 life points. Uchiha Shadow Moon was flipping through the exchange list of the life system, and suddenly, his eyes stopped on 2 very attractive options. Sharingan, a Eurotomo Uchiha Clan's I-type bloodline limit price, life points, novice price, 100 life points. Would release, Senju Hashirama's bloodline limit awakened by the water and earth chakra mixture price, life points, novice price, 1000 life points. Shadow Moon's heart moved, thinking that these 2 bloodline limits were extremely powerful abilities, but the exchange price was far beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but ask the system in his mind, "System, why are Sharingan and Wood release more than 10% off? If I'm not mistaken, the price is only 1%. Remind the host, if the host itself has the prerequisites to open the required abilities, then the life points spent will be greatly reduced €. Uchiha Yingye suddenly understood that he himself has the blood of Uchiha and Senju, and it is precisely because of these prerequisites that the exchange price of these top abilities has been greatly reduced. I see, Uchiha Yingye secretly rejoiced in his heart, it seems that my own bloodline has saved me a lot of life points. Uchiha Yingye weighed it carefully and decided to save up enough life points first and exchange Wood release first. Although 1000 life points are not easy for him now, with this system, accumulating life points is only a matter of time. Although Sharingan can significantly improve his combat effectiveness in a short period of time, Yingye clearly knows that with his own efforts and Uchiha blood, he will be able to awaken Sharingan sooner or later. In contrast, Wood Release is a rarer and more powerful ability that can greatly enhance his overall strength. The discount of 99,000 life points is much more cost-effective than that of 9,900 life points. Yingye can still tell the difference. Chapter 4. A small opening is not a big opening. Uchiha Yingye stared at the life points displayed on the screen in front of him, 0, thinking that although the life points are not enough now, there is no need to rush to exchange for abilities. Yingye thought that it is better to get to know this world first before considering other things. Suddenly, he remembered the lottery opportunity in the novice gift package given to him by the system, so he decided to try it. System lottery! Uchiha Yingye shouted excitedly. As his voice fell, a lottery interface appeared in front of him, and the pointer on it began to spin rapidly. System lottery! Uchiha Yingye stared at the screen nervously, full of expectations. Congratulations on winning the ability, Ninja Dance King! The system's voice sounded, and Uchiha Kagyu widened his eyes with a look of surprise. Ninja Dance King? What kind of ability is this? Uchiha Kagyu asked with a smile. Kagyu originally thought that he would draw some powerful combat skills or powerful ninjutsu, but he didn't expect it to be such a confusing ability. However, since he has already drawn it, let's give it a try. Uchiha Kagyu opened the system panel and checked the introduction of the newly acquired ability. It was written on it, Ninja Dance King, possessing the combat consciousness of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is a top-level strongman who fought in the Warring States period of the ninja world. His fighting style is as gorgeous and elegant as dancing. He is the best dancer in the ninja world. There is a chance that he will ask before the battle, "Do you want to dance too?" Then he will quickly overturn the enemy. Note that although this ability you will have the same unique fighting skills as Uchiha Madara, but you will also be affected by Uchiha Madara's personality, including but not limited to Uchiha's laughter, jumping on the spot, and so on. Well, it seems to be quite strong. After all, it is Uchiha Madara's fighting awareness. It can probably prevent the counter-flying Thunder God Slash, right? It won't be killed by the detonation tag. What the hell is this Uchiha's laughter and jumping on the spot? Are all Uchiha crazy? Uchiha Kagyu said helplessly. Uchiha Kagyu stood on the training ground, ready to test his newly acquired Ninja World Dance King ability, full of expectations and excitement, wanting to see how much improvement this combat awareness can bring. First, start with a simple shuriken throwing. Kagyu concentrated, and the shuriken seemed to become unusually slow in his eyes, and each circle of rotation was clearly visible. Kagyu found that he could easily predict the trajectory of the shuriken and accurately control each throw. So that's it, as long as you concentrate, the speed of the shuriken will become very slow in my eyes. Kagyu sighed in his heart, this ability made him almost invincible in battle. Kagyu continued to test, and his perception of the surrounding environment became extremely sharp. The sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves, the vibration of the bird's wings, and even the subtle sounds behind him, all could not escape his perception. It's incredible that I can now sense the sound of the wind behind me, and it shouldn't be a problem to avoid the shuriken from behind. Yingye was excited, as if he saw the infinite possibilities of his future in battle. Yingye decided to further test his ability and enter the simulated battle state. Yingye found that as long as he entered the battle state, everything around him seemed to slow down, as if bullet time was turned on. Yingye's dynamic vision and reaction ability reached the limit, and he could easily dodge and counterattack. Yingye moved and dodged at high speed again and again on the training ground, and each movement was precise and elegant. Uchiha Yingye felt that his body seemed to be sublimated, and every cell was cheering for the battle. I guess Namikaze Minato is no more than this. Yingye was secretly proud of himself, but he also knew that this was just the beginning, and there was still much more to explore about Uchiha Madara's abilities. Yingye began to simulate more complex battle scenes, facing the siege of multiple imaginary enemies. Yingye used his dynamic vision and super reaction ability to easily shuttle through the enemy's attacks, and each attack was accurate and deadly. He seemed to have entered a wonderful state in the battle, with a perfect combination of body and consciousness, and could respond to various attacks and changes at will. Uchiha Madara's abilities are really terrifying, my Uchiha Superman. Yingye was amazed in his heart. Yingye knew that this power would become a strong support for him to gain a foothold in the ninja world. After some tests, Yingye had a deeper understanding of his ability of Ninja World Dance King. Yingye felt that he was not only more sensitive and powerful in battle, but also greatly improved in overall combat awareness and skills. Uchiha Yingye stood on the training ground, feeling the powerful power brought by Ninja World Dance King. Yingye's heart was full of expectations and longings for the future, but at the same time he began to think about whether he had the talent to use space ninjutsu. If he could master time and space ninjutsu, coupled with super dynamic vision and reaction ability, his combat effectiveness would reach a new height. System, do I have the talent for time and space ninjutsu? Yingye asked the system in his mind. The system was silent for a moment, and then replied. The chakra attributes in the host's body were detected, and he has a certain talent for time and space ninjutsu. It is recommended that the host stimulate and improve this ability through further training and tasks. Yingye was delighted. As expected, he had such potential. Yingye knew that Namikaze Minato was famous in the ninja world for his Flying Thunder God technique, and if he could surpass Minato in this aspect, he would be famous in the ninja world. System, if I can combine the dynamic vision and reaction ability of the Ninja World Dance King, and then master the space-time ninjutsu, what level will it reach? Yingye couldn't wait to know the answer. The system responded calmly. If the host can master the space-time ninjutsu, combined with the ability of the Ninja World Dance King, he will have extremely high mobility and reaction speed in battle, and can appear anywhere in an instant to attack or defend against the enemy. Compared with Namikaze Minato, the host's comprehensive combat ability will be more powerful and terrifying. Yingye's heart surged with a strong fighting spirit and excitement. Yingye knew that Namikaze Minato was 2 years younger than him. If he could master these abilities earlier, his reputation in the ninja world would be even louder. Okay, let's work towards this goal next. Yingye made up his mind secretly. Uchiha Yingyu stood on the training ground. Although he was satisfied with his recent improvement, Yingye knew that the most important thing to survive and grow in this crisis-filled world was to quickly obtain more destiny points. Destiny points are the key to improving one's own strength. Only by constantly accumulating destiny points can more powerful abilities and props be unlocked. Chapter 5, Charity. Uchiha Yingye stood on the training ground, thinking about how to obtain destiny points more efficiently. The system told Yingye that destiny points can be obtained mainly in 2 ways, gaining recognition from others and changing the fate of the ninja world. For the current Yingyu, the latter is still a bit far away, and the former is relatively easier, but how to gain recognition from others specifically? This is indeed a broad concept. Yingye knows that there are many ways to gain recognition from others. Does helping others count as being grateful to others? Showing strength to gain recognition from others? Solving crises to solve crises? These can theoretically win the respect and trust of others. However, these need to be tested and determined experimentally. Yingye decided to make a detailed plan to better obtain destiny points. In the next few days, Uchiha Yingye frequently appeared in every corner of Konoha village, enthusiastically helping the villagers. Yingye's behavior caused quite a stir in the village, and many people began to look at this Uchiha kid with new eyes. Yingye helped the elderly in the village carry heavy objects, trim the garden, and even chatted with them to solve their loneliness. Yingye helped many children find their lost pets, which not only made the children happy, but also made their parents feel at ease and grateful. Yingye took the initiative to help the villagers repair the damaged houses to ensure that everyone's residence was safe and comfortable. These good deeds of Uchiha Yingye made the villagers sigh. Has this Uchiha kid changed his nature? So enthusiastic and kind, aren't all Uchiha people cold, serious, unkind, and arrogant? Yingye's behavior gradually changed the villagers' views on Uchiha Yingye, and they began to think that Yingye was a little bit unlike a traditional Uchiha. After a few days of hard work, Uchiha Kagyu accumulated some life points, but the speed was still too slow, and he only accumulated 100 points. If he continued like this, although he could also obtain wood release, the efficiency was still too low. In order to improve his strength faster, Uchiha Kagyu decided to change some ways to quickly obtain life points. In these few days, Kagyu helped many villagers and gradually understood the situation of Konoha village. Uchiha Kagyu noticed that the orphanage in the village was in a worrying state. Most of the children in the orphanage were war orphans caused by the war, and their living conditions were very difficult. This chaotic ninja world is not short of people with tragic fates, and the funds of the orphanage are also stretched to the limit, barely maintaining the operation of the orphanage and the basic lives of the children. Kagyu came up with a plan and decided to quickly obtain life points by subsidizing Konoha orphanage. Is Uchiha Kagyu rich? The answer is very rich. When Yingye sorted out his memories, he found that the legacy left by his parents of the Uchiha Senju clan was simply shocking. It was worthy of the heritage of a 1,000-year-old clan. Uchiha Yingye's parents were both powerful jonins, and his grandfather seemed to be the former elder of the Uchiha Senju clan, which led to a very rich legacy left to the Uchiha. Uchiha Yingye sat in his room, flipping through the seal scrolls left by his parents. Yingye's heart was full of shock and surprise. The wealth he had was far beyond his imagination. There were more than 200 million taels of silver alone. This could buy 6 heads of Sarutobi Hiruzenasuma in the black market. Yingye decided to donate a large sum of money to the Konoha orphanage to ensure that the children could live a better life and thus obtain a large amount of destiny points. Uchiha Yingye carried a relatively small seal scroll, and the heavy weight made him feel an inexplicable excitement and expectation. This scroll contains about 1 million taels of wealth, which is a considerable amount for anyone. Yingye walked briskly along the streets of Konoha village and finally arrived at the Konoha orphanage on the edge of the village. Although the building is a little old, it exudes a warm and friendly atmosphere. Children spend their childhood here. Although their lives are not rich, it is full of love and care. Uchiha Yingye stood at the door, took a deep breath, and then gently pushed the door open. When Yingye stepped into the yard, he immediately felt the children's laughter and innocent atmosphere. They were playing in the yard, chasing and playing, with bright smiles on their faces. Uchiha Yingye learned from the villagers that the director of the orphanage was called Yaeshi Kiluo. He saw her purchasing food for Konoha orphanage on the streets of Konoha those days. Yingye also chatted with Yaeshi Kiluo, helped her, and learned about the current situation of the orphanage. Yaeshi Kiluo is a kind old woman, about 60 years old, with grey hair and a face full of traces of time. Her gentle eyes reveal tenacity and wisdom, and the whole person exudes motherly warmth. Kiluo was once a senior medical ninja in Konoha village. Later, she retired. In the early years of Konoha village, she founded the Konoha orphanage and adopted many children who lost their parents due to war and other reasons. When I saw Pharmacist Kiluo again, Pharmacist Kiluo was walking out of the orphanage. There was a little girl next to her, with a warm smile on Kiluo's face. Pharmacist Kiluo saw Uchiha Yingye. Little Yingye, why are you here? Let me introduce you, this is my granddaughter, Pharmacist Nanoyu. Nanoyu, this is Uchiha Yingye, a very kind and helpful child. At this moment, Yingye's eyes fell on Pharmacist Nanoyu, and his heart moved, and he immediately recognized this ninja who played an important role in the original work. Is this the pharmacist Nono? Yingye asked tentatively. The pharmacist Nono nodded slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his expression. Yes, I am the pharmacist Nono. Yingyu knew that the little girl in front of her had a complicated background in the original work, but Yingyu decided not to think about it for the time being and focus on the matter at hand. Dean Yaeshi, Yingyu continued, I came here today to discuss an important matter. I decided to donate 1 million taels to the orphanage, hoping to improve the children's living conditions and give them a better environment to grow up. When Yaeshi Kiluo heard the news, a trace of surprise and emotion flashed in his eyes. Mr. Yingyu, are you really willing to donate so much money to us? This is really great news for the children. Yaeshi no also relaxed his expression slightly, looking at Yingyu with a little more respect in his eyes. Mr. Yingyu, your kindness is admirable. But I won't accept it. Although the Uchiha family is a powerful family, 1 million taels is also a lot. Little Yingyu, you also need money. Uchiha Yingyu nodded, I am very rich. This money is less than 1/10 of my assets. Just regard it as my help to the construction of the orphanage. I believe you will do a good job. The children in the orphanage need more care and support. I am willing to do my best to help them. Yakushi Kirara was moved to hold Yingyu's hand. Yingyu, we will use this money properly to ensure that the children can live a better life. You are a great benefactor to the children. Thank you. Uchiha Yingyu felt warm in his heart, and he knew that his decision was right. This will not only help the children in the orphanage, but also accumulate more destiny points for himself and improve his strength. Host, funded the orphanage, won the recognition of Yakushi Kirara, and changed the fate of the children in Konoha Orphanage. Destiny plus 800. Chapter 6 Ninja School Fame. After bidding farewell to Dean Yakushi Kirara, Uchiha Yingyu strolled on the streets of Konoha village, thinking about the next plan. At present, the destiny points have accumulated to 900 points, and there are only 100 points left to exchange for the wood release bloodline limit. However, Yingyu realized that the way to obtain destiny points by helping villagers has reached a bottleneck period. The villagers already had a high opinion of him, and although there were still some small things he could help with, the increase in his life value brought by these trivial things was already negligible. Yingyu knew that in order to quickly obtain the remaining life value, he needed to find a new breakthrough. Yingyu's eyes gradually became firm, and Yingyu decided to go to the ninja school. In the ninja school, the recognition of peers is also an important source of life value, and Yingyu knew that with his current strength, especially the super combat awareness and skills given by the Ninja World Dance King, becoming the strongest person in the ninja school is just a piece of cake. Yingyu secretly decided in his heart that this was not only an opportunity to increase his life value, but also an opportunity to show his true strength to the entire Konoha. A day later, when Yingyu stepped into the training ground of the ninja school, he immediately felt the gazes of the students around him. There was curiosity, envy, doubt, and jealousy in these eyes. However, Yingyu didn't care about it. He just stood quietly, waiting for the teacher's instructions. Kagejiki-kun, you're just in time. A teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticed Kagejiki's arrival and greeted him with a smile. The teacher looked very young, with a friendly smile on his face, which made Kagejiki feel a little more relaxed. We are preparing for a competition, I wonder if you are interested in participating. Kagejiki smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. He was secretly glad that this opportunity was exactly what he had been looking forward to show his strength and win the recognition of his peers. Only through such a challenge can he truly prove his worth. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and then began to explain the rules of the game. This competition is an individual challenge, each the contestants are free to choose their opponents until the last person wins. The teacher said, you can choose your opponents according to your own strength and strategy, but remember that once you are defeated, you will be eliminated. Yingyu listened to the teacher's words and secretly thought about how to deal with this challenge. He needed to show strong strength and wisdom to stand out among many competitors. At the same time, he had to be cautious and avoid exposing his true strength too early. With the teacher's order, the game officially began. Uchiha Yingye stood aside and observed the fights of other students, looking for the right time to attack. Yingye found that some students were too confident and easily chose stronger opponents, and were quickly eliminated, while other students were too conservative and did not dare to take the initiative, and ultimately failed to achieve good results. Yingye decided to adopt a steady strategy, observing the opponent's weaknesses first, and then waiting for an opportunity to act. As long as you stay calm and patient, you can find the best opportunity. Finally, it was Yingye's turn to play. Uchiha Yingye's first opponent was Akimichi Choza. Choza is a member of the Akimichi clan, with a strong body, known for his powerful physical skills and strength. At the beginning of the match, Choza activated the double formation technique, and his body expanded rapidly, trying to suppress Shadow Moon with a powerful impact. However, Uchiha Shadow Moon easily avoided Choza's fierce attack with the dynamic vision and flexible body movements of Ninja World Dance King. At the moment when the opponent showed a flaw after a heavy blow, Shadow Moon quickly launched a counter-attack and hit Choza's waist with a precise physical technique, and Choza fell to the ground. Defeat Akimichi Choza, life value plus 40. €. Uchiha Kageki Euro trademark's second opponent is Nara Shikaku, a clan known for their outstanding intelligence and shadow manipulation. As soon as the match began, Shikaku immediately performed the Euro shadow mimicry technique Euro, and Kageki immediately felt an invisible force trying to control his movements. However, Kageki managed to avoid Shikaku Euro trademark's shadow control by moving flexibly and strategically using obstacles on the field. Just as Shikaku tried to reposition, Kageki suddenly rushed out, approached Shikaku at lightning speed, and defeated him with a quick close-range attack. Euro at Fet Nara Shikaku, life points plus 50. Nara Suzaku is another elite of the Nara clan. He is good at using the environment to fight, setting traps and using strategies. Facing Suzaku, Yingyu remained vigilant and did not let himself fall into the opponent's trap. Suzaku tried to lead Yingyu into the prearranged trap area, however, Yingyu's keen insight and strong combat awareness enabled him to easily see through the opponent's strategy. In the end, in a feint, Yingyu cleverly bypassed the trap and defeated Suzaku directly. Defeat Nara Suzaku, Destiny plus 40. Next, Yingyu faced Uchiha Mikoto, who was also a member of the Uchiha clan. She had a very high level of attainment in Uchiha fluid techniques and precise throwing techniques. Yingyu knew that Mikoto's strength should not be underestimated, and he decided to go all out. "Are you ready, Mikoto?" Yingyu asked with a smile. Mikoto nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "I will not show mercy, Yingyu." Euro. Following the teacher's order, the two quickly entered combat mode. Mikoto took the lead, using the rapid movement of Uchiha fluid technique to instantly shorten the distance between her and Kageki. Her attacks were sharp and precise, and every punch was accompanied by a strong sense of oppression. Kageki showed the super dynamic vision and reaction speed given by Ninja Dance King, and easily dodged Mikoto's continuous attacks. Kageki secretly admired Mikoto's combat skills. She was able to approach and launch such a precise attack in a short time, and she was indeed worthy of being a genius of the Uchiha clan. However, he did not give Mikoto more opportunities and quickly launched a counter-attack. Kageki cleverly resolved Mikoto's offensive, and quickly seized the flaws in her movements, using a flip kick to force Mikoto back several steps. After Mikoto stood firm, a trace of solemnity appeared on her face. She knew that Haku Kageki's strength was far beyond her own. Mikoto, who had retreated to a distance, quickly took out several shuriken from her ninja bag and threw them at Yingyu at a very fast speed. Her throwing skills were very accurate, and the shuriken intertwined in the air to form an invisible net, directly approaching Yingyu's vital points. Yingyu saw this and was not panicked at all. Yingyu used her extremely fast reaction speed and accurate judgment to quickly dodge the shuriken when it was about to hit her. At the same time, she also took out several kunai from her ninja bag and threw them at Mikoto with her backhand. Mikoto was unable to dodge, and although she avoided the vital points, her shoulder was still rubbed by a kunai, and a hole was torn in her clothes, oozing a trace of blood. Her face changed slightly, but she remained calm and continued. He distanced himself from Shadow Moon, trying to find opportunities with shuriken and kunai's long-range attacks. However, Shadow Moon did not give her too much time. He used the ability of Ninja World Dance King to quickly approach Mikoto again, and knocked her to the ground with a quick sweep of the leg before she could react. Shadow Moon stood in front of Mikoto and reached out to help her up. Although Mikoto lost the game, there was no frustration in her eyes, but a smile of admiration. "Shadow Moon, you are really strong," Mikoto said sincerely. Shadow Moon smiled and nodded, "You are also very good, Mikoto. This battle taught me a lot. Defeat Uchiha Mikoto, life value plus 40. With the end of the battle, Uchiha Shadow Moon's life value reached 1110 points, enough to exchange for wood release bloodline limit. Chapter 7 Bloodline Boundary Wood Release. Uchiha Yingye closed his eyes tightly, concentrated his mind, and silently said in his mind, "Exchange wood release." The next moment, the system voice sounded, "Exchange wood release, consume 1000 life points." With this prompt sound, a strong and unfamiliar force suddenly emerged from Yingye's body. It was a surging and endless chakra, which was injected into his body like an endless source. Uchiha Yingye's whole body trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he clenched his teeth tightly and tried to withstand this sudden impact of power. Gradually, Yingye found that his perception of the surrounding environment had changed, and he seemed to be able to perceive every subtle breath and energy flow in nature. At this moment, Yingye felt the ground under his feet began to tremble slightly. Looking down, he saw that tender green grass sprouts had grown on the originally bare land. At the same time, Yingye noticed that the surrounding trees had become unusually active, with branches and leaves swaying, as if cheering. Uchiha Kageki stood in the center of the training ground, feeling the endless power surging in his body. Kageki realized that he had successfully mastered the legendary wood release ability. Looking at the grass and trees on the ground growing with his thoughts, Kageki felt an indescribable surprise and excitement in his heart. This feeling of integration with nature seemed to make him master the whole world. "Finally, I have mastered Senjo Hashirama's bloodline limit, the power of wood release," Kageki muttered in his heart, his eyes flashing with a firm light. However, the thoughts that followed also came to his mind. The power of wood release is undoubtedly powerful, but its exposure may also cause unnecessary trouble. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, mastering the unique ability of the Senjo clan is a huge contradiction in itself, which may attract the attention of the top leaders of Konoha village and even attract the covetousness of some people with bad intentions, especially Shimura Danzo of the Root. But Kageki soon let it go. The power of wood release cannot be hidden forever. Instead of hiding it, it is better to show it openly and use it to gain more resources and support for yourself. Only when people really value it can you get better growth opportunities and more destiny points. Become famous as soon as possible, get more destiny points, and improve your strength. This is the kingly way. Yingye made a decision in his heart. Uchiha Yingye decided to publicly display his wood release ability at the right time. Doing so will not only shock the entire Konoha, but also quickly improve his reputation and gain more destiny points. Yingye, who has the destiny system, knows that reputation is useless. Uchiha Yingye Minghaku, although exposing wood release may attract some malicious eyes, he is not afraid. With the support of the destiny system, his strength will continue to improve, and at that time, anyone who tries to harm him will pay the price. If I don't use wood release, what's the difference between that and the night march in brocade clothes? Yingye smiled, I want the whole Konoha village to know my existence and my name, Uchiha Yingye. Uchiha Yingye decided to choose a suitable occasion for the first demonstration of wood release ability. By showing the power of wood release, Yingye planned to attract the attention of the village's high-level officials and families, and strive for more resources and support. At the same time, this is also a rare opportunity to quickly accumulate destiny points through the destiny system and further improve one's strength. Only geniuses who are valued by others can achieve real growth. Yingyu thought to himself, I will use this power to win more destiny points for myself and become the top powerhouse in this world. Uchiha Yingyu stood on the training ground of the ninja school, with a firm light in his eyes. Yingyu has made a decision to take advantage of this opportunity to use the ninja school's competition to show his newly awakened wood release ability. After careful consideration, Yingyu decided to challenge two geniuses in the senior year, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Uchiha clan is famous for its unique soft fist and Haku eyes. These two brothers are recognized geniuses in the ninja school, with rich combat experience and extraordinary strength. If Yingyu can defeat both of them at the same time, he will undoubtedly become the strongest in the ninja school. Yingyu took a deep breath and walked towards teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was a firm determination in his eyes. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to challenge seniors Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hidashi. Yingyu's tone was calm, but full of confidence. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He had already noticed Yingyu's performance during this period, but Yingyu's challenge at this moment obviously surprised him. Hidashi and Hidashi are geniuses in the senior year, and the strength of the two together is extremely powerful. Are you sure? Yingyu, Hidashi and Hidashi are geniuses in the senior year, and their combined strength is extraordinary. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yingyu nodded without hesitation, his eyes firm, sure, and I want to challenge both of them at the same time. Ordinary opponents are not enough to show my magnanimity. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Yingyu's words, and his expression became a little playful. Although he recognized Yingyu's talent, he also felt that Yingyu was a little arrogant. It is good for young people to be confident, but they also need to know how to be moderate. Overconfidence often brings setbacks. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not object. He believes that geniuses do need to experience some setbacks in the process of growth, so that they can better hone their character. Anyway, it's just a competition. Since Yingyu took the initiative to challenge, let him try. Yingyu, your challenge, I agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then turned around to arrange for the Hyuga brothers to arrive. The combination of Hayashi and Hayashi is even more tacit, and the two launched an offensive against Yingyu at the same time. Soon, the news spread throughout the ninja school, and everyone heard that Yingyu was going to challenge the brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi. This challenge caused quite a stir in the ninja school. Almost all students came to watch, and the teachers were also attracted. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi stood at the other end of the training ground. The two looked calm. Although they were surprised by Yingyu's challenge, there was no contempt in their expressions. Yingyu, do you really want to challenge us brothers at the same time? Hyuga Hayashi asked calmly, with a hint of caution in his tone. Yingyu smiled indifferently, nodded and said, yes, only in this way can I really test my strength. A hint of admiration flashed in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, but also some disdain. You have courage, but don't underestimate us. With the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen Yuzuki, the battle broke out instantly. The Hyuga brothers did not hesitate at all, and directly activated the Haku Eye, bringing Yingyu into their all-round perception. The two launched a soft fist attack at a very fast speed, and Yingyu faced two powerful pressures. Yingyu quickly entered the combat state. With the ability of Ninja World Dance King, Yingyu's dynamic vision and reaction speed reached the extreme, and he instantly dodged the joint attack of Hayashi and Hizashi. Although the two were powerful, Yingyu's combat awareness and skills were far beyond ordinary people. After avoiding several rounds of attacks, Yingyu decided to show his true strength. In a fierce confrontation, Yingyu found the right opportunity and suddenly launched wood release. Wooden vines quickly emerged from the ground, entangled the hands and feet of Hayashi and Hizashi, and instantly changed the situation. Uchiha Yingye took the opportunity to rush forward, hit the vital parts of the two, and defeated them in one fell swoop. The students and teachers watching the battle were stunned. Wood release, this is Senju Hashirama's blood limit. Yingye actually mastered this legendary power. Defeat Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hidashi, life value plus 120. Sarutobi Hiruzen Yuzuki finally reacted and announced loudly, the winner is Uchiha Kageyaki. As the victory was announced, the students watching the game burst into warm applause and cheers. They were shocked by Kageyaki's powerful strength, especially the incredible wood release ability. Uchiha Kageyaki loosened the vines and released the Hinata brothers. Although Hayashi and Hisashi lost the game, they had no complaints, but cast admiring eyes on Kageyaki. Kageyaki, you are indeed very strong. Hayashi took a deep breath and said. Today's victory is a proof of your strength. Hisashi also nodded. Uchiha Kageyaki smiled and responded, you are also very strong. I benefited a lot from fighting with you. Chapter 8 Konoha Turbulence. At this time, the news from the Destiny system came. You have been recognized by Hinata Mina, and your life value plus 30 euro. You get the recognition of Yamanaka Inoichi, life points plus 40. You get the recognition of Akimichi Doto, life points plus 30. You get the recognition of Uzumaki Kushina, life points plus 100. You get the recognition of Namikaze Minato, life points plus 100. Uchiha Kageyaki's heart was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Hinata Mina, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Doto are all young ninjas in the ninja school, and their recognition is of great significance to Kageyaki. This not only means an increase in life points, but more importantly, they have given high praise to Kageyaki's strength and ability. This recognition is a great honor, which makes Kageyaki feel proud and satisfied. However, what really makes Kageyaki's heart beat faster is the recognition of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. These two future Konoha legends now have recognition for Kageyaki. Kushina and Minato are both forces that cannot be ignored, and their recognition undoubtedly gives Kageyaki more motivation and confidence. At this moment, Kageyaki knows that he has embarked on the road to becoming a great ninja, and the recognition of these people will become a valuable support on his way forward. Through the continuous screen swiping information, the shock and recognition from everyone, Uchiha Kageyaki's destiny value has reached 1,260 points. You must know that the previous exchange of wood release has consumed 1,000 points of destiny points, and these destiny points are all obtained from this ninja school competition. Sure enough, showing off in front of others is the best way to brush up the destiny points. Shortly after this incident, the Umbu of Konoha village reported the news that Uchiha Kageyaki awakened the wood release bloodline to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This news quickly spread to the top leaders of Konoha village, attracting their high attention and discussion. At the same time, the third Hokage's office, high-level meeting. The core high-level meeting of Konoha village is being held in the office of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the group, his face solemn, with wisps of green smoke coming out of the pipe in his hand. Hokage advisors Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, and Homura Mitokado sat around him, their expressions equally serious. On the table was a report, which was the detailed information about Uchiha Kageyaki's awakening of wood release ability. A hybrid of Uchiha and Senju clan has awakened wood release at this age. This is a serious matter. Danzo's low voice broke the silence, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Wood release is Senju Hashirama's unique bloodline limit. Those who master this power must be strictly monitored. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly with a complicated expression. Wood release is indeed an extremely powerful force, but Yingye is a descendant of the Uchiha clan after all, which makes things more difficult. Koharu Yudatan frowned. If it is not controlled, the power of wood release may be used by the Uchiha clan, and even intensify the antagonism between the Uchiha clan and the village. Homura Mitokado echoed, that's right, and Yingye's parents have already sacrificed. He himself is a combination of contradictions. He has the blood of the Senju clan and is a member of the Uchiha clan. We can't take it lightly. The third Hokage thought for a long time and then spoke slowly. Kageki is still a child, but the power he possesses makes people have to take it seriously. We must take action to prevent any accidents from happening. Then bring him into the route, and I will personally train and monitor him. Danzo's tone did not hide his ambition, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The power of wood release cannot be underestimated, and must be firmly controlled by the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, obviously not completely agreeing with Danzo's proposal. We should not involve a child in the darkness too early, Danzo. His talent may bring more hope to Konoha, rather than being restricted. Hiruzen, this is not a question of talent, but the possibility of threat. Danzo said coldly, if we don't control it in advance, Kageki may become an existence that we cannot control. The third Hokage did not respond immediately. He lowered his head to think, and then looked up at the other two consultants. Koharu, Minion, what do you think? Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado looked at each other. Koharu Yudatan spoke first. Shadow Moon is indeed a potential threat, but we cannot ignore the value he may bring. Perhaps we should take the middle route, is to closely monitor him and give him proper guidance. Homura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Yes, we can give him some room for development while observing him secretly, so as to judge his future direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Okay, then take this route first. Danzo, your routes can strengthen the monitoring of Yingyu, but don't act rashly. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not continue to refute. It's up to you, Hiruzen. However, I hope you can realize the consequences. The meeting ended in a heavy atmosphere, and the future of Shadow Moon became more complicated at this moment. Other families and forces also showed great interest in the news. They began to pay close attention to Uchiha Shadow Moon's every move, trying to understand his strength and potential. Some families even considered establishing closer ties with the Uchiha clan to obtain more information about wood release. The leaders of the three tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly gathered together to discuss this matter. The head of the Nara clan gently pushed his glasses, his expression solemn. Uchiha Shadow Moon's awakening wood release means that a new strong man has appeared in Konoha. This is not only an improvement in strength, but also a political signal. The head of the Akimichi clan seemed a little surprised. It is a miracle that the hybrid of Senju and Uchiha has awakened wood release. However, he is still young, and we need more time to observe. The head of the Yamanaka clan was more cautious. The growth of Shadow Moon has a great impact on the future balance of Konoha, and we must pay close attention to his movements. Within the Hyuga clan, Kageki's awakening has attracted great attention. The brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi reported in detail their experience in fighting Kageki. Hyuga Hayashi said, his wood release power is extremely strong, almost suppressing our brother's joint offensive. Hyuga Hayashi added, he is not only talented, but also calm and judgment in battle. The elders of the Hyuga clan attach great importance to this. In any case, Kageki is a force that cannot be ignored. We Hyuga clan must treat it with caution. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kageki's wood release awakening surprised and proud the clan members. Chief Uchiha Ichizoka convened a meeting of the core members of the clan to discuss how to deal with Kageki's rise. Kageki is the future of our Uchiha clan. He not only inherited our bloodline, but also mastered the power of the Senju clan. Chief Uchiha Ichizoka's tone was full of pride, but also with a hint of worry. This is both an opportunity and a challenge for our family. Ayuro. Some Uchiha Setsuna elders suggested training Shadow Moon as the representative of the family to strengthen the family's position, while others believed that they should be wary of the instability that Shadow Moon may bring. In any case, we cannot let Shadow Moon fall into the control of other forces in the village. Uchiha Ichizoka finally gave instructions. We must strengthen our contact with him and let him know clearly where his family belongs. Although the Senju clan has gradually integrated into Konoha village, Shadow Moon's wood release awakening makes the descendants of the Senju in the village feel gratified and proud. Some elders of the Senju clan said, the awakening of Shadow Moon may be an opportunity for the Senju clan to rise again in the village. Although the Senju clan is no longer a complete family, the existence of Keijiu has allowed them to see the continuation of the power of the Senju clan. Those ninjas with Senju blood in the village have also begun to pay attention to Keijiu, thinking that he may become a symbol of the new era. However, for the Konoha high-level officials, the awakening of Uchiha Keijiu is both an opportunity and a challenge. On the one hand, the power of wood release can enhance the combat effectiveness of Konoha village. On the other hand, they are worried that the Uchiha clan will use this power to expand their influence, thereby threatening the stability of Konoha village. Against this background, the Konoha high-level officials decided to strengthen the monitoring of Uchiha Keijiu and formulate corresponding strategies to deal with possible situations. At the same time, they also plan to negotiate with the Uchiha clan to ensure that both parties can jointly maintain the peace and prosperity of Konoha village. As time went on, the name of Uchiha Keijiu gradually became a hot topic in Konoha village. People were full of expectations for him, hoping that he could become a powerful ninja and bring glory to Konoha village. Uchiha Keijiu himself is constantly working hard to improve his strength and prepare for future challenges. Standing at the crossroads of fate, holding the power of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, how will Uchiha Keijiu find his way in this world full of conspiracies and challenges? Chapter 9 Mastering Wood Release. Uchiha Keijiu, who is at the center of the Konoha crisis, does not know that his information has been leaked by the Konoha high-level officials. It was discussed repeatedly at the public table and even became a hot topic in the clan meetings of the major families in Konoha. However, even if Keijiu knew all this, he didn't care. For Uchiha Keijiu, these external evaluations and discussions could not shake his heart. Keijiu focused on his goals and pursuits, and was not swayed by the eyes of others. In Keijiu's view, only through his own efforts and strength can he gain a foothold in the chaotic ninja world, so Keijiu will continue to move forward and constantly improve himself. In recent days, Uchiha Keijiu has been constantly testing his wood release ability and nature. Keijiu was surprised to find that his wood release was very different from that of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. First of all, there is an obvious difference in power. Keijiu clearly felt that the wood release technique he could perform was far less powerful than Senju Hashirama. When Keijiu tried to use wood release techniques such as wood release tree world advent, he found that he was completely unable to perform them. After trying several times, Shadow Moon found that he could only create a large number of solid trees and vines to bind the enemy or form a barrier, but the growth and aggressiveness of these trees were far less terrifying than those shown by Senju Hashirama. This made Shadow Moon realize that although he had mastered wood release, the limit of this power was far from that of the first generation of Hokage. Secondly, the chakra absorption properties of wood release were also different. In the legend of Senju Hashirama, his wood release could quickly absorb the enemy's chakra through contact, and could even suck the enemy to death in this way. However, Shadow Moon found that although his wood release also had the characteristics of chakra absorption, the speed was disappointingly slow. Uchiha Shadow Moon tried to use vines to entangle a target and absorb the opponent's chakra through wood release. However, the absorption process was extremely slow, and could even be said to be gentle. With Shadow Moon's current ability, even if he was dealing with a genin, it would take at least 10 minutes to kill him through chakra absorption, and the premise was that the opponent did not resist at all. Yingye frowned and thought. Such wood release ability was obviously not as terrifying as Senju Hashirama's. Yingye couldn't help but start to wonder whether he had only mastered part of the ability of wood release, or whether his current chakra amount and control were not enough to fully release the true power of wood release. Yingye repeatedly speculated in his heart that the reason why Senju Hashirama could use wood release to such a terrifying degree might not only be because of the power of wood release itself, but also because Senju Hashirama had a huge amount of chakra and a profound control of natural energy. Yingyu realized that the reason why his current wood release was limited in power might be related to his chakra reserves, control, and even his understanding and use of natural energy. Uchiha Yingyu continued to test his wood release ability on the training ground. Although he was able to skillfully control trees and vines, both the power and chakra absorption ability were far less powerful than he imagined. After many attempts, Yingyu realized that his current wood release ability was at most comparable to that of Yamato, and there was still a huge gap compared to the shocking power of the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. Yingyu, unwilling to accept this, decided to turn to the system for help and find the answer. System, why is my wood release not as strong as Senjo Hashirama's, and even the nature of absorbing chakra is very weak? Yingyu asked in his heart, with doubt and uneasiness in his tone. After a moment, the system's answer sounded in his mind. Host, because your sage body is too weak compared to Senjo Hashirama. Senjo Hashirama, as the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, has a nearly perfect sage body. The strength of the sage body directly affects the power and nature of wood release. If the host wants to achieve the wood release ability of Senjo Hashirama, he needs to reach at least 80% of the sage body. Euro. Yingyu heard this answer and suddenly understood a lot. Yingyu knew that the sage body was not just a simple physical problem, but also involved the quality of chakra, the absorption and use of natural energy, and even the strength of the overall vitality. The reason why Senjo Hashirama's wood release was so powerful was because his sage body was almost perfect and could maximize the potential of wood release. However, his current sage body was obviously far from enough, which directly led to the limitation of wood release ability. Then Uchiha Yingyu stood in a corner of the training ground and silently opened the system's attribute panel. Yingyu carefully observed his various data, with his heart full of thoughts and expectations. Character, Uchiha Yingyu. Identity, ninja school student life. Bloodline, Senjo clan, Uchiha clan. Bloodline limit, sage body 21% Sharinon, unopened, pupil power 66% would escape. Chakra, 1501.5 cards. Special ability, Ninja World Dance King. Ninjutsu, 3 body technique, instant body technique, Uchiha fluid flow technique, Uchiha flow throwing technique. Life value, 2260. Shadow Moon's eyes swept through various attributes, especially in the bloodline limit. Shadow Moon found some gratifying changes. First, Shadow Moon noticed that his sage body attribute increased from 20% to 21%. Although it was only a 1% increase, it was a positive signal for improving the power of wood escape and the quality of chakra. Every point of sage body enhancement means that he is one step closer to the peak like Senjo Hashirama. Secondly, the pupil power of Sharinon has also increased from 60% to 66%. Although Sharinon has not yet opened, it means that Kageki's Uchiha bloodline is constantly awakening, and the opening of Sharinon in the future may bring a great increase in power. What makes Kageki most happy is that wood release has stably appeared on the panel of Kekii Genkai. This means that he officially possesses this legendary ability. Although the current power is not enough to be compared with the first generation of Hokage, he knows that with the further enhancement of the sage body, the potential of wood release will be gradually released. The increase in chakra also surprised Kageki. Before, his chakra was only 1000 points, 1 card, but now it has increased to 1500 points, 1.5 cards. The increase in chakra not only improves his endurance in battle, but also means that he can perform more powerful ninjutsu. Ninja World Dance King. This ability, inherited from Uchiha Madara, is one of Kageki's most relied on combat skills. With the accumulation of practical experience, he has gradually become more and more proficient in using this ability. The improvement of reaction speed, dynamic vision, and combat awareness have given him an absolute advantage in battle. What Yingyu noticed in particular was that his destiny value actually increased by more than 1000 points in a short period of time, which surprised him. He recalled that he had not deliberately completed any special tasks or challenges recently, so this sudden increase in destiny value may be related to his reputation. Is it because my performance in the ninja school has attracted enough attention? Yingye guessed in his heart. Yingye speculated that the top leaders and major families of Konoha village may have begun to pay attention to him, and may even discuss and observe his movements behind his back. This invisible influence may also be an important source of destiny value growth. System: what is the growth of the immortal body related to? How should I grow the immortal body? Chapter 10: Deep Blue Points. System: what is the growth of the immortal body related to? How should I grow the immortal body? Yingye asked in his heart, with a desire to explore in his tone. After a moment, the system's answer sounded in his mind. Host: the growth of the sage body is related to multiple factors, the most important of which is aptitude. At the beginning, Asura inherited the sage body of the Six Paths Sage and formed the Senju clan, while Indra inherited the sage eyes of the Six Paths Sage and formed the Uchiha clan. The closer the bloodline is to the Six Paths Sage, the more qualified you are to open and enhance the sage body. The system's answer made Ying Yueming Haku realize the close connection between the sage body and bloodline. Asura and Indra are the two sons of the Six Paths Sage. They inherited the power of the sage body and the sage eyes respectively, and the Senju and Uchiha clans are the continuation of these two powers. Like Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Asura's chakra, the aptitude of the sage body is not low. With the growth of the body, the increase of chakra quality, and the unconscious absorption of natural energy, it is easy to awaken the sage body to more than 80%, and then naturally awaken wood release. Euro. This sentence made Yingye further understand why Senju Hashirama could master wood release so easily. Hashirama not only has a very high aptitude for the sage body because of his blood and chakra, but he can also absorb natural energy unconsciously, which makes his sage body continue to strengthen, and finally reach a level of more than 80%, so that he can naturally awaken wood release and exert powerful power. System: what is my aptitude, and to what extent can I awaken the sage body? The host's aptitude is above average in the Senju clan. With the growth of the body and self-training, he can probably awaken 40% of the potential of the sage body. The general sage body of the Senju clan can only reach 20%-30%. A few geniuses and people with high aptitude can reach more than 60% of the sage body, such as Senju Tsunade. Euro. Most people in the Senju clan do not have the potential to awaken high-level sage body. Euro. After listening to the system's explanation, Yingye had a more objective understanding of his qualifications. Yingye Ming Haku, although he was of above-average qualifications in the Senju clan, there was still a certain gap compared with the top geniuses. Even so, Yingye still had a high potential for awakening the sage body, which could reach about 40%, which was far beyond the ordinary Senju clan members. This means that Yingye did have the opportunity to further improve his sage body in his continuous practice and growth, but to reach the height of Senju Hashirama, it was not enough to rely on his own qualifications. The system also revealed a key point: most of the Senju clan members did not have the potential to awaken the high-level sage body, so they could not awaken the wood release naturally. This explains why Senju Hashirama could become the legendary god of ninja, while other Senju clan members could hardly reach his height. As one of the few geniuses who can reach more than 60% of the sage body, Tsunade Senju is also famous for her powerful chakra and recovery ability, but she has never awakened wood release, which further illustrates the close connection between high-level sage body and wood release ability. Uchiha Yingye felt a little disappointed when facing the real data given by the system. Although Yingye knew that his qualifications were not bad, there was still a clear gap compared with legends like Senju Hashirama. Yingye was unwilling to accept it. Does this gap mean that he is destined to not be able to master such a powerful wood release power? Yingye couldn't help asking the system in his heart, with a hint of anxiety and unwillingness in his tone, am I destined not to have a powerful wood release like Senju Hashirama? System: is there no other way? Host: you can use another ability of the system. This is a template left by one of your predecessors who traveled through time. A euro deep blue points a euro. Uchiha Yingye was moved when he heard this new term, and immediately checked the introduction of the ability. The system unfolded a detailed description of this ability in front of him. A euro I can achieve what I have today thanks to my own efforts and talents, deep blue. Points. A euro a senior a euro. A euro deep blue points can directly add points to improve the host's various attributes, whether it is chakra quantity, chakra quality, or sage body awakening degree, Shari non-pupil power, physical ability, etc., can be added by consuming destiny points, so as to achieve a rapid improvement effect. A euro note, the effect of adding points is immediate, but as the difficulty of improvement increases, the required destiny value will also increase exponentially. At the same time, the destiny value required for adding points to two powerful abilities is also very high. This is the equivalent exchange of fate. A euro. Yingye saw the description of this ability, and hope suddenly ignited in his heart. It turns out that the system also hides such a powerful function deep blue points. By adding points, Shadow Moon can directly improve his own attributes, and even make up for the lack of qualifications. This may be the key to my breaking through the qualification limit. Shadow Moon thought excitedly in his heart. However, Shadow Moon also knew that although this ability is powerful, it consumes a lot of life points when used, and as the attributes are improved, the life points required will increase. He needs to use it carefully to ensure the efficient use of life points. Uchiha Shadow Moon now has 2260 life points. Although 2260 life points are not small, it may not be enough for the future point addition needs. Therefore, he needs to plan the use of these life points reasonably and give priority to improving those attributes that are most critical to improving his combat effectiveness. After some thinking, Uchiha Shadow Moon decided to use the life points to improve the awakening of the sage body first. The sage body is the foundation of the wood release, and it is also the key to improving the quality of chakra and vitality. He hopes to be as close to the level of Senjo Hashirama as possible by adding points. System, use deep blue points to increase the awakening of the sage body. Yingye gave the order in his mind. Randomly Uchiha Yingye invested 1000 life points into the points of the sage body. Increase of sage body awakening, current 21% a 31%, consume 1000 life points. With this point increase, Yingye clearly felt that the power in his body became stronger. The awakening of the sage body increased by 10% at once, and his physical fitness, chakra quality, and vitality have all improved significantly. He felt that the chakra flow was smoother and the body's recovery ability was significantly enhanced. The whole person seemed to be more closely connected with nature, and the power of wood release became more proficient, and then Uchiha Yingye decided to invest another 1000 life points. Increase of sage body awakening, current 31% a 36%, consume 1000 life points. However, when Yingye invested another 1000 life points, she found that the improvement was only 5%. Although this time the points were still added to the enhancement of the immortal body, the effect was obviously not as significant as the first time. Uchiha Yingye frowned slightly, and Yingye clearly realized that with the improvement of the awakening degree of the immortal body, the life points required for further increase would also increase exponentially. In other words, the closer to the high-level immortal body, the more life points are required, and the more difficult it is to improve. Chapter 11,000 Hands Visit. Uchiha Yingye frowned slightly, and Yingye clearly realized that with the improvement of the awakening degree of the immortal body, the life points required for further increase would also increase exponentially. In other words, the closer to the high-level immortal body, the more life points are required, and the more difficult it is to improve. Then relying only on deep blue points to improve the immortal body, I am afraid that the life points consumed will be too high to accept. Yingye decided to focus more on accumulating life points and further explore the cultivation methods of natural energy to assist the growth of the immortal body. Yingye has already felt the power brought by the sage body, but more resources and opportunities are needed to truly bring it to its full potential. Then Uchiha Yingyu opened the attribute panel and observed the changes in his own attributes. Character, Uchiha Yingyu. Identity, ninja school student. Bloodline, Senju clan Uchiha clan. Bloodline limit, Sage body 36% Sharingan, unopened, eye power 72% wood release. Chakra, 2802.8 cards. Special ability, Ninja World Dance King. Ninjutsu, 3 body technique, instant body technique, Uchiha flow technique, Uchiha flow throwing technique. Life value, 260. Uchiha Yingye was full of doubts after feeling the significant improvement of his own chakra and Sharingan eye power. He knew that the enhancement of the immortal body would bring about an increase in strength, but he did not expect that this enhancement would not only increase his chakra by 1,300 points, but even the pupil power of the Sharingan would reach 72%. This surprised Yingyu, so he immediately asked the system for the reason. System, why is my pupil power growing so fast? Yingyu asked in his heart. The system's response came soon, giving him a more in-depth explanation. Host, the immortal body and the immortal eyes complement each other, and strong physical strength will support the further improvement of spiritual strength. On the contrary, if there is no strong physical strength, excessively strong spiritual strength will cause backlash, because the physical body is not enough to support spiritual strength. The so-called yin alone cannot be born, yang alone cannot grow, without yang, yin cannot be born, without yin, yang cannot be transformed. If you want to achieve the power of the universe, you must combine the ultimate yin and yang power. The system's explanation made Yingye suddenly realize. Uchiha Shadow Moon understood that the improvement of the sage body not only enhances the physical strength, but also promotes the improvement of spiritual strength. The physical and spiritual strength complement each other and form a dynamic balance. It is precisely because of the improvement of the sage body that his body is more able to withstand and support the powerful spiritual power, which directly leads to the natural improvement of Sharingan's pupil power. Shadow Moon continued to ask, so, is it the improvement of the physical strength of the sage body that leads to the improvement of Sharingan's pupil power? The system gave a further explanation. More than that, the host's soul is much stronger than ordinary people. This is because of some special coincidences. The host's soul has a soul fusion with his own isotope in different time and space, which makes the host's spiritual power grow much faster than ordinary people, and the natural growth of pupil power is also the same. When Shadow Moon heard this explanation, he was surprised and thought about it. Shadow Moon did not expect that his soul would merge with his isotope in different time and space. This unique experience made his spiritual power far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, based on the sage body, the growth of pupil power has become more rapid and natural. Haku Yingye Ming, the improvement of pupil power will bring great advantages to future battles. Sharingan can not only improve one's dynamic vision, insight, and copying ability, but also evolve into more advanced forms in the future, such as Manjakaya, Sharingan and even Rinnegan. The balance and improvement of mental power and physical power will give oneself greater potential to master these powerful pupil techniques. Yingye decided to continue to focus on the balance of physical and mental power in the next practice, especially to further improve physical strength through the practice of the sage body, so as to promote the continuous growth of pupil power. Uchiha Yingye realized that mastering the balance of the two polar forces of yin and yang will be the key to realizing the power of Senluo Wangxiang in the future. The explanation of the system makes me more clear about the future direction, Yingye thought to himself. I want to further improve the sage body, and continue to improve the sage body. Continue to cultivate and exercise spiritual power, ensure the balance of the two, so that my Sharingan will become stronger. One day later, in the early morning, the sun had just risen, and the sunlight shone through the leaves on the training ground, and the dew sparkled on the grass. Uchiha Yingye stood on the training ground, his eyes were focused and firm, and every movement of his body was steady and smooth. Suddenly, Yingye heard a slight sound of footsteps, the sound came from far away. Uchiha Yingyu stopped what he was doing, turned around, and asked softly, "Excuse me, who is it?" As the voice fell, an old but vigorous man slowly walked into the training ground. He was wearing the traditional clothing of the elders of the Senju clan, and his fluttering clothes revealed a unique temperament. This old man was the elder of the Senju clan, Senju Mufeng. His steps were steady and powerful, as if every step contained the precipitation of years and the accumulation of wisdom. His arrival brought a solemn atmosphere, which made people feel respect. Senju Mufeng walked in front of Uchiha Yingyu, with a kind smile on his face, and said gently, "Good morning, Yingyu. I am Senju Mufeng, the elder of the Senju clan, and I came here specially today to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yingyu immediately bowed respectfully, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but still answered seriously, "Good morning, Elder Senju Mufeng. I wonder what instructions you have for coming this time?" Senju Mufeng gently waved his hand, indicating that Uchiha Yingyu didn't need to be so reserved, and then smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, Yingyu. Our conversation today is very important, I hope you can listen carefully. I came here this time, hoping that you can help us revive the Senju clan. Our family was once glorious, but now it is facing difficulties, and urgently needs people with lofty ideals like you to revive the glory of the family." Uchiha Yingyu straightened up after hearing this, and solemnly replied, "Elder Senju Mufeng, please rest assured. If I can do it, I will do my best to help. But, what do you need me to do specifically?" Senju Mufeng nodded, looked at Uchiha Yingyu with satisfaction, and continued, "First of all, I hope you can pass on the bloodline of the Senju clan. You have the blood of the Senju clan flowing in your body, and you also have the wood escape bloodline limit, which is the pride of our family. I believe that as long as you are willing, you will be able to cultivate excellent descendants and continue the glory of the Senju clan. Secondly, I hope you can rebuild the Senju clan. When Konoha was founded, our Senju clan was a big clan in Konoha. Unfortunately, after the death of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, our talents gradually withered. The new generation of Senju could not maintain the strength of the Senju clan. In order to avoid unnecessary covetousness, according to the wishes of Hashirama and Tobirama, the Senju clan will be disbanded and integrated into the village." Chapter 12 Senjutsunade. Uchiha Yingyu was slightly surprised when he heard this, "Revitalize the Senju clan? But, the Senju clan has been integrated into the village. Now the clan members are scattered everywhere, and it is difficult to gather again." Elder Mufeng's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions. He tightly grasped the crutches in his hand, and his voice was full of resentment. "It is because of this decision that I can't calm down for a long time. Back then, Senju Hashirama and Tobirama decided to disband the Senju clan and integrate it into the village for the sake of village unity, but they did not expect how much loss this decision would bring to the Senju clan." Elder Mufeng continued, with pain and disappointment that was difficult to conceal in his tone, "Senju Hashirama and Tobirama's original intention may have been for the peace of the village, but they underestimated the support of the family's power to the village. After the dissolution of the Senju clan, the power of the clan members was dispersed, and they lost their cohesion and unified leadership. Many young generations lost their inheritance and did not even know where their roots were." He paused, and his voice became heavier. "The Senju clan was once one of the most powerful families in the ninja world, with countless strong people and countless inheritances, but with the dissolution of the family, many precious skills and knowledge were forgotten, and the clan members gradually faded out of the core position of Konoha. Now, although the Senju clan still exists in name, it is actually dead in name only." Yingyu listened quietly, and was shocked by Elder Mufeng's words. He had never thought that the disbanding of the Senju clan would have such a far-reaching impact. Elder Mufeng's voice gradually became low, "Yingyu, I know you may have doubts in your heart, but you must understand that the Senju clan is a part of you, and its blood flows in your body. If you let it continue to decline like this, it will not only be a betrayal of the Senju clan, but also a betrayal of your own blood." Elder Mufeng looked at Yingyu, with a complex light flashing in his eyes, "You are the last hope of our Senju clan. Although you are young, you have the blood and talent of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Your existence may be the key to the resurgence of the Senju clan. Can you shoulder this responsibility and revive the Senju clan?" Yingye felt the urgency and expectation of Elder Mufeng. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Yingye knew that reviving the Thousand Hands clan was not an easy task. It not only required huge power and resources, but also faced various resistances from inside and outside the village. "Elder, reviving the Senju clan is indeed a grand goal, but I need more power and support," Yingye said with a hint of caution. "Are you willing to help me?" Elder Mufeng nodded, and said firmly, "As long as you have this determination, I will do my best to support you. The inheritance of the Senju clan cannot be cut off. I will do my best to give you the remaining resources, skills, and clan members who are loyal to the family." Yingye was silent for a moment, and finally a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "Elder, I will do my best to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Senju clan. But this road is long and needs to be taken step by step. I hope to get your continued support and guidance." Elder Mufeng showed a gratified smile on his face. "Yingyu, you have such determination, and I have hope in my heart. As long as you don't give up, the Senju clan will definitely stand at the top of the ninja world again." After Elder Senju Mufeng asked Yingye to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Senju clan, Yingye knew that the improvement of strength was crucial to achieving this goal. Yingye thought that although he had awakened wood release, his mastery of this power was not mature enough, so Yingye asked Elder Mufeng to learn wood release ninjutsu. "Elder, I understand your expectations, but in order to revive the Senju clan, I need more powerful power," Yingye said respectfully. "I hope to learn Senju Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu to further improve my ability." Elder Mufeng nodded and understood Yingye's request. He knew that wood release was the most powerful bloodline limit of the Senju clan and the key to Yingye's rapid improvement of strength. However, Elder Mufeng himself did not know wood release ninjutsu, but he knew that Senju Hashirama's wife Uzumaki Mito kept a record of Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu. "Kgu, I agree to your request," Elder Mufeng said slowly. "Although I can't teach you wood release ninjutsu in person, I know that Senju Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu is recorded in detail by his wife, Uzumaki Mito-sama. She is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki in the village and a powerful sealing ninja in Konoha village. If you can get her guidance, you will definitely learn a lot from her." For this reason, Elder Mufeng called Tsunade, who was only 18 years old at the time. Tsunade is in her youth, with a straightforward and bold personality, and lightning release has begun to take shape. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade has been proud of her family blood since she was a child. Although she herself has not awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai, she has always been full of yearning and fantasy for this powerful power. When Elder Mufeng suggested that Tsunade lead Yingye to visit Uzumaki Mito, a hint of curiosity and expectation flashed in Tsunade's eyes. "Elder Mufeng, has this Yingye really awakened wood release?" Elder Mufeng nodded and said, "Yes, Tsunade. He not only inherited the blood of our Senju clan, but also has the blood of Uchiha. He has awakened wood release, but still needs further practice and learning. And you, as the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, are the most suitable to lead him to visit Mito." Tsunade smiled slightly, turned and looked at Yingyu. "Then let's go now, Yingyu. I also want to see how you awakened wood release." Uchiha Yingye felt a little nervous, but more of expectation and determination. Yingye followed Tsunade on the road to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Along the way, Tsunade was full of curiosity about Yingye and kept asking him how he awakened wood release. Although she is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she has not awakened wood release, which makes her particularly interested in Shadow Moon's ability. "Shadow Moon, can you tell me how you awakened wood release?" Tsunade asked, with a strong curiosity in her eyes. "Is it related to the chakra in your body? Or is there any special training method?" Shadow Moon was also quite confused when facing Tsunade's question. In fact, a large part of her wood release awakening depends on the help of the destiny system. Shadow Moon herself is not completely clear about the specific reasons and methods. Therefore, Shadow Moon can only evade the question vaguely. Sister Tsunade, actually, my awakening of wood release seems to be a coincidence. Yingye forced a smile. I didn't do any special training, it was just during a battle that I suddenly felt the power in my body change, and then wood release appeared. Tsunade frowned, obviously not satisfied with this answer. Coincidence? Isn't there any specific training method or physical requirement? Yingye could only continue to prevaricate, probably some combination of physical fitness and chakra. I'm still exploring, so for the time being there is no definite answer. Although Yingye's answer was a bit vague, Tsunade did not ask any more questions. She knew that some things could not be easily explained. However, in the communication with Yingye, Tsunade felt Yingye's humility and sincerity, and her affection for Yingye gradually increased. Tsunade's tone became softer. I have also been looking for the possibility of awakening wood release. If you have any progress or discovery, please tell me. Uchiha Yingye nodded. Of course, I will do my best to explore the ability of wood release, and I will share my discovery with you, Sister Tsunade. Chapter 13 Whirlpool Mito. Under the guidance of Senju Tsunade, Uchiha Kageki came to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Uzumaki Mito sat in the antique room with a dignified posture. Although she was old, her temperament was still as awe-inspiring as a towering mountain. Kageki saluted Mito respectfully, and Uzumaki Mito responded with a gentle smile. Mito looked at Kageki carefully, with a hint of deep thought in her eyes. After a moment, she whispered, Kageki, I heard that you have awakened wood release and hope to learn Senjo Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu. As Hashirama's wife, I am very happy to meet you, a descendant who has inherited Hashirama's wood release. Ayuro. Yingye bowed his head humbly. Mr. Uzumaki Mito, thank you for your meeting. I really hope to inherit the wood release power of Senjo Hashirama and contribute my own strength to Konoha village. Mito nodded slightly, with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Yingyu, you have the blood of the Senjo and Uchiha clans flowing in your body. Being able to awaken wood release at such a young age shows that you have a very high talent. Few people can inherit Hashirama's wood release after him, and you are the first member of the clan to awaken wood release after him. I hope you can carry forward this power. Her tone was full of affirmation and expectation. Yingye felt this recognition and a sense of responsibility rose in her heart. Yingye knew that this was not only a recognition of herself, but also a trust in the inheritance of Senjo Hashirama. In a relaxed atmosphere, Uzumaki Mito suddenly changed the subject and talked about Yingye's family history. Her eyes softened a lot, as if she was lost in memories. Yingyu, your grandmother Senjo Momika is one of Hashirama's sisters. Momika and I have always had a good relationship. She is a very gentle and strong woman. Although she has not awakened wood release, her medical skills and combat abilities are outstanding within the family. Yingye listened quietly, and the impression of her grandmother, Momika, Senju, gradually became clear in her heart. Yingye knew that she came from a family with a long history and profound heritage, but she had never known the history of the family so closely. Uzumaki Mito continued, Momika and Hashirama had a very deep relationship. She has always been a supporter and assistant of Hashirama. Later, she married your grandfather and gave birth to your mother. Momika often came to me to chat before she died. We discussed the future of the family and the safety of the village. She mentioned many times that she hoped that the power of the family could be passed on forever. Do you understand Haku? Yingye nodded, her heart full of respect and nostalgia for Grandma Momika. Mito sighed, with a hint of emotion in his tone. As for your mother, Senjo Fuka, she was an extremely outstanding jonin and inherited the excellent bloodline of the Senjo clan. Unfortunately, she died young in the mission. This is a great loss to the Senjo clan and a regret for the village. Uzumaki Mito smiled and looked at Yingyu, with a bit of tenderness in his tone. you may not know that you and Hashirama are actually very close. Your grandmother is his cousin, and the blood you inherited in your body is the power of the Senju clan. You can awaken wood release, which has a lot to do with Hashirama. Yingyu's heart moved, and he felt Uzumaki Mito's intimacy with him. Mito slowly got up, walked to the cabinet beside him, and took out an ancient scroll from it. She gently placed the scroll in front of Yingyu, her eyes full of expectations. This is the record of wood release ninjutsu left by Hashirama that year, and I have kept it. But in the Senju clan, except Hashirama, no one can awaken wood release. I think it's time to give it to you now. Uchiha Yingyu felt the weight of this inheritance, and her heart was extremely excited. Lord Mito, I will definitely cherish this inheritance and carry it forward. Mito nodded, a trace of comfort flashed in his eyes. Kageki, you are the descendant of Senju Hashirama, I believe you can inherit his will and use this power to protect the village and everything you cherish. Uchiha Kageki took the scroll and felt the heavy history. Yingyu solemnly saluted Uzumaki Mito. Mito-sama, I swear to do my best to learn and master these ninjutsu and carry forward Hashirama-sama's wood release inheritance. Mito smiled and nodded, I look forward to your future performance, Yingyu. Remember, no matter how big the difficulties you face, you must persevere, because you not only carry your own destiny, but also the hope of the Senju clan. Yingyu bowed deeply, and Uzumaki Mito's recognition and inheritance made his wood release go further. After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Mito-sama, Uchiha Yingyu held the wood release ninjutsu scroll left by Senju Hashirama in his hand, and his heart was very excited. Yingyu knew that this scroll carried the most powerful power and inheritance of the Senju clan, and it was also the result of Senju Hashirama's hard work. Yingyu's heart was full of expectations for future practice, and at the same time, he also felt the expectations of the Senju clan. As the night deepened, Yingyu returned to his residence. The night breeze blew gently, and the trees in the courtyard swayed in the wind, as if welcoming this ancient power that was about to be reproduced. Yingyu lit a lamp in the room, and the light was soft and warm. Yingyu carefully placed the scroll on the table, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. The scroll unfolded, and Yingyu's eyes were quickly attracted by the content. The exquisite handwriting and patterns described in detail the methods and principles of various wood escape ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama's wood escape ninjutsu is based on his powerful sage body and natural energy control ability. Each ninjutsu contains tremendous power. Uchiha Yingyu carefully read the contents of the scroll and gradually understood the true power of Senju Hashirama. Wood escape a tree world advent. By performing this technique, the trees on the ground are manipulated to grow rapidly, forming an endless forest to suppress the enemy or as a defensive fortification. Wood style, wood clone and wood style, multiple wood clone technique. Use wood style chakra to create physical clones that can not only participate in battles, but also transmit combat experience and intelligence. Multiple wood clone technique takes Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to the extreme. Wood style, diamond calling wood. Use wood style chakra to generate wood strips as strong as steel for attack or defense. Wood style, flower and tree world advent. Based on the tree world advent, huge flowers are generated that emit deadly poisonous gas and can quickly suppress the enemy. Wood style, wood dragon technique and wood style, wood man technique. Summon a huge wood dragon and wood man, which are used to bind the enemy and melee attacks respectively. The wood dragon has a strong chakra absorption ability, while the wood man has both attack and defense functions. Wood style, ranking technique. Ranking technique uses wood style to create a huge wooden wall for defense. Sage technique would release a true thousand hands, Buddha on the top. These techniques are the ultimate secrets of Senju Hashirama in sage mode. True thousand hands can summon countless giant hands, each of which has immense power. Buddha on the top is Senju Hashirama's strongest attack technique. Chapter 14 Improved Wood Release. Uchiha Shadow Moon took a deep breath. Each wood release technique in the scroll contains immense power. With wood release ninjutsu, one's own strength can be taken to a higher level. Shadow Moon decided to start practicing these powerful wood release ninjutsu immediately. Shadow Moon chose one of the classic techniques, wood release tree world advent. This technique is Senjo Hashirama's representative ninjutsu, which can quickly form a dense forest on the battlefield, which can not only trap the enemy, but also be used for cover and attack. Shadow Moon stood on an empty training ground, adjusting his breathing and concentrating. Yingye began to follow the instructions on the scroll, concentrating chakra in his body, and then channeling the energy of the earth through the chakra properties of wood release. Wood release, tree world advent. Yingye shouted loudly, quickly forming seals with both hands, and then suddenly pressed against the ground. Yingye could feel the chakra flowing rapidly, seeping into the earth, and combining with the natural energy in the earth veins. After a moment, the earth began to shake, and trees broke out of the ground and expanded in all directions. However, Yingye soon discovered that the situation was not as he expected. Although the trees grew rapidly, Yingye soon realized that this forest was far less powerful and grand than the one performed by Senjo Hashirama. He recalled the scene in the scroll where Senjo Hashirama performed the tree world advent, and the endless forest completely covered the battlefield. The trees were so tall that they covered the sky and the sun, and could even directly suppress the tailed beasts. Although the forest in front of him also formed a sea of a trees, its scale and power were insignificant compared to Senjo Hashirama's magic. Yingye stared at the trees in front of him, feeling a little frustrated. This was not the result he expected. He thought that with his talent and the enhancement of his sage body, he could perform powerful wood release techniques, but reality told Yingye that his strength was far from enough to control such a powerful ninjutsu. This is not the advent of the tree world, at best it can only be regarded as the advent of the sea of a trees. Yingye whispered self-deprecatingly, his heart full of disappointment. Uchiha Yingye stood in this relatively sparse forest, constantly thinking about the process of casting the technique just now. Yingye realized that although his chakra volume had greatly increased, there was still a huge gap in the control and use of wood release. It seems that my sage body and chakra control are not enough to support Senjo Hashirama's wood release power. Yingye thought secretly in his heart. Moreover, most of Senjo Hashirama's wood release only needs to form a seal. What's more, sometimes Senjo Hashirama doesn't form a seal, but just claps his hands and shouts whatever he wants. The same is true for Uchiha Madara. If these two great gods were alive, they would probably say that no serious ninja would form a seal. Isn't it enough to have hands for ninjutsu? Tobirama, do you form a seal? For strong men like Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who suppress the ninja world, the control of chakra in their bodies is probably to a very terrifying level. The means of forming seals to guide ninjutsu are completely unnecessary. They are beyond common sense. However, it is not friendly to Yingye who is learning Senjo Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu. The release requirements of many ninjutsu are too high. Senjo Hashirama has no record of guiding through seals. Perhaps, Senjo Hashirama did not expect that later generations would encounter such difficulties. Therefore, Yingye decided to start developing some low-threshold wood release ninjutsu that is more in line with his current abilities based on his actual situation. Yingye decided to start with the basic wood release ninjutsu, and try to better control the chakra by increasing the steps of seals or simplifying the techniques, so as to perform wood release techniques that are in line with his abilities. Yingye first chose wood release Kage Bunshin no Jutsu as the test subject. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was originally a simple technique. Senjo Hashirama could create multiple wooden clones in an instant, but Yingye found that when he performed it, he needed more seals than on the scroll to ensure the stability of the clones. Yingye decided to add some additional seals to ensure the precise control of chakra. Through repeated practice, Yingye gradually found the best seal method for performing wooden clones. Although this slightly delayed the speed of the technique, it greatly increased the success rate of the technique. In the continuous attempts of nearly half a month, Yingye gradually formed a set of wood release training system suitable for his current strength. By simplifying or increasing the steps of seals, he reduced some difficult techniques to a level that he could master. In the end, Yingye successfully developed some low-threshold wood release techniques. Although the power of these techniques is far less than that of Senjo Hashirama's original version, they can provide Yingye with practical combat methods at the current stage. Wood release, Sea of a tree's descent. By increasing the steps of seals, Yingye simplified the Sea of a tree's descent that Senjo Hashirama could perform into a smaller Sea of a tree's descent. Although it cannot cover the entire battlefield, it is enough to deal with general combat scenes. Wood release, wood clone, a through more seals and chakra control. Although it cannot have as many wood clones as Hashirama, Yingye can generate a more solid wood clone in battle. Although the speed is slightly slower, the durability and combat effectiveness of the clone are enhanced. Wood style, cutting technique, a simplified version of the Congo recruiting wood, piercing the enemy, and after piercing the enemy's body, it can continue to branch and grow through the seal, piercing the enemy's body from the inside. Wood style, wood ingot wall, a defensive ninjutsu, a row of wooden pillars bend from the ground to form an arch to protect oneself. At the same time, since the wood style that he currently possesses is not strong enough to quickly absorb the opponent's chakra, unlike Senjo Hashirama's wood style attack method that can cause great damage to the enemy by entanglement and binding, Shadow Moon's wood style is more inclined to pierce the opponent with sharp wooden thorns. Although this attack method is relatively simple, it can bring a fatal blow to the enemy in an instant. After obtaining the wood style inheritance of Senjo Hashirama, Uchiha Shadow Moon's life gradually returned to peace. Although he knew that Haku himself was responsible for the revival of the Senjo clan, he also knew that the accumulation and practice of strength is a long process and cannot be achieved overnight. Uchiha Yingye insisted on practicing every day, constantly improving his chakra control and ninjutsu proficiency. Yingye also let his wooden clone go to the ninja school to learn the basic knowledge of the ninja world and make up for his lack of theory and culture. In this way, Yingye can carry out high-intensity training while ensuring that he does not fall behind in his studies at the ninja school. During a daily training, Yingye came to a remote training ground, where Yingye hoped to further hone his physical skills. Although wood release is his main fighting method, Yingye knows the importance of physical skills in combat. Facing the future Atsutsuki clan, ninjutsu will be greatly restricted. In addition to physical skills, it is senjutsu, which can cause damage to the Six Paths level. Just as Yingye was training in physical skills, he accidentally saw another corner of the training ground, where a father and son were engaged in fierce physical training. Although the father's movements were no longer as agile as when he was young, each strike contained a steady force, while the son's movements seemed vigorous and energetic. Chapter 15 8 Gates of Dunjia. Uchiha Yingye walked closer and observed their training carefully, and found that the father and son did not seem to rely on chakra, but focused on the pure power of physical skills. Uchiha thought he might have met Might Guy, so he took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Kagyu." Kagyu said politely, "What kind of physical training are you doing? It looks very special." The father raised his head, glanced at Uchiha Kagyu, and then showed a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Might Steel, this is my son, Might Guy." Might Steel's voice revealed a firm belief, and Uchiha Kagyu could feel the ninja's love for physical training. Might Guy introduced himself. "My goal is to become the strongest physical training ninja. Although I'm not strong now, I'm training hard every day." Might Guy is the father of Might Guy in the future. The Might family's iconic green tights, as well as the youth, passion, and burning shouts at every turn, are easy to attract attention. As the contact deepened, Uchiha Kagyu gradually understood the background of the Might family. Might Steel was originally an outstanding Konoha Jonin, especially good at physical training and 8 gates. When he was young, he used the 8 gates to fight for a long time, but due to the great load of the 8 gates on the body, he was injured and had to retire. Despite this, Might Steel did not give up his pursuit of physical skills. He passed on all his experience to his son Might Dai, hoping that Dai could inherit the family's physical skills and become an excellent ninja. Uchiha Kageyama was deeply impressed by Might Steel's love for physical skills. He asked Might Steel for some tips on physical training and trained with Might Dai. During the training, Uchiha Kageyama found that the physical training of the Might family was very unique, focusing on the explosive power and endurance of the body, especially the 8 gates theory taught by Might Steel, which opened Uchiha Kageyama's eyes. 8 gates of the ninja is an extremely dangerous physical skill, Might Steel said seriously. It can greatly increase the strength of a ninja in a short period of time, but it puts a great strain on the body. It should never be easily activated unless it is absolutely necessary. Uchiha Kageyama was deeply impressed by the danger and potential of 8 gates of the ninja. He decided to train in physical skills with the Might father and son to improve his close combat ability. In the physical training and sparring with the Might family, Uchiha Kageyama gradually showed his ability of Ninja Dance King. In a sparring match with Might Dai, Uchiha Kageyama's performance completely shocked Might Steel. Uchiha Kageyama's dynamic vision, reaction speed, and body coordination have reached an amazing level. Every movement is as smooth as flowing water, as if he can foresee every move of his opponent. In Uchiha Kageyama, Might Steel saw another extreme of physical training, a fighting style that had nothing to do with chakra control and relied purely on physical instinct and reaction. Every move was brought to the fullest by Uchiha Kageyama, which made Might Steel admire Uchiha Kageyama's genius. After the competition, Might Steel stood aside, panting slightly, but he was more amazed by Uchiha Kageyama. Although he was already a Jonin-level physical master, when facing Uchiha Kageyama, he seemed to see the rise of a physical genius. Might Steel said with emotion, "Uchiha Kageyama, your physical talent is incredible. Your reaction speed and body control are far beyond the level of ordinary ninjas. Even when I was young, I couldn't compare with you." Uchiha Kageyama responded modestly, "Might Steel Sr., I just rely on some fighting instincts. There is still a long way to go in real physical training." Might Steel heard Kageyama's humility, and a love for talent rose in his heart. "Kageyama," Might Steel said seriously, "your talent should not be buried. I am willing to teach you the essence of our family's physical skills, including the foundation of the 8 gates. As long as you are willing, I will teach you without reservation." Uchiha Kageyama was shocked, knowing that the 8 gates in the original work is an extremely powerful physical skill, but also very dangerous. Once the death gate is opened, he can fight against the 6 paths level. Might Guy used a night guy kick to break half of Madara's body. A head kick might be the end. Might Steel is willing to teach this skill to himself, not only because of his talent, but also because Might Steel thinks Shadow Moon can carry forward the 8 gates. Uchiha Shadow Moon nodded solemnly, "Senior Might Steel, I am very willing to learn the 8 gates. I hope to go further on the road of physical skills and become a stronger ninja." Might Steel brought Uchiha Shadow Moon to a secluded training ground. The air here is fresh and the environment is quiet. It is an ideal place for training. Might Steel began to explain the principles and applications of the 8 gates to Shadow Moon in detail. 8 gates ninjutsu is a physical skill that completely releases the potential of the human body. Might Steel said, "The flow of chakra in the human body is restricted by 8 gates. Normally, these gates are to protect the body from harm. But through special physical training, these gates can be temporarily opened to release tremendous power. However, the more gates are opened, the greater the load on the body, and it may even cause serious injury or even death." Uchiha Kageyama listened carefully. Might Steel taught this skill to him out of great trust and expectation in himself. Might Steel continued, "My body was damaged because of frequent use of 8 gates ninjutsu when I was young, so I can only teach and guide now. Yingyu, I hope you can be cautious when practicing 8 gates ninjutsu, and only use it when it is absolutely necessary." Uchiha Kageyama expressed his gratitude, "Might Steel Sr., I will practice carefully and will not use 8 gates ninjutsu easily. But I will also try my best to learn and use it as part of my strength." From that day on, Uchiha Kageyama officially began to practice 8 gates ninjutsu. Under the guidance of Might Steel, he gradually became familiar with the opening method of the 8 gates. During each training session, Uchiha Kageyama gave his all, and Might Steel patiently guided him and helped him correct every detail. As Uchiha Kageyama's relationship with Might Steel and Might Dai became deeper and deeper, Kageyama gradually realized Might Steel's predicament. Although Might Steel was an experienced Konoha Jonin, his body had been seriously injured due to frequent use of the 8 gates when he was young, which forced him to retire early. Without a stable source of income, the economic situation of the Might family gradually deteriorated, which had a significant impact on Might Dai's growth and potential development. Uchiha Kageyama noticed that although the Might family's training was extremely hard, they seemed to be stretched in some details. For example, the medicinal baths required for physical training should have been carried out regularly to repair the body's hidden injuries and strengthen the physique, but due to economic reasons, the Might family could no longer afford these expensive resources. Although Might Dai was gifted, his potential could not be fully developed in the absence of necessary resources. Chapter 16 Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Kageyama decided to help Might Steel to repay the kindness of teaching him the 8 gates. In the original work, Might Guy opened the Death Gate angrily and kicked the 7 mist ninjas into the 3 lucky treasures. Might Guy was even more angry and opened the Death Gate with a move that almost kicked Night Guy out of the finale. Might Guy's potential should be no worse than Might Guy's, but in the original work, Might Guy was only a 10,000-year-old genin, without systematic training and resource support. It was very expensive to use the medicinal bath to repair hidden injuries during physical training. However, Might Steel could no longer fight because of his hidden injuries, and the economic situation of the Might family was very poor, which undoubtedly affected Might Guy's potential. For Uchiha Kageyama, spending a few million taels to gain the friendship of a future Kage level or even Super Kage level strongman is simply a sure win. After a day of training, Uchiha Kageyama found Might Steel and planned to formally propose the idea of a funding the Might family. Senior Might Steel, I have something to talk to you about. Uchiha Kageyama said straight to the point, his tone full of sincerity. Might Steel was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Kageyama, just tell me what you want to say. Uchiha Kageyama took a deep breath and organized his words. Senior Might Steel, I know that you and I have been training hard, and the training of physical skills is very demanding on the body. Although I don't understand the details of the training of the 8 gates, I know that resources like medicinal baths are very important for repairing hidden injuries and strengthening physical fitness. Might Steel was silent for a moment, as if he had anticipated what Kageyama was going to say next. Uchiha Kageyama continued, I am willing to provide some financial support to help you get better training resources. When Might Steel heard Kageyama's proposal, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious look. He shook his head slowly, his tone firm but gentle. Kageyama, I know you mean well, but I can't accept your support. Uchiha Kageyama knew that Might Steel had a strong self-esteem, and he understood his refusal. But he was not willing to give up. Senior Might Steel, I understand your thoughts, Haku, but this is not charity. Uchiha Kageyama said sincerely and firmly, I sincerely hope that you can continue to pursue the ultimate in physical training. Your guidance has also benefited me a lot. For me, funding you is for a common goal. I hope to see you become the strongest physical training ninja. Might Steel's expression eased, but he still seemed a little hesitant. Kageyama, I appreciate your kindness, but... Uchiha Kageyama stepped forward and said sincerely, Senior, if you refuse my funding, I will feel sorry. Physical training requires long-term investment and persistence. Appropriate resource support can make your and Dai's training more effective. Might Steel listened to Kageyama's words and began to waver in his heart. Uchiha Kageyama said the truth. Physical training does require a lot of resources, and his physical condition can no longer afford these expenses. Might Steel was silent for a moment, and finally sighed, Kageyama, I understand your intentions. Since you are so sincere, I will not refuse. I, Might Steel, will repay your support for us in my own way. Uchiha Kageyama showed a warm smile, Senior, I have benefited a lot from practicing with you. This is not a one-sided gift. Might Steel nodded, feeling grateful and relieved. With the funding of Uchiha Yingyu, the training conditions of the Might family have been significantly improved. They resumed regular medicinal baths to repair the hidden injuries of the body, and purchased more equipment and resources for physical training. Might Dai's physical fitness gradually improved, and Uchiha's physical training also reached a new height. This investment not only helped the Might family, but also planted a powerful seed for the future. At night, Uchiha Yingyu had just finished a day of practice and was about to rest when a man dressed in the clothes of Uchiha Ichizoku elders came to visit quietly. The man was tall, his face was covered with traces of time, but his eyes still revealed a sharp light. Yingyu recognized him as the elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna was once the top powerhouse of the Uchiha clan. He inherited the will of the former clan leader Uchiha Madara and was the leader of the Hawk faction in the Uchiha clan. He was extremely dissatisfied with the policies of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and even planned to assassinate the second Hokage Senju Tobirama when he was young, but was imprisoned after being discovered by Tobirama. Today, he is still one of the most powerful elders in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yingyu was surprised by Uchiha Setsuna's visit, but Yingyu quickly regained his composure and invited Setsuna into the house. Uchiha Setsuna entered the room, looked around, then sat down and stared at Yingyu with a sharp gaze. "Kagyu, I have something to talk to you about." Uchiha Setsuna's voice was deep and powerful, with an unyielding majesty in his tone. Uchiha Kagyu nodded, motioning the other party to continue. Setsuna said straight to the point, "Kagyu, you are a hybrid of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, with the blood of our two clans. I know that your talent and strength have been recognized by many people, and your future will never be just an ordinary ninja. I came here today to ask you to consider a higher goal, becoming a Hokage." Uchiha Kagyu was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Setsuna to make such a direct suggestion. Uchiha Kagyu's heart suddenly surged with countless questions, but Kagyu decided to listen quietly first. Uchiha Setsuna continued, "Since Senju Tobirama became Hokage, the status of the Uchiha clan in the village has been suppressed. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama was full of prejudice against us Uchiha. He believed that we were born with unstable tendencies, placed us on the edge of the village, and imposed the functions of the police force on us, which actually isolated us from the village." Uchiha Setsuna's tone was full of anger and dissatisfaction, as if the resentment suppressed in his heart for all these years had finally found an outlet for venting. After Tobirama's death, his disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen inherited the position of Hokage, but he still maintained the same vigilance and discrimination against us Uchiha. Now Konoha is peaceful and prosperous on the surface, but in fact, the status of the Uchiha clan is already precarious. If we continue like this, we will eventually be marginalized or even die. Uchiha Yingyu listened quietly, and gradually felt the weight of Setsuna's words in his heart. As an Uchiha who grew up in Konoha village, his treatment of his clansmen, the situation is also understood. Although Uchiha Setsuna's point of view is extreme, it is not without reason. At least in the original plot, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. It can be said that Uchiha Madara who noticed this and Uchiha Setsuna who inherited Madara's will were foresighted. Chapter 17 You Regret My Shadow. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes became sharper, and he said in a heavy tone, "Kagyu, you are the heir of the dual bloodline of Uchiha and Senju. If you can become Hokage, you can completely change the fate of the Uchiha clan. We no longer need to endure the fate of being discriminated against and suppressed, but can regain the sovereignty of the village. You have such potential to lead us Uchiha out of trouble." Uchiha Kagyu took a deep breath and knew what Setsuna's proposal meant. Becoming a Hokage means taking the responsibility of the entire village, and also means facing countless challenges and hostility. Moreover, this is not just a personal choice, but is related to the future of the Uchiha clan and even the entire Konoha village. Uchiha Setsuna looked at Kagyu, with a rare softness in his tone. "Kagyu, if you choose to become Hokage, I can guarantee that the hawkish forces of the Uchiha clan will fully support you. We have powerful forces and resources. As long as you are willing, we will help you successfully ascend to the position of Hokage. Uchiha Kagyu was silent for a moment, thinking quickly about Setsuna's words in his mind. Kagyu Minghaku, Setsuna's proposal is full of temptation, but it also comes with huge risks. Once Kagyu accepts this proposal, it means that Kagyu will stand at the center of power in Konoha village and confront countless forces. Why me? Yingye finally spoke, with a hint of doubt in his tone. There are many strong people in the Uchiha clan, why choose me? Setsuna smiled slightly, as if he had expected Yingye to ask this question. It is precisely because you are a hybrid of Uchiha and Senju, and you have awakened Senju Hashirama's wood release that you have a unique advantage. Your existence itself is a symbol, symbolizing the reconciliation between Uchiha and Senju. Moreover, your talent is unparalleled, and your future achievements are limitless. Uchiha Yingye nodded, and understood what Haku Uchiha Setsuna meant. His bloodline did give him a special status in the village, which also made Yingye an ideal candidate. But Uchiha Yingye still felt conflicted, because he did not want to be a manipulated pawn. Uchiha Yingye fell into deep thought. Yingye understood the deep meaning of Haku Setsuna's words, and realized that he might be the key person to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. But Yingye also knew that the position of Hokage could not be obtained simply by support, and this road was full of risks and uncertainties. Elder Setsuna, I am very grateful for your trust and support. Yingye said slowly, but becoming a Hokage is not an easy thing. I need time to think about it, and I need to constantly improve myself in the process to take on such a responsibility. Uchiha Setsuna nodded slightly, revealing a gratified smile. You can think so calmly, which makes me more confident in you. Yingyu, our Uchiha clan will be behind you. If you decide to become Hokage, I will support you without reservation. If you choose another path, we will also respect your choice. Uchiha Yingye felt Setsuna's sincerity, and Yingye knew that this was not just a solicitation, but also an expectation and entrustment of himself. I will not let the Uchiha clan down. Yingye said solemnly, no matter what path I choose in the end, I will work hard for the future of our clan. Uchiha Setsuna nodded with satisfaction and stood up to leave. Yingyu, you are the hope of the Uchiha clan. No matter what the future holds, I believe you can make the most correct decision. Uchiha Yingye watched Setsuna leave. Shortly after the meeting between Uchiha Setsuna and Yingye ended, the ninjas of the route quietly left from the dark and recorded everything on the scroll. These agile ninjas are the elites of the route of Konoha village. Their mission is to monitor people in the village who may pose a threat to Konoha, and the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Yingye are obviously on their watch list. Not long after, the information about Uchiha Setsuna's contact with Uchiha Yingye was quickly delivered to the leader of the route, Shimura Danzo. Danzo read the information carefully, and his face gradually darkened. Uchiha Setsuna is the leader of the Uchiha clan's Hawk faction. He once assassinated the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and is considered extremely dangerous by Danzo. Uchiha Kageki, as the heir of both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, has shown an amazing talent for wood release. Danzo immediately realized that the contact between the two was not simple. Uchiha Setsuna and Kageki. This is definitely not an ordinary meeting. Danzo muttered to himself, with a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. He inherited Senju Tobirama's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, believing that the Uchiha clan was an inherently evil existence and an unstable factor in Konoha village. The contact between Uchiha Setsuna and Kageki made Danzo feel a potential threat. The wood release talent shown by Uchiha Kageki. If I can use it. Danzo's thoughts were running fast, and a plan was vaguely formed in his mind. Shimura Danzo not only wanted to strengthen the surveillance of Kageki, but also hoped to recruit Kageki into the route and make him a chess piece under his control. With this idea in mind, Danzo decided to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately to discuss the matter. The next morning, Danzo came to the Hokage's office. His visit surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Danzo, what's the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, put down the documents in his hand, and asked calmly. Danzo walked straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy face and said, "Hiruzen, the intelligence of the root found that Uchiha Setsuna is trying to win over Uchiha Kageyaki. The contact between these two people is unusual, especially Setsuna, who once assassinated Tobirama teacher and is still the most dangerous hawk figure in the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Danzo's mention of Uchiha Setsuna did make him feel uneasy. Uchiha Setsuna's extreme methods and hawkish stance have indeed always been a hidden danger in the village, but he was not in a hurry to express his position. Shimura Danzo continued, "Kageyaki has shown an extremely powerful wood release talent. If such power is controlled by the Uchiha clan, it may pose a huge threat to the village. We can't sit idly by and we must strengthen our surveillance of Kageyaki. It would be best if we could bring him into the root and completely control him in our hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, thinking carefully about Danzo's words. Uchiha Kageyaki is indeed a special existence, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows that it is not a wise choice to hand over such a promising young ninja to Danzo's root. "Danzo, I know what you are worried about," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his tone calm but firm, "but Yingyu is a talented young ninja. I hope he can grow up in a bright environment, rather than being forced into the roots of darkness. His wood release talent should become the new branches and leaves of our Konoha village, rather than the roots underground." Danzo's expression gradually darkened, and he was obviously not satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer. Danzo said word by word, "Hiruzen, you are too weak. The ambition of the Uchiha clan has never changed. They will always be a hidden danger in the village. If we don't take precautions in advance, we will pay a heavy price for it in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo calmly, with a hint of warning in his tone. "Danzo, don't forget that Yingyu and Uzumaki Midosama have a good relationship. We must consider the future of the village instead of making wrong decisions because of prejudice and fear." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's heart was burning with anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Hiruzen, you are always so naive. Yingyu's power is too dangerous. If you continue to indulge him like this, you will regret it in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm. He knew that Danzo's ambition and prejudice were deeply rooted, but he did not intend to give in. "Danzo, I have made a decision," Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, without giving in. "Kageyaki is part of the village. I will try my best to guide him and make him the pillar of Konoha. As for the measures you mentioned, I disagree." Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He stood up suddenly and said angrily, "Hiruzen, your weakness will only lead Konoha to destruction. The threat of the Uchiha clan is imminent, but you choose to turn a blind eye." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unmoved, just looking at Danzo calmly. Shimura Danzo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not change his mind, and a deep anger and disappointment surged in his heart. Finally, Shimura Danzo coldly said, "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Then Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table and said, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bunga euro a euro a euro a euro." After saying this, Danzo turned around suddenly and slammed the door. Chapter 18 Will of Fire. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal, Danzo's ambition was not extinguished. Danzo walked out of the Hokage's office, his heart was full of unwillingness and cold determination. "Hiruzen, one day you will understand Haku, I am the one who is truly suitable to be the Hokage." Danzo thought to himself. He knew that although he could not move Kageyaki on the surface for the time being, he still had many means to use secretly. "Uchiha Kageyaki, I will not let go of your power easily. Since Hiruzen is unwilling to make a decision, I will control you in my own way," Danzo said coldly in his heart. From that moment on, Danzo began to strengthen the surveillance of Uchiha Kageyaki in secret, and his root ninjas closely watched Kageyaki's every move. Danzo's conspiracy gradually emerged. His goal was to use all means to ensure that Uchiha Kageyaki's power would not threaten Konoha, or in other words, would not threaten his own dream of becoming Hokage. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal to incorporate Uchiha Kageyaki into the root, Danzo's words still made him worried. Uchiha Kageyaki's behavior did win the favor of many people. He funded the orphanage and helped the villagers, showing great kindness. Moreover, the relationship between Uchiha Kageyaki and Uzumaki Mito also makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel at ease. After all, Mito-sama is a respected figure in the village, and her support means that Kageyaki is more credible. However, Kageyaki has the blood of Senju and Uchiha, which makes his position in Konoha village special and sensitive. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Uchiha Kageyaki has great potential in the future, but he also knows that this potential can become a strength of Konoha or an uncontrollable risk. In order to dispel the doubts in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to personally examine Kageyaki's mentality and thoughts. He wanted to ensure that Kageyaki would not deviate from Konoha village's will of fire in the future. In order to examine Kageyaki's thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to personally set the questions in a ninja school exam. The questions of the exam were to let the students of the ninja school explain their understanding of the will of fire. The will of fire is the spiritual core of Konoha village. It represents the spirit of ninjas who selflessly dedicate themselves to protecting the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes to see whether Shadow Moon's understanding of this concept is consistent with the village's concept through this test. When Uchiha Shadow Moon learned the topic of this test, Shadow Moon immediately noticed the unusualness of it. Shadow Moon felt that it was not only an ordinary test, but also an inspection. Uchiha Shadow Moon secretly thought in his heart that he proposed such a proposition, obviously hoping to test his loyalty and beliefs. Uchiha Shadow Moon decided to write an article based on what Sarutobi Hiruzen said in his previous life, combined with his own understanding, to express his unique insights into the will of fire. In Uchiha Shadow Moon's article, Shadow Moon quoted Sarutobi Hiruzen's future explanation of the will of fire and extended it on this basis. Uchiha Kageyaki wrote, "Where Konoha dances, fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout." Afterwards, Kageyaki's article was sent to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the article carefully and gradually showed a look of approval. This article is very well written. Kageyaki's understanding of the will of fire coincides with mine. It's just like I wrote it. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly sighed in his heart. Kageyaki's thoughts are mature and stable, and he obviously has the potential to become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to put Kageyaki's article in. Some sentences of the article were added to the future ninja school textbooks to promote the will of fire. He believed that these words of Shadow Moon could inspire more young ninjas to understand and inherit the spirit of Konoha. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to summon Shadow Moon in person. He hoped to get to know the young man more deeply and see if he really inherited the will of fire firmly as written in the article. After receiving the summons from the Hokage, Uchiha Shadow Moon knew in his heart that this was an important moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already developed a strong interest in himself through this exam, and this meeting might determine his position in the heart of the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat face to face with Shadow Moon, and the atmosphere seemed serious and solemn. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not get straight to the point, but first looked at Shadow Moon carefully, as if he wanted to see more from his expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Shadow Moon's exposition of the will of fire, especially Shadow Moon's understanding of responsibility and mission in the article, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen see a kind of maturity and responsibility beyond age in Shadow Moon. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said to Shadow Moon, "Shadow Moon, your article is very good. Your understanding of the will of fire has the thinking of a Hokage. The future Konoha needs young people like you who are thoughtful and responsible. Uchiha Shadow Moon heard the evaluation of the thinking of the Hokage, and Uchiha Shadow Moon didn't know how to complain in his heart. The last Uchiha Itachi who was praised by Sarutobi Hiruzen for having the thinking of the Hokage killed his parents and wiped out the entire Uchiha clan for the sake of the village. For Uchiha Itachi's behavior, my evaluation is that there is a lighter in his head. Although Haku Sarutobi Hiruzen's starting point is well-intentioned, for Shadow Moon, will of fire is obviously not in line with his values as a modern person. This value can only work in the chaotic world of the ninja world. In his previous life, no one would care. However, there are still many ninjas in this world who are deeply rooted in their hearts and minds. The brainwashing effect of the will of fire seems to be very suitable for this cruel world. Despite constant complaints in his heart, Uchiha Shadow Moon still maintained a calm attitude in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shadow Moon knew that his performance at this time was crucial. Thank you for your praise, Lord Hokage. Shadow Moon smiled slightly, with a firm tone. I will remember the spirit of the will of fire, and use it as a guide to strive to contribute my strength to Konoha. In the conversation between Shadow Moon and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only appreciated Shadow Moon's understanding of the will of fire, but also decided to further test Shadow Moon's ideas, especially Shadow Moon's plans and ideals for the future. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to ask casually, Shadow Moon, what are your plans for the future? What is your ideal as a ninja? Uchiha Shadow Moon heard this question and immediately realized that this was an important test. Shadow Moon Ming Haku, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to know his ambitions to judge his future attitude towards Konoha. Shadow Moon did not show any hesitation and decided to express a great and glorious ideal frankly. Uchiha Shadow Moon said seriously, Hokage, my ideal is to become a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with surprise, but more of appreciation. He smiled and motioned Shadow Moon to continue. Uchiha Kageki continued, I want to become Hokage. I hope that through my efforts, Konoha village will be more prosperous, and all ninjas and villagers can live in peace and no longer be troubled by war. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, with encouragement in his tone, Kageki, I am very happy that you have such an ideal, but becoming a Hokage is not an easy thing. Hokage-sama, I will work hard towards this goal. Uchiha Kageki said solemnly. Chapter 19 Ninjutsu Professor. After the conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kageki saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen again to express his gratitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to Kageki, patted him on the shoulder gently, and said in an encouraging tone, Kageki, work hard, the future Konoha needs young people like you. Uchiha Yingye felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's encouragement and expectations, and nodded solemnly, Hokage-sama, I will definitely not let you down. Go, practice well, I will always pay attention to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, then turned and walked back to his desk. Uchiha Kageki bowed deeply, then turned and left the Hokage's office. When Kageki walked out of the Hokage building, he suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in his mind. Then, the reminder of the destiny system sounded in his consciousness. Destiny system reminder, the host has been recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the destiny value is plus 500. Uchiha Kageki was delighted. As the third generation Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's recognition is extremely heavy. This not only increases his destiny value, but also means that his influence and status are further improved. But the system's reminder did not end. Destiny system reminder, the host has successfully changed the fate of the ninja world to a large extent and won a chance to draw a lottery. Uchiha Kageki was slightly stunned, and then realized that he was indeed a little too active recently. It was normal to change the future destiny to a large extent. Recently, he didn't see how his destiny value grew. Uchiha Yingye walked on the streets of Konoha village, and the voice of the destiny system still echoed in his heart. Yingye knew that the chance to draw this time was an extremely rare opportunity, which might bring him a great power boost. Uchiha Yingye silently said in his heart, "System, start the draw." Following his command, the destiny system responded immediately, and a strange energy began to surge in Yingye's consciousness, as if entering a space full of possibilities. The system interface appeared in Yingye's mind, and the draw turntable began to turn slowly, and the names of various abilities and props flickered on the turntable. Uchiha Yingye's heart was full of expectations. Yingye knew that no matter what he drew, this reward would have an important impact on his growth. As the turntable gradually slowed down, it finally stopped at the name of an ability. The voice of the system sounded in Yingye's mind again. "The system is drawing. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ability Ninjutsu Professor." Uchiha Yingye was slightly stunned. "Ninjutsu Professor?" This ability surprised him a little. "Isn't this the title of Sarutobi Hiruzen? The system then explained the function of this ability to Shadow Moon. "Ninjutsu Professor, the host gains the talent of Ninjutsu Professor. Through this ability, the host can quickly comprehend and master the principles of various ninjutsu. The speed of learning ninjutsu and the ability to understand ninjutsu will be greatly improved, and these ninjutsu can be taught to others with extremely high efficiency." Uchiha Shadow Moon carefully thought about the description of this ability and gradually realized its potential value. "Although this ability does not directly improve my combat effectiveness, it can allow me to better understand and teach ninjutsu." Shadow Moon thought to himself, "This means that I can not only learn new ninjutsu quickly, but also teach others ninjutsu faster. €1. This is really a big draw. With the ability of Ninjutsu Professor, I can master some difficult ninjutsu faster, improve my combat effectiveness, and even create some ninjutsu in the future." Then Uchiha Kageki opened the attribute panel and observed the changes in his own attributes. Character: Uchiha Kageki. Identity: Ninja School Student. Bloodline: Senju Clan Uchiha Clan. Bloodline Genkai, Sage Body 37% Sharinon, unopened, Pupil Power 82% Wood Release. Chakra, 3503.5 cards. Special Ability, Ninja World Dance King Ninjutsu Professor. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Techniques, Instant Body Technique, Uchiha Flow Technique, Uchiha Style Throwing Technique, Wood Releasia Wood Clone, Wood Releasia Sea of A Trees Advent, Wood Releasia Incision Technique, Wood Releasia Wood Ingot Wall 8 Gates, unopened. Life Value, 3,460 €. Uchiha Yingye looked at his attribute panel, and a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Yingye noticed that with the help of a series of recent training and the destiny system, his overall strength has been significantly improved. In particular, the awakening degree of Sage Body has increased to 37%, and the pupil power of Sharinon has also increased to 82%, which means that he is not far from the awakening of Sharinon. Uchiha Yingye's chakra volume has also increased significantly, and now it has reached 3.5 cards, which is enough to support him to use more advanced ninjutsu. The destiny value has been growing rapidly like a rocket during this period, and now it has reached 3,460 points. At this moment, he has undoubtedly become the focal figure of Konoha village. It can be said that Shadow Moon is now a celebrity who stirs up the storm in Konoha village. At the same time, Shadow Moon's newly acquired Ninjutsu Professor ability is also clearly displayed on the attribute panel, which makes Shadow Moon realize his potential in ninjutsu in the future. Uchiha Shadow Moon carefully observed the attribute panel, and gradually formed the next step of training and development plan in his mind. Now my chakra amount is considerable, I can try to practice higher level wood escape techniques, and continue to improve the awakening of the Sage Body and Sharinon. Shadow Moon thought in his heart, especially Sharinon, the pupil power has reached 82%, maybe soon, I will be able to successfully open Sharinon. Although the Ninjutsu Professor ability does not directly enhance combat power, it gives me new possibilities. Through this ability, I can try difficult ninjutsu faster. Shadow Moon's eyes flashed with a firm light. Uchiha Kageyuki had tested his chakra attributes before. He had 5 jutsu: fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind. He had the fire jutsu and lightning release chakra attributes that the Uchiha clan was good at, as well as the water jutsu and earth jutsu chakra attributes that the Senju clan was good at, and the wind release chakra attribute that was not common in the blood of Uchiha and Senju. In total, because of his sage body and sage eyes, his yin jutsu and yang jutsu chakra attributes would not be bad. In this way, he had all 7 jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 jutsu ninjutsu was already a ninja hero in the ninja world, so what was his 7 jutsu? The 6 Paths Sage? Uchiha Kageyuki stood quietly on the street of Konoha village, thinking about this series of events in his heart. Uchiha Kageyuki had survived this crisis of trust. He felt that he had the blood of the Senju Uchiha clan and wood jutsu, and that he was not targeted by the Konoha high-level officials, largely due to the support of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito, as the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the elder sister-in-law of Senju Tobirama, her status and influence in Konoha village cannot be ignored. Uzumaki Mito not only has powerful strength, but is also the first 9-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Senju Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect his subordinates during the negotiation with Kumagakure village, and designated Sarutobi Hiruzen as the 3rd Hokage before his death. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was only in his 20s at the time, and his strength was only that of an elite jonin. Neither his prestige nor his strength was enough to suppress the old senior who had fought in the Warring States period. But Sarutobi Hiruzen won the support of Uzumaki Mito, who had great prestige and strong strength. She was originally the daughter of Uzumaki Ashina, the head of the Uzumaki clan, and a genius of the Uzumaki clan. She married Senju Hashirama because of the marriage between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. I remember the hatred of the 9-tailed fox for Uzumaki Mito in the original work. It can be seen that the 9-tailed fox was not easy when it was sealed in Uzumaki Mito. Other Jinchuriki had to communicate with the tailed beasts, and it was not easy to obtain the tailed beast's chakra. Uzumaki Mito has a powerful sealing technique, and the 9-tailed fox's chakra can be drawn at will. For the 9-tailed fox, this is not a request, it is an order, it is slavery. Even if someone has an objection to Senju Tobirama letting Sarutobi Hiruzen inherit the Sandaime Hokage, they probably have to consider the opinion of Uzumaki Mito-sama. I was so busy beating the 9-tails that I forgot to beat you. Without the support of Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team, Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, Homura Mitokado, and others, I am afraid that they will not be able to smoothly take over the leadership of Konoha. The existence of Uzumaki Mito not only consolidates Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage, but also ensures the stability and continuation of Konoha village. It can be said that Uzumaki Mito has a great favor to them. Uzumaki Mito has a far-reaching influence on the top leaders of Konoha village. Whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo and others, they almost unconditionally support Uzumaki Mito's decision. Chapter 20, 2.5 Years of Precipitation. Yingye was full of gratitude to Uzumaki Mito in his heart. Without the support of Uzumaki Mito, as a descendant of Senju and Uchiha, he would definitely attract more attention and even hostility, especially after the ability of wood release was revealed. But it was precisely because of the protection of Uzumaki Mito that the Konoha high-level officials chose to wait and support Kageyuki instead of being hostile when facing him. After overcoming the crisis of trust, Uchiha Kageyuki decided to focus on improving his own strength and knowledge accumulation. In order to use time more efficiently, Kageyuki cleverly used the wood Kage Bunshin no Jutsu of wood release. Uchiha Kageyuki sent his wood clone to the ninja school to continue learning and consolidating the basic knowledge of the ninja world. Kageyuki also let another wood clone stay in the Konoha library to read and learn various books on ninjutsu, history, and science and technology. The rich knowledge in the Konoha library gave Kageyuki a deeper understanding of the history of the ninja world and the secrets of ninjutsu. At the same time, Kageyuki's main body followed Might Steal and Might Die, father and son, and focused on physical training. Kageyuki not only exercised his physical strength, but also continued to study the skills of the 8 gates. In the past 2 years, Yingyu's physical fitness has improved significantly, and Yingyu has become more and more proficient in the 8 gates of Dunjia. Now he can open the 4 gates of Kaiman, Xiamen, Shenmen, and Shangmen. Yingyu's other wooden clone stays in the Konoha library almost every day. The library is a treasure trove of knowledge in Konoha village. There are all kinds of books on ninjutsu, history, geography, strategy, etc. Yingyu has further enriched his knowledge reserves by reading these books, and began to have a strong interest in various complex ninjutsu. During the study in the library, Yingyu gradually noticed that there was a young man in his 20s who often appeared in the corner of the library. This young man has long grey-black hair, and his eyes reveal a kind of calmness and wisdom. He always immerses himself in various ninjutsu scrolls and ancient books, showing an extreme desire for knowledge. Uchiha Yingyu noticed the young Orochimaru. Although his current image is somewhat different from the future, Orochimaru's temperament is still quite unique. This strange guy in the entire Konoha village is probably the only Orochimaru. Yingyu decided to make friends with Orochimaru. As a scientific research genius in the original work, Orochimaru is a top-notch genius in the entire ninja world, whether it is forbidden ninjutsu, body modification, genetic modification, or scientific inventions. Having a good relationship with Orochimaru will be of great help to his future plans. One day, when Yingyu and the young man reached out for the same book about the structure of human meridians at the same time, their eyes met in the air. Yingyu noticed a flash of surprise in the other's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a polite smile. "Sorry, I didn't expect that someone else was interested in this book." The young man spoke first, his voice gentle and a little hoarse. Yingyu smiled slightly and handed the book to the other party. "No, it should be that I am late. Please use it first." The boy took the book, looked at Yingyu carefully, and then introduced himself. "My name is Orochimaru. What about you?" "Uchiha Yingyu." Yingyu responded, and he had a little interest in the name of Orochimaru. As the two talked, Yingyu found that Orochimaru was extremely interested in ninjutsu, especially various unpopular and advanced ninjutsu theories. During the communication, Yingyu, because of his ability of ninjutsu professor, the advantage of knowing the plot and the vision of modern people, constantly put forward some insightful insights, which surprised and recognized Orochimaru. As time went by, Yingyu and Orochimaru had more and more contact in the library. The two often discussed the principles and applications of ninjutsu together and exchanged each other's research experience. Yingyu's ability of ninjutsu professor gave him a very deep understanding of ninjutsu, and Orochimaru quickly absorbed Yingyu's insights with his extremely high talent and wisdom. Orochimaru gradually discovered that Yingyu was not just an ordinary ninja who loved learning. His understanding and analysis of ninjutsu were no less than his own, and even better in some aspects. "At first I thought I was pursuing knowledge alone, but I didn't expect that. Yingyu, you are the same," Orochimaru said with a rare sigh in his tone after a discussion. Yingyu smiled. "Knowledge is the source of power. I have a strong interest in knowledge and hope to master more." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with recognition and appreciation. "Yingyu, I rarely meet people like you. You and I are both geniuses." Yingyu felt Orochimaru's recognition. Although their goals may be different, their pursuit of knowledge has allowed them to establish a deep friendship during these times in the library. Once, the two discussed until late at night. Uchiha Yingyu and Orochimaru sat in the corner of the library, with various books piled in front of them. The two were already immersed in the discussion of future plans and goals. "Yingyu, what do you want to do in the future?" Orochimaru suddenly asked, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Uchiha Kageyuki thought for a moment and answered frankly, "My ideal is to become a Hokage and protect the peace and stability of Konoha village." Orochimaru smiled slightly after hearing this, and his eyes flashed with wisdom. Becoming a Hokage is a great goal. But I have different pursuits. I want to master all ninjutsu and explore all mysteries. Uchiha Kagyu nodded. Everyone has his own pursuits. In any case, I hope we can all find true power on the road to pursuing our ideals. Orochimaru nodded solemnly. Yes, Kagyu. I look forward to exploring the limits of ninjutsu and discovering the truth of this world with you in the future. Uchiha Kagyu recalled his understanding of the plot of Naruto and his vision as a modern person, and gradually a bold plan emerged in his heart. With the ability of ninjutsu professor, Kagyu's understanding and research ability of ninjutsu are far beyond ordinary people. Kagyu knows that through the combination of science and ninjutsu, exploring the secrets of the ninja world and enhancing strength is definitely a major direction in the future. Orochimaru's talent should not be underestimated. If we can cooperate with him and build a laboratory, we may be able to explore many hidden powers and even have a chance to unlock the powerful secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. Shadow Moon thought to himself, with a shrewd light in his eyes. Uchiha Shadow Moon began to imagine that the future laboratory is not only a place to study ninjutsu, but also a base for extensive experiments, analysis, and creation, studying various ninjutsu, blood limit, chakra properties, and even genetic experiments to explore the source of the Otsutsuki clan's powerful power. Chapter 21 Orochimaru. Then Uchiha Shadow Moon decided to trick Orochimaru into working for him. At present, Orochimaru, who is in his 20s, has not built his own laboratory. He may be able to fund him. According to the future plot, even if he does not fund Orochimaru to build a laboratory, Orochimaru will build his own laboratory and get Danzo's financial support to conduct wood escape experiments. Uchiha Kageyuki knew that in order to make Orochimaru willing to work for him, he had to proceed step by step and not rush. So he decided to gradually reveal his interest in setting up a laboratory in daily communication and show his support and understanding of Orochimaru's research direction. After a discussion in the library, Shadow Moon casually mentioned, Orochimaru, have you ever thought that if we can have a special place to conduct research and experiments on various ninjutsu, we may be able to explore the secrets of ninjutsu more efficiently? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with interest, and he showed great interest in Shadow Moon's proposal. Laboratory? Indeed, if there is a special research place, I believe there will be more discoveries. Uchiha Shadow Moon noticed Orochimaru's interest and continued, I have been studying some theories about chakra and blood limit recently. If there is a laboratory, we may be able to study these contents more deeply, and even solve some long-standing mysteries, such as the source of the power of blood limit. After listening, Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. Blood limit is indeed a direction worth studying. Their power exceeds the scope of conventional ninjutsu. Unlocking their secrets may bring great power. Uchiha Kagyu looked at Orochimaru with a smile, and said with a hint of guidance, Orochimaru, we can build this laboratory together. You are responsible for the specific research and experiments, and I will provide resources and theoretical support. We can explore the limits of ninjutsu together and even create a new power. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly, it sounds interesting, Kagyu. I am very interested in your proposal. Uchiha Kagyu was secretly satisfied, knowing that his plan had taken the first step towards success. As long as he continued to guide and support, Orochimaru would definitely devote himself to the research of the laboratory in the future, and he could obtain a lot of research results through this cooperation, and even unlock the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan and enhance his own strength. Uchiha Kagyu decided to fund Orochimaru to build a laboratory and gave him great autonomy, but at the same time he also asked for a part of the research results. In order to show his sincerity, he decided to invest 20 million taels as the start-up capital of the laboratory. Uchiha Kagyu smiled slightly and got straight to the point, I plan to fund you 20 million taels to build a laboratory. You can manage and operate the laboratory completely independently according to your wishes and needs. I only ask for one condition, you must also give me a copy of your research results. €1. Orochimaru heard this, a trace of surprise and thought flashed in his eyes. He knew that it would take a lot of money and resources to build a high-level laboratory, and Yingye's proposal was obviously very tempting. Orochimaru, I have always admired your research on ninjutsu and unknown things. Yingye continued, his tone full of sincerity. I think you have extraordinary potential and can create a new era in the field of ninjutsu. I am willing to provide you with resources and support, and I only hope that you can lead us further in this field. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Yingye's proposal was very attractive. Although he himself had talent and wisdom, it was obvious that resources and funds were a huge obstacle to completing such a large-scale experimental research independently. In the end, Orochimaru slowly smiled and nodded. Yingyu, your proposal is very attractive. 20 million taels is enough to build a laboratory, which will also allow me to focus more on research. As for the research results, I agree to share them with you. Uchiha Yingye was delighted, knowing that Orochimaru had accepted his proposal. Orochimaru continued, I will design and manage the laboratory according to my ideas, and you can also visit and participate in the research at any time. As long as you can provide enough resources for the laboratory, I believe that we can make breakthrough progress in the field of ninjutsu. Uchiha Yingye smiled slightly and expressed his approval. Of course, I will fully support the operation of the laboratory. Orochimaru, I believe that our cooperation will definitely bring new power and changes to the ninja world. After reaching a cooperation intention, Yingye immediately arranged the transfer of funds and assisted Orochimaru in finding a suitable location for the laboratory. In a remote place outside Konoha village, Orochimaru's laboratory gradually took shape, and various advanced equipment and research materials were introduced one after another. Yingye went to the laboratory from time to time to discuss the research progress with Orochimaru and put forward his own insights and ideas. The two cooperated with each other, and the research in the laboratory gradually deepened, and began to explore various advanced ninjutsu, blood limit, and even involved the mysteries of human body transformation and chakra. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Shadow Moon's support. Shadow Moon was not only a talented ninja, but also a planner with far-sighted vision and courage. Orochimaru secretly sighed in his heart that he could meet a partner like Shadow Moon, which might be an important step to realize his ideal. Shadow Moon secretly planned in his heart that he would continuously improve his strength through this laboratory, and at the same time explore the secret of the powerful power of the Otsutsuki clan, which would be an important step for him to rise in the ninja world. Waiting for the future to obtain Hashirama cells, so that he can start to explore and study the power of Senjo Hashirama, and at the same time accelerate the development of his own sage body. After all, if you only rely on Deep Blue to increase your sage body, the life value consumed is too huge. Through the rough estimate of using the life system to increase points, you can draw a conclusion: as the rank of the sage body continues to rise, the life value required will also increase accordingly. For example, if the progress is 1%, the immortal body at about 20% and the immortal body above 60% may consume more than 10 or even dozens of times more life points to improve. This is undoubtedly an unacceptable data. Therefore, it is very necessary to build a laboratory and fund Orochimaru. It is undoubtedly a wise move to use Uchiha Shadow Moon's already abundant funds in exchange for precious life points. As long as a safe and effective method can be successfully developed to transplant Hashirama cells and further improve the development progress of one's own immortal body, no matter how much money is spent, it is worth it. Not to mention a mere 20 million taels, even 200 million is worth it. After all, this will bring huge rewards and benefits. Moreover, Uchiha Shadow Moon plans to continue to increase investment in Orochimaru's laboratory in the future to promote greater progress in this important research work. Chapter 22. This is 8 years old? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yingye has been in the Naruto world for more than 2 years. In these 2 years, Yingye has not wasted a minute, making full use of the help of the destiny system and the vision of modern people to continuously improve his strength and knowledge. Uchiha Yingye's training is high intensity. Whether it is ninjutsu, physical skills or chakra control, he is strict with himself. Every day is arranged compactly and fully. Yingye shuttles back and forth between the Konoha Library, the training ground of Might Steel, and Orochimaru's laboratory, exercising, studying, and researching, striving for all-round development. In terms of diet and nutrition, Uchiha Yingye also made great efforts. Less effort. Yingye clearly knows that a strong body is the foundation of all ninjutsu and fighting. Therefore, he not only pays attention to exercise, but also ensures that his body grows in the best condition through rich diet and supplements. Today, Uchiha Yingye is 8 years old, but his height has reached 172 centimeters. Such an amazing growth rate makes Yingye stand out among his peers. Uchiha Yingye's handsome appearance obviously inherited the excellent genes of the Uchiha clan. His iconic long black hair, like a waterfall, sets off his well-defined facial features. Uchiha Yingye's appearance can be described as a typical Uchiha handsome guy image, as if Uchiha Madara reappeared when he was young. The deep black pupils reveal a calmness and confidence, as if everything is under control. Whenever Yingye stands quietly, his calm and cold temperament always reminds people of the scene of Uchiha Madara on the battlefield. However, compared with Madara, Uchiha Kagyu is more robust and strong. 2 years of high-intensity physical training, especially training with Might Steel and Might Dai, has made his muscles like steel. Kagyu's body is full of strength, and every muscle has been carefully carved, looking like a macho image from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Uchiha Kagyu deliberately strengthened his muscle lines, and each part of his body showed a perfect combination of proportion and strength. His strong chest muscles, distinct abdominal muscles, and thick arms all showed his outstanding achievements in physical training. Even in the ninja world, such a physique is absolutely rare. With the improvement of strength, Kagyu's temperament has also changed significantly. He is no longer the ordinary boy when he first arrived in the ninja world, but gradually showed the majesty and momentum similar to Uchiha Madara. Every step of Kagyu carries a sense of power that cannot be ignored, as if he is ready to burst out amazing power at any time. His eyes are sharp and deep, revealing his insight and control of the future. His calmness make people feel awe and trust in him. When interacting with others, Yingye no longer shows simple friendliness, but a natural leadership temperament. Yingye knows how to control the situation and how to convince and follow the people around him. This temperament has gradually made Yingye have a group of loyal supporters in Konoha village. In the past 2 years of high-intensity training and learning, Yingye has not only changed significantly in appearance and temperament, but also greatly improved his strength. At night in Konoha village, Yingye stood in the middle of the training ground, feeling the chakra filling his body and his strong body, and with a thought, he summoned the attribute panel of the destiny system. The system interface appeared in his mind, showing his current detailed attributes. Character, Uchiha Shadow Moon. Identity, Ninja School Student. Bloodline, Senju Clan Uchiha Clan. Kekkei Genkai, Sage Body 49% Sharinon, Tomo 2, Eye Power 92% Wood Style. Chakra, 8008 cards. Special Ability, Ninja World Dance King Ninjutsu Professor. Ninjutsu, 3 Body Techniques, Instant Body Technique, Uchiha Flow Technique, Uchiha Style Throwing Technique, Wood Stylia Wood Clone, Wood Stylia Sea of A Trees Descend, Wood Stylia Cutting Technique, Wood Stylia Wood Ingot Wall 8 Gates, 6th Gate Jingman, Fire Stylia Great Fireball Technique, Fire Stylia Great Fire Extinguishment, Fire Stylia Dragon Flame Song Technique, Earth Stylia Earth Flow Wall, Water Stylia Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Life Value. 2 years ago, Uchiha Kagyu's Sage Body Awakening was far from the current level. Through the continuous investment of the Destiny system and his own growth and training, his Sage Body has reached 49%, which is a very impressive progress. The Sage Body gives him extraordinary chakra and body recovery ability. Uchiha Kagyu's chakra has now reached 8,000. Ordinary Jonins only have about 5,000 chakras, and Uchiha Kagyu has more chakra than Jonins before he becomes a genin. In terms of Sharinon, Keijiya has also made significant progress. Because of the fusion of souls, Uchiha Keijiya's pupil power grows very fast. From the first tomo to the second tomo in the battle, his pupil power has almost reached the peak, reaching 92%. It is estimated that it will not take long before he can open the third tomo Sharingan. Keijiya can clearly feel the huge increase brought by Sharingan. Whether it is dynamic vision, insight, or reaction speed in battle, they have all made a qualitative leap due to the evolution of Sharingan. As Sharingan grows further, he will have the opportunity to unlock a higher level of eye power, which will surely increase his strength again. In terms of mastering ninjutsu, Yingye learned the fire escape of the Uchiha clan, the great fireball technique known as the compassionate ninjutsu, and the Uchiha clan's Hamadara used the great fire extinguishing technique in the Ninja World War, as well as the directional tracking dragon flame song technique. At the same time, Uchiha Keijiya was able to freely use a variety of wood-release ninjutsu, and showed extremely strong control and destructive power in battle. He also learned Earth Flow Wall and Water Dragon Bullet in Earth Release and Water Release, but did not learn too many ninjutsu, because future enemies have the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Whether facing 6 paths level enemies or the Otsutsuki clan, traditional ninjutsu is not very useful, and senjutsu and taijutsu can achieve good results. Because senjutsu cannot be learned now, Uchiha Keijiya chose to practice his own taijutsu, and Uchiha Keijiya also made great breakthroughs in taijutsu. In the past 2 years, he has studied with Senior Might Steel and successfully opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Jingmen, which gave him speed and strength far beyond ordinary people, making him almost unmatched in physical battles. Although the 8 gates of ninjutsu is powerful, it is not without cost. As the number of gates increases, the violent degree of chakra in the body also increases, and the difficulty of control is greatly increased. This means that Uchiha Keijiya who has opened the high-level 8 gates cannot release some difficult ninjutsu. At present, Keijiya's control is that he can release ninjutsu normally when opening 2 gates. The second is the side effect of the 8 gates. Since the 8 gates is an explosion of the body's cell chakra, the greater the power of its explosion, the greater the damage to the body's cells. Opening the death gate is like starting a fission reaction in the body's cells. Although it can gain dozens of times the power, it will also burn out the body's power. Therefore, Uchiha Keijiya generally does not open a higher level of the 8 gates. Chapter 23 Heitake Sakumo. In the past 2 years, Uchiha Keijiya's reputation in Konoha village has gradually become louder. Uchiha Keijiya not only firmly holds the position of the first genius in the ninja school with his strong talent and strength, but also wins the trust and respect of the villagers through a series of good deeds. Uchiha Keijiya continued to sponsor the Konoha orphanage to help orphans who lost their loved ones in the war. Every time he went to the orphanage, Keijiya would bring a large amount of money and living supplies to ensure that these children could receive good care and education. Keijiya never spared his time for these children, and often taught them some simple ninjutsu and survival skills in person. The villagers saw that Keijiya, a genius from the Uchiha clan, was not only outstanding in combat, but also so concerned about the weak, and they couldn't help but have more affection and respect for him. Uchiha Keijiya's good deeds gradually broke the stereotype of the Uchiha clan being cold and arrogant among the villagers. In the ninja school, Uchiha Keijiya not only had superior strength, but also showed amazing learning ability. Uchiha Keijiya combined the destiny system with the modern way of thinking, and had a deep and unique understanding of ninjutsu, physical skills, and tactics. Whether it was a theoretical exam or a practical exercise, he could easily achieve excellent results. Even Namikaze Minato, a genius who is amazing in the original work, can only be second to Uchiha Keijiya. Although Minato is extremely talented in ninjutsu, Keijiya's comprehensive development and mature combat experience make him slightly better in all aspects. Although Uchiha Keijiya occupies the position of the first genius in the ninja school, Keijiya is not proud of it, but pays more attention to the relationship with his classmates. Uchiha Kageki often helps those classmates who have difficulties in training and patiently guides them on how to improve themselves. This selfless attitude has won him widespread support and friendship among his peers. Uchiha Kageki pays special attention to the relationship with Namikaze Minato. Kageki not only guides Minato in ninjutsu and combat, but also cares about him in life and takes care of the future fourth Hokage like an elder brother. With the help of Uchiha Kageki, Minato grows faster. Minato is full of respect and gratitude for Kageki and regards him as his elder brother. In many cases, Minato would take the initiative to ask Shadow Moon various questions. Whether it was combat skills, ninjutsu experience, or life confusion, Shadow Moon would answer patiently, and Uchiha Shadow Moon also gained more destiny from the interaction with Minato. Through this series of actions to help raise the hope, Uchiha Shadow Moon's destiny continued to grow. Even if most of the destiny was invested in the increase of the immortal body, he still had some destiny now. Uchiha Shadow Moon felt that it was time to graduate from the ninja school and become a real ninja. Only in missions and battles can one continuously improve his strength, temper his will, and temper his actual combat ability. Uchiha Shadow Moon made a decision. Shadow Moon will apply to the teacher of the ninja school to graduate early, become a genin, and start his journey in the ninja world. Subsequently, Uchiha Shadow Moon passed the genin exam with a nearly perfect performance and became a formal genin of Konoha village. The documents of Uchiha Shadow Moon passing the exam were quickly sent to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the desk, looking through the information of Shadow Moon, with a trace of relief and thought in his eyes. The growth rate of Shadow Moon is far beyond my expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, his strength is far beyond the standard of becoming a genin, but he has just graduated from the ninja school. Now that he has become a ninja, it is time to arrange a suitable team for him. The special identity of Uchiha Shadow Moon made Sarutobi Hiruzen particularly cautious when selecting the jonin to lead the team. He needed a jonin who was strong and able to deal with various complex situations to lead Shadow Moon. After thinking again and again, a name emerged in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind: Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo, Konoha Haku. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered, he is not only powerful and calm, but also has rich combat experience. He is the best candidate to lead Shadow Moon. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately decided to arrange Uchiha Shadow Moon to Heitake Sakumo's team. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to consider the other two teammates of Heitake Sakumo's team. Due to the special status of Shadow Moon, the selection of teammates needs to be particularly cautious. Coincidentally, the chiefs of the Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan frequently mentioned their clansmen in front of him recently, hoping that their outstanding clansmen could practice with Uchiha Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon's teammates must have certain strength and match his status. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, the heads of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans recommended two female ninjas. They are good-looking and talented. It is easy to guess what they are thinking. They probably want to marry with the Uchiha clan. But Shadow Moon does need more ties with the village. He decided to respect the opinions of the heads of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans and arrange them in Shadow Moon's team. The two female ninjas are Yamanaka Chinitsu, a young female ninja from the Yamanaka clan, with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes, gentle but tough personality, good at the family's mind-turning technique, somewhat similar to the future Yamanaka Ino, with the same charm and talent. Hyuga Ayane, a female ninja from the Hyuga clan, with typical Hyuga family characteristics, Haku eyes and black hair, introverted and firm personality, good at soft fists and defensive ninjutsu, a bit like the future Hyuga Hinata, although weak in appearance, but strong in heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally signed his name on Shadow Moon's document, announcing that Shadow Moon officially became a genin of Konoha village, and placed him in the team led by Heitake Sakumo. When Shadow Moon received the notice and learned that he had officially become a genin, his heart was very calm. The life in the ninja school could no longer bring him more growth. Only in real missions and battles could he continue to improve himself. When Uchiha Shadow Moon learned that his leader Jonin was Heitake Sakumo, he was not surprised. He had already guessed in his heart that the age and strength were more suitable, and the one who would come to become his leader Jonin was most likely Heitake Sakumo. But when he learned that he would form a team with Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hyuga Ayane, Yingye was a little surprised. Yingye recalled the days in the ninja school. Although he had a good relationship with these two classmates, he did not have much contact. Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hyuga Ayane, their strength is pretty good, but... Yingye thought of their performance in the ninja school and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. It's just that they seem to pay too much attention to me. Uchiha Yingye knew that he was very popular in Konoha village, especially in the ninja school. Whether it was because of Yingye's outstanding appearance, strong strength, or tall and strong figure, he attracted the attention of many peers, and Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hyuga Ayane seemed to be particularly fond of Yingye. Chapter 24 Heitake Sakumo's Test. One day later. At the training ground of Konoha village, Yingye had his first formal meeting with the new team members Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hyuga Ayane. The sun shone on them. Yingye was still calm and confident, while Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hinata Ayane seemed a little nervous. When Yingye approached, Chinitsu's cheeks suddenly flushed. She unconsciously raised her hand to tidy up her long golden hair and looked at Yingye with an evasive look. Although she tried to stay calm, her blue eyes still revealed a hint of joy that could not be concealed. "Hello, Yingye-kun." Chinitsu's voice trembled slightly, and she seemed to be trying to control her emotions. Hinata Ayane stood next to Chinitsu. Although her face was also slightly flushed, Chinitsu is more reserved and restrained. She lowered her head, twisted her hands nervously, and seemed afraid to look directly at Yingye. Her voice was soft and delicate. "Yingye-kun, please give me more advice." Uchiha Yingye saw their reactions and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Yingye knew that she was very popular among her peers, but she didn't want to make her teammates feel uncomfortable in cooperation because of her appearance and strength. "Chinitsu, Ayane, you don't have to be so restrained," Yingye said with a smile, trying to make her tone sound more relaxed. "We are members of the same team. To complete the task together, mutual trust and cooperation are the most important." Chinitsu couldn't help blushing again when she heard Yingye say this, and nodded quickly. "Well, yes, Yingye-kun, you are right." And Ayane also nodded gently. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, the tension in her eyes seemed to be slightly relieved. Heitake Sakumo Jonin has not arrived yet. Uchiha Kageki, Hinata Ayane, Yamanaka Chinitsu and others have arrived at the agreed place in advance. In order to ease the embarrassment, Uchiha Kageki decided to start training. As the training progressed, Kageki gradually discovered that these two female classmates paid more attention to him than he thought. In a simple physical training, Kageki demonstrated a set of basic physical movements. The movements were swift and smooth, and the muscle lines were particularly clear in the sun. Chinitsu and Ayane watched intently, especially Chinitsu, who almost couldn't help but exclaimed, "Kageki-kun has a great figure." Chinitsu whispered to Ayane, with a hint of admiration in her voice. Although Ayane didn't say anything, the blush on her face became more obvious. During a ninjutsu training, when Kageki successfully released a great fireball technique, Chinitsu excitedly clapped and cheered. "Kageki is so awesome." This inexplicable flower-crazy behavior made Kageki feel a little embarrassed and helpless. Just when Uchiha Kageki, Yamanaka Chinitsu, and Hinata Ayane met for the first time and interacted a little, a steady footstep was heard. The three turned their heads and saw a man in a dark grey ninja uniform walking towards them. His haku hair was particularly eye-catching in the sun, and there was a faint smile on his face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. However, the three of them felt the calm and powerful aura emanating from him. "I am Heitake Sakumo," he walked in front of the three people, his voice was calm and powerful. "From today on, I will be your guiding jonin." When Kagejiki heard this name, his heart was slightly shaken. Shadow Moon knew who Heitake Sakumo was, an elite jonin of Konoha village, known as Konoha Hakia, famous in the ninja world for his extraordinary swordsmanship and swiftness. It was undoubtedly a great honor to have such a legendary ninja as the guiding jonin of their team. Heitake Sakumo smiled and looked at the three people. Before we officially start the mission, let's introduce ourselves first. Everyone gets to know each other, which is very important for future cooperation. Uchiha Shadow Moon spoke first, confidently and calmly. Uchiha Shadow Moon, good at fire escape and wood escape, also has some research on physical skills and tactics. My goal is to become a Hokage and protect Konoha. Shadow Moon's voice was firm and powerful, showing his confidence in himself and his vision for the future. Then, Yamanaka Chinitsu stood up a little nervously. Yamanaka Chinitsu, good at the art of heart turn, the goal is to become an excellent medical ninja, to provide support for the village and teammates. Although her voice was a little nervous, her tone was full of firm determination. Finally, Hinata Ayane raised her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. Hinata Ayane, I am good at soft fist and defensive ninjutsu. I hope to become a ninja who can protect everyone. Although her voice was not loud, the tenacity in it could not be ignored. Heitake Sakumo nodded and expressed satisfaction with their self-introduction. Very good, each of you has your own strengths and goals. This is a good start, but to become a real ninja, these are not enough. We need to understand each other through actual battles. Heitake Sakumo stood in the center of the venue, his hands folded in front of his chest, his expression became serious. Next, I will test your strength. I hope that the three of you will go all out and attack me as hard as you can. The goal is to make me serious. Yingyu, Chinitsu, and Ayana looked at each other after hearing this, and then each of them took a fighting stance. Yingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Sharingan flashed red, quickly analyzing every move of Sakumo. Chinitsu crossed her fingers in front of her chest, preparing to perform the heart turn technique, while Ayane opened her Haku eyes, ready to cooperate with Yingyu's attack. Are you ready? Sakumo smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to hold the Haku Fang short knife behind him, and said lightly. Yingyu's heart moved, and he launched an attack instantly. He was extremely fast, and appeared in front of Sakumo in almost an instant, and a powerful physical technique hit Sakumo's side abdomen. However, Sakumo turned slightly, and Keijetsuki's attack passed by. At the same time, Chinitsu also launched the heart turn technique from a distance, trying to control Sakumo's movements. However, Sakumo just slightly adjusted his chakra flow and easily resolved Chinitsu's control. Seeing this, Ayana quickly stepped forward and used soft fists to hit Sakumo's meridians. Although her speed was not as fast as Keijetsuki, her attack was accurate, trying to suppress Sakumo's movements at close range. However, Sakumo responded with extraordinary reaction speed and agility almost when the three attacks were launched at the same time. He easily dodged the attacks of Keijetsuki and Ayane, and at the same time pulled out the Haku tooth short knife to prepare for a counter-attack. At this time, Keijetsuki, Chinitsuki, and Ayane quickly adjusted their tactics. Keijetsuki launched an attack again, suppressing Sakumo's movements in a more flexible way, while Chinitsu took the opportunity to launch a supporting technique behind Sakumo, and Ayane also attacked from the side at the same time. The three tacitly cooperated perfectly. Heitake Sakumo felt the tacit understanding and determination in the three people's attack, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His Haku tooth short sword gently waved to dissolve Keijetsuki's attack, but he obviously increased the output of chakra, indicating that he had begun to take this test seriously. In the end, under the strong physical suppression of Uchiha Keijetsuki, Chinitsu's heart-turning technique successfully locked Sakumo's action, and Ayana's soft fist also accurately hit Sakumo's chakra point. Sakumo paused for a moment and raised his hand to signal the three to stop attacking. Very good, Sakumo nodded gently and put away the Haku tooth short knife. Your cooperation is very tacit, especially Uchiha Yingyu. Your speed and combat judgment are very good at this age. Chinitsu's hard-turning technique and Ayana's soft fist are also very good. The three of you are indeed a strong team. Sakumo walked in front of the three people, his expression was serious but full of encouragement. I am very satisfied with your performance. From today on, we are a team. In future missions, I hope you can continue to maintain this tacit understanding and cooperation, play to your strengths, and grow together. Yingyu, Chinitsu, and Ayane responded in unison, yes, Teacher Sakumo. Yingyu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Yingyu knew that he and his teammates had passed this test and were recognized by Sakumo. Next, they will face greater challenges together. Chapter 25 Execution of the Mission. In the next few days, Heitake Sakumo had an in-depth understanding and observation of his three new team members. As a new ninja team, understanding and cooperation between team members are extremely important, and as the guiding Jonin, he has the responsibility to ensure that each team member can fully realize their potential and maintain efficient cooperation in future missions. Heitake Sakumo first carefully observed Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu. Although both of them are new genin, their basic strength is already above average among the students graduating in the same year, showing good potential. Ayane's soft fist and Haku eyes give her a great advantage in close combat, and her defense ability and chakra control are also quite good. Although Ayane is introverted and slightly conservative in battle, her potential should not be underestimated. Heitake Sakumo believes that after more practical experience and psychological training, Ayane is expected to become an excellent combat ninja. Chinitsu's heart-turning technique is outstanding in tactical support and remote control. Although her ninjutsu is mainly auxiliary, it can play a great role in cooperating with teammates. Chinitsu has agile tactical thinking and is good at using the environment and the enemy's psychology to formulate strategies. However, Chinitsu's strength in frontal combat is slightly insufficient, and her comprehensive combat ability needs to be further strengthened. However, what Heitake Sakumo is most concerned about is naturally Uchiha Kageki. Uchiha Kageki's strength is far beyond the level of ordinary genin. Heitake Sakumo has tested Kageki's ability many times during the training in the past few days. Whether it is physical skills, ninjutsu, or combat strategy, Kageki has shown considerable maturity and sophistication. What surprised Sakumo the most was that Kageki showed a lot of chakra and control, which far exceeded the average genin or even jonin. Sakumo thought to himself, Kageki's strength is much stronger than I expected. He not only showed the talent of the Uchiha clan, but also inherited the wood escape of Senjo Hashirama. I am afraid that there are few opponents in the entire ninja world with this kind of power. However, Heitake Sakumo was keenly aware that Kageki did not seem to fully demonstrate his full strength. Sakumo could see that Kageki was reserved in some aspects, perhaps out of caution, or perhaps to protect his real trump card. What is he hiding? Heitake Sakumo thought to himself, even though he has performed so well, Kageki still chooses to retain his strength. It seems that he has his own plans for the future. Through the in-depth understanding of the past few days, Heitake Sakumo has a clear understanding of his team members. He is satisfied that although Chinitsu and Ayane's strength cannot be compared with Kageki for the time being, they both have good potential. As long as they are given enough time and training, they will definitely grow into outstanding ninjas. For Kagyu, Sakumo decided to give him more attention and guidance. Kagyu's strength has surpassed the level of genin, but Sakumo knows that relying solely on strong power is not enough to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Kagyu needs more practical experience and understanding of teamwork. The overall strength of the Kagyu team has far exceeded the level of ordinary genin, especially Kagyu's own strong potential, which makes Sakumo feel that it is no longer necessary to continue some low-intensity D-level tasks. Trivial D-level tasks such as taking them to find cats and clearing rivers are meaningless to Kagyu and his team members. Heitake Sakumo thought in his heart, they need higher intensity challenges to truly grow. So, Sakumo decided to let the Kagyu team accept sea-level tasks directly. Such tasks can not only allow them to be exposed to more realistic battles, but also exercise their teamwork ability. He wants to further hone this team through actual combat and prepare them for more difficult tasks in the future. The next morning, Sakumo led Kageki, Yamanaka Chinitsu, and Hinata Ayane to the Hokage building. In the corridor, Kageki and his party met several other ninja teams, some of which were receiving D-level tasks, while others were filling out task completion reports. Kageki noticed that many team members were complaining about the monotony and boredom of the tasks. Another cat-finding task. Kageki heard a ninja complain, "When can we receive more challenging tasks?" Uchiha Kageki smiled. Although these D-level tasks are routine training for new genin, they are indeed a bit boring for a team like them that already has strong combat effectiveness. Arriving at the task entrustment office of the Hokage building, Heitake Sakumo talked with the staff in charge of task allocation for a while, and then turned to look at the Kageki team. "Today we won't do the usual D-level missions," Sakumo said. "We're going to take a C-level mission, which is a commission to eliminate bandits, and the target is a village in the Land of Fire." When Yingyu, Chinitsu, and Ayane heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. C-level missions mean higher rewards and greater risks, but this is also a challenge they have been looking forward to for a long time. Heitake Sakumo briefly introduced the background of the mission to the Yingyu team. A remote village in the Land of Fire has recently been occupied by a group of vicious bandits. These bandits not only robbed the villagers of their property, but also cruelly abused the villagers. There are even rumors that they have begun to rob passing caravans. This evil behavior has attracted the attention of the local lord, so Konoha village was commissioned to send ninjas to eliminate it. This mission is very dangerous. Although it is only a C-level mission, we are facing a group of reckless bandits. Heitake Sakumo said, "They may be numerous and very ferocious, so you must remain highly vigilant." Uchiha Kageki nodded, with a firm look in his eyes. "This is the first real mission of our team, we will do our best." Chinitsu and Ayane also expressed their determination. Although they were a little nervous, they were more looking forward to the mission and confident in their strength. After the mission was determined, the Kageki team immediately sorted out their equipment and prepared to set off. Sakumo reminded again before departure, "Remember, maintain teamwork and don't act alone. We must ensure that everyone can complete the mission safely." Under Sakumo's leadership, Kageki, Chinitsu, and Ayane quickly left Konoha village and headed towards the village where the mission target was located. On the way to the target village, the Kageki team walked through the forests and mountains of the Land of Fire at a steady pace. Sakumo led the way in front, and Kageki followed closely behind, always keeping alert. Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hinata Ayane stood on both sides, paying attention to the surrounding movements. Along the way, Sakuma stopped from time to time to observe the surrounding terrain and imparted some experience and precautions on the execution of the mission to Yingyu and the other two. Yingyu listened carefully and silently remembered Sakuma's suggestions in her heart. Sakuma also said to Yingyu, "Although each of you is very strong, remember that teamwork is the key to completing the mission. Don't ignore the role of the team because of your personal strength." Uchiha Yingyu nodded solemnly, and his determination to work closely with his teammates became more determined. As they gradually approached the target village, Uchiha Yingyu felt the tension in the air gradually intensified. The real battle was about to come. This would be the first real test of their team. Chapter 26, Eliminate the Bandits. The Yingyu team finally arrived at the village where the mission target was located. Heitake Sakuma led Yingyu, Yamanaka Chinitsu, and Hinata Ayane to lurk in a dense forest outside the village, observing the situation in the village from a high place. There were about dozens of bandits scattered in every corner of the village. They were dressed in messy clothes and held various weapons. They did not look strong, but there were many of them and they looked very violent. Shuomao frowned slightly and observed carefully. After a while, he confirmed that these bandits did not have the aura of ninjas, and most of them were ordinary villains. He secretly decided to take this opportunity to train the combat ability of the Shadow Moon team and let them deal with this group of bandits alone. Shadow Moon, these bandits are not strong, but there are many of them. Sakumo said to Shadow Moon softly, I decided not to take action, and let the three of you solve it by yourselves. Plan your tactics well and show your teamwork. Uchiha Shadow Moon nodded to show his understanding. Although he was a little nervous, he was more expectant. This was the first actual combat of their team and the first time Shadow Moon faced a real enemy. Those bandits not only looted the village, but also cruelly abused the villagers. They were extremely evil. With Sakumo's tacit approval, Shadow Moon quickly formulated a tactic. Uchiha Shadow Moon considered that there were many bandits, and a direct frontal assault might put his teammates in danger, so Shadow Moon decided to adopt a strategy to disperse the enemy. Chinitsu, your heart turn technique can control the outermost bandits first, and try to make them attack each other and create chaos. Shadow Moon instructed, Ayane, you use the Haku-eye to observe the surrounding environment and find the best attack route, and at the same time be responsible for protecting Chinitsu's safety. Chinitsu and Ayane nodded in agreement. They both knew that Haku, Shadow Moon's tactics are to minimize risks while gradually weakening the enemy's strength. I will launch a surprise attack from a high place, first use fire escape to attack the enemy's core, and then quickly enter the battlefield, using physical skills and wood escape to clean up the remaining enemies. Shadow Moon continued, with a hint of calm murderous intent in his eyes. After the plan was determined, the Shadow Moon team quickly split up. Chinitsu lurked at the outermost edge, ready to perform the heart turn technique, while Ayane used the Haku-eye to detect the enemy's movements. Uchiha Shadow Moon chose a commanding position and prepared to launch the first fatal attack. As Chinitsu's heart turn technique successfully controlled several bandits, a chaotic fight suddenly broke out among the bandits. Taking advantage of the bandits' panic, Yingye took decisive action. Yingye quickly formed a seal and blasted a powerful fire-style, great fireball technique towards the core area of the bandits. The blazing flames instantly engulfed several bandits, and screams followed. Immediately afterwards, Yingye used the wood-style, wood clone technique to create multiple clones and attack the bandits from different directions. However, when Yingye stabbed a bandit's chest with the kunao in his hand for the first time and felt the cold recoil, Yingye's heart trembled suddenly, blood splattered on Yingye's face, the bandit let out a last shrill scream, and Yingye's arm trembled slightly because of the violent impact. This was the first time Yingye killed someone with his own hands. Although Yingye knew that these bandits were guilty of heinous crimes and deserved death, as a soul that traveled from a peaceful era, such killing still brought a huge moral shock to Yingye. A complex emotion surged in Yingye's heart, and he felt nauseous and dizzy, but then forced himself to calm down. Yingye knew that this was an unavoidable reality in the ninja world, and he must adapt to and overcome this psychological barrier as soon as possible. This is for the villagers, and for my teammates. Yingye muttered in his heart, constantly adjusting his emotions. Just as Yingye forcibly suppressed the fluctuations in his heart, Yingye felt a sudden sharp pain in the Sharinan in his eyes, and countless blurred images seemed to appear in his vision. Then, he felt that his pupil power began to fluctuate violently. The 2-tomo Sharinan, which was almost full, finally broke through at this moment and evolved into 3-tomo Sharinan. With the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharinan, Shadow Moon's vision, reaction speed, and dynamic insight instantly improved to a higher level. The movements of those bandits became unusually slow and clear in his eyes. He could accurately predict the movements of each enemy and make the best response. Shadow Moon clenched the kunao in his hand and re-entered the battle. Shadow Moon's movements became more rapid and precise, as if he had opened up some extraordinary fighting instincts, and every attack hit the enemy's vital points. At this time, the ability of the Ninja World Dance King was also brought to the extreme. Shadow Moon was like a black lightning, quickly shuttling through the bandits, and the bandits fell down wherever they passed. At the same time, Ayane and Chinitsu also cooperated tacitly beside him. Ayano used the Haku Eye to accurately guide Shadow Moon, helping him avoid possible traps and ambushes, while Chinitsu interfered with and weakened the enemy's combat effectiveness through the hard turn technique. In the end, with the help of his teammates, Shadow Moon successfully wiped out all the bandits. On the bloody battlefield, the bodies of the bandits were lying on the ground in all directions, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. After the battle, Uchiha Yingyu and his teammates quickly rescued the trapped villagers. The villagers had been imprisoned by the bandits for a long time, and they were all ragged and haggard. When they saw the Yingyu team appear, their eyes were full of gratitude and hope. "Thank you, Konoha ninjas," an elderly villager said excitedly, "you saved the lives of our entire village." Uchiha Kageki smiled and nodded, but Kageki was still thinking about the battle. Although he successfully wiped out all the bandits and protected the villagers, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart that he had never felt before. This was the first time Kageki really faced the cruel reality of the ninja world, killing, blood. Although Kageki knew that this was normal in the ninja world, Kageki still needed time to adapt and adjust his mentality. On the way back, Heitake Sakumo noticed Kageki's emotional fluctuations. He walked to Yingyu and whispered, "Yingyu, today is your first time facing killing. This feeling is very uncomfortable, right?" Yingyu nodded, with a complicated look in his eyes, "Yes, Mr. Sakumo. I know these bandits deserve it, but when I ended their lives with my own hands, I still felt an indescribable shock." Sakumo patted Yingyu's shoulder, with understanding in his tone, "This is the world of ninjas. Every ninja will have similar feelings when facing killing for the first time, but this does not mean that you have lost your humanity. On the contrary, it proves that you still have precious kindness. The important thing is that you have to learn to find a balance in this process." Uchiha Yingyu took a deep breath and nodded to show understanding. As a ninja, Yingyu must learn how to survive in this cruel world while maintaining his inner kindness and justice. "I understand, Mr. Sakumo." Yingyu's eyes gradually became firm. Chapter 27 Bloodstained World. After completing the mission, successfully eliminating the bandits and rescuing the villagers, Uchiha Yingyu and the team set out on the journey back to Konoha. Along the way, Yingyu seemed a little silent, his heart was full of various complicated thoughts, and everything he had just seen in the village kept echoing in his mind. The sky was gradually dyed with sunset, and the team was marching on the path in the forest. The footsteps were particularly clear in the silent air, and Uchiha Yingyu's thoughts drifted to a deeper place. Why is the ninja world so cruel and bloody? Why are there constant wars, ninjas fighting each other, and ninja villages fighting each other? Yingyu asked himself repeatedly in his heart, these bandits are indeed hateful, but they are also ordinary people who have been forced into a dead end by this world. Uchiha Yingyu thought of the villagers in the village, most of whom were pale and thin, half-dressed, and lived in poverty and fear. Although Konoha village, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, protects the peace and security of the village, in other parts of the ninja world, wars are frequent and people are living in poverty. Yingyu's thoughts returned to the memories of his previous life. In modern society, peace and stability are a normal state. Although there are injustices and difficulties in society, it is a world of difference compared to the cruel reality of the ninja world. The people here, especially ordinary people, almost live in despair and poverty. Yingyu thought that ordinary people in the ninja world rely on farming to support their families. They work hard day after day, but they still cannot escape the fate of poverty. They not only have to pay heavy taxes to the lords and daimyo, but also face the threat of natural disasters and man-made disasters. Every harvest season, most of the grain that the farmers have worked hard to cultivate is handed over, and the rest can only barely support the livelihood of the family. They are just trying to survive for a bite of food, while the countries in the ninja world are still constantly waging wars. Yingyu's heart was filled with unspeakable sadness. Yingyu knew that these ordinary people had neither chakra nor powerful ninjutsu to protect themselves, and could only survive in war and plunder. Once they encountered natural disasters or man-made disasters, they could only face the desperate choice of starvation, exile, or even becoming bandits. Yingyu recalled his experience just now, and couldn't help but reflect more deeply on the current situation of the ninja world. The wars between ninja villages and the endless fighting of ninjas were all behind the power struggles of various countries. And under the shadow of these struggles, the lives of ordinary people became extremely difficult. Why can't there be real peace in the ninja world? Why should these innocent people suffer so much? Yingyu had a strong question in his heart. The world of ninjas is a world where the strong are respected. Only with enough power can you protect yourself and the people you cherish. However, Yingyu began to think about whether it is possible to break this endless cycle of war and whether it is possible to make this world more peaceful and fair. On the way back, Uchiha Yingyu's thoughts became more complicated. The cruel reality of the ninja world, the suffering of ordinary people, and the endless fighting between ninjas all made him feel heavy. Although Yingyu was determined to change the status quo of the ninja world, facing such a huge problem, Yingyu realized that his current ability and resources were far from enough. Some things, if you don't understand Haku, you can put them aside for the time being. Yingyu comforted himself in his heart. Yingyu knew Haku that the problems he was facing now could not be solved overnight. In this process, he needed a more comprehensive understanding and in-depth thinking. Uchiha Yingyu realized that he knew too little about the ninja world. Although he had mastered some of the plot with the memory of his previous life, that was only superficial information. To truly understand the situation in the ninja world and the trends of various countries, he needed more in-depth research and field investigation. Perhaps, I need to go out of Konoha and conduct field investigations in various countries in the ninja world to personally understand the real situation of this world. Yingyu planned silently in his heart. Yingyu knew that to change the ninja world, he must first understand the ninja world, and the first step to understand is to grasp the trends, power structures, and living conditions of various countries. However, it is obviously impossible to fully grasp all the information of the ninja world with personal strength alone. Uchiha Yingyu realized that he needed to establish an organization of his own and set up an intelligence information network to obtain intelligence from all parts of the ninja world. Only by mastering enough information can we truly prepare for a rainy day and control the overall situation. Yingyu decided secretly in his heart, whether it is to deal with future crises or to achieve my goal of changing the ninja world, intelligence is crucial. Intelligence in the ninja world is a vital resource, especially for those ninjas and rulers in high positions. Having intelligence means having the basis for decision-making and strategic advantages. Although Yingyu knows some key plot developments, his advantages are not actually reliable because he does not know the specific time nodes and details. For example, the destruction of the Whirlpool country, I know it will happen, but I don't know the specific time. Yingyu thought, if I can get accurate information in advance, I may be able to make some changes, and even affect the entire ninja world. Yingyu increasingly feels that it is urgent to establish an intelligence network. This network should not only cover Konoha village, but also extend to every corner of the Land of Fire, and even infiltrate other ninja villages and countries. Yingyu needs to grasp the time and details of every important event in order to make the best decision at the critical moment. On the way back, Yingyu began to conceive how to establish his own intelligence network. The construction of an intelligence network requires trust, resources, and time, which cannot be completed overnight. But Yingyu has enough patience and wisdom, and believes that he can gradually achieve this goal. First, I need to find some trustworthy partners who are not only capable but also loyal to me. Yingyu thought to herself. Next, I need to establish a preliminary intelligence network covering the main areas of Konoha village and the Land of Fire, and gradually expand outward. Uchiha Yingyu decided to start looking for suitable candidates after returning to Konoha, establish his own organization, and gradually expand his influence. At the same time, Yingyu also planned to use his good reputation in Konoha village to obtain more resources and support. Uchiha Yingyu's thinking gradually became clear. It was difficult to quickly establish a strong intelligence network with his own strength, but Yingye was in Konoha village, where there were two powerful forces, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. If these two forces could be used, his plan could be implemented faster and more stable. Chapter 28 Polling Elder Mofeng to Invest. Uchiha Yingye recalled the conversation with Elder Senju Mofeng and Elder Uchiha Setsuna not long ago. Elder Senju Mofeng once expressed his willingness to fully support Kageki in rebuilding the Senju clan, while Elder Uchiha Setsuna hoped that Kageki could become Hokage to ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, and was also willing to provide full support. Since they are all willing to support me, why not use these two forces to build my intelligence network? Kageki secretly thought in his heart, Elder Senju Mofeng has a strong desire to rebuild the Senju clan, and Elder Uchiha Setsuna hopes that the Uchiha clan can rise again in the village. If I can integrate their forces, it will not only speed up the implementation of the plan, but also better establish a foothold in the village. Uchiha Kageki knew that the influence of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan in Konoha village was extremely far-reaching. Although the Senju clan has now mostly integrated into the village, its remaining power cannot be underestimated, and although the Uchiha clan has been subject to certain restrictions in the village, their strength and potential are still strong. After making up his mind, Yingye already had a clear action plan in mind. After returning to Konoha village, Yingye will first visit Elder Senju Mofeng, propose to him the idea of establishing an intelligence network, and ask him to use the power of the Senju clan to support this plan. Since Elder Senju Mofeng is willing to support Yingye in rebuilding the Senju clan, he should not refuse on this matter. Then, Yingye plans to visit Elder Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna wants Yingye to become Hokage to ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. At the same time, he also hopes to revitalize the Uchiha clan through Yingye. If Yingye proposes to use the power of the Uchiha clan to establish an intelligence network, Elder Uchiha Setsuna should also be happy to support it. If the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan can be integrated, it will surely become an extremely powerful force. Yingye was full of confidence. I can not only build a strong intelligence network, but also gradually gain a foothold in Konoha village through these two forces. After returning to Konoha village, Uchiha Yingye did not hesitate for a moment and immediately set about implementing his plan. In order to successfully establish an intelligence network, it is necessary to first win the support of the Senju clan. Yingye decided to visit Elder Senju Mofeng, an old man who firmly supports the reconstruction of the Senju clan, and will be the key figure in his plan. Yingye walked on the familiar streets of Konoha village, feeling a little nervous, but more determined. He knew that this visit would determine the success or failure of his future actions. When he came to Elder Senju Mofeng's residence, Yingye took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Soon after, Elder Mofeng opened the door himself, and his face still had a kind and wise smile. "Yingye, you are here." Elder Mofeng nodded slightly and motioned Yingye to enter the house. Yingye entered the house and politely saluted Elder Mofeng. "Elder Mofeng, I want to ask you something." "What is it? Just say it directly." Elder Mofeng said with a smile, "I know that you are never aimless." Yingye went straight to the point and did not hide his intentions. "Elder Mofeng, I have been thinking about rebuilding the Thousand Hands clan recently. You once said that you would fully support my plan to rebuild the Thousand Hands clan, but I think that to achieve this goal, strength alone is not enough." Elder Mofeng was slightly startled and listened quietly to Yingye continue. "In my opinion, intelligence is the key to rebuilding the Thousand Hands clan." Yingye said in a steady tone and a firm look, "If we can master enough intelligence, we can take the initiative in future actions. Whether it is interacting with other forces in the village or dealing with potential enemies, we must be foresighted to be invincible." Elder Mofeng nodded and agreed, intelligence is indeed an important part of rebuilding the Senju clan. "But how do you plan to achieve it? Building an intelligence network is not a simple matter." Yingye continued to explain, "Elder Mofeng, although most of the Senju clan members have integrated into the village, there are still many clan members who are concerned about the family and are unwilling to completely give up the inheritance of the Senju. I think these clan members can become the backbone of our intelligence organization. Through them, we can gradually build an intelligence network covering Konoha and even extending to other countries. Seeing that Elder Mofeng was thinking, Yingyu decided to further elaborate on the pros and cons. Elder, the road to rebuilding the Senju clan is destined to be bumpy. Other forces in Konoha village will not easily let us rise again. Without a strong intelligence organization, every step of our actions will be restricted, and we may even encounter unexpected obstacles. Yingyu's tone became heavier and continued, moreover, the ninja world is currently changing, and conflicts between countries are constant. If we don't have enough intelligence sources, we may fall into a passive position in the future turmoil, and may even cause the Senju clan to decline again. Only by mastering enough information can we foresee risks in advance, make correct decisions, and take effective actions when necessary. In this way, the Senju clan can rise again in the village and remain invincible in the turmoil of the ninja world. Elder Mofeng was silent for a moment, obviously weighing Yingyu's words. He knew that what Yingyu said was true. The reconstruction of the Senju clan was not easy, and a strong intelligence network could indeed provide strong guarantees for the revival of the family. After some thinking, Elder Mofeng finally spoke with some appreciation in his tone, "Yingyu, your idea is very far-sighted. The establishment of an intelligence organization can indeed provide strong support for the reconstruction of the Senju clan." He looked at Yingyu with deep eyes. However, to establish such an intelligence organization, there must be enough power and resources. Do you have the confidence to do this? Yingyu nodded firmly, "Elder, I have confidence. Moreover, I am not acting alone. In addition to the Senju clan, I also plan to win the support of the Uchiha clan. If the power of the two clans, Senju and Uchiha, can be integrated, it will surely become an extremely powerful force." Elder Mofeng showed a satisfied smile, "Very good, Yingyu. Since you have considered it so carefully, I will naturally not object. I will fully support you and use the power of the Senju clan to help you establish this intelligence organization. Moreover, I will contact those clansmen who are unwilling to completely disband the Senju clan and let them join your plan. Although these people are scattered throughout the village, as long as there is a common goal, they will definitely unite and contribute to the revival of the family." Hearing the support of Elder Mofeng, Yingyu felt relieved and extremely grateful and relieved. He knew that the power of the Senju clan would become an important cornerstone for him to establish an intelligence organization, and the support of Elder Mofeng also made his plan take a key step. "Thank you, Elder Mofeng," Yingyu said sincerely, "with your support, I believe we will be able to successfully rebuild the Senju clan and let it rise again in the ninja world." Elder Mofeng nodded, "Yingyu, you must remember that the future of the Senju clan is in your hands. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will support you behind your back." Yingyu nodded solemnly and said goodbye to Elder Mofeng, and his future plans became more determined. Chapter 29 Drawing a Pie for Elder Setsuna. After successfully persuading Elder Senju Mofeng and gaining the support of the Senju clan, Uchiha Yingyu did not stop and immediately turned his attention to the Uchiha clan. Elder Uchiha Setsuna is a hawkish representative of the Uchiha clan. He once expressed his expectation of becoming a Hokage. This time, Uchiha Yingyu decided to win the support of Elder Setsuna with the slogan "Make Uchiha Great Again." Uchiha Yingyu came to the residence of the Uchiha clan and went straight to Elder Setsuna's mansion. Elder Setsuna's mansion was simple and majestic, revealing a long-standing atmosphere. Uchiha Yingyu took a deep breath and was fully prepared in his heart. The door opened, and Elder Setsuna walked out. Seeing Uchiha Kagyu, a trace of relief and expectation flashed in his eyes. He nodded and motioned Kagyu to come in. "Kagyu, you're here just in time. I have something to discuss with you," Elder Setsuna said, with a bit of intimacy in his tone. Uchiha Kagyu bowed respectfully, "Elder Setsuna, I also have some important things to discuss with you." After the two sat down, Keijiya went straight to the point. Elder Setsuna, you once said that you hope I can become Hokage and lead the Uchiha clan to rise again. I have always kept it in mind and have been working hard for it. However, becoming a Hokage is not easy. I think we need more chips and preparations. Elder Setsuna nodded slightly and motioned Keijiya to continue. Uchiha Kageyuki continued, in the ninja world, intelligence is an extremely important resource, and it can even determine the outcome of a war. To become a Hokage, you need not only strength, but also a clear grasp of the entire situation. And this requires a strong intelligence network to support it. Uchiha Kageyuki's tone gradually became heavier, and his eyes were firm. I plan to establish an intelligence organization, not just in Konoha village, but to look at the entire ninja world. This intelligence organization will help us grasp the trends of various countries, foresee potential threats, and provide decision-making basis at critical moments. Only in this way can we gain the upper hand in future competition and truly make the Uchiha clan great again. Elder Setsuna's eyes flashed with interest, and he stared at Kageyuki quietly, obviously showing a strong interest in this plan. Kageyuki, you have a point. Elder Setsuna pondered for a moment and said slowly, however, it is not easy to establish such an intelligence organization. It requires a lot of manpower and resources. How do you plan to implement it? Uchiha Kageyuki was already prepared to respond. Elder, the Uchiha clan has strong power and extensive resources, but these powers should not be limited to Konoha village, but should be aimed at the entire ninja world. We need to integrate all available resources, mobilize the power within the clan, and expand our influence. Uchiha Kageyuki continued in an excited tone, without a strong intelligence organization, it will be difficult for us to gain an advantage in the competition for Hokage. Even if I have strong power, without sufficient information support, we may be plotted against by other forces, or even lose the initiative at a critical moment. He looked at Elder Setsuna with a firm gaze. Elder, the Uchiha clan was once one of the strongest clans in the ninja world, and our strength should not be buried. Through this intelligence organization, we can regain control of the situation in the ninja world and ensure that the Uchiha clan is invincible in future competitions. Make Uchiha great again, this is not only my personal goal, but also the mission of our entire clan. Uchiha Yingye used the slogan Make Uchiha Great Again to draw a grand blueprint for Elder Setsuna, which not only fits Elder Setsuna's ambitions, but also ignites his expectations for the future of the Uchiha clan. Elder Setsuna was silent for a while, and finally spoke, Kageyuki, your plan is very visionary. The importance of intelligence in the ninja world cannot be ignored. The fact that you can see this shows that you have the wisdom and strategic vision to become a Hokage. He nodded slowly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Okay, Kageyuki, I will support you in establishing this intelligence organization. The power of the Uchiha clan will provide the most powerful guarantee for your plan. Uchiha Kageyuki was delighted, but Kageyuki knew that the plan needed to be further concretized. Thank you, Elder Setsuna. I hope to use all the resources of the Uchiha clan, especially the summoning beasts that have been friendly with us for generations, the Ninja Cat clan. They have a unique advantage in intelligence collection and transmission. If we can get their support, our intelligence network will be extremely powerful. After hearing this, Elder Setsuna smiled slightly. You really thought it through. The Ninja Cat clan is indeed the most loyal ally of our Uchiha clan, and their ability in intelligence is impeccable. I will contact the Ninja Cat clan and they will fully assist you in establishing this intelligence network. Hearing Elder Setsuna's promise, Yingye felt relieved, and at the same time felt extremely relieved and grateful. The strength of the Uchiha clan, especially the support of the Ninja Cat clan, will greatly enhance their own intelligence network. Thank you, Elder Setsuna. Yingye said sincerely, with your support, I believe we will succeed and make the Uchiha clan great again. Elder Setsuna nodded with satisfaction. Yingye, I am optimistic about you. The future of the Uchiha clan depends on you. I will fully support you and mobilize all the resources in the clan to ensure the smooth implementation of your plan. Ayuro. Uchiha Kageki nodded solemnly and bid farewell to Elder Setsuna, with a firmer mind for future plans. With the support of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, the establishment of an intelligence network will be just around the corner. After successfully obtaining the support of Elder Senju Mufeng and Elder Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Kageki began to devote himself to intensive practice and organizational construction. Heitake Sakumo trained the Kageki team more strictly and constantly challenged their limits. Kageki also showed extraordinary perseverance and talent in training, especially in physical skills and combat strategies. His growth rate surprised Sakumo. Under Sakumo's guidance, Kageki's 8 gates of ninja progressed rapidly. He was able to open the 6th gate, the Jingmen, freely and use it flexibly in battle. In addition, he further honed his wood and fire ninjutsu, especially the fighting method that combined physical skills and ninjutsu. Kageki was able to perform difficult-to-defend combos in an instant. In addition to training, Sakumo also taught Yingye some combat experience and strategic thinking from time to time. These were the valuable wealth he had accumulated during many years of missions. Yingye absorbed this knowledge seriously and quickly transformed it into his own combat instinct. Yingye, after a training session, Heitake Sakumo looked at him with a little appreciation in his tone. You are growing faster than I expected. Keep up this state, and soon your strength will reach a new height. Ayuro. Uchiha Yingye nodded in thanks, and at the same time, he was more determined to strengthen his strength through practice. The challenges in the future will only become greater and greater. Only by constantly improving himself can he cope with those unpredictable crises. At the same time, Uchiha Yingye's intelligence organization, Yingmu, was also quietly established. Elder Senju Mufeng and Elder Uchiha Setsuna fulfilled their promises and used the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan respectively to help Yingye build this intelligence network. Chapter 30 Yingmu Organization. Uchiha Yingye named this newly established intelligence organization Yingmu, which means to control the overall situation in the dark and cover every corner of the ninja world like a curtain. Elder Senju Mufeng summoned several clansmen from the Senju clan who were still loyal to the family and had intelligence-gathering capabilities. They were assigned to various key positions in Konoha village to collect intelligence inside and outside the village. These people are experienced and have strong concealment capabilities, and can obtain important information without attracting attention. On the other hand, Elder Uchiha Setsuna mobilized the summoning beasts, the Ninja Cat clan, who had been friendly with the Uchiha clan for generations. The Ninja Cat clan has an unparalleled advantage in intelligence collection and transmission. They are secretive and agile, and can shuttle between villages and towns to obtain the most confidential intelligence without leaving a trace. The initial construction of the Shadow Curtain organization relies on these powerful allies. Uchiha Kageki personally participated in the preparation and construction of the Shadow Curtain organization. He drew inspiration from the intelligence system of modern society and formulated a series of strict intelligence collection, analysis, and transmission mechanisms. Through these mechanisms, the Shadow Curtain organization began to gradually infiltrate every corner of Konoha village and the Land of Fire, and slowly expanded its influence. With the initial formation of the Shadow Curtain organization, mastering intelligence is only the first step. How to reasonably use intelligence and transform it into a substantial strategic advantage is equally important. He also invested a lot of energy in the analysis and application of intelligence, constantly thinking about how to influence the pattern of the ninja world through intelligence. The establishment of the Shadow Curtain organization provided Shadow Moon with a large amount of valuable information sources. Through this information, Shadow Moon not only grasped the internal trends of Konoha village, but also gradually understood the changes in the situation of other ninja villages and countries. This information allowed Shadow Moon to have a deeper understanding and more accurate judgment of the future in addition to daily practice. Shadow Moon knew that the Shadow Curtain organization was still in its infancy and had a long way to go before it could become truly powerful. However, Shadow Moon was full of confidence in the future and had already drawn a more ambitious blueprint in his mind. The existence of the Shadow Curtain will enable me to take the initiative in the ninja world. Shadow Moon secretly decided in his heart, whether I become a Hokage or change the ninja world, I need this organization as a support. While the Shadow Curtain organization was initially established and gradually grew and developed, Uchiha Shadow Moon did not relax his practice. Uchiha Kageyaki knew that although he had strong talents and fighting instincts, only through continuous training and improvement could he be invincible in future challenges. In the past few months, Kageyaki followed Heitake Sakumo and focused on learning swordsmanship and swordsmanship. As Konoha Hakia, Heitake Sakumo's swordsmanship enjoys a very high reputation in the ninja world, especially the Hakia short sword, which is feared by countless ninjas. Sakumo's swordsmanship is fast and sharp, and the blade cuts through the sky like lightning, and almost no one can stop it in battle. Although Kageyaki is good at physical skills and ninjutsu, swordsmanship is a new field for him. Fortunately, Kageyaki is born with extraordinary fighting intuition, coupled with the ability of Ninja World Dance King, which makes his learning speed in swordsmanship amazing. During the guidance process, Sakumo also clearly felt that Kageyaki's comprehension of swordsmanship far exceeds that of ordinary people. Kageyaki can quickly master and skillfully apply the essence of every movement and every swordsmanship. As he learned more, Shadow Moon not only mastered the enchantment techniques of Heitake Sakumo's wind and lightning chakra, but also used his own chakra attributes of the 5 escapes to create a more diversified fighting style. Uchiha Shadow Moon can flexibly enchant the 5 attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind to the blade in battle to form different attack effects. Whether it is the burning flame, the sharp wind blade, the shock of thunder and lightning, or the cold water blade, Shadow Moon can use it handily. However, Shadow Moon is not satisfied with simply imitating Heitake Sakumo's swordsmanship. Shadow Moon combined his unique fighting style and experience, gradually explored a fighting system suitable for himself, and finally created his own swordsmanship - Uchiha Shadow Moon style swordsmanship. Compared with Heitake's swordsmanship, Shadow Moon's swordsmanship pays more attention to speed and change, mainly based on erratic body movements and precise attacks. The swordsmanship is sharp and flexible, suitable for use in various complex combat scenes. Sakumo was very pleased and proud to see the progress of Shadow Moon in swordsmanship. Shadow Moon has gone beyond simple learning, but has become a school of his own on this basis and has walked out of his own swordsmanship path. In addition to swordsmanship training, the Shadow Moon team has also accepted a large number of tasks in the past few months. As an experienced jonin, Heitake Sakumo led the Shadow Moon team to carry out various tasks from C level to S level. There are A level and B level tasks. In these tasks, the Shadow Moon team mainly faces the elimination and intelligence gathering of enemy ninjas and armed forces. Although these tasks are dangerous, under the leadership of Sakumo, the Shadow Moon team has demonstrated extremely strong combat effectiveness. Shadow Moon's combat intuition and swordsmanship have been fully utilized in these tasks, and Yamanaka Chinitsu's heart-turning technique and Hinata Ayana's soft fist and Haku eyes have also made great progress in actual combat. There was also an S-level mission. Once, the Shadow Moon team accepted an extremely dangerous S-level mission. The mission goal was to infiltrate the enemy base camp and destroy a secret weapons research institute controlled by a rebel ninja. During the mission, the Shadow Moon team encountered many raids and ambushes, but under Sakumo's calm command and Shadow Moon's flexible response, they successfully broke through the siege and completed the mission. There are also many sub-sea level missions. Although they are relatively simple, these missions also provide valuable practice opportunities for the Shadow Moon team. Especially in some missions to protect caravans and villages, the Shadow Moon team not only has to face foreign enemies, but also has to solve various problems of villagers. This not only improves their combat skills, but also learns how to get along with ordinary people and how to deal with complex interpersonal relationships encountered in the mission. In these missions, Shadow Moon's strength has been significantly improved. The practice of swordsmanship has made him even more powerful in battle, and the continuous actual combat missions have enriched his combat experience and made his tactical thinking more acute. At the same time, Shadow Moon's team members Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hinata Ayane have also made great progress in the mission. Chinitsu not only improved the art of heart-turning, but also learned other secret arts of the family, improving battlefield control and auxiliary capabilities, while Ayane made continuous breakthroughs in the practice of soft fist and Haku eyes, and gradually possessed the combat effectiveness of elite Chunin. During the mission experience of these months, the relationship between Uchiha Kagyu and Hyuga Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu gradually warmed up. The three of them are not only tacit partners in battle, but also care and support each other outside of the mission. Hyuga Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu already have a good impression of Kagyu, and in the long-term relationship, this good impression gradually developed into a deep feeling. After each mission, whether it is after a fierce battle or a lot of energy spent in lurking and reconnaissance, Kagyu always takes good care of Ayane and Chinitsu. Kagyu's gentleness and tenacity make the two women feel an unprecedented sense of security and dependence. As a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan, Ayane is introverted and weak, but in front of Kagyu, she feels a special warmth. Yingyu's encouragement and trust in her made her more confident in battle and gradually opened her heart. Whenever Ayane felt tired or confused, Yingyu would always help her. She provided strength and helped her regain her confidence. Chinitsu was a smart and agile ninja. She was thoughtful and realized her feelings for Kagyu very early. This feeling deepened with the accumulation of tasks. Kagyu's strength and courage made Chinitsu deeply fascinated. Kagyu's trust and dependence on Chinitsu made her find a sense of belonging and accomplishment in the team. Apart from fighting, Kagyu always took time to relax and communicate with the two women. Whether it was a short break during the mission or a celebration after completing the mission, Kagyu always took good care of the feelings of the two. The relationship between the three became closer and closer, gradually developing from simple comrades in arms to a special feeling beyond friendship. Ayane and Chinitsu also realized each other's feelings for Kagyu, but they all knew that Uchiha Kagyu was a man destined to be extraordinary and could not be easily possessed. Therefore, the two women maintained a subtle tacit understanding in this relationship, competing and supporting each other. Chapter 31 Fire Country Daimyo. At the same time, Team Shadow Moon also received many commissions from the Fire Country Daimyo because of Heitake Sakumo's reputation. The Fire Country Daimyo is in a high position and controls important national affairs, so each commission carries considerable weight. These tasks are not only complex and dangerous, but also provide Shadow Moon with opportunities to contact the top leaders of the Fire Country. The Fire Country Daimyo has long heard of Heitake Sakumo's reputation and knows that he is one of the most trusted jonins in Konoha village. Heitake Sakumo is reliable and decisive, and every task can be completed successfully. This ability and reputation make the daimyo full of trust in him. Therefore, the daimyo will give priority to entrusting Heitake Sakumo to perform many important tasks. Uchiha Shadow Moon showed outstanding ability and extraordinary wisdom in these tasks. He not only showed great strength in battle, but also showed extremely high strategic vision and negotiation skills in contact with the Fire Country Daimyo. In a mission, the Shadow Moon team was responsible for protecting an important figure of the Fire Country Daimyo, and encountered an assassination during the mission. Uchiha Shadow Moon quickly resolved the crisis and kept the target safe with his keen perception and decisive action. Afterwards, the Fire Country Daimyo greatly appreciated Shadow Moon's performance and began to pay attention to this young and promising ninja. As the mission progressed, Shadow Moon gradually won the trust of the Fire Country Daimyo. The daimyo not only recognized Shadow Moon's ability, but also personally met with Shadow Moon many times after the mission and communicated with him. In these exchanges, Shadow Moon showed extraordinary wisdom and strategic vision, which made the daimyo look at Shadow Moon with new eyes. The Fire Country Daimyo gradually realized that Shadow Moon was not only a powerful ninja, but also a talent with excellent leadership and strategic vision. He began to entrust some more confidential tasks to the Shadow Moon team, hoping to further consolidate the security and stability of the Fire Country through Shadow Moon's power. Through contact with the Fire Country daimyo, Shadow Moon's strategic position gradually improved. He not only gained the trust of the Fire Country daimyo, but also gained more attention from the top leaders of Konoha village. This was not only a recognition of Shadow Moon's personal strength, but also an important step for Shadow Moon to achieve his goal of becoming a Hokage in the future. At the same time, the Shadow Moon team became more and more famous in the village and became one of the most outstanding teams among the younger generation in Konoha village. Shadow Moon's strength and wisdom, Ayana's sharpness and tenacity, and Chinitsu's wit and calmness made the Shadow Moon team a force that cannot be ignored. With the funding of Uchiha Shadow Moon, Orochimaru's laboratory was finally completed. This laboratory is located in a hidden corner of Konoha village, away from the outside world. It is equipped with various sophisticated equipment and resources. It is a rare high-tech research site in the ninja world. Uchiha Shadow Moon used his scientific knowledge in his previous life and the help of the Destiny system to create many scientific research instruments that have never been seen in the ninja world, such as microscopes and other basic equipment. These instruments are revolutionary for the backward technological level of the ninja world. Yingyu deliberately guided Orochimaru to study the bloodline boundary in the direction of human genes and provided key technical support. When Orochimaru saw these instruments in the laboratory for the first time, a gleam of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. As a scientist who is eager to master all ninjutsu and explore the mysteries of the ninja world, Orochimaru is very interested in these devices. Yingyu, these devices, where did you get them from? Orochimaru asked in his unique hoarse voice, full of surprise and appreciation. Uchiha Yingyu smiled slightly and replied, "These instruments are made by me based on some special knowledge to help you make greater breakthroughs in your research. They can allow you to observe subtle changes in cells in the human body, especially the genetic characteristics of the bloodline boundary." Hearing this, Orochimaru showed a hint of approval in his eyes. "Yingyu, your vision and talent are indeed extraordinary. With these equipment, my research progress will be greatly accelerated. Perhaps, we will soon be able to uncover the ultimate secret of bloodline boundaries." Yingyu deliberately guided Orochimaru to study bloodline boundaries in the direction of human genes. As a modern person, Yingyu clearly knew that genes were the key to mastering the secrets of bloodline boundaries, and in the ninja world, this concept had not yet been proposed. Yingyu used modern scientific knowledge to help Orochimaru better understand and apply these new research directions. Orochimaru, the secret of bloodline boundaries lies not only in the changes in the nature of chakra, but also in the body genes of ninjas. Genes are the basis for determining our abilities. If we can unravel the mystery of genes, perhaps we can artificially create new bloodline boundaries. Yingyu said. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. He had long admired Yingyu's wisdom. "That's right, Yingyu. The direction you proposed is extremely important. Through the study of genes, we may be able to recombine existing bloodline boundaries and even create new abilities." Under the guidance of Shadow Moon, Orochimaru's research gradually deepened. Using the microscope provided by Shadow Moon, he began to conduct detailed analysis of cells of various bloodline boundaries, and tried to simulate the generation process of these abilities through genetic modification. Although the progress was slow, Orochimaru was full of confidence. He knew that this research would completely change the future of the ninja world. One day, while conducting research in the laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly mentioned a new development to Shadow Moon. "Shadow Moon, do you know? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen recently restarted the wood escape experiment research of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and asked me to personally participate in leading this research." Hearing this, Uchiha Kageyu's heart moved. He knew that this experiment was closely related to Senju Hashirama's cells. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously realized the great potential of wood release and wanted to reproduce the power of the ninja god Senju Hashirama through experiments. Orochimaru continued, "Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen has provided me with Senju Hashirama's cells, which contain great vitality and mysterious power. I am very interested in this research, but I also know its dangers. Uchiha Kagyu pondered for a moment, and then said to Orochimaru seriously, Hashirama cells are indeed very powerful, but also extremely dangerous. I suggest that you be extra careful in your research, especially when conducting human experiments, and never act rashly. This is not only for the safety of the experiment, but also for the stability of the village and the opinions of the villagers. Ayuro. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully, Kagyu, your suggestion makes sense. The power of Hashirama cells is indeed irresistible, but I will be cautious and will not conduct human experiments easily. After all, teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to the public opinion of the villagers in Konoha village, and I don't want to cause him unnecessary trouble. Uchiha Kagyu nodded, and approved of Orochimaru's caution in his heart. What we need is not quick success, but long-term plans. The research on Hashirama cells can bring great breakthroughs, but we must be careful to ensure that everything is under control. Orochimaru admired Kagyu's wisdom and foresight. He not only received great support from Kagyu in the research in the laboratory, but also was inspired by Kagyu in strategic decision-making. Kagyu, you are really a genius. Orochimaru looked at Kagyu with admiration. With a partner like you, my research will make greater progress. Together, we will uncover the ultimate secret of the ninja world and will surely bring a new change to the world. Ayuro. Yingye smiled and responded, Orochimaru, we have the same goal. I believe that as long as we remain cautious and patient, we will eventually be able to make a breakthrough and uncover all the secrets of the ninja world. The cooperation between the two deepened further, and Orochimaru's research direction gradually shifted from simple ninjutsu research to more profound genetic science. With the help of Uchiha Yingyu, the research progress of the laboratory was greatly accelerated, and many experiments that were originally difficult to achieve gradually had initial results. Chapter 32 Hashirama Cells. The restart of the wood release experiment in Konoha village made Uchiha Yingye worried. Uchiha Yingye knew that Senjo Hashirama's cells contained extremely powerful power, but it also came with great risks. Yingye guessed that the sacrifice of the Senjo clan in the wood release experiment in the original plot might far exceed the apparent loss, which made Yingye have to be vigilant and decided to take action to prevent the tragedy from happening again. One day, Yingye went to visit Elder Senjo Mofeng wanted to tell him about the wood release experiment and Hashirama cells. When Yingye entered the elder's residence, Elder Mofeng was sitting quietly in the courtyard, his eyes deep, as if thinking about something. Elder, I have some important things to tell you about the wood release experiment. Yingye went straight to the point, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. Elder Mofeng smiled slightly, as if he had expected Yingye's arrival. Yingyu, I have heard about the wood release experiment. After all, as a member of the second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, the Senjo Tobirama clan leader's wood release experiment cannot be hidden from us. Yingye was a little surprised when he heard this, but on second thought, this was reasonable. When Senjo Tobirama conducted the wood release experiment, the elders of the Senjo clan must have noticed it. After all, the research on Hashirama cells involved the core secrets of the Senjo clan, and such a thing could not be completely concealed. However, Yingye still felt uneasy. In the original plot, the number of Senjo clan members dropped sharply after the dissolution. The truth behind this is very likely related to these experiments. Some Senjo clan members actively or passively participated in the wood release experiment of fusing Senjo Hashirama cells and eventually became victims. Uchiha Yingye decided not to hide it anymore and told Elder Mofeng about his risk assessment of Hashirama cells. Elder, you may know the existence of the wood release experiment, but I must tell you that the risk of fusing Hashirama cells is extremely high. Even if I have awakened the wood release physique like me, directly fusing Hashirama cells may be extremely dangerous. For ordinary Senjo clan members, this risk is tantamount to death. Elder Mofeng heard this and his expression changed slightly, frowning. He obviously knew the power of Hashirama cells, but he was not fully aware of the specific extent of its risks. Yingye continued, the wood release experiment may be to reproduce the power of the first generation of Hokage, but in the absence of sufficient preparation and protection, forcibly conducting such experiments will only lead to more unnecessary sacrifices. The Senju clan has experienced too many wars and sacrifices. I don't want to see more clansmen die because of this experiment. Elder Mufeng was silent for a moment and sighed deeply. Yingyu, you are right. The future of the Senju clan can no longer be at the cost of sacrifice. Although Hashirama's power is strong, not everyone can bear the burden of that power. Yingyu looked at the elder, his eyes full of sincerity. Elder, you have a very high prestige in the Senju clan. If you can tell the clan members about the huge risks of the wood release experiment, you may be able to prevent more people from participating in this dangerous experiment. I hope that when the clan members face choices, they can think of your advice and realize the risks they are taking. Elder Mufeng's eyes gradually became firm, and he nodded. Yingyu, your reminder is very timely. I will contact the people in the clan as soon as possible to inform them of the dangers of the experiment. I can't let the Senju clan sacrifice in vain again. Elder Mufeng immediately decided to call together some respected members of the clan to convey Yingyu's warning to them. This was not only to protect the members of the Senju clan, but also to prevent the influence of the Senju clan in the village from being further weakened. Yingyu breathed a sigh of relief and admired Elder Mufeng's decision. Yingyu knew that this step was crucial to the future of the Senju clan. If the clan members could be prevented from participating in these high-risk experiments, the Senju clan might be able to avoid further losses and even rise again. Elder, thank you. Yingyu said sincerely, I will continue to pay attention to the progress of the wood release experiment. If there are any new discoveries or risks, I will inform you as soon as possible. Elder Mufeng nodded. Yingyu, you are the hope of the Senju clan. I will fully support you and convey your warning to the clan members. When Yingyu left Elder Mufeng's residence, he felt relieved. It was not an easy task to prevent the spread of the wood release experiment, but at least he had taken a key step. The sunlight of Konoha village shines through the dense leaves on the ground, casting mottled light and shadows. Uchiha Yingyu is walking on a small path in the Senju clan land, thinking about the recent training and the development of the intelligence organization in his mind. Uchiha Yingyu didn't expect to meet Senju Tsunade here, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Since their first visit to Uzumaki Mito together, Yingyu's contact with her has gradually increased. Senju Tsunade is walking from one side of the clan land, wearing an elegant kimono, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, and the whole person exudes a mature and charming temperament. Tsunade, who is in her 20s, is in her prime. Her beauty and strength make her widely noticed in the village. Seeing Yingyu, Tsunade's eyes flashed with joy, and she waved and said hello. Yingyu, long time no see, why are you here? Uchiha. Yingyu smiled and responded, Sister Tsunade, I just came to see you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Senju Tsunade walked forward and chuckled, you are so polite. Since we meet, please chat with me for a while. I just have some questions about wood release that I want to ask you recently. Uchiha Yingyu and Tsunade walked side by side on the quiet path of the Senju clan. As they walked and talked, the topic naturally turned to wood release. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tsunade has a great interest in wood release. She has always hoped that she can awaken wood release and inherit the power of her grandfather. Shadow Moon, Tsunade said with a bit of curiosity and expectation, have you gained any new experience in practicing wood release recently? I have always been very interested in this ability, and I have always hoped that one day I can awaken wood release like you. Uchiha Shadow Moon pondered for a moment, and then said, Sister Tsunade, I actually have some new understanding of wood release recently. I have been thinking about why only a few people can awaken wood release, which is such a unique bloodline limit. Perhaps, this is not only because of the fusion of water and earth chakra attributes, but also other deeper reasons. Tsunade frowned slightly, obviously very interested in Shadow Moon's words. Oh? What are the other reasons you mentioned? Chapter 33 Would Release Blood Elimination? Uchiha Shadow Moon said slowly, many people believe that wood release is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of the chakra properties of water and earth. But I think this may not be comprehensive enough. Wood release can not only control trees, but also create real trees. This power is not just a simple combination of water and earth, but also includes the role of Yang attribute chakra. Tsunade's eyes flashed with surprise. Yang attribute chakra. Uchiha Yingyu nodded and continued to explain, yes, Yang attribute chakra is responsible for growth and vitality. It is this chakra that allows wood release to create trees, not simple energy. Wood release may be a fusion of water, earth, and Yang chakras, not just a combination of water and earth attributes. Bloodline limit. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. This explanation is indeed more in line with the characteristics of wood release. My grandfather can use wood release at will, perhaps because he has mastered these three chakras perfectly. Tsunade nodded, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided. Yingyu, you are right. Wood release has such a unique nature. It may not be a bloodline limit of the fusion of water and earth chakra attributes, but a fusion of water, earth, and Yang chakras. Bloodline elimination. Since you think Yang attribute chakra is the key, then I will try to fuse the fusion of water, earth, and Yang chakras in this direction. Uchiha Kageki thought for a moment and decided to share some of the information he got from the Destiny system with Tsunade. Kageki said seriously, Sister Tsunade, according to my speculation, the reason why wood release is difficult to awaken is probably related to bloodline qualifications. Perhaps only people with stronger qualifications have the opportunity to awaken wood release. However, Tsunade obviously did not accept such an explanation. She frowned and retorted dissatisfiedly, I am the granddaughter of Senjo Hashirama. The blood relationship is so close, how can I not be able to awaken wood release because of insufficient qualifications? Uchiha Kageki looked at Tsunade's excited expression and knew that she had been worried about not being able to awaken wood release in her heart. Shadow Moon quickly comforted her, Sister Tsunade, don't worry. I understand that you care about this matter, but we can't just rely on blood ties to judge everything. There may be other factors that affect the awakening of wood release. Tsunade was still emotional, with her hands on her hips, and said loudly, Hi, then tell me, what is the reason why I can't awaken wood release? Is it really because I'm not good enough? Uchiha Shadow Moon quickly waved her hands to indicate that it was not the case. Shadow Moon patiently explained, Sister Tsunade, you misunderstood. I'm not saying that you are not good enough, but I think the awakening conditions of wood release may be more complicated than we imagined. But don't worry, I have asked Orochimaru to help study Hashirama cells, hoping to find a way to improve qualifications. Hearing this, Tsunade's face eased a little, but she still asked with some doubts, is that guy Orochimaru reliable? He won't use Grandpa cells to do something bad, right? Uchiha Yingyu smiled and nodded, assuring Tsunade, don't worry, Sister Tsunade. Although Orochimaru sometimes behaves strangely, please rest assured that Orochimaru is a genius and will act cautiously. Moreover, I will always pay attention to the progress of the research to ensure that everything is under control. Tsunade was silent for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. She sighed and said helplessly, okay, since you said so, then I will trust Orochimaru for now. I hope he can get the results of the research as soon as possible and help me awaken wood release. Uchiha Yingyu was secretly happy when she saw that Tsunade finally gave in. Yingyu encouraged, Sister Tsunade, you must keep your confidence. As long as we work hard, one day you will be able to awaken wood release, and then you will become another legendary ninja in Konoha village. Tsunade listened to Shadow Moon's words, and a firm look appeared on her face. She clenched her fists and said confidently, well, I will do my best. For Grandpa and for myself, I must awaken wood release. Uchiha Shadow Moon smiled and responded, I believe you will succeed. After all, you are the granddaughter of Senjo Hashirama, and awakening wood release is only a matter of time. Tsunade showed a gratified smile on her face. Shadow Moon, thank you for your encouragement. If I have any questions about wood release in the future, I will ask you more. The two smiled at each other, and their relationship became closer in this exchange. Uchiha Shadow Moon felt that as time went by, his connection with Tsunade would become closer, not only because of the common interest in wood release, but also because of the deep feelings they established in the process. Uchiha Kagyu seemed particularly relaxed after a pleasant conversation with Senju Tsunade in the Senju clan's land. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Kagyu walked alone on the streets of Konoha village, reviewing his recent experiences and growth in his mind. During the time he trained with Heitake Sakumo, Kagyu felt a significant improvement in his strength. Under Sakumo's guidance, he not only made great breakthroughs in swordsmanship and physical skills, but also accumulated rich combat experience through a series of difficult tasks. Kagyu recalled himself a few months ago. Although he had shown extraordinary talent at that time, he still lacked the baptism of actual combat. And now, he has transformed into an experienced and strong man with keen combat intuition. With the help of Sakumo, Kagyu's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, especially the progress in swordsmanship and physical skills, which has given Kagyu an overwhelming advantage in battle. I have benefited a lot from Mr. Shuo Mao's guidance. In a few months, I have not only mastered more combat skills, but also learned how to stay calm and think in combat. Now I am no longer the boy who fought only by talent a few months ago. Yingye said silently in his heart. Yingye found a quiet place and sat down quietly. He decided to comprehensively summarize the improvement of his strength during this period of time, and check the attribute panel of the destiny system to see his specific changes. As Yingye silently recited in his heart, the attribute panel of the destiny system slowly emerged. Character, Uchiha Yingyu. Identity, Genin. Bloodline, Senju clan, Uchiha clan. Keikei Genkai, Sage body 52% Sharinon, 3 Tomo, Eye power 42% Wood style. Chakra, 16 cards. Special ability, Ninja World Dance King, Ninjutsu Professor. Ninjutsu, 3 body techniques, Instant body technique, Yingye flow technique, Yingye style sword technique, Uchiha style throwing technique, Wood stylia wood clone, Wood stylia sea of a euro trees descend, Wood stylia cutting technique, Wood stylia wood ingot wall 8 gates, 6th gate Jingmen, Fire stylia great fireball technique, Fire stylia great fire extinguishment, Fire stylia dragon flame song technique, Earth stylia earth flow wall, Water stylia water dragon bullet technique. Destiny value. When Yingye saw his attribute panel, he could not help but feel shocked. After several months of training and tasks, his strength has been greatly improved. The awakening degree of the immortal body has reached 52%, and the chakra volume has reached an astonishing level. The chakra volume of ordinary elite jonins is only about 100%. My current chakra volume is enough to match many cage-level strongmen. Yingye thought in his heart, although the pupil power of the 3 Tomo Sharinon is only 42%, with my soul and mental power that is far stronger than ordinary people, it is only a matter of time to open the main Jikaya Sharinon. In terms of ninjutsu, Yingye not only further improved his mastery of wood release, but also developed Yingye fluid art and Yingye sword art that suit him. These original combat skills make Yingye's combat style more varied and more lethal. As the practice of the 8 gates of ninjutsu gradually deepens, Yingye has been able to stably open the 6th gate, the Jingmen, which gives Yingye super speed and strength. My strength is far beyond that of ordinary jonins, and even among the jonins, I am at the top level. Yingye concluded, now I am already a strong man in the ninja world. With the continuous improvement of strength, genin is no longer suitable for Yingye's current strength. Although the Konoha genin is set to be the strongest in the plot, Naruto and Sasuke can directly fight against 6 paths level enemies at the age of 17, but Yingye has no 6 paths sage to help him, so Uchiha Yingye decided to promote to Chunin. The successful completion of many difficult tasks not only allowed Yingye to accumulate a lot of practical experience, but also won him wide recognition in the village. Becoming Chunin will be an important step for him to become Hokage. Chapter 34 Promoted to Chunin. Uchiha Kageyuki had already decided to take part in the Chunin exam, and he couldn't wait to tell Heitake Sakumo about this idea. In the training ground, Kageyuki found Sakumo, who was instructing other ninjas. "Teacher Sakumo," Kageyuki saluted respectfully, "I have a request." Heitake Sakumo stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Kageyuki, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He had already noticed Kageyuki's great progress during this period of time, and Sakumo was very pleased with his growth. "Kageyuki, what's the matter?" Sakumo asked calmly. Uchiha Kageyuki answered without hesitation, "Teacher, I think I have the strength and experience to be promoted to Chunin, so I hope to take part in the Chunin exam." Sakumo heard this, and a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. He knew that Kageyuki's strength was far beyond that of ordinary Chunin, even Jonin, and the Chunin exam was a must for his growth. Sakumo also noticed the calmness and wisdom that Kageyuki showed in the battle, which showed that Kageyuki was ready to face greater challenges. Heitake Sakumo nodded and smiled, "Kageyuki, your growth really surprised me. Not only have you made a huge breakthrough in strength, but you have also shown rare calmness and thinking ability in battle. In fact, I also think that you are qualified to be promoted to Chunin." Kageyuki felt relieved and excited when he heard Sakumo's recognition. Sakumo continued, "Not only you, but Ayane and Shinitsu have also made great progress. The strength of your entire team has far exceeded the general Chunin level, and it is natural for you to be promoted to Chunin." Kageyuki smiled slightly, and his inner confidence became stronger. "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Sakumo." Sakumo nodded, and then said, "In that case, you go and call Ayane and Shinitsu, and we will go to the Hokage building together to apply for the Chunin assessment." Kageyuki took action immediately and quickly found Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Shinitsu. The two were practicing ninjutsu on the other side of the training ground. Seeing Yingyu coming, Ayane and Shinitsu stopped at the same time. "Yingyu, what's the matter?" Shinitsu asked softly, with curiosity in her eyes. Yingyu smiled and said, "I just expressed to Mr. Sakumo that I want to participate in the Chunin exam, and Mr. Sakumo has agreed. He thinks our strength is far beyond the Chunin level, and now we just need to apply for the exam formally." After hearing this, Ayane and Shinitsu both showed excitement on their faces. "Really?" Ayane couldn't help but confirm, with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Yingyu nodded, "Yes, Mr. Sakumo asked us to go to the Hokage building together to apply for the exam. Are you ready?" "Of course." Shinitsu responded excitedly, "I'm ready and can go at any time." Ayane also nodded in agreement, "I'm ready too, let's go." After the three of them gathered, they followed Heitake Sakumo to the Hokage building. Along the way, Yingyu felt excited, but also a little nervous. The Hokage building symbolizes the highest power of Konoha village, and this time, they will step into this solemn place and take an important step in their ninja career. The building of the Hokage building is magnificent, and the guards around it are on full alert, demonstrating the strength and majesty of Konoha village. Sakumo led the Shadow Moon team to the front of the building. When the guards saw that it was Heitake Sakumo who led the team, they immediately made way and saluted them. "Please come in, Sakumo Jonin," the guard said respectfully. Sakumo nodded and led Shadow Moon and his party into the lobby of the Hokage building. Their goal is clear, which is to apply for the Chunin examination. In the lobby of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was handling official business. When he saw Sakumo and Shadow Moon team coming, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Sakumo, what's the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, looking at Shadow Moon and his teammates gently. Sakumo saluted respectfully and said, "Hokage-sama, I brought Kageyuki and the others to apply for the Chunin exam today. I think their strength is far beyond the Chunin level and they are fully qualified to be promoted to Chunin." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I have also heard about your strength. Since Sakumo has recognized it, I will naturally agree to your participation in the Chunin exam. Kageki and his teammates were full of expectations and excitement when they heard the Hokage's approval. Next, they will face more severe tests, but they have made sufficient preparations. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kageki saluted respectfully, with determination in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Go, young people, I look forward to your performance. Uchiha Kageki and his teammates Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka under the leadership of Heitake Sakumo, Chinitsu successfully applied for the Chunin exam. As a team with outstanding strength in Konoha village, they are full of confidence in this exam. The Chunin exam is not only a test of personal strength, but also a comprehensive test of teamwork, adaptability, and wisdom. On the day of the exam, the Shadow Moon team faced a rigorous actual combat simulation test. The examiners were several experienced jonins who designed a complex combat environment and simulated various emergencies in real missions, including ambushes, traps, and emergency rescue missions of enemy ninjas. Throughout the assessment process, the Shadow Moon team showed unparalleled tacit understanding and strength. Uchiha Shadow Moon's 3-tomo Sharingan can see through all the movements of the enemy in battle and accurately command teammates to avoid traps and ambushes. Ayana's Haku-Eye and Gentle Fist perform well in close combat and can quickly suppress the enemy, while Chinitsu's heart-turning technique provides extremely effective long-range support and control for the team. Uchiha Kageki's Kageki fluid technique and swordsmanship, combined with the powerful control of wood release, made him even more powerful in the assessment. Kageki flexibly used various ninjutsu and cooperated with his teammates to successfully complete the mission objectives. Throughout the assessment process, they calmly responded to various emergencies and showed strength and wisdom beyond the Chunin. In the end, the Kageki team passed the Chunin assessment perfectly under the judgment of the examiner. After the assessment, the performance of the Kageki team was immediately recognized. Soon, their assessment result documents were submitted to the desk of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was handling village affairs. When he saw the documents of the Kageki team, he stopped his work and read them carefully. Kageki, Ayane, Chinitsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered the names of the three people and felt a little relieved. He had long heard of the excellent performance of the Shadow Moon team. This time, they passed the Chunin assessment with absolute strength and tacit understanding, which also verified Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations of them. While reading the documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile with relief. He saw that the examiners praised the Shadow Moon team unanimously, especially the leadership and combat ability of Shadow Moon in the team, which was highly praised. Shadow Moon not only showed strong personal strength, but also showed admirable team spirit and command ability. The Shadow Moon team is indeed worth looking forward to. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly praised in his heart, then picked up a pen and signed his name on the promotion document, officially approving the Shadow Moon team to become Konoha's Chunin. Chapter 35 Undercurrents. After signing the document, Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed the promotion news of the Shadow Moon team. Soon, Kageki, Ayane, and Chinitsu received a notice and were summoned to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them with a satisfied smile on his face. Your performance is very good and lived up to my expectations. Kageki, Ayane, Chinitsu, from today on, you officially become Konoha's Chunin. Thank you, Hokage. Kageki saluted respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen on behalf of the team, with gratitude in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, with some encouragement in his tone. You are the future of Konoha, I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute more to the village. Becoming a Chunin is just a new starting point, and there are more challenges waiting for you ahead. The Kageki team responded in unison, yes, Hokage. After leaving the Hokage's office, the Kageki team stood outside the Hokage building, bathing in the sun, with expectations for the future in their hearts. Becoming a Chunin is just our first step. There is still a long way to go in the future. Yingye said to his teammates with determination in his eyes. Ayane and Shinitsu also nodded in agreement. No matter how difficult the future is, we will go on together. Uchiha Yingye looked at his teammates in front of him, full of confidence and determination. The relationship between him and his teammates was further sublimated in this assessment. They will face future challenges together, fight side by side, and move towards higher goals. In the days after the Chunin assessment, Uchiha Yingye still maintained a high level of vigilance and combat status. Uchiha Yingye not only continued to improve his personal strength, but also kept an eye on the operation of the Shadow Screen Intelligence Organization. Under the leadership of Yingye, the Shadow Screen Organization gradually infiltrated every corner of the ninja world and provided him with a lot of valuable information. During this time, the intelligence personnel of the Shadow Screen Organization noticed some unusual. The troops of Kirigakure Village, Kumigakure Village, and Iwagakure were frequently mobilized, and they began to purchase a large number of weapons and supplies. This scale of mobilization and procurement seemed particularly abnormal in peacetime, especially when there were no obvious signs of war. Uchiha Yingye quickly realized the seriousness of the problem through the intelligence collected by the Shadow Screen. The abnormal actions of the major ninja villages showed that they seemed to be preparing for some large-scale actions, and this preparation was very likely to mean an upcoming war. After sorting out the collected intelligence, Uchiha Yingye carefully analyzed the movements of the major ninja villages. Yingye recalled some key events in the original work and began to think about the conspiracy behind this unusual troop mobilization. Kirigakure Village, Kumigakure Village, Iwagakure. These three ninja villages carried out large-scale troop mobilizations almost at the same time without direct conflict. This is obviously not accidental. Yingye muttered to himself, and a more complete picture gradually emerged in his mind. Combining the intelligence with the original plot, Yingye realized that this time period might be the moment when the Whirlpool country was about to suffer a national disaster. The Whirlpool country is famous for its powerful sealing technique and is the home of the Uzumaki clan. However, the powerful sealing technique of this country has also attracted the covetousness of other ninja villages. The sealing technique of the Whirlpool country is too powerful, and all the major ninja villages want to master these powers. If they unite to attack the Whirlpool country, it will be a devastating blow. Yingye's eyes became solemn. He was almost certain that the abnormal movements of the major ninja villages were directly related to the demise of the Whirlpool country. Although Uchiha Yingye was not sure of the specific time point, he knew that the demise of the Whirlpool country might have been brewing. Uchiha Yingye felt that the situation was urgent and he had to take action as soon as possible. Although the power of the Shadow Screen organization was limited, he still hoped to provide some help to the Whirlpool country in this disaster, or at least to give early warning and reduce losses. The demise of the Whirlpool country will have a profound impact on the ninja world, especially on Konoha village. Yingye weighed the pros and cons in his heart. The Uzumaki clan has a deep connection with Konoha village. If the Whirlpool country is really destroyed, Konoha village will also fall into turmoil. Uchiha Yingye decided to report this important information to the top leaders of Konoha village immediately. Yingye knew that he could not face all this alone, and he must unite the power of the village to jointly deal with the upcoming crisis. At the same time, Yingye was also considering whether he could contact the survivors of the Whirlpool country through the intelligence network of the Shadow Screen organization, or provide them with a route of retreat. Yingye Minghaku, although the demise of the Whirlpool country may be difficult to prevent, Yingye can still fight for a glimmer of life for those innocent people. I can't sit idly by. Yingye made a firm decision in his heart, even if I can't prevent the outbreak of war, I will try my best to save those lives. Uchiha Yingye immediately summoned the core members of the Shadow Screen organization to further analyze and organize the collected intelligence. Uchiha Kageki then decided to go to the Hokage building in person to report this urgent intelligence to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, Kageki calmly reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen the troop movements and weapons procurement of the major ninja villages, and expressed his concern that the Whirlpool country might face extinction. After listening to Kageki's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became extremely solemn. He realized that Kageki's speculation was very likely to be accurate, which meant that the ninja world was about to usher in a new turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the importance of the Whirlpool country, and the relationship between the Whirlpool country's sealing technique and Konoha village was extraordinary. He immediately convened the village's senior management to discuss and deploy response strategies. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kageki immediately returned to the Shadow Curtain organization to arrange the next action plan. Uchiha Kageki ordered the intelligence personnel of the Shadow Curtain to strengthen the monitoring of the movements of the major ninja villages and try to save as many Uzumaki clans in the Whirlpool country as possible. Uchiha Kageki frowned and thought to himself, can the Konoha high-level officials really rescue the Uzumaki clan? Kageki recalled the original plot. The Whirlpool country was destroyed and the Uzumaki clan was almost exterminated. Only a few survivors were left and fled to various corners of the ninja world. However, Konoha did not seem to lend a hand. As an ally of Konoha and a distant relative of the Senju clan, the Whirlpool country did not receive timely assistance, which made Uchiha Kageki feel that things were not simple. Uchiha Kageki decided to tell this situation to Uzumaki Mido-sama to see what she thought about it. Uchiha Kageki knew in his heart that this crisis was coming, and he must be fully prepared to meet the coming storm. Chapter 36, A Crime of Holding a Treasure. The land of whirlpools, as the hometown of the Uzumaki clan, is famous for its powerful sealing techniques, especially the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques that have a very high level of control over the tailed beasts. Uchiha Kageki couldn't help but wonder, why would such a country with a powerful sealing technique suddenly be attacked by the joint attack of the major ninja villages and eventually go to extinction? The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is so powerful that it can even seal the tailed beasts. Such power should be respected and protected by all countries, but why have they become the target of the major ninja villages? Kageki thought in his heart that the reason behind this national destruction must not be simple. Uchiha Kageki recalled some key events in history, especially Senjo Hashirama's decision at the Five-Kage Summit. In order to achieve peace in the ninja world, Senjo Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts to the major ninja villages, hoping to balance the power of various countries in this way and avoid war. However, this is not the case. Senjo Hashirama's starting point is good, but it is not good after the start. Uchiha Yingye secretly analyzed, Senjo Hashirama's peace policy is actually based on his personal strong strength. As long as Senjo Hashirama is alive, countries naturally dare not act rashly, but once he dies, he loses this powerful deterrent power, and Senjo Hashirama's peace policy will naturally end with his death. The outbreak of the First Ninja World War was the result of the reshuffle of the power of various countries after Senjo Hashirama's death. Uchiha Yingye realized that there was a fatal loophole in Senjo Hashirama's policy, that is, he distributed the tailed beasts, but did not give enough sealing techniques to the major ninja villages. When Senjo Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, it may be out of trust in the Uzumaki clan, believing that only the Uzumaki clan could master these powerful sealing techniques. Uchiha Kageki continued to speculate, however, this resulted in the tailed beasts of other villages becoming unstable bombs, except for Uzumaki Mido of Konoha village who could fully control the 9 tails. The tailed beasts are a huge source of power, but if they cannot be fully controlled, they will become a disaster. Uchiha Kageki gradually realized that the major ninja villages were wary of the Whirlpool country not only because the Uzumaki clan had powerful sealing techniques, but also because these sealing techniques could determine life and death on the battlefield. The Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country is proficient in sealing techniques, and may also have the method to remove the seal of the tailed beast. This is undoubtedly a huge threat to other ninja villages. Shadow Moon's thoughts became clearer and clearer. Once the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan remove the seal of the enemy's tailed beast on the battlefield, it will lead to a huge defeat and even completely rewrite the direction of the war. Uchiha Shadow Moon's thinking gradually deepened, and he began to connect these clues to form a more complete speculation. In Shadow Moon's speculation, the demise of the Whirlpool country is not only the covetousness of the major ninja villages for the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but also to eliminate the anxiety of controlling their own tailed beasts. The major ninja villages not only want to snatch the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, but also completely eliminate the source of power that may threaten their control of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Yingyu's eyes gradually became solemn. From the perspective of each village, whether it is to snatch the sealing technique or to weaken Konoha's power, the Whirlpool country must be destroyed. Uchiha Yingyu realized that the demise of the Whirlpool country was not simply due to its lack of strength, but because it became an intolerable threat in the eyes of the major ninja villages. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is too powerful, enough to threaten the major ninja villages' control over the tailed beasts, and this uneasiness eventually prompted them to join forces to wipe the Whirlpool country off the map. This is exactly the truth that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure, and the people in the ninja world obviously don't understand this truth. Uchiha Yingyu's speculation in his heart made him feel a chill. Yingyu Minghaku, the fate of the Whirlpool country is almost doomed. However, as a ninja of Konoha, Yingyu can't turn a blind eye to all this. Yingyu decided to take action to try to win a glimmer of hope for the Whirlpool country. Uchiha Kageyuki decided to inform Lord Uzumaki Mito of the intelligence he had gathered through the Shadow Screen organization and his own speculation about the impending national extinction crisis facing the Whirlpool country. Uzumaki Mito is the wife of Senjo Hashirama, the only perfect Jinchuriki in Konoha village who has successfully controlled the Nine Tails, and a direct member of the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country. Uchiha Kageyuki believed that conveying this crisis to Uzumaki Mito was one of the most important things at the moment. At the moment when the Whirlpool country is facing life and death, Uzumaki Mito may be the only key person who can act quickly and may affect the situation. Uchiha Kagyu is well aware of Uzumaki Mito's prestige and influence in Konoha village. She can not only mobilize Konoha's power, but also directly contact the daimyo of Whirlpool country to gain more assistance and preparation time for Whirlpool country. Mito-sama must be informed of this as soon as possible. The future of Whirlpool country may change because of her actions. Kagyu said firmly in her heart. Uchiha Kagyu acted quickly and went to where Uzumaki Mito lived. Uzumaki Mito is over 60 years old, but she still maintains an awe-inspiring demeanor and majesty. As one of the spiritual pillars of Konoha village, her status in the village is unmatched. When Kagyu came to Uzumaki Mito's residence, Mito was resting in the courtyard. Seeing Yingyu coming, Mito smiled kindly. "Mr. Yingyu, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me?" Yingyu immediately saluted, his face serious. "Mr. Mito, I have an extremely urgent matter to report to you, which is related to the safety of the Whirlpool country." Mito's heart tightened slightly when he heard Yingyu's solemn tone, and he motioned Yingyu to sit down. "Mr. Yingyu, don't be anxious, talk slowly." After Yingyu sat down, he immediately told Mito the intelligence and speculation he got from the Shadow Screen organization, including the changes in Kirigakure village, Kumigakure village, and Uegakure, as well as his analysis of the possible national extinction crisis facing the Whirlpool country. As Yingyu narrated, Uzumaki Mito's expression gradually became solemn. She is a direct member of the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country. She knows very well what Yingyu said. If the major ninja villages really join forces to attack the Whirlpool country, it will be an irreversible disaster. After listening to Yingyu's report, Uzumaki Mito was silent for a moment, with complex emotions in her eyes. She felt mixed emotions, with both worry about the crisis her hometown was about to encounter and gratitude for Yingyu's timely reminder. "Kagyu, your reminder is timely." Mito's voice was heavy. "Whirlpool country is my hometown and the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. If it really faces such a huge crisis, I can't sit idly by." Chapter 37 Whirlpool Storm. Uchiha Kagyu nodded slightly. "Mito-sama, I think the most important thing now is to take action as soon as possible." Perhaps you can use your influence to influence the Hokage and the high-level officials in the village, and use the power of Konoha to help Whirlpool Country. At the same time, I suggest you write a letter to the daimyo of Whirlpool Country to let him know the upcoming crisis." Uzumaki Mito's eyes flashed with a hint of determination, and she quickly made up her mind. "Kgu, you are right. I will immediately discuss with Hiruzen and other high-level officials and ask them to help Whirlpool Country. In addition, I will also write to the daimyo of Whirlpool Country, my younger brother, telling him about the upcoming crisis and asking him to be prepared." Mito paused and continued, "In addition, Shadow Moon, you have a close relationship with the Senjo clan. Although the Senjo clan has disbanded, they are distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan and have close blood. I believe they will not ignore the crisis of the Uzumaki clan. If you can get them to help, perhaps you can get more assistance for the Whirlpool Country." Shadow Moon nodded in agreement. "Mito-sama, I will do my best to contact the members of the Senjo clan and use their power to help the Uzumaki clan." Mito smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Shadow Moon. I am really grateful that you can stand up at this critical moment and fight for a glimmer of hope for the Uzumaki clan." Shadow Moon said sincerely, "Mito-sama, this is my responsibility as a Konoha ninja. The Uzumaki clan has a deep connection with Konoha village, and the survival of the Whirlpool Country is also crucial to Konoha. I hope to do my best to prevent this disaster from happening." After saying goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, Shadow Moon immediately took action. First, he used the intelligence network of the Shadow Screen organization to send a message for help to the Senjo clan, hoping that they could lend a hand and help the Uzumaki clan overcome this difficulty. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito also wrote a letter in person and sent a messenger to the Whirlpool Country quickly. The letter detailed the crisis that the Whirlpool Country might face, urging her brother, the daimyo of the Whirlpool Country, to make defense preparations as soon as possible and keep in close contact with Konoha village so that they could get help when the crisis came. Uzumaki Mito also immediately went to find the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking Konoha to send troops to help the Uzumaki clan. After Uchiha Shadow Moon reported the intelligence that the Whirlpool Country was about to face a crisis, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly summoned the top leaders of Konoha village and held an emergency meeting. The meeting was attended by Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo, and two advisors Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado. The theme of the meeting was very clear: to discuss the intelligence reported by Shadow Moon and how to deal with the possible crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. His face was solemn, and there was a sense of urgency in his tone. According to the intelligence provided by Uchiha Shadow Moon, the recent troop movements and weapons purchases of the major ninja villages are extremely abnormal, especially the Cloud Village, Kirigakur Village, and Iwagakur. According to Shadow Moon's speculation, they may conspire to attack the Land of Whirlpools, and even have plans for the Land of Fire. We must take action as soon as possible and cannot sit idly by. Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado looked at each other after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis, and then nodded in agreement. Koharu Yudatan said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen is right. The Uzumaki clan has a deep connection with our Konoha village. Especially as Senjo Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito-sama is in crisis. We should help her." Homura Mitokado also echoed, "Yes, if the Whirlpool Country is attacked, it will not only be a blow to the Uzumaki clan, but also a provocation to our Konoha village. We must respond with practical actions." However, at this time, Shimura Danzo spoke, and his attitude was completely different from others. "Hiruzen, I don't think we should be so eager to take action. Although Uchiha Kageki's speculation makes sense, we can't determine the intentions of the major ninja villages. Perhaps this is just a normal troop movement, which may not pose a direct threat to the Whirlpool Country or the Fire Country. I suggest observing for a while and seeing how the situation develops before making a decision." Shimura Danzo's speech made the atmosphere in the conference room subtle. Although his tone seemed calm and rational, other senior officials present could sense some hesitation in Danzo's attitude. In fact, Danzo already had his own plan in mind. As the assistant of the Hokage of Konoha village and the controller of the route, Shimura Danzo had long been aware of the changes in the major ninja villages. He knew how powerful the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was, and he also knew that if the Whirlpool country was destroyed, the inheritance of those sealing techniques would become ownerless. Danzo secretly calculated in his heart that if he could snatch these sealing techniques in the chaos of the Whirlpool country, then the power of Konoha village would be further enhanced, and his position in the village would be more stable. More importantly, Danzo always believed that the power of the Senju clan was a threat to him. Now that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have passed away, the Senju clan has also disbanded, and Uzumaki Mito is old. As a distant relative of the Senju clan, the existence of the Whirlpool country has prevented the influence of the Senju clan from completely disappearing. Danzo was worried that if he continued to support the Whirlpool country, the remnants of the Senju clan might rise again, which would be detrimental to his and Konoha's future. Therefore, Danzo decided to conceal the information that the Whirlpool country was about to be attacked, and even considered using the power of the root to seize the inheritance of the sealing technique in the chaos of the Whirlpool country. However, just as he was about to further persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Uzumaki Mito, reminded by Uchiha Kageki, realized that the crisis of the Whirlpool country was imminent. She knew that she had to come forward in person to ensure that Konoha village would provide timely assistance. So, despite her advanced age, she resolutely broke into the ongoing high-level meeting. When Uzumaki Mito's figure appeared at the door of the conference room, everyone's eyes were attracted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other senior staff immediately stood up and saluted to express their respect for the spiritual pillar of Konoha village. "Mr. Mito, why did you come here in person?" Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, with concern in his tone. Mito's expression was solemn, and he directly stated his purpose. "Hiruzen, I heard from Shadow Moon that the Whirlpool country is about to face a huge crisis, and the major ninja villages may join forces to attack. I came here to ask you to send troops immediately to help my hometown and protect the Uzumaki clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the firmness and determination in Mito's words, and immediately stated, "Mr. Mito, don't worry, we have already discussed this issue, and I also think that the situation is urgent, and we must immediately rush to help the Whirlpool country." Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado also agreed, "Mitsu-sama, we will fully support this decision." Shimura Danzo's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to come and intervene in person. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had reached a consensus, Danzo knew that he could no longer insist on opposing, so he had to reluctantly agree. "Since Mito-sama also thinks that troops should be sent, then I naturally have no objection." Uzumaki Mito's arrival completely changed the atmosphere of the meeting. Her decision made Sarutobi Hiruzen more determined to send troops to aid the Whirlpool country. With Uzumaki Mito's strong intervention, the Konoha high-level officials finally reached a consensus. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered and began to prepare to send troops to aid the Whirlpool country. He knew that time waits for no one, and any delay may put the Whirlpool country into an irreversible situation. Immediately mobilize the available ninja troops and prepare to support the Whirlpool country. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to the senior officials present, his tone full of determination. "No matter what, we can't let the Uzumaki clan face this disaster alone." Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction, and she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen gratefully. "Thank you, Hiruzen. I believe that with the assistance of Konoha, the Whirlpool country will have a glimmer of hope." Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, "This is what we should do, Lord Mito." Chapter 38 Lightning Attack on the Whirlpool Country. With the intervention of Uzumaki Mito and the end of the Konoha high-level meeting, Konoha village immediately began intensive preparations for reinforcements. The ninja troops in the village were quickly mobilized, and supplies were also quickly assembled. However, Uchiha Kageki felt a little uneasy. Yingye clearly remembered the suddenness of the destruction of the Whirlpool country in the original work. The sudden attack of the major ninja villages made it impossible for Konoha to support the Uzumaki clan. Considering this, Yingye felt that even if Konoha village had begun preparations, it might miss the best time for rescue if it had to wait until all the reinforcements were assembled before setting off. Time waits for no one. By the time Konoha's reinforcements are ready, I'm afraid the Whirlpool country will be in crisis. Uchiha Yingye thought to himself, if I can get to the Whirlpool country in advance, maybe I can give them support as soon as possible. The Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country and the Senju clan are both descendants of Ashura, the son of the Six Paths sage. They are born with strong chakra and special physiques. Establishing friendship with the Uzumaki clan will greatly help his future plans. After Uchiha Yingye made the decision, he immediately began to prepare for action. If you want to support the Whirlpool country in advance, it is far from enough to rely on the strength of one person or a small team alone. Yingye needs more support and strength, and Elder Senju Mufeng and Elder Uchiha Setsuna are the two great helpers that he can rely on. Uchiha Yingye first came to Senju Mufeng's residence. Elder Senju Mufeng is one of the most influential figures in the Senju clan and a staunch supporter of Yingye. After listening to Yingye's plan, Senju Mufeng pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yingye, your analysis makes sense. The Whirlpool country has a deep connection with our Senju clan, and Lord Uzumaki Mito is our respected elder. Since Konoha's reinforcements may not be able to support in time, you can lead some of the Senju clan members to go to the Whirlpool country with you to support. Senju Mufeng said firmly. Uchiha Kageki expressed his gratitude to Senju Mufeng for his support. Thank you, Elder Mufeng. We must act quickly and reach the land of whirlpools before the enemy. Then, Uchiha Kageki went to the territory of the Uchiha clan and found Elder Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and placed high hopes on Uchiha Kageki, hoping that Kageki could lead the Uchiha clan to regain its glory. After listening to Kageki's plan, Setsuna pondered for a moment, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Kageki, your decision is correct. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are vital to the ninja world and cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands. The Uchiha clan will not stand idly by. Setsuna nodded in agreement, and then added, I will send a group of elite clansmen to accompany you to ensure the success of this operation. Uchiha Kageki smiled slightly, full of confidence. Thank you, Elder Setsuna. With the support of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, we will definitely be able to provide the Uzumaki clan with the most powerful assistance at the critical moment. With the support of Senju Mufeng and Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Yingye quickly formed an elite team composed of Senju people and Uchiha Ichizoku people. This team is small in number, but they are all powerful ninjas who can exert great combat power in an emergency. Uchiha Yingye led this elite team to quickly gather supplies and prepare to set off. In order to shorten the time to reach the Whirlpool country as much as possible, they decided to act secretly in batches, avoid possible enemy reconnaissance, and reach the Whirlpool country as quickly as possible. Everyone, we have limited time and must reach the Whirlpool country before the enemy launches a full-scale offensive. Uchiha Yingye said to the team before leaving, this battle is not only for the Whirlpool country, but also for the future of our Konoha village. Protecting the Uzumaki clan is also protecting ourselves. The Senju people and Uchiha Ichizoku people nodded one after another, with passion and determination burning in their eyes. Uchiha Yingye looked at them with confidence in his heart. Yingye knew that this early support operation was crucial, and its success or failure would directly affect the survival of the Whirlpool country. After everything was ready, Yingye led the elite team to quietly set off and headed for the Whirlpool country. They quickly crossed the border of the Fire country and entered the stormy ninja jungle. At the same time, as Konoha village was gathering troops and preparing to rush to the Whirlpool country, the news was quickly passed on by spies from major ninja villages. These spies had been lurking in Konoha village for many years, waiting for such important intelligence. Soon, the news was passed to the shadows of major ninja villages through secret channels. The senior officials of Kumagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure villages realized that Konoha village had noticed their plan when they received the news. The heads of each village immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this emergency. In Kumagakure, the third-generation Reikage AI was handling daily affairs. Suddenly, an intelligence ninja who came quickly handed the urgent news to his desk. Reikage frowned slightly, read the content of the intelligence carefully, and his heart was alarmed. Konoha has begun to gather troops, and it is obvious that they have noticed our plan. The Reikage said in a deep voice, his eyes cold, if we let Konoha's reinforcements arrive at the Whirlpool country, our plan will be deadlocked, and may even fail. The Reikage immediately summoned the top leaders of the Hidden Cloud village and decided to act quickly. He decisively ordered, we must attack in advance and strike the Whirlpool country before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Time waits for no one. Pass the order down and let all troops immediately enter combat readiness and prepare to set off. The top leaders of the Hidden Cloud village had no objection to the Reikage's decision and quickly executed the order. The Reikage knew that once the Whirlpool country was occupied, they would gain a huge strategic advantage, and the faster Konoha village reacted, the smaller their chances of winning. At the same time, in Iwagakure, the third-generation Tsuchikage Aoeniki also received the same information. Aoeniki is a rare veteran strongman in the ninja world. He has been on the battlefield for a long time and quickly analyzed the current situation. The reinforcements of Konoha village are gathering. Obviously, they have noticed our actions. Aoeniki said calmly, if we don't act in advance, what awaits us will be Konoha's full-scale counterattack. Aoeniki immediately made a decision at the high-level meeting of Iwagakure, all troops will enter combat status immediately, and the original attack time will be advanced. We must take down the Whirlpool Kingdom before Konoha reacts. The ninjas of Iwagakure are known for their efficiency. They quickly mobilized and prepared to execute the orders of the Tsuchikage. Aoeniki knew in his heart that this blitzkrieg was a rare opportunity and the battle must be ended as quickly as possible to avoid complications. In Kirigakure village, the third Mizukage also received information about Konoha village's mobilization. The actions of Kirigakure village have always been known for their swiftness and ruthlessness. The third Mizukage knew that there could be no hesitation at this time. Konoha village has noticed our intention, which means we have to change our plan. The third Mizukage said coldly, with a flash of determination in his eyes, we will act immediately and attack the Whirlpool country. We must resolve the battle before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Mizukage quickly gave orders, and the ninja troops of Kirigakure village began to gather nervously. Mizukage knew that the sealing technique of the Whirlpool country was of great strategic significance to the future of Kirigakure village, and only when Konoha had not fully reacted could they grasp the victory of this battle. After receiving the information about Konoha's mobilization, the three shadows quickly contacted each other. The third Reikage, the third Tsuchikage and the third Mizukage almost reached a consensus. They must act immediately in advance to prevent Konoha's reinforcements from interfering with them. Plan. Reikage spoke first, Konoha is gathering reinforcements, we must take the Whirlpool country before them. Aoeniki nodded in agreement, I agree, only by blitzing in advance can we ensure victory. Mizukage also said calmly, then, let's act according to the new plan. Each of us mobilizes troops and launches the attack as soon as possible. The three shadows quickly adjusted the attack plan and greatly advanced the original attack time. They decided to launch a surprise attack at the same time to occupy the Whirlpool country as quickly as possible and disintegrate the resistance of the Uzumaki clan. With the decision of the three shadows, the troops of the major ninja villages began to gather quickly and march towards the Whirlpool country at the fastest speed. The shadow of war has shrouded the sky over the Whirlpool country, and a decisive battle is about to break out. At this time, the advance reinforcements led by Uchiha Kageki are also on the way to the Whirlpool country. The fate of both sides will meet on this land, and the future of the Uzumaki clan will be decided in this battle. Chapter 39 Organizing Defense. After several days of arduous journey, Shadow Moon's team finally arrived at the border of the Whirlpool Country. The Whirlpool Country is surrounded by the sea and has a natural defense. Uchiha found that there was no trace of any battle of the Ninja Alliance in the Whirlpool Country. Uchiha Shadow Moon breathed a sigh of relief, but Shadow Moon knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The Ninja Alliance could launch an attack at any time, and the situation in the Whirlpool Country could not be delayed. We came at the right time. We must notify the daimyo of the Whirlpool Country as soon as possible and let them prepare for defense. Shadow Moon said to the elite team, and then decided to go to Uzumaki Ninja Village immediately to meet the daimyo of the Whirlpool Country. Uchiha Shadow Moon led several elite ninjas to the entrance of Uzumaki Ninja Village. As soon as the guarding ninjas saw Shadow Moon and others coming, they immediately became alert and put their hands on their weapons, ready to fight. Who are you? Why did you enter the land of whirlpools without permission? A guard ninja asked sternly, staring at Yingye sharply. Yingye remained calm and slowly raised his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Uchiha Yingye said in a calm tone, "Please don't get me wrong, I am Uchiha Yingye, from Konoha village. We are here on the orders of Lord Uzumaki Mito, and there is something important to inform the daimyo of the land of whirlpools. Please inform him, I need to meet the daimyo immediately." Hearing the name Uzumaki Mito, the guard ninjas' expressions changed slightly. They knew the identity and status of Uzumaki Mito, and although Yingye's words surprised them, they did not dare to neglect it easily. "Please wait a moment, we need to confirm your identity first," another guard ninja said, and then signaled a companion to notify his superiors. A few minutes later, the guard ninjas received instructions from their superiors and confirmed Yingye's identity. With some respect and doubt, they decided to take Yingye into the Uzumaki Ninja Village. "Please follow us, we will take you to see the daimyo," the leading guard ninja said, put down his guard, turned around and led Yingye and others into the Uzumaki Ninja Village. Yingye and his party followed the guard ninja through the Uzumaki Ninja Village. The ninjas and villagers of the Uzumaki clan were busy, and they didn't seem to be aware of the impending crisis. Yingye became more and more anxious, and was determined to inform the daimyo of the crisis as soon as possible. Soon after, Yingye was brought to the mansion of the daimyo of the Whirlpool Country. Although this mansion is simple, it exudes a solemn atmosphere. The guards asked Yingye and others to wait at the door for a while, and then entered the mansion to report. After a while, the door opened, and an old man in official uniform came out and respectfully led Yingye and others into the mansion. Yingye followed him into a spacious hall, where the daimyo of the Whirlpool Country was sitting in the middle, looking at Yingye with a calm expression. "You are Uchiha Yingye, right?" The daimyo of the Whirlpool Country spoke slowly, with majesty and calmness in his voice. Uchiha Yingye immediately saluted, then took out the letter from Uzumaki Mito from his arms and handed it over with both hands. "Daimyo-sama, this is a letter written to you by Uzumaki Mito personally. It is of great importance. Please take a look." The daimyo of the Whirlpool Country took the letter, slowly unfolded it, and read it carefully. As he read, his face gradually became solemn. After reading the letter, the daimyo's eyes fell on Yingye again. "Daimyo, the purpose of my trip is to convey to you the warning of Mito-sama Uzumaki." Yingye said solemnly, "According to our intelligence, the Hidden Cloud Village, Iwagakur and Kirigakur Village are planning a joint attack on the land of whirlpools, and the war may break out at any time." The daimyo of the land of whirlpools nodded slightly, with deep thought in his eyes. "I have understood Sister Mito's warning, this is indeed an extremely dangerous situation." Uchiha Kageki continued, "I suggest that you take defensive measures immediately, mobilize all ninjas who can fight, and evacuate the villagers to avoid civilians from being harmed in the war. At the same time, contact the reinforcements of Konoha village as soon as possible. We are on the way, but it will take time to arrive." The daimyo of the Whirlpool Country pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. "You are right, Kageki. The Whirlpool country must not sit and wait for death in such a crisis. I will issue an order immediately to prepare for defense. The daimyo of the Whirlpool country immediately summoned all the high-level officials and ninja leaders, and conveyed the contents of Uzumaki Mito's letter and Kageki's warning to them in detail. After hearing the news, the high-level officials of the Whirlpool country suddenly became nervous and realized the seriousness of the situation. The daimyo issued an emergency mobilization order: all ninjas who can fight immediately enter combat status, and the villagers quickly evacuate to a safe area. We must make all preparations for the upcoming battle. As the order was issued, the entire Whirlpool country quickly took action. The ninjas began to organize defenses, and civilians also moved to safe shelters under the protection of the ninjas. The atmosphere in the Uzumaki ninja village became tense and solemn, and everyone felt the pressure of the upcoming war. Shadow Moon looked at all this, and his heart was still uneasy. Shadow Moon knew that this was just the beginning. Although the Whirlpool country had begun preparations, it was still unknown whether it could successfully resist the enemy's joint attack. However, Shadow Moon also knew that all he could do was to support the Whirlpool country with all his strength, delay the enemy's offensive as much as possible, and buy more time for the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements. Shortly after the Whirlpool country began to urgently mobilize and prepare for defense, the ninja coalition of the Hidden Cloud Village, Kirigakure Village, and Iwagakure suddenly descended like a storm. They approached the border of the Whirlpool country at lightning speed, quickly broke through the outer defense line, and began to advance towards the core area of the Whirlpool country. The ninja coalition of the three countries is large in scale and powerful in combat. Both experienced jonins and elite Umbu ninjas went all out in this attack. The lightning release ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village charged forward like thunder, the water-style ninjas of the Kirigakure village covered their actions with cold mist, and the earth-style ninjas of Iwagakure destroyed the defenses of the Whirlpool country with their powerful terrain control ability. Although the ninjas of the Whirlpool country had long been prepared for battle, their numbers and strength were still stretched compared to the ninja coalition of the three countries. The defenses of the Whirlpool country quickly collapsed under the fierce offensive of the coalition, and the war quickly spread to the entire country. The battle was most intense in the capital of the Whirlpool country. This city is not only the political center of the Whirlpool country, but also the place where the Uzumaki clan has passed down the sealing technique from generation to generation. Uzumaki Jinto, the daimyo of Whirlpool country and the head of the Uzumaki clan, knows the importance of this city. If this place is lost, not only will Whirlpool country fall completely, but the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique will also fall into the hands of the enemy. Uzumaki Jinto is over 60 years old, and his red hair, which symbolizes the vigorous vitality of the Uzumaki clan, has begun to turn red. But even so, he still put on his armor and personally led the elite ninjas of the Uzumaki clan to defend. Under his command, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan launched a tenacious resistance in the capital, using their powerful sealing techniques to set up many traps to try to stop the enemy's advance. However, the opponents of Whirlpool country are not ordinary enemies. The leader of the three-country ninja coalition is the third-generation Raikage AI of the Hidden Cloud Village. He is famous for his powerful physical skills and lightning release ability and is known as the strongest Raikage. The third Raikage not only possesses powerful strength, but can even fight the Eight Tails in close combat, making him almost unstoppable. The third Raikage led the elite troops of the Hidden Cloud Village, broke through the sealed position of the Uzumaki clan, and headed straight for the core area of the capital. Uzumaki Jinto realized that his battle with this powerful opponent was doomed to be dangerous, but he was determined to do his best to protect the glory and heritage of his family. At the same time, on another battlefield, Uchiha Kageki was leading the elite ninja team of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to fight against the ninja coalition. Their mission was to protect and rescue the civilians and ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and to minimize the damage of this disaster to the Whirlpool Kingdom. Chapter 40. Do you want to dance too? On another battlefield, Uchiha Kageki was leading a team of elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to fight against the menacing ninja coalition. Their mission is extremely difficult, not only to protect the civilians and ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, but also to minimize the losses of the Whirlpool country in this war. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. The enemy ninja coalition attacked Kageki's team wave after wave. However, Uchiha Kageki showed amazing fighting power, and his performance was as shocking as the arrival of the god of war. When the enemy Kirigakure village ninja tried to encircle Uchiha Kageki's team, Uchiha Kageki released the fire style, Great Fire, extinguishing without hesitation. Uchiha Kageki's hand seals were as fast as lightning, and chakras surged in Kageki's body, turning into a raging fire. In an instant, a sea of a fire more than 20 meters long swept across the battlefield, covering a large area of the enemy. Is this Great Fire extinguishing? The Uchiha clan elite jonin on the side stared at the sea of a fire in amazement and exclaimed, "This scale is too outrageous. How can Kageyu's chakra be so large? Is he a human-shaped tailed beast?" Seeing this, a dozen enemy Kirigakure ninjas immediately reacted and quickly released water stylia water array wall to try to block Uchiha Kageyu's sea of a fire. Water and fire collided violently on the battlefield, forming billowing steam that covered the sky. However, all this was just the prelude to Uchiha Kageyu's attack. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kageyu continued to form seals without hesitation and released the more powerful fire stylia dragon flame song jutsu. 4 huge fire dragons roared out and roared towards the enemy's position. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the ground was burned black, and the enemy screamed one after another, suffering heavy losses. Dragon flame song technique? This is an A-level fire style. The Uchiha clan's elite jonin widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Kageyu has already learned this? What kind of monster is this guy?" But Uchiha Kageyu's attack was not over yet. While the enemy was suppressed by the fire dragon, Kageyu formed a seal again and suddenly performed wood style, sea of a trees descending. The ground began to shake violently, and a large area of a trees surged out like a tide, covering a large area of a enemy troops. Then, Uchiha Kageyu waved his hand coldly and performed wood style, cutting technique. Countless wood thorns shot out from the sea of a trees, accurately killing those enemies who had not been cleared. The elite jonins of the Senjo clan looked at this familiar and awe-inspiring wood style, and their hearts were extremely shocked. This is Senjo Hashirama's wood release. The elite jonins of the Senjo clan couldn't help but exclaimed. They thought that wood release had become history with the death of Senjo Hashirama, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes today. After completing a series of offensives, Uchiha Kageyu glanced coldly at the enemy in front of him. Uchiha Kageyu concentrated his chakra in his body and performed wood release wood clone again. Several clones appeared on the battlefield in an instant, forming a comprehensive suppression of the enemy. Uchiha Kageyu's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of disdain in his tone, "Do you want to dance too?" As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Kageyu rushed into the enemy's formation like a whirlwind. Uchiha Kageyu's figure shuttled across the battlefield like lightning, and the enemy's attack seemed to have no threat in front of him. With the ability of Ninja World Dance King, Uchiha Kageyu went in and out of the enemy's encirclement 7 times, as if playing with these enemies. The enemy tried to encircle Uchiha Kageyu, but no matter which direction they attacked from, Uchiha Kageyu could always dodge in an instant, and even several enemies were directly knocked away by Kageyu. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. It was not a group of ninjas that surrounded Uchiha Kageyu, but Uchiha Kageyu alone surrounded the ninjas. The elite ninjas of the Uchiha and Senjo clans witnessed all this and were shocked. Originally, they thought that although Uchiha Kageyu was a genius, he was still young after all, and perhaps he was not as good as them in combat experience and tactics. However, Uchiha Kageyu's performance on the battlefield completely overturned their cognition. "This is ridiculously strong." An Uchiha jonin muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Yingye to be so strong. No wonder the elders value him so much." The ninjas of the Uchiha Senju clan also showed admiration. If we originally obeyed Yingye just because of the elder's face and prestige, now we are really convinced. The powerful strength displayed by Uchiha Yingye on the battlefield not only successfully suppressed the enemy, but also completely won the trust and respect of his companions. Uchiha Yingye's decisiveness, calmness, and strong strength made everyone realize that Uchiha Yingye is not only a genius boy, but also a trustworthy leader. As the battle continued, the team led by Yingye gradually formed a tacit cooperation. Under the command of Uchiha Yingye, they constantly looked for the weaknesses of the enemy and gave them at critical moments a fatal blow. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Whirlpool country, the war has entered the Haku heating stage. The elite troops of the Hidden Cloud village led by the 3rd Raikage AI continue to attack the defense line of the Uzumaki clan, and the whole city is shrouded in the shadow of war. Although the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan fought desperately, their situation became more and more dangerous. The daimyo of the Whirlpool country, Uzumaki Jinran, personally led the elite ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and was fighting fiercely with the 3rd Raikage. Although he was over 60 years old, he still showed the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. However, facing the strongest combat power of the 3rd Raikage, Uzumaki Jinran's strength was ultimately inferior. Despite this, Uzumaki Jinran relied on excellent tactics and powerful sealing techniques to delay the attack of the 3rd Raikage again and again, causing the battle to fall into a stalemate. The lightning of lightning release and the light of the sealing technique intertwined in the air, and the huge shock wave continued to shake every corner of the battlefield. In the fierce battle, Uzumaki Jinran gradually realized that with the power of himself and the Uzumaki clan, he could not defeat the 3rd Raikage at all, let alone resist the coalition forces of Kumagakur village, Kirigakur village, and Iwagakur. He felt powerless and sad. The demise of the Whirlpool country seemed to have become an inevitable ending. We can't stop this disaster after all. Uzumaki Jinran made a difficult decision in his heart while performing the sealing technique to resist the attack of the Raikage. He knew that the warriors of the Whirlpool country were fighting desperately for their homes and tribesmen, but if they continued like this, they would eventually die here, and the future of the Whirlpool country would end with it. Uzumaki Jinran did not want to see this ending, especially the younger generation of ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. They are the hope of the family and the inheritors of the future, and they cannot just fall on the battlefield like this. Uzumaki Renjin decided to take the most extreme measures, sacrificing himself and other elderly clansmen, using their life force to perform the last forbidden technique, trapping the 3rd Raikage and the Ninja Alliance, and giving the younger generation of Uzumaki ninjas a chance to break out. Chapter 41, The War of Destroying the Country. In the interval of fierce fighting, Uzumaki Renjin quickly summoned several elders of the Whirlpool country. These elders were the most experienced and powerful ninjas in the Uzumaki clan, but they were too old to continue fighting on the battlefield. Seeing Uzumaki Renjin's solemn expression, the elders had guessed his intention. "Renjin, are you going to?" one of the elders asked with a complicated look, with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Uzumaki nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, I have decided. We can't let the younger generation of the tribe die here. Haku. They are the future of the Uzumaki clan, and we old bones, let's use our last strength to open up a way for them to live." The elders were silent for a moment, looked at each other, and finally nodded. They knew that this was the only choice. Uzumaki looked at these comrades and elders who had accompanied him for many years, and an indescribable sadness surged in his heart. "It seems that my country of whirlpools is destined to perish here," Uzumaki said in a low voice, his tone full of helplessness and grief. Although he was sad, Uzumaki's eyes were still firm. He had decided to dedicate his life and the lives of these elders to this forbidden technique, in order to delay the attack of the 3rd Raikage and the Ninja Alliance, and buy precious time for the young ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. "We will perform the forbidden life technique together, and at the cost of our lives, we will trap the Raikage and the main force of the enemy." Uzumaki Renran said to the elders, "This will be our last contribution." The elders responded in unison, "For the country of whirlpools, for the Uzumaki clan, we are willing to go to the last battlefield with you." Uzumaki Renran immediately issued the final order to the Uzumaki clan ninjas who were fighting fiercely. He ordered the younger generation of ninjas to prepare for a breakout immediately, protect the civilians who have not yet evacuated, and leave the capital as soon as possible. "You must leave here, take the hope and heritage of the Uzumaki clan, and stay away from this battlefield that is about to become a ruin." Uzumaki Renran said to the young ninjas, "Don't look back, keep going. No matter what, stay alive and protect our people." The young Uzumaki ninjas were filled with grief and reluctance when they heard this order. They knew Haku, which meant that Uzumaki Renran and the elders would fight for their chance to escape at the cost of their own lives. But they also know that they must obey the order of the daimyo, because they carry the future of the Uzumaki clan. "Yes, daimyo, we will definitely pass on the hope of our clan." The young ninjas of the Uzumaki clan responded with tears, and then began to implement the breakout plan. Under the command of Uzumaki Rento, the elders of the Uzumaki clan began to seal and prepare to perform the final life forbidden technique. Powerful chakra fluctuations gathered on them, and their life force was gradually being drawn out in exchange for the power of the forbidden technique. The third generation Raikage noticed this powerful chakra fluctuation and realized that the Uzumaki clan was preparing to perform an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. He snorted coldly and accelerated the speed of the attack, trying to break their defense before the forbidden technique was completed. However, Uzumaki Rento had already made up his mind. He ignored his own safety and tried his best to release the sealing technique, forcibly delaying the offensive rhythm of the third generation Raikage. "Come on, let's use our last strength to open up a way out for the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki looked at the elders beside him, with a flash of determination in his eyes. With the completion of the forbidden technique, a huge seal formation was unfolded on the battlefield. Uzumaki and the elders injected their life force into it, forming a huge seal barrier that enveloped the entire battlefield. The third generation Raikage found himself trapped in the barrier, roaring and waving his fists, trying to break the shackles of this forbidden technique. However, this forbidden seal was exchanged for the lives of the elders of the Uzumaki clan, and even he could not break through it in a short time. At this time, the young ninjas of the Whirlpool Kingdom successfully broke through with the sacrifice of Uzumaki, and left the capital that was about to be destroyed with the hope of the Uzumaki clan. On the other side of the battlefield, Uchiha Yingye led the elite team to advance with difficulty. They have been looking for survivors of the Whirlpool Kingdom and the team that broke through. After several fierce battles, Uchiha Yingye finally found a team of ninjas from the Uzumaki clan who had broken through in a devastated jungle. These ninjas from the Uzumaki clan were covered in wounds and ragged clothes, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Their faces were full of fatigue and sadness, and the atmosphere of the whole team was extremely heavy, as if shrouded by an invisible sad mood. Uchiha Kageyama saw the unusual state of these ninjas at a glance. Kageyama walked forward quickly, with concern and doubt in his eyes. "You finally broke out. Are you okay?" A leading Uzumaki clan ninja staggered forward, his face full of pain and sadness, and his voice was obviously trembling. "Master Kageyama. Whirlpool Country. The daimyo of Whirlpool Country. He died in the battle." Uchiha Kageyama was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What happened? How could Master Uzumaki Rento?" The ninja choked and said, "Before we broke out, the daimyo of Whirlpool Country, Uzumaki Rento, and several elders decided to sacrifice themselves and perform life forbidden techniques. At the cost of their lives, they delayed the Third Raikage and the Ninja Alliance. They took the initiative to cover our retreat so that we could break out, and died in the capital." Hearing this, Uchiha Kageyama was silent. An indescribable sense of heaviness surged in Yingye's heart. The sacrifice of the Uzumaki and the elders shocked Yingye deeply. Uchiha Yingye clenched his fists and whispered, "The daimyo of the Whirlpool Country." He chose the most difficult path for the survival of his people. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan lowered their heads one after another, their eyes filled with tears. The sacrifice of the daimyo and the elders' rearguard brought them a great psychological shock. Although they successfully broke through, they could not get rid of the sadness and loss. Uchiha Yingye took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, looked at the scarred Uzumaki ninjas in front of him, and was determined to take them away from the battlefield safely. "You don't have to be sad anymore," Yingye said firmly, as if a strong force was supporting him. "The sacrifices of the Uzumaki people and elders cannot be wasted. I will take you to find the reinforcements of Konoha. You have been through too much, and now it's time for me to protect you." At this moment, Uchiha Yingye's perception ability captured a dangerous chakra fluctuation. The pursuers of the ninja coalition were approaching, trying to kill all the Uzumaki ninjas who had just broken through. Chapter 42 Konoha Reinforcements. Uchiha Yingye's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Yingye issued an order to the elite team: "Prepare to meet the enemy, don't let anyone get close to these Uzumaki people." Uchiha Yingye quickly walked to the front of the team, and the speed of the seal was as fast as lightning. Facing a large number of enemies, Uchiha Kagyu unleashed fire style, great fire extinguishing without hesitation. The fierce sea of a fire swept out again, rushing towards the pursuers of the ninja coalition. The enemy ninjas were in chaos and tried to use water style to resist the sea of a fire, but under Kagyu's powerful chakra output, the flames were like a hungry beast, devouring everything in its way. Then, Uchiha Kagyu released wood style, sea of a trees descending, and a large area of a trees surged out like a raging wave, trapping the enemies in it. These pursuers were simply unable to resist and were defeated one by Kagyu. Then, Kagyu coldly performed wood style, cutting technique to clear all the remaining enemies. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan watched all this and were deeply shocked. They had never seen such a powerful force, and they had never thought that Uchiha Kagyu could easily defeat the pursuing enemies by himself. "Don't worry, I will escort you safely to the reinforcements of Konoha," Shadow Moon said firmly. "The sacrifice of the Whirlpool Kingdom will not be wasted, I will do my best to protect you." Under the powerful display of Uchiha Shadow Moon, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan gradually cheered up from their grief. They saw hope and felt Uchiha Shadow Moon's determination and sense of responsibility. Uchiha Shadow Moon led the survivors of the Uzumaki clan and began to move towards the direction of Konoha reinforcements. On the way, Shadow Moon always remained highly vigilant and protected these wounded ninjas. The existence of Uchiha Shadow Moon was like a solid barrier, protecting them from wind and rain. As they continued to move forward, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan gradually regained their fighting spirit. They knew that the sacrifices of the Uzumaki people and elders were to enable them to continue the bloodline and hope of the family. They were determined to live up to expectations and continue to move forward. Uchiha Kagyu knew that although the outcome of this battle was still undecided, the destruction of the Whirlpool country was inevitable. Kagyu's mission was not only to protect these survivors, but also to bring a glimmer of hope to the future of the ninja world. Uchiha Kagyu's determination had never been so firm. Kagyu wanted to use his own strength to change the outcome of this war. After a difficult journey and fierce battle, Uchiha Kagyu finally led the survivors of the Uzumaki clan to the scheduled meeting point. They were exhausted, but Uchiha Kagyu's perseverance and determination supported them to move forward. In the distance, the flag of Konoha's reinforcements finally appeared in sight. It was the reinforcements sent by the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, led by Konoha's elite such as Heitake Sakumo, Senjutsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen Shinanosuke, and a large number of Jonins and Chinins in the team. Their arrival brought new hope to the battle. Konoha's reinforcements are here. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan rekindled the flame of hope in their eyes. They knew that only by joining forces with Konoha's reinforcements could they finally escape from this devastated battlefield. Uchiha Yingye's heart was also slightly relieved. He knew that the team he led was finally safe. Yingye quickened his pace and led the survivors to the direction of Konoha's reinforcements. When Yingye led the Uzumaki clan survivors to join Konoha's reinforcements, Konoha's ninjas came forward to help and quickly accommodated these wounded Uzumaki people. Tsunade Senju immediately began to provide emergency treatment for the injured ninjas, while Heitake Sakumo walked towards Yingyu with praise and concern in his eyes. "Yingyu, you have done a good job. You can hold on to these people until now." Heitake Sakumo patted Yingyu on the shoulder with sincere appreciation in his tone. Uchiha Kageki nodded slightly, and then handed the intelligence scroll in his hand to Heitake Sakumo, and said seriously, "Senior Sakumo, here is a detailed report on the battlefield of Whirlpool Country. The daimyo Uzumaki Rento and several elders of Whirlpool Country have died in order to help their people break through. They used their lives to delay the Third Raikage and the Ninja Alliance." Hearing this news, the expressions of the Konoha ninjas gradually changed from anger to heaviness. They knew that Whirlpool Country was an ally of Konoha, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan was crucial to the power of Konoha. However, now that the daimyo of Whirlpool Country has died, the Uzumaki clan is facing a catastrophe, which completely burns the anger in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. Heitake Sakumo quickly browsed the battlefield report submitted by Kageki, and his eyes became colder. Kageki knew that now was not the time to grieve, but the time to act. As the elite of Konoha village, the ninjas in front of them all have a common goal, which is to avenge the Uzumaki clan and the Uzumaki clan. "Everyone listen." Heitake Sakumo turned to face the ninjas of Konoha, his voice loud and powerful. "Uzumaki, the allies of the country, have fallen into a desperate situation. The elders and daimyo of the Uzumaki clan sacrificed themselves for their people. We can't let their sacrifice go to waste." The Konoha ninjas clenched their weapons, with a firm light in their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen Shinanosuke drew his long sword and said in a sonorous voice, "The Whirlpool Country is our ally. The Uzumaki clan has made great contributions to Konoha. Now it's our turn to fight for them." "That's right," Tsunade said coldly, with unquestionable determination in her tone. "The Uzumaki clan is connected with our blood, and we must avenge the hatred of the Whirlpool Country." Heitake Sakumo looked at everyone with a steady look, and then issued the final order, "Everyone, follow me to the capital of the Whirlpool Country. Let those enemies who dare to invade our allies pay the price." Following Heitake Sakumo's order, the ninjas of Konoha quickly assembled and marched towards the capital of the Whirlpool Country. Uchiha Kageki walked at the front of the team, with anger burning in his heart. Although Kageki had felt the fatigue of the battle, all this seemed insignificant in the face of the anger of revenge. As the Konoha ninjas advanced, they quickly approached the capital of the Whirlpool Country. Just ahead, the remnants of the ninja coalition were evacuating the battlefield, seemingly preparing to return to their base camp. "Right here, kill them all." There was a cold, murderous intent in Shadow Moon's voice. He rushed towards the enemy first, with the weapon in his hand flashing coldly. Under Shadow Moon's leadership, the Konoha ninjas launched a full-scale attack. Uchiha Shadow Moon swung the blade in his hand and quickly performed Shadow Moon-style sword technique, splitting a Kirigakure ninja in half. Then, Shadow Moon continued to perform fire-style dragon flame song without stopping. The huge fire dragon roared in the air and rushed towards the enemy camp, instantly causing a large-scale explosion. Heitake Sakumo shuttled between the battlefields at an astonishing speed, and the Haku-tooth short knife set off a bloody storm among the enemy. The enemy ninjas were simply unable to fight against this Konoha elite, and their formation quickly collapsed under the fierce offensive of the Konoha ninjas. "This is the enemy of the Uzumaki clan. Today we will make them pay with blood." Tsunade shouted angrily, her fists flashing with chakra, and she punched a ninja from the hidden cloud village away. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible. On the battlefield, the anger of the Konoha ninjas was completely ignited. They pounced on the enemy like tigers, suppressing the coalition forces and forcing them to retreat step by step. Uchiha Shadow Moon once again performed wood release, sea of Euro trees descending, and a large number of trees emerged from the ground, trapping the enemy in it. Then Shadow Moon performed wood release, cutting technique, and countless wood thorns shot out from the sea of Euro trees, completely defeating the enemy. The battle between Konoha and the ninja coalition quickly spread to the periphery of the capital of the Whirlpool country, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Although the ninja coalition was large in number, their morale gradually collapsed under the fierce attack of Konoha's elite ninjas, and the battle line began to disintegrate. Chapter 43, The Withdrawal of the Three Kingdoms. In the capital of the Whirlpool country, a tragic battle continued. The third Raikage AI stood at the commanding height of the battlefield, observing the situation around him with a cold eye. His lightning-released chakra armor flashed with dazzling light, and a powerful aura enveloped the battlefield. However, the battle situation in front of him made him frown. The raid by the coalition forces of Kumigakure Village, Kirigakure Village, and Iwagakure has lasted for several days. Although they successfully broke through the capital of the Whirlpool country and robbed a large number of Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, the current situation has changed subtly. The ninja troops of Konoha village are coming fiercely, led by powerful ninjas such as Heitake Sakumo and Senju Tsunade, and are launching a fierce counter-attack against the coalition forces. The third Raikage knows the strength of Konoha very well. Although he is confident that he can compete with Konoha's elite ninjas, continuing to entangle will only bring unnecessary casualties to the troops of Kumigakure village. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique has enough content to be taken back for research, which is enough to take the sealing technology of the Hidden Cloud village to the next level and control the power of the tailed beasts. The elite ninjas of the Uzumaki clan have been almost wiped out, and only some scattered remnants are left. The third Raikage thought to himself, although the Uzumaki clan has not been completely wiped out, they are no longer a threat to us. He has made up his mind now that the strategic goal has been basically achieved, there is no need to entangle with Konoha. Withdrawal and preservation of strength are the wisest choices at the moment. The third Raikage quickly issued an order to withdraw. He said to the commanders of the Hidden Cloud village around him in a low and powerful voice, "Pass the order, all troops are ready to retreat. We have achieved our goal, and there is no need to entangle with Konoha here." Although the commanders of the Hidden Cloud village were a little surprised, they knew that the third Raikage's decision is always well thought out. Since he thinks that withdrawal is the best option, they naturally have no objection. At the same time, the third Raikage quickly conveyed the intention of withdrawal to the commanders of the joint forces of Iwagakure and Kirigakure villages. After receiving the news, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure and the third Mizukage of Kirigakure village also thought deeply. We have already seized the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Continuing to entangle with Konoha will only increase losses. The third Tsuchikage said calmly. He was unwilling to confront Konoha head-on. At this moment, seeing the powerful combat effectiveness of Konoha's reinforcements, he had already retreated in his heart. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure village also nodded, Konoha is still strong. Continuing to fight will only cause great damage to our village. Withdraw, this battle is no longer worth continuing. So, the commanders of Iwagakure and Kirigakure village also quickly issued an order to withdraw, and the three-nation coalition began to evacuate the Whirlpool Kingdom in an orderly manner. As the withdrawal order of the three-nation coalition was issued, the situation on the battlefield began to change. The ninjas of the coalition quickly gathered their troops, gave up the offensive against the capital of the Whirlpool Kingdom, and began to retreat to the rear. Although they robbed a large number of Uzumaki clan seals, they knew that continuing to fight would only put themselves in an unfavorable situation in the face of the fierce offensive of the Konoha ninjas. Yingye stood at the front line of the battlefield and keenly noticed the enemy's unusual movements. Seeing the signs of the gradual retreat of the three-nation coalition, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although the enemy is evacuating, Shadow Moon Minghaku cannot let down his guard. They are going to retreat. Shadow Moon quickly conveyed this information to Heitake Sakumo and other Konoha ninjas. After calmly analyzing the battle situation, Heitake Sakumo decisively ordered, "Don't let them retreat easily. Chase them and weaken the enemy's strength as much as possible." Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas quickly adjusted their formation and began to pursue the retreating enemy. Uchiha Shadow Moon once again stood at the forefront of the pursuit team, his heart filled with vengeful anger. Don't let them escape easily with the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Shadow Moon gritted his teeth, chakras surged in his body, combined fire escape with wood escape, and launched the strongest attack, trying to completely block the enemy's retreat route. Under the leadership of Uchiha Shadow Moon, the Konoha ninjas launched a fierce pursuit of the coalition. The flames of the fire escape and the giant trees of the wood escape intertwined, forming a ruthless killing field. Although the commanders of the coalition did their best to command the troops to retreat, they still paid a huge price under the fierce attack of the Konoha ninja. In the end, the three-nation coalition successfully evacuated the territory of the Whirlpool Kingdom after paying a heavy price in casualties. They returned to their respective villages with the robbed sealing techniques. Although the strategic goal was basically achieved, they also knew that this battle made their hatred with Konoha even deeper. Uchiha Yingye stood in the ruins of the battlefield, watching the backs of the enemy army gradually disappear. Although there was still unresolved anger in his heart, he also knew that the most important task at the moment was to protect the survivors of the Uzumaki clan and ensure their safety. The battle in the Whirlpool Kingdom is temporarily over, but the impact of this battle is far from over. Yingye thought silently in his heart, next, the contradictions between Konoha and the major ninja villages will only intensify, and I must become stronger. The battle in the Whirlpool Kingdom is over, but the consequences are tragic. The once prosperous Whirlpool country is now in ruins. The land after the war is full of broken houses and charred land. The once powerful Uzumaki clan has now been severely damaged and its population has dropped sharply. This sudden war caused heavy casualties among the elite ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, and the population of the entire Uzumaki clan has decreased by nearly 80%. Most of the survivors are children, the elderly and civilians who have no fighting power. Most of the elite ninjas who once fought for their families and countries now sleep in this homeland. What is even more sad is that the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Jinto, and his clan members died heroically in the battle. The complete destruction of the daimyo of the Whirlpool country means that the Uzumaki clan has lost its most powerful pillar and leader. Under such circumstances, even if the Uzumaki clan survives, it will be difficult to maintain the operation of a country. I'm afraid the name of the Whirlpool country can no longer be preserved. Yingye stood on the ruins of the former capital and couldn't help but sigh. He knew very well that the Uzumaki clan, without a strong man and a leader, could no longer support the name of the Whirlpool country. However, the Uzumaki clan was not alone. Among the reinforcements of Konoha village, some were from the Senju clan. They were from the same lineage as the Uzumaki clan. As distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, some of the Senju clan decided to stay and protect this already broken clan. Chapter 44 Return to Konoha. An elderly Senju clan elder stood in front of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan and said solemnly, "The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are connected by blood. We will never watch you suffer such misfortune. From today on, we will stay here and protect you until you recover and stand up again." The survivors of the Uzumaki clan were deeply moved when they heard this. After experiencing such a great disaster, they were exhausted, and their inner fragility and fear needed a force to support them. The Senju clan members stood up at this moment and became their last support. "Thank you. Thank you." An elderly Uzumaki elder thanked with tears in his eyes. He knew that without the help of the Senju clan, the future of the Uzumaki clan would be even more difficult. At the same time, the commanders of Konoha also expressed their support for the decision of the Senju clan. They knew that the special status of the Uzumaki clan in the sealing technique was still extremely important to Konoha village. Helping the Uzumaki clan to recover its vitality was also to maintain the balance of Konoha in the ninja world. "We will give you help and send some ninjas to stay to help you rebuild your home." Heitake Sakumo said to the representatives of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, "Although the Whirlpool country exists in name only, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan will not be cut off. Konoha will always stand behind you." With some members of the Senju clan and Konoha ninjas staying, the Uzumaki clan finally had a chance to breathe. However, the Uzumaki clan, which lost its core leader and most of the elite ninjas, still faced countless challenges. The future of the Uzumaki clan is still an unanswered question. Although they have received support from Konoha, the road to rebuilding their homeland and recovering their vitality is destined to be bumpy. Uchiha Yingye looked at these wounded Uzumaki clan members and felt heavy in his heart. The suffering of the Uzumaki clan is far from over. Yingye thought silently in his heart, but now that I have been involved, I will never let go easily. Uchiha Yingye's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Yingye knew that the Uzumaki clan still had a long way to go in its reconstruction. Although the ninjas of Konoha stayed to help, it was not enough to completely change the fate of the Uzumaki clan. Yingye was determined to do his best to find a bright future for this family. I will keep an eye on the movements of the Uzumaki clan, Yingye vowed in his heart. I will do my best to provide intelligence and support. The fate of the Uzumaki clan cannot end here. As the survivors of the Uzumaki clan gradually settled down, the Konoha reinforcements also completed their mission. Some Konoha ninjas will continue to stay to assist the Senjo clan in protecting the Uzumaki clan, while Yingyu and his team will return to Konoha to report the battle situation to the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before leaving, Yingye took another look at the land devastated by war. The name of the Whirlpool country may never appear on the map of the ninja world again, but the blood of the Uzumaki clan is still there, their spirit is still there. As long as they can hold on, there is hope for rebirth. Goodbye, Whirlpool country. Uchiha Yingye whispered goodbye, then turned around and led the team on the road back to Konoha. The news of the destruction of the Whirlpool country spread quickly throughout the entire Konoha village like a gust of wind. After the ninjas in the village learned of the disaster, they all felt heavy and sad for the fate of the Uzumaki clan. However, this news was particularly heavy for Uzumaki Mito, the representative of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha village. Uzumaki Mito, as the wife of the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama and a strong member of the Uzumaki clan, she is not only the guardian of Konoha village, but also the spiritual pillar of the Uzumaki clan outside. However, at this time, Uzumaki Mito is no longer the heroine who can easily seal the 9 tails. With the passage of time and the death of Senjo Hashirama, her body and spirit have become very weak. When she learned that the Whirlpool country was destroyed, her brother Uzumaki Jinto died in battle to protect the tribe, and almost all the elite members of the Uzumaki clan were killed, leaving less than 2/10 of the tribe barely alive. Uzumaki Mito fell into deep grief. Whirlpool country. Jinto, my tribe. Uzumaki Mito's voice was full of sadness and helpless, her heart seemed to be torn apart. Uzumaki Mito knew what this war meant to her family. The demise of the Whirlpool country almost announced the end of the Uzumaki clan. Just as Uzumaki Mito was immersed in grief and depression, Uchiha Yingye came to visit with the mood of returning from a mission. He knew that Uzumaki Mito must be in a heavy mood after learning the news of the demise of the Whirlpool country, and he also felt that he had the responsibility to report the actual situation of the Whirlpool country battlefield to Lord Uzumaki Mito in person. Arriving at Uzumaki Mito's residence, Yingye took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door slowly opened, and Yingye saw a woman who was once peerless, but now looked old and haggard, with loss and sadness in her eyes. Lord Mito, I'm back. Yingye whispered, with deep respect in his tone. Uzumaki Mito raised his head, his eyes fell on Yingyu, and he forced a smile. Yingyu, you have worked hard. I heard about the Whirlpool country, and I also heard about your performance in this rescue. Uchiha Yingye nodded, and then told Uzumaki Mito the details of the Whirlpool country battlefield one by one. He mentioned that Uzumaki Rento and the elders of the Uzumaki clan sacrificed themselves to delay the enemy in order to protect their people. In the end, the Uzumaki clan successfully broke through with the help of the Senjo clan and Konoha ninja. Mito, please rest assured, Yingye comforted, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan are now protected by the Senjo clan and Konoha ninja. They will be properly resettled and will no longer be threatened by the enemy. Uzumaki Mito's eyes flashed with gratitude, but more of it was still deep grief. She sighed softly. Renjin and the others, all paid the price of their lives to protect their people, but the Uzumaki clan is now. Yingyu, you are a kind child, willing to rescue my people, I am grateful. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind, raised her head and looked at Yingyu, with a hint of pleading and trust in her eyes. Yingyu, I know, the Uzumaki clan is now seriously injured and can hardly survive independently. Uzumaki Mito's voice was choked with sobs. The Uzumaki clan used to be an important ally of Konoha, but now there are only a few survivors. I am old and can no longer provide them with shelter and help. Uchiha Yingyu listened silently, and he realized that what Uzumaki Mito was going to say next might affect the future of the Uzumaki clan. Yingyu, Uzumaki Mito said softly, you showed great courage and wisdom in this rescue operation, detected the conspiracy of the three countries in advance, and saved my people at the critical moment. I believe you are a kind and trustworthy person. Her eyes flashed with hope. I can no longer do anything for the Uzumaki clan. So, I ask you, Yingyu, to protect the Uzumaki clan and those who survived. Chapter 45 Uzumaki Mito's Recommendation. Uchiha Yingyu felt a shock in her heart. Yingyu didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to entrust the entire Uzumaki clan to herself. What a heavy responsibility! But Yingyu also understood Haku, Uzumaki Mito's helplessness at this moment. As the only remaining strongest person in the Uzumaki clan in the world, she can no longer bear this responsibility. Mr. Mito, don't worry, I will do my best to protect the Uzumaki clan. Yingyu promised solemnly. The Uzumaki clan has made great contributions to Konoha village and the entire ninja world. I will never let their bloodline be cut off. Uzumaki Mito showed a relieved smile on his face, and tears of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Yingyu, thank you. I believe that under your protection, the Uzumaki clan will be able to overcome this difficulty. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan will also fully support you, no matter what decision you make in the future. Uchiha Yingyu nodded. Yingyu knew that this was not only a responsibility, but also a heavy trust. After saying goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, Yingyu felt heavy and determined. The future of the Uzumaki clan is still full of difficulties and challenges, but he has decided to live up to the trust of Mito and shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Uzumaki clan. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan cannot disappear, Yingyu vowed in his heart. No matter what difficulties they encounter, I will do my best to protect them and help them stand up again. From this day on, Yingyu has more responsibility and motivation in his heart. His goal is not only to become a strong man in Konoha village, but also to protect those who need protection. Soon after, the top leaders of Konoha village decided to visit Uzumaki Mito together. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, and Homura Mito Kato, all of them felt deeply guilty. As a long-term ally of Konoha, the kingdom of whirlpools was destroyed by the three major powers under Konoha's nose. This was undoubtedly a major blow to Konoha village, and it was also a serious questioning of the ability and responsibility of these Konoha high-level leaders. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was to blame. He knew that Konoha's failure to protect the kingdom of whirlpools in time not only caused the Uzumaki clan to suffer a catastrophe, but also caused Konoha village to lose an important ally. All this made him feel deeply guilty about the last wishes of Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama, and also made him feel extremely heavy when facing Uzumaki Mito. Mitsu-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of Uzumaki Mito, bowed deeply, and his tone was full of apology. The matter of Whirlpool Country is our negligence. As an ally of Konoha, Whirlpool Country should have been better protected. We failed to fulfill our responsibilities, and we are sorry to you and Senjo Hashirama-sama. Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mito Kato beside him also bowed their heads and expressed their apologies. Mitsu-sama, we are also deeply guilty. We have always remembered your help to us in our hearts. We failed to save Whirlpool Country, and we are really ashamed to face you and the ancestors of the Senjo clan. Although Shimura Danzo also felt guilty, he was more concerned about his own interests and position. After all, as the leader of the route, he had his own plans and ideas. At this moment, although he also expressed his apologies to Uzumaki Mito, he had other plans in his mind. Although Uzumaki Mito was still grieving, she also knew that the driving force behind this disaster was the conspiracy of the Hidden Cloud Village, Iwagakur and Kirigakur Village, and Konoha Village had done its best to support the Whirlpool country. Moreover, as an old woman who had witnessed too many wars and deaths, she knew that blaming the Konoha high-level officials would not change the status quo. She sighed, forced a smile, and slowly said, "Hiruzen, Koharu, Kato-en, you don't have to blame yourselves." The Hidden Cloud Village, Iwagakur Village, and Kirigakur joined forces to attack the Whirlpool country. This was a conspiracy they had planned long ago, and Konoha had done its best. Although the destruction of the Whirlpool country hurts me, I will not blame you. The Konoha high-level officials felt a little comforted when they heard Uzumaki Mito's words of comfort. But then, Uzumaki Mito's words made them fall into deep thought. "But I have something to tell you." Uzumaki Mito's voice was a little serious. "I saw the potential of Uchiha Kageki. In this incident, Kageki showed rare courage and wisdom. Not only did he inherit the kindness and goodness of Senjo Hashirama, he also had the determination and insight of Senjo Tobirama." Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned. He was also quite impressed by Kageki. Kageki not only has a powerful wood release, but also shows extraordinary leadership and wisdom. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's evaluation, he nodded in agreement. "Mr. Mito, Kageki is indeed a young man with great potential." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "I also think that he may become an important pillar of Konoha in the future." Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly, and then said, "Kageki not only inherited the wood escape ability of the first-generation Hokage, but in time, he may become a ninja god like Senjo Hashirama, protecting Konoha from wind and rain. Therefore, I think Kageki is a suitable candidate for the future Hokage. I hope you can train him well and let him contribute to the future of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little hesitant when he heard this, but he still nodded, "I will try my best to train Kageki, Mito." However, Shimura Danzo, who was standing aside, had a gloomy face, full of dissatisfaction and worry. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kageki was born with the Uchiha blood that he hated very much. Danzo has always believed that the Uchiha clan is an inherently evil race, and no matter how much potential Shadow Moon has, it is difficult to hide its inherent danger. More importantly, Danzo has a strong obsession with the position of Hokage. Back then, Senjo Towenbirama asked them to make the choice of the last. He hesitated for a moment, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to express his opinion first, thus losing the chance to become Hokage. This matter has always been a pain in his heart, and as he grows older, his obsession with the position of Hokage becomes deeper and deeper. "That brat, Shadow Moon," Danzo thought to himself, "he has the blood of Uchiha, and he will sooner or later become an unstable factor in Konoha. What's more, he may threaten my chance to become Hokage." Although he was full of dissatisfaction and jealousy, on the surface, Danzo still maintained a calm expression. He did not express any objection to Uzumaki Mito's words, and still stood aside, silently thinking about his next plan. Under the comfort and entrustment of Uzumaki Mito, the Konoha high level gradually let go of their guilt. They knew that Haku and Uzumaki Mito had already let go of the destruction of the Whirlpool country, and hoped that the future Konoha would become stronger and more stable. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others finally said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito. After they left, Uzumaki Mito sat alone in the house, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She knew that Yingye's future path was full of challenges and dangers, but she also believed that this young man who inherited the blood of Senju and Uchiha could shoulder greater responsibilities. "Yingyu, the future of Konoha is in your hands." Uzumaki Mito prayed silently in her heart. She hoped that Yingye could bring peace and tranquility to Konoha and the ninja world like Senju Hashirama. Chapter 46 Trees stand out in the forest. After the tragic battle in the Whirlpool country, Uchiha Yingyu returned to Konoha village, but he did not relax at all. The demise of the Whirlpool country made him more deeply aware of the cruelty and ruthlessness of the ninja world, and the importance of strength became clearer. Yingyu Minghaku, he must continue to improve his strength in order to protect the people he cherishes in the future changes. Uchiha Kagyu didn't know that he had been nominated as a candidate for Hokage by Uzumaki Mito at this time, nor did he know that his growth and potential had attracted the attention of Konoha's high-level officials, and even attracted the vigilance and hostility of Shimura Danzo. These days, Kagyu has been practicing hard, constantly summarizing his experience and shortcomings on the battlefield of the Whirlpool country. Uchiha Kagyu gets up early every day to practice physical skills and ninjutsu, and polish his chakra control and combat skills. Although the battle of the Whirlpool country has passed, Kagyu's sense of crisis is increasing day by day. It is far from enough to rely solely on the existing strength. Kagyu secretly reminded himself in his heart, in the face of future challenges, I must become stronger. However, despite the improvement in strength, Kagyu did not relax his vigilance. On the contrary, Kagyu felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. Uzumaki Mito's entrustment, the expectations of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and the various challenges that Konoha village may face in the future, all let Kagyu know that Haku, his own road has just begun. After a period of hard training, Yingyu decided to check the growth of his strength. With a thought, he opened the attribute panel of the Destiny system, and a series of detailed data suddenly appeared in front of him, which truly reflected his progress in recent times. Character, Uchiha Kagyu. Identity, Chunin. Bloodline, Senju clan, Uchiha clan. Keikei Genkai, Sage body 55% Sharinon, 3 Tomo, Eye power 76% Wood style. Chakra, 24 cards. Special abilities, Ninja World Dance King, Ninjutsu Professor. Ninjutsu, 3 body techniques, Instant body technique, Kagyu flow technique, Kagyu style sword technique, Uchiha style throwing technique, Wood stylia wood clone, Wood stylia sea of a euro trees descend, Wood stylia cutting technique, Wood stylia wood ingot wall, 8 gates of ninjutsu, 6th gate, Jingmen, Fire stylia great fireball technique, Fire stylia great fire extinguishment, Fire stylia dragon flame song technique, Earth stylia earth flow wall, Water stylia water dragon bullet technique. Life value. Uchiha Kagyu carefully examined the data and analyzed his progress in each aspect one by one. Uchiha Kagyu's chakra amount has increased to a level that far exceeds that of elite jonin, and is even close to the level of some Kage-level strongmen. This amount of chakra means that he can perform more powerful ninjutsu in battle and has a great advantage in protracted battles. The awakening degree of the sage body has also steadily increased to 55%, which has further enhanced Kagyu's physical fitness, and his recovery speed, endurance, and chakra control have all been significantly improved. Such a sage body has given him the ability to continue fighting on the battlefield, and also made him more calm when facing strong enemies. Uchiha Kagyu's Sharinon is still in the 3rd Tomo stage, but the improvement of his pupil power is very obvious, reaching 76%. The growth of pupil power not only enhances his insight and reaction speed in battle, but also makes it easier for him to capture the enemy's weaknesses and predict the enemy's attacks in battle. With the further enhancement of pupil power, Shadow Moon is getting closer and closer to awakening a higher level of Sharinon power, which means that he will have stronger pupil skills in future battles. In terms of ninjutsu, Uchiha Shadow Moon has mastered a variety of powerful ninjutsu. The high-level ninjutsu of wood release, fire release, earth release, and water release allows him to deal with various situations in battle. Shadow Moon's wood release ninjutsu can already exert great suppression on the battlefield, while fire release ninjutsu can provide powerful means of attack. At the same time, Shadow Moon's 2 special abilities, Ninja World Dance King and Ninjutsu Professor, also provide him with great advantages in battle. especially Ninja World Dance King, which makes him perform like a god of war in battle, impeccable in both offense and defense. When he noticed the column of destiny value, he found that the destiny value had reached an astonishing point. This number shocked and surprised Uchiha Yingyu. There are more than 32,000 destiny values. Uchiha Yingyu was very excited. It seems that rescuing the Uzumaki clan in the Whirlpool country has not only greatly improved my combat ability, but also brought me unimaginable prestige and fame. Yingyu knew that the survivors of the Uzumaki clan and Konoha were grateful to him, and these gratitude and recognition were transformed into the growth of destiny value. Just a rescue operation in the Whirlpool country brought him more destiny value. This explosive growth made Uchiha Yingyu realize that this influence will continue in the future, and his destiny value may increase further. In this case, Yingyu secretly calculated in his heart, now is a good time to improve my strength. Uchiha Yingyu has always been very interested in the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the ninjutsu created by Senju Tobirama, and it is also the unique skill that Namikaze Minato will use to become famous in the ninja world in the future. As a space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique allows the caster to instantly move to a pre-marked position. This ability is extremely widely used in battle, making the caster almost invincible. If I can master the Flying Thunder God technique, I will be more comfortable in battle. Yingyu is full of expectations for the powerful effect of Flying Thunder God technique, but he also knows that the learning threshold of this ninjutsu is extremely high, and it is basically impossible to learn it without the talent of space-time perception. Yingyu knows that even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is called the ninjutsu professor, or a genius like Orochimaru, cannot master this ninjutsu, which makes Uchiha Yingyu more aware of the importance of space-time talent. Uchiha Yingyu decided to use the destiny system to make up for his lack of space-time perception. So, he searched for related abilities in the system and finally found an ability called high-dimensional perception. This ability can greatly improve his time-space perception talent, giving him the opportunity to master the Flying Thunder God technique. However, when Yingyu saw the exchange price of high-dimensional perception, Yingyu was stunned. This ability actually requires a whole point of destiny. This price made Yingyu a little unbelievable. System, is this price wrong? Yingyu asked hurriedly. The destiny system immediately responded, Host, this price is already the result of the system's great interference in reality, and the required destiny equivalent exchange cannot be lower. After exchanging high-dimensional perception, the host's time-space talent will surpass Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, and Uchiha Obito. This ability is an extremely high-ranking ability in the universe, and it is worth the money. Hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Yingyu realized the special nature of this ability. Although the price is expensive, Yingyu knows that if he can master the Flying Thunder God technique, it will greatly improve his survival and combat capabilities in the ninja world, and such an investment is worth it. Okay, in that case, exchange this ability. Yingyu finally made a decision. As the ability was exchanged, Uchiha Yingyu felt a strange force surge into his body, his perception became sharper, and he felt that his perception of the world around him had undergone some subtle changes. Chapter 47 The Wind Must Destroy. Uchiha Yingyu couldn't wait to test the newly acquired high-dimensional perception ability. Yingyu came to an empty training ground and began to sprint with lightning attribute Shakara at full speed. As the speed increased, Yingyu was surprised to find that the time around him seemed to slow down a bit. Yingyu had studied physics in his previous life and knew that this was related to the theory of relativity that high-speed motion causes time to slow down, but that phenomenon usually only occurs when it approaches the speed of light. Could it be that high-dimensional perception allows me to sense the changes in time at this ordinary speed? Uchiha Yingyu was shocked. This ability was indeed extraordinary. Uchiha Yingyu continued to accelerate, trying to capture the changes in space. Suddenly, Yingyu sensed that the space around him seemed to have some tiny wrinkles, which was an unprecedented feeling. Although Yingyu did not have the ability to tear space at present, being able to sense the existence of space has made Yingyu realize the power of high-dimensional perception. However, with further testing, Uchiha Yingye gradually discovered that although this ability was very powerful, it did not directly improve his combat effectiveness. Although he could sense the subtle changes in space, he did not have the corresponding ability to directly use these perceptions, which made Yingye feel a little disappointed. High-dimensional perception is indeed very powerful, but it seems that it cannot directly improve my combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Uchiha Yingye felt a little regretful. He originally expected to gain a significant improvement in strength through this ability, but the reality was not as ideal as he imagined. Although he was a little disappointed, Uchiha Yingye quickly calmed down. Uchiha Kagyu knew that the potential of high-dimensional perception was huge, but he was not able to fully utilize it at present. Perhaps at some point in the future, this ability would become the key to his reversal of the situation in battle. Now is not the time to regret. Kagyu said to himself in his heart, since I have acquired this ability, I must learn how to use it. Kagyu decided to combine high-dimensional perception with other abilities and slowly explore its true value. At the same time, Kagyu also realized that in order to truly realize the potential of this ability, it might take more time and actual combat. Since the end of the rescue operation in the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Kagyu's life has gradually returned to peace. Every day, Uchiha Kagyu's days are mainly practice and tasks. Uchiha Kagyu not only continued to learn swordsmanship from teacher Heitake Sakumo, but also completed various tasks with team members Yamanaka Chinatsu and Hinata Ayane. The ordinary days made him relax his vigilance a little, and he felt that life seemed to be back on track. Uchiha Kagyu didn't know that under the calm appearance, a conspiracy against Uchiha Kagyu was quietly brewing, and a dark force had already aimed at him. Deep in Konoha village, the shadow of the roots shrouded the entire village. Shimura Danzo, the most insidious behind-the-scenes mastermind of Konoha village, was planning a deadly conspiracy. He was extremely dissatisfied with the rise of Uchiha Kagyu, especially the powerful power and potential of Kagyu similar to Uchiha Madara, which made Danzo feel greatly threatened. Uchiha Kagyu with Sharingan, Danzo said to himself coldly, Sharingan will sooner or later make him a psychopath like Uchiha Madara, a born evil Uchiha brat. For the future of Konoha and for my plan to become Hokage, this threat must be eradicated as soon as possible. Danzo has always had a deep prejudice against the Uchiha clan. He believed that the power and blood of the Uchiha clan were destined to bring disaster, and the rise of Uchiha Kagyu would only repeat the same mistakes and become a hidden danger for Konoha. Moreover, Kagyu's potential made it possible for him to become a strong man like Senjo Hashirama in the future, which would undoubtedly threaten Danzo's own ambition for the position of Hokage. Danzo observed that Kagyu often followed Heitake Sakumo on missions during this period, so he planned to use the power of external forces to quietly eliminate Kagyu without arousing suspicion within Konoha. To this end, he ordered the ninjas of the route to secretly leak the information about Kagyu's mission to other villages. I will use the power of those stupid ninja villages to get rid of Kagyu. Danzo sneered in his heart, this will not only eliminate the threat to Konoha, but also take the opportunity to clean up the mess after the death of Uchiha Kagyu and consolidate my position. Soon, the ninjas of the route quietly leaked the mission information of Uchiha Kagyu according to Danzo's order. The intelligence eventually flowed into the hands of Kumagakure and Iwagakure through the channels of the black market. The intelligence detailed Uchiha Kagyu's route of action, the location of the mission, and the situation of his team. The intelligence was sent to the desks of the 3rd Raikage AI of Kumagakure and the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoniki of Iwagakure. When these two top ninjas saw Kagyu's intelligence, they both felt a potential threat. The 3rd Raikage AI had personally seen Uchiha Kagyu's performance on the battlefield of Whirlpool Country, and he was deeply impressed by Uchiha Kagyu's powerful wood release and Sharingan dual bloodline power. As a cloud as the leader of the hidden village, AI knew that a ninja who could master these two powers might become a strong man like Senjo Hashirama who could suppress an era in the future. This Uchiha Kagyu cannot be left, AI thought for a moment and made a decision. If he grows up, he will definitely be a big threat to the hidden cloud village in the future. We must get rid of him now that he has not fully grown up. AI decided to join forces with Iwagakure to plan an assassination against Kagejiki and take this opportunity to weaken the power of Konoha village. At the same time, Iwagakure's third-generation Tsuchikage Aoeniki was also deeply uneasy about Kagejiki's existence. Aoeniki had witnessed the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara when he was young, and he also knew the power of Senjo Hashirama's wood release. He knew that the power of these two strong men had suppressed the entire Warring States period, pacified the chaotic world, and established the current ninja village system. The power of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama appear in one person at the same time. Aoeniki frowned, worried. If he is allowed to grow, I am afraid that the whole ninja world will never be at peace again. Aoeniki realized that the existence of Uchiha Kagejiki was a huge threat to Iwagakure and the whole ninja world. So he decided to cooperate with Kumigakure to get rid of Kagejiki before he fully grew up. The two Kages of Kumigakure and Iwagakure quickly reached a consensus. They decided to act together and use the intelligence obtained from the black market to launch a surprise attack on Kagejiki. In order to ensure the success of the operation, they decided to send out the elite ninjas in the village to kill Kagejiki completely. At the same time, they tracked down the source of the leaked information through the black market. However, this clue was hidden so cleverly by Danzo that the two ninja villages could not trace it back to Konoha. So they attributed this operation to an assassination operation in the ninja world to eliminate potential threats. Chapter 48, Heaven's Sending Technique. In the secret rooms of Kumigakure and Iwagakure, the leaders of the two ninja villages are nervously formulating a battle plan to deal with Uchiha Kagejiki. The two Kages, the third Raikage AI and the third Tsuchikage Aoeniki, both know that in order to kill Kagejiki, they must first deal with Heitake Sakumo, the top powerhouse of Konoha. The strength of Konoha Hakia Heitake Sakumo is extraordinary, said the third Raikage AI in a deep voice. He alone is enough to compete with a small ninja unit. If we don't separate him from Kagejiki first, it will be almost impossible to successfully kill Kagejiki. The third Tsuchikage Aoeniki nodded and agreed with the Raikage's analysis. Indeed, Heitake Sakumo must be led away alone. But dealing with him directly is too risky. The best way is to teleport him away from the battlefield and then concentrate on killing Kagejiki. The two decided to use the secret technique of Kumigakure, Heaven's Sending Technique. The Heaven's Sending Technique is a high-level space ninjutsu that can forcibly teleport the target to a predetermined location. As long as Heitake Sakumo is teleported away, the Shadow Moon Squad will lose its strongest support. Although the Heaven's Sending Technique is powerful, it is not easy to use it without alerting the Shadow Moon Squad. Raikage said, we must send out the most elite ninjas to use secret techniques to cover up their presence and avoid the detection of the Shadow Moon Squad. Finally, the plan was finalized. The Hidden Cloud Village will send 3 jonins who are proficient in secret techniques to use secret techniques to hide themselves and avoid being detected by Yamanaka Chinitsu's perception ability and Hinata Ayana's Haku Eye. They will ambush on the Shadow Moon Squad's route and wait for an opportunity to use the Heaven's Sending Technique on Heitake Sakumo. Once Heitake Sakumo is teleported away, other ninjas will send a signal to summon hundreds of ninjas who have been ambushed nearby in advance, including more than 20 jonins, to surround and kill the Shadow Moon Squad. The Raikage and Tsuchikage believed that such a battle plan was enough to ensure that Uchiha Kagejiki had no way to escape. In order to ensure the success of the plan, Kumigakure and Iwagakure decided to further collect intelligence on the whereabouts of the Kagejiki team through the black market gold exchange. The task of the ninjas was to closely follow and confirm the route of the Kagejiki team without the knowledge of the Kagejiki team. At the same time, the 3 elite jonins sent by Kumigakure also began secret preparations. These 3 were the top ninjas in the village who were proficient in space ninjutsu and secret techniques. Before setting off, they studied the abilities of Yamanaka Chinitsu and Hyaga Ayane in detail and formulated countermeasures. They knew that Yamanaka Chinitsu's perception ability was extremely sharp and could capture the subtle chakra fluctuations around her, while Hyuga Ayana's Haku eyes could see through any disguise and concealment in a large area. In order to avoid the detection of these two people, more complex secret techniques and superb skills must be used. The Kageki team was on the way to perform the mission, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. The four of them chatted while they were on the road. Hinata Ayana said to Yingyu hesitantly during the chat, "Kgu, when I opened my Haku eye just now, I seemed to have found several Umbu ninjas not far away. It felt like they were following us." Uchiha Kgu frowned when he heard this. Although he trusted Ayana's judgment, he couldn't confirm the situation for a while. "Umbu? Are you sure they are following us, not on other missions?" Hinata Ayana nodded, but there was some hesitation in her tone. "I'm not sure, maybe I'm too suspicious, maybe they just happened to be on the same road as us." Uchiha Kgu thought for a moment. Although he was a little confused, he chose not to investigate it for the time being. After all, Konoha Umbu often performs various missions outside, and it is not impossible to intersect with their routes. "Maybe I'm really suspicious," Kgu said slowly. "Umbu may also take the same road as us when performing missions. We just need to stay alert." Ayana nodded and didn't say anything more. Although she was still a little uneasy in her heart, she still chose to believe Kgu's judgment. However, they did not know that the so-called Umbu ninjas by Hinata Ayana were actually root ninjas. Under the instruction of Shimura Danzo, these people were closely following the movements of the Shadow Moon team and passing their route to the assassination teams of Kumagakure and Uegakure. Meanwhile, 3 jonins from Kumagakure had already lurked on the route of the Shadow Moon team. These 3 people were proficient in the secret art of concealment and successfully hid themselves under the perception of Hinata Ayana's Haku Eye and Yamanaka Chinitsu. They quietly waited for the best opportunity to launch the Heaven's Sending technique on Heitake Sakumo. When the Shadow Moon team passed through a narrow valley, the 3 jonins from Kumagakure seized this excellent opportunity and performed the Heaven's Sending technique at the same time. Heitake Sakumo was keenly aware of the abnormality of the space, but it was too late. The powerful space distortion instantly wrapped him up, and he was forcibly teleported away before he even had time to react. Heitake Sakumo's heart sank, realizing that he had fallen into some kind of conspiracy, and he couldn't help but worry about the safety of the Shadow Moon team. Oh no! Their target is the Shadow Moon team. This thought flashed through Sakumo's mind the moment he was teleported. He wanted to break free from the shackles of the Heaven's Sending technique, but under the powerful force of space, he could only watch himself being teleported to a completely unfamiliar place. During the teleportation process, the powerful tearing force of space caused a considerable burden on Sakumo's body, causing him to suffer minor injuries. He immediately realized that he needed time to find a way to return to the Shadow Moon team, and during this time, the Shadow Moon team would face great danger. At the same time, Kageki, Ayane, and Chinitsu saw that teacher Heitake Sakumo suddenly disappeared, and immediately realized the danger. Uchiha Kageki's heart tightened, knowing that things were not simple. Kageki quickly entered a state of alert and immediately ordered Ayane and Chinitsu to conduct reconnaissance. "Ayane, Chinitsu, use your abilities to investigate the surroundings immediately. We may have been surrounded." Kageki's voice was filled with a calm sense of urgency. Hinata Ayane immediately opened her Haku eyes and quickly scanned the surrounding environment. Her field of vision expanded to a very far range. Soon her face changed and she whispered, "Kageki, I found a large number of enemy chakra fluctuations, hundreds of them, and many of them have high chakra, at least Jonin level." Yamanaka Chinitsu also sensed the enemy's position through perception, and exclaimed, "There are indeed hundreds of enemies surrounding us. This is a premeditated action." Uchiha Kageki heard the report from the 2 women and immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Not only were their forces dispersed, but they were now surrounded by the enemy. Uchiha Kageki realized that this was no ordinary mission, and there might be a deeper conspiracy behind it. Uchiha Kagyu immediately thought of the Umbu ninja mentioned by Ayane just now, and thought of Shimura Danzo, who had always been hostile to the Uchiha clan among the Konoha high-level officials, and Kagyu instantly understood the truth of the matter. So that's it. It was Shimura Danzo. Kagyu's heart suddenly tightened, realizing that he might have been tricked by Danzo. Shimura Danzo has always been hostile to the Uchiha clan, especially to a genius ninja like himself, who he regarded as a thorn in his side. At this moment, Uchiha Kagyu knew that he could not sit still and wait for death. He quickly made a decision: we must break out immediately and retreat to Konoha. We can't fight here. Ayane, Chinatsu, we will prepare to break out immediately and try to avoid the enemy's main force. Kagyu's voice was full of determination. At this moment, they must rely on each other's trust and cooperation to get rid of this crisis. Haku. Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinatsu nodded at the same time. They quickly packed their equipment and prepared to follow Kagyu to break out. Uchiha Shadow Moon took a deep breath. I have made up my mind. This breakout will be a life and death battle. If you are not careful, the whole army may be wiped out. Only by breaking through can you fight for a chance of survival for yourself and your teammates. Let's go. Yingye gave an order, and the three members of the team quickly broke through in the direction of Konoha. Chapter 49 The Moment of Death. They must get out of this valley surrounded by enemies as soon as possible to escape this crisis. As the Yingye team moves, the enemy's encirclement is gradually tightening. Uchiha Yingye led Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinatsu to break through all the way, but they soon discovered that the number of enemies far exceeded expectations. This was a carefully planned ambush, and the Yingye team was gradually falling into despair. Facing the crisis of life and death, Yingye realized that only by going all out could he fight for a glimmer of hope for himself and his teammates. Uchiha Kagyu gave the order to the destiny system in his heart without hesitation: Deep Blue. Add points to me. In an instant, the destiny system began to work, and Kagyu invested all his destiny points into the points of the sage body. His sage body instantly broke through from 55% to 61%, the amount of chakra increased dramatically, and his body began to undergo qualitative changes. Uchiha Kagyu felt the huge chakra gushing out of himself, and knew that he could now use more powerful wood-release ninjutsu. Moreover, Kagyu also awakened the sage body's self-healing without seal ability, which allowed him to quickly recover from injuries in battle and became an important support in the fight between life and death. The enemy's encirclement was tightening rapidly, and Kagyu knew that he had to break through quickly, otherwise only death would be waiting for them. Uchiha Kagyu did not hesitate at all, and immediately formed a seal to launch the powerful fire release, Great Fireball technique. Due to the huge increase in Kagyu's chakra, this time the Great Fireball was larger and more ferocious than ever before. A huge fireball with a diameter of 20 meters formed in front of Yingye, like a scorching little sun, spraying towards the enemy in front. Wherever the fireball passed, there was a sea of a fire, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Some of the enemies who blocked the path of the fireball were burned to ashes in an instant, while others fled in panic. However, the power and speed of the fireball were too amazing, and many enemies did not even have a chance to escape and were directly swallowed by the flames. The ninjas responsible for besieging Yingye looked at this huge fireball, stunned and shocked. This kind of power. Is this really the fireball technique? We are going to kill such a monster. The Jonins of Union Village and Iwagakure took a breath of cold air, and their hearts were full of hesitation. Using the path opened by the fireball, the Yingye team quickly broke through to the front. However, just as they broke out of the encirclement, the enemies behind them were approaching again. Uchiha Kagyu realized that if they continued like this, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Feeling the enemy behind him pressing forward step by step, Kagyu knew that he had to distance himself from the enemy again. Uchiha Kagyu quickly formed a seal and decided to use a more powerful wood escape technique, Wood Escape, Tree World Advent. In an instant, the ground began to shake violently, and a large area of a trees grew wildly from the ground, forming a dense forest. The forest expanded rapidly, trapping some of the pursuing enemies in it. As the trees spread, the speed of the enemies was greatly slowed down, and some were even tied up directly, losing their combat ability. However, Kaguya knew that the tree world advent alone was not enough to completely get rid of the pursuers. He then used the wood escape, multiple wood clone technique, creating 10 wood clones to help himself and his 2 teammates continue to break through. The 10 wood clones fought against the surging enemies one after another, blocking the enemy's offensive as much as possible, and buying precious time for the Kaguya team. However, after performing this series of ninjutsu, Uchiha Kageki's chakra has been exhausted. Kageki felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining away. If he did not take any measures, he would soon collapse from exhaustion. In this situation, Kageki had no choice but to use the last resort, the 8 gates. Uchiha Kageki opened 6 gates in a row and directly opened the Jingmen. The violent chakra rushed through his body like a torrent, filling his whole body in an instant. The power of the 8 gates gave Kageki speed and strength beyond the limit. Kageki's body became more agile and his attacks became more fierce. However, this power came at a huge price. Every high-intensity action would cause irreversible damage to his body. Even with the self-healing ability of the immortal body, Kageki felt it was difficult to maintain this state for too long. "Hold on for a while. I must break out," Kageki shouted to himself in his heart. Although his body was in great pain, Kageki was still unwilling to give up. At the same time, Ayane and Chinitsu were no longer keep your strength and join the battle with all your strength. Although they don't have the powerful chakra and ninjutsu of Yingyu, their elite Chunin strength and tacit cooperation have also made the enemy suffer a lot. However, as the battle continued, Yingyu's wounds became more and more. Although the immortal body's self-healing ability was constantly healing his wounds, the increase in injuries still made him feel powerless. The number of enemies was still huge. A large number of ninjas led by more than 20 jonins attacked in waves. Although the Yingyu team resisted tenaciously, the situation became increasingly unfavorable. Finally, under a wave of joint ninjutsu attacks, Yingyu and his team were forced into a desperate situation. At the moment when the enemy's ninjutsu was about to attack, Yingyu subconsciously blocked in front of Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu. He knew that he might not be able to withstand this attack anymore. Looking at the various ninjutsu that were approaching, Uchiha Yingyu's heart was full of unwillingness and despair. "Is this the end for me?" Uchiha Yingyu asked himself in his heart. Since he died once in his previous life, Yingyu cherished this life even more and was unwilling to give up easily. However, at this moment, Yingyu felt that he was powerless. "No. I can't die. I still have too many unfinished things. I want to strangle the throat of fate." Yingyu's heart burst out with a strong desire to survive, and Yingyu was unwilling to fall down. At this moment, Yingyu's 3 Tomo Sharinan began to rotate violently, and Yingyu's heart was full of desire for survival and strong will. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from his eyes, and long tears of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. The 3 Tomo Sharinan gradually condensed into a magnificent and complex shape in the violent rotation that is the kaleidoscope Sharinan. The powerful pupil power instantly filled Yingyu's eyes, and the world became extremely clear in his eyes, and time seemed to slow down in front of him. Uchiha Kaguya felt an unprecedented power, which made Kaguya reborn from despair. At the moment when the enemy's joint ninjutsu was about to hit the Kaguya team, Uchiha Kaguya's inner heart, the will to survive and power triggered the true awakening of his Mangekyo Sharinan. At this moment, Uchiha Kaguya's inner world and his gorgeous pupils had a strong resonance. Accompanied by an unprecedented feeling, Kaguya's Mangekyo Sharinan released a powerful eye technique, the world. Chapter 50 Mangekyo Sharinan, World. With Uchiha Kaguya as the center, a rapidly expanding circular field was formed in an instant, extending to the entire battlefield. In an instant, everything, the flying dust, the whistling wind, the enemy's movements, the joint ninjutsu that was about to hit, all stopped in mid-air. The whole world seemed to be paused by an invisible giant hand, turning into black and Haku. Time stopped. Uchiha Yingye stood in this still world, feeling everything around him. He was startled, realizing that his awakened eye technique actually had such a powerful power, pausing time. Not only that, Uchiha Yingye also felt a powerful force gathering behind him. He turned his head and saw a huge figure behind him. It was a stand as majestic as a stone statue, with a powerful aura covering the entire still space. This is my ability. Yingye whispered in a low voice, feeling the power of the stand's world, and instantly understood the power he had mastered. It turns out that what I awakened was Dio Brando's world. Uchiha Yingye had no time to think about it, and had to seize this precious moment of time stopping and act immediately. He moved his mind, and then controlled the stand's world to move quickly with him. He easily took Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu away from the center of the joint ninjutsu attack that was about to hit, and moved them to a safe area. All this was done in still time, and the whole process was so fast that it seemed like just a moment. Then, Uchiha Kageyaki and his stand-in stood in a corner out of the enemy's sight, waiting for time to flow again. He looked at the enemies who were frozen in mid-air, their expressions frozen on their faces, the surprise, the confidence, the pride of the upcoming victory, all fixed in Kageyaki's eyes. A sneer appeared at the corner of Uchiha Kageyaki's mouth. He knew that the next moment was his counter-attack. As the flow of time resumed, the battlefield returned to its original color and sound. The various ninjutsu lights and shadows that had just filled the air moved again, but the expected explosion and killing did not happen. The enemies suddenly found that Kageyaki, Ayane, and Chinitsu had disappeared. The enemy that they were supposed to be dead unexpectedly appeared in another place. All the ninjutsu that were supposed to hit the target missed and hit an empty ground. What's going on? They were just there. How did they do that? How is it possible? The enemies looked around in astonishment, their faces full of shock and anxiety. They couldn't understand what happened. They had just forced the Shadow Moon team into a desperate situation. Why did they suddenly disappear? At this time, Ayane and Chinitsu were also confused. Although they were taken away from danger by Shadow Moon, in their eyes, everything happened too suddenly. Just now, they were still in despair, but the next moment they found themselves standing in another place safely. Shadow Moon, what happened? Hinata Ayane was full of confusion, unable to understand the situation in front of her. Yamanaka Chinitsu was also confused. Just now, did you save us? But, how is it possible? Uchiha Kageya did not explain immediately, he just smiled slightly, then slowly raised his head and stared coldly at the enemy in front of him. In the astonishment and confusion of the enemies, Uchiha Kageya's gorgeous kaleidoscope Sharingan flashed with cold light. He slowly stepped forward and stood in the center of the battlefield, his eyes sweeping across all enemies like a knife. Are you ready to meet your destined death? Uchiha Kageya's voice was low and full of deterrence, which was a declaration of the fate of the enemy. He knew clearly that with the power of the newly awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan and the stand world, he already had an absolute advantage in changing the situation. Uchiha Kageya's eyes burned with endless fighting and killing intent. He wanted to make these enemies who tried to murder him and his teammates pay the price they deserved. As Uchiha Kageya awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically in an instant. Uchiha Kageyaki stood in the center of the battlefield, coldly watching the enemies who were still in shock and fear. At this moment, his heart was filled with an unparalleled sense of power, and he had completely mastered the dominance of the battle. Under the control of this power, Kageyaki did not hesitate to activate another power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. In an instant, a huge chakra wave erupted around Kageyaki, and the blue chakras surged like a tsunami, and a majestic giant gradually emerged from the chakra. This is the ultimate defense of the Uchiha clan, and it is also one of the strongest powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. The appearance of Susanoo gave Kageyaki unparalleled power and defense in an instant. The blue giant was like an insurmountable fortress, protecting Kajiki firmly in it. The enemies looked up at this huge god they had never seen before, and each of them showed a look of despair. What is that? How could that guy have such power? This is Susanoo. Has he reached the legendary realm of the Uchiha clan? The enemies murmured in fear, but Yingyu did not give them more time to think. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and the power of the main Jikaya Sharingan was surging in his body. He knew that this battle would end with his victory, and those enemies who tried to murder him and his teammates were destined to pay a heavy price. Uchiha Yingyu did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the power of the world. The powerful stand appeared behind him again, and with it, time was paused. The world instantly became Black Haku again, and all the enemies, all the ninjutsu, and all the movements were once again frozen at this moment. The enemies' fear, doubt, and astonishment were all frozen in this moment, as if the whole world was controlled by Uchiha Yingyu. Uchiha Kagyu did not waste this opportunity. Under the protection of the world, the power of Susanoo swept the entire battlefield like a storm. He shuttled through the still time at a very fast speed, and the chakra knife in his hand swung past, and each knife accurately cut off the enemy's life. The world. Uchiha Kagyu silently said this sentence in his heart, and his hands moved without hesitation. His power was combined with the world again, making this moment a hell for the enemy. The huge power of Susanoo combined with the absolute advantage of time suspension, Kagyu almost swept the entire battlefield with a crushing force. Those powerful jonins, who were originally well-known elites in the ninja world, are now like helpless lambs, being killed one by Kagyu, without even a chance to react. With Kagyu's swift attack, the number of enemies on the battlefield decreased rapidly. Those ninjas who were originally full of confidence were in the face of Susanoo and time suspension. When the absolute power of the enemy was stopped, all of them lost their fighting spirit. The morale of the enemy army collapsed instantly. The assassination team, which originally had hundreds of ninjas, was almost all strangled by Shadow Moon in just a few minutes. The battlefield was filled with their screams and despair. Uchiha Shadow Moon was like a god of death who had the power of life and death, coldly harvesting the lives of these enemies. When time resumed, Uchiha Shadow Moon's figure had appeared at the other end of the battlefield, and there were less than 20 ninjas left of the hundreds of ninjas who had besieged them. Those enemies who escaped the disaster had miserable faces, as if they had seen the scene of hell. What kind of monster is this? We can't beat him at all. Escape. Must escape. He is a demon that should not exist in this world. The remaining enemies no longer had the courage to fight. They fled in panic, and fled from this battlefield like hell with fear in their hearts. Those fast jonins, with fear and regret in their hearts, desperately fled to the distance, not daring to look back. After the battle, Yingyu's Susanoo gradually dissipated. He stood in the center of the battlefield, staring coldly at the fleeing enemies. At this moment, he still maintained the form of the main Jikaya Sharingan. His eyes revealed not only powerful power, but also deep murderous intent and indifference. Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu behind him finally understood what happened to Haku. When they saw Yingyu's main Jikaya Sharingan pupils, they were filled with shock and awe. Yingyu, you really awakened the main Jikaya Sharingan. Ayane said with some sobs, with incredible amazement in her tone. Chinitsu also showed a complicated expression. Just now, was that the legendary Susanoo? You actually have such a powerful power. Yingyu slowly put away the main Jikaya Sharingan, turned around and looked at his two teammates, and his face returned to a calm expression. His voice was calm but cold. We are still alive and victorious, but the price of this battle makes us more vigilant. Chapter 51 Aftermath of the Assassination. Uchiha Yingyu and his teammates felt like they had survived a catastrophe after experiencing this life and death battle. Recalling the thrill they had just experienced, complex emotions surged in the hearts of each of them. Especially Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu, they clearly remembered that at the most critical moment, Yingyu stood in front of them without hesitation and risked his life to protect them. This move not only made them grateful, but also made them have indescribable feelings for Yingyu. When the two women looked at Yingyu, their eyes were more tender and dependent, and their words became more intimate. They knew that Yingyu was not only their captain, but also the most important guardian in their lives. Although Uchiha Yingyu noticed the change in their attitude, at this moment, he hated Shimura Danzo more. Shimura Danzo, who is born evil, I must eradicate you, this villain. Uchiha Kageyuki swore in his heart. He knew that Danzo's conspiracy would not stop there, and he had to take action. While the Kageyuki team was resting, Heitake Sakumo, who was far away, finally successfully contacted the reinforcements of Konoha. He led a large force to rush to the battlefield, hoping to rescue his disciples in time. However, when they arrived at the battlefield, the battle was over. The scene in front of them shocked all the Konoha ninjas. The devastated battlefield was full of enemy corpses and burning debris, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt. What kind of power can cause such destruction? The Konoha ninjas were speechless for a moment. They couldn't imagine how the Kageyuki team survived in such a desperate situation. Heitake Sakumo saw that his 3 disciples were safe and sound, and he was relieved. He walked quickly towards Yingyu and others and asked with concern, "Are you injured? What happened here?" Uchiha Yingyu nodded and briefly described the battle to Heitake Sakumo. He told Sakumo that they were ambushed by the enemy, and he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the most critical moment, and successfully repelled the assassination team of hundreds of people through the power of pupil technique and Susanoo. When Uchiha Yingyu mentioned Mangekyo Sharingan, Heitake Sakumo and the Konoha ninjas present were deeply shocked. Heitake Sakumo heard that his disciples actually awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan in desperate situations, and he felt extremely proud and had higher expectations for Yingyu's strength. Uchiha Yingyu not only successfully killed the enemy, but also demonstrated extremely powerful strength, which made him full of confidence in Yingyu's future growth. The Konoha present, the ninjas, especially those of the Uchiha clan, were shocked. Mangekyo Sharingan, that is the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kageyuki not only inherited Senjo Hashirama's wood-release bloodline, but also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which means that the Uchiha clan has seen hope in him again. Uchiha Kageyuki has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and our Uchiha clan has this legendary power again. An Uchiha ninja was full of excitement and immediately decided to go back to report this exciting news to the old clan leader and share this glory with the clan members. After a simple repair and treatment of the wound, the Kageyuki team and Konoha's reinforcements set out on the road back to Konoha village. Along the way, Ayane and Chinitsu became more and more intimate with Kageyuki. They snuggled up to Kageyuki and showed caring eyes from time to time. Uchiha Kageyuki remained calm. He knew that there was a deeper conspiracy behind the assassination, and he had to be prepared to face greater challenges in the future. At the same time, Kageyuki also decided that after returning to Konoha, he must further enhance his strength to deal with future enemies and conspiracies. After a long journey, Uchiha Kageyuki and his party finally returned to Konoha. However, due to a lot of injuries in the battle, they were immediately arranged to be treated in Konoha Hospital. Although Uchiha Kageyuki has the self-healing ability of the immortal body, in order not to expose his ability, he decided to receive treatment. At the same time, the news that Kageyuki's team was assassinated by hundreds of people quickly spread in Konoha village. The villagers and ninjas were all shocked by this. In this battle where he was almost certain to die, Uchiha Kageyuki not only successfully counterattacked, but also awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. All this made the ninjas of Konoha have endless awe and admiration for his strength. However, with it came a strong anger and uneasiness. Many people began to question how the intelligence of the Konoha ninjas' mission was leaked. This act of assassinating their own genius ninja in another village caused great panic. After all, every ninja may face the same threat. If even a genius like Yingyu can be hunted by the enemy, what about us? Has our mission information been leaked? This must be checked. We can't tolerate the existence of spies. Public opinion in the village quickly fermented, and many people began to ask Konoha's high-level officials to find out the spies to ensure the safety of the village and the ninjas. This public opinion pressure eventually reached the ears of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him feel the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, Uchiha Yingyu was receiving treatment in Konoha Hospital, and the person responsible for his treatment was Senju Tsunade. After learning about Yingyu's experience, this genius of medical ninjutsu was full of concern and sympathy. She was particularly gentle and caring in her treatment of Yingyu, and every action was full of meticulous care. "Kagyu, are you okay? This time the injury is not light," Tsunade said softly, her hands emitting soft green light, and performing precise treatment. Kagyu enjoyed this treatment process very much, especially Tsunade's gentle care made him feel warm. However, the only thing that made him feel a little headache was that his immortal body's self-healing ability was too fast. In order to enjoy more of Tsunade's treatment, Kagyu had to suppress the self-healing ability in his body, which was obviously a big challenge. "Well, I'm fine, Sister Tsunade, I feel at ease with you." Uchiha Kagyu responded with a smile, but in her heart she was thinking about how to continue to suppress the self-healing ability so that she could stay a little longer. During the treatment, Tsunade inevitably had to touch Kagyu's body. As the treatment progressed, she couldn't help but notice Kagyu's strong muscles and handsome face. Uchiha Kagyu's appearance was already very outstanding, and after years of physical training, Kagyu's figure was almost perfect. "How can he have such a good figure?" Tsunade muttered to herself, feeling a little shy. She is a famous beauty in the ninja world, but when facing such an outstanding boy like Yingyu, she can't help but have some inexplicable emotions. The treatment process seemed a little subtle for both of them. While Yingyu was enjoying Tsunade's treatment, she noticed her shyness and embarrassment. The atmosphere between the two became a little ambiguous, but with a hint of warm feelings. Although Yingyu seemed to enjoy the tranquility and care during this period, Yingyu's heart never relaxed its vigilance. Uchiha Yingyu knew that this assassination was by no means accidental, and Shimura Danzo's conspiracy must have a follow-up. Chapter 52 The Thief Cried Thief. The news that Uchiha Yingyu and others returned to Konoha quickly spread in the village, especially the incident that they were surrounded and killed by hundreds of enemies, which aroused widespread attention and discussion. While the villagers and ninjas were shocked by the powerful strength of Uchiha Kagyu, they were also extremely uneasy about the leak of Konoha's intelligence. The Kagyu team was almost wiped out. How did this information leak? We ninjas are on a mission outside, but we are also hunted down by ninjas from the enemy village. This is simply terrible. If the information can be leaked this time, will it be our turn next time? Such discussions gradually fermented and eventually evolved into doubts about the top leaders of Konoha. The ninjas and villagers began to express great concern about the issue of intelligence leaks, and some even asked for a thorough investigation to find possible spies. All this soon reached the ears of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, he was having a headache about this matter. The pressure of public opinion in the village made him realize that the impact of this incident might be far more serious than he expected. What made him feel even more stressed was that Lady Uzumaki Mito also learned about this. As the widow of Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito has always been one of the spiritual pillars of Konoha village. She was very concerned about Uchiha Kagyu. When she learned that Kagyu almost died because of the information leak, she specially summoned Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked him to give a clear explanation. "Hiruzen, this matter cannot be dealt with carelessly. Kagyu is someone I value, and he almost died in the hands of the enemy. You must get to the bottom of this information leak and give me and the village an explanation." Uzumaki Mito's tone was firm, with unquestionable majesty. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. He knew that Uzumaki Mito's attitude made the matter more complicated. Since Uzumaki Mito had spoken, he must take it seriously, not only to find out the real leaker, but also to stabilize the situation in the village. Faced with the increasingly tense situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to hold a high-level meeting of Konoha and summoned the key figures in the village to discuss countermeasures. The meeting was held as scheduled, and Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, Homura Mitokado, and others gathered together. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly introduced the experience of the Shadow Moon team and the fermentation of public opinion in the village, and then directly raised the topic of discussion, how to deal with this information leak and find possible spies. The atmosphere in the meeting room seemed a little depressed. Everyone realized that this matter was very serious and related to the safety of the village and the future trust crisis. However, while everyone was still thinking about countermeasures, Shimura Danzo spoke first. There was a subtle surprise on his face. Uchiha Shadow Moon actually survived and opened the main Jikaya Sharinan. Obviously, his plan failed. Although he was unwilling, Danzo knew that he had to protect himself first to avoid suspicion. The experience of the Shadow Moon team is indeed shocking. The information leak should not be taken lightly. Danzo's tone was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I think that in order to completely resolve this crisis, I can lead the route to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Konoha. We must ensure that there are no spies or traitors in the village, so that similar incidents can be completely prevented from happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and hesitated. Although he knew that the route under Danzo's control had always been tough, at this moment, a strong force was indeed needed to conduct a thorough investigation. Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado exchanged glances and then expressed their agreement. Other senior officials did not raise any objections. After all, the investigation was imperative, and the route was indeed the most suitable organization to carry out such a task. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and finally made the decision, Danzo, then I'll leave it to you. Remember, this time the investigation must be careful and no doubts can be missed. But you must also pay attention to the methods, and you can't let the villagers and ninjas panic. Danzo smiled slightly, secretly proud in his heart. His proposal was passed, which meant that he could have more power in the investigation and even have the opportunity to make further arrangements in secret. Don't worry, Hiruzen, I will definitely ensure the safety of the village. Danzo responded respectfully on the surface, but he was thinking about his own plan in his heart. With the end of the meeting, the comprehensive investigation of Konoha village was quickly launched. In Sarutobi Hiruzen here under the order of Uzun, the route led by Shimura Danzo quickly launched a comprehensive investigation of Konoha village. This investigation affected the entire village, whether it was ordinary villagers or ninjas, and even the families of some Konoha high-level officials, they were all within the scope of investigation. Danzo and his route relied on tough means to indeed catch a lot of spies from other villages lurking in Konoha. Some of these spies were undercovers who had been lurking in Konoha village for a long time, and some were spies who used various identities to disguise themselves and sneak into Konoha. Their arrest not only made the villagers feel relieved, but also made many ninjas feel a sense of security. However, Danzo was not only satisfied with catching spies, he took advantage of this investigation to quietly expand the power of the route. Danzo has always been ruthless. In the actions of the route, many families or forces that disagreed with him were suppressed to varying degrees. Especially those families that had conflicts or contradictions with Danzo were subjected to particularly strict scrutiny. Many people in the major families were dissatisfied with Danzo's behavior, but they could only swallow their anger because of the power of the route and Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust. Danzo's influence gradually expanded during the investigation, making the village's high-level officials more wary of him. Danzo's actions this time are too tough. Is he trying to extend the route's hand further? Although the route's investigation caught the spy, it also made many people dissatisfied. Should Lord Hiruzen be vigilant? Some Konoha high-level officials talked about it privately, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Danzo's work. In his opinion, Danzo did catch the spy for the village and contributed to the safety of Konoha. Danzo's investigation was very effective. He is indeed a trustworthy partner. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly praised in his heart, thinking that although Danzo's behavior was a bit radical, it was also for the safety of the village. However, Danzo knew that he was the one who actually leaked the information of the Shadow Moon team. In order to completely clear himself of suspicion, he not only directed the focus of the investigation to the captured spies, but also manipulated them. Through coercion, inducement, and torture by the root, Danzo made these spies confess that they were the real culprits who leaked the information of the Shadow Moon team. He fabricated detailed confessions and false evidence, making these spies scapegoats. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, don't think about getting out of here alive. Danzo threatened the spies coldly, forcing them to admit to crimes they did not commit. Under a series of strict operations, the reports and evidence of the root pointed to these spies. Danzo successfully framed them for the crime of leaking intelligence, and he himself completely got rid of suspicion. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report submitted by Danzo, nodded, and was completely relieved. He believed that the problem of spies had been solved and the safety of the village was guaranteed. Danzo, you have made a great contribution this time. The safety of the village is thanks to the efforts of you and the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely thanked Danzo, not realizing the conspiracy behind it. At this time, Uchiha Kageki had been discharged from the Konoha hospital. Although his physical injuries had healed, the anger in his heart was still burning. Uchiha Kageki knew that Danzo could not find out the real murderer because the real leaker was himself. Without solid evidence, he could not directly overthrow Danzo. Although Uchiha Kageki was angry, Kageki knew that revenge could only wait for a suitable opportunity. So, Uchiha Kageki decided to temporarily bury the idea of a revenge in his heart and continue to improve his strength. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to shake Danzo's power, strong enough to give him a fatal blow at a critical moment. Although the investigation of Konoha village came to an end, Kageki had already planted the seeds of revenge in his heart. Uchiha Kageki knew that the road ahead was still full of thorns and challenges, and he had to accumulate strength step by step, waiting for the opportunity to completely defeat Danzo. Chapter 53 Flying Thunder God Technique. After the assassination of Kageki's team, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it necessary to appease Uchiha Kageki and stated that Konoha village had taken measures to prevent similar information leaks from happening again. So he decided to summon Kageki in person, both to show his concern and to affirm Kageki's performance in the crisis. In the office of the Konoha Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, looking deeply at the Uchiha Kageki in front of him. Kageki, your team performed very well in this mission. Although you experienced danger, you finally got out of it. I am very shocked by your ability and strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, his tone full of praise. Uchiha Kageki bowed slightly and responded modestly, "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. This is my duty as a Konoha ninja." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued, "The spy who leaked the information this time has been brought to justice. I can assure you that such a thing will not happen again in the future. The safety of the village will be more strictly guaranteed." He paused and looked at Kageki seriously, "The strength you showed in the battle is far beyond the ordinary elite Jonin. After my careful consideration, I decided to give you the appointment of Jonin. From today on, you are the Jonin of Konoha." After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a Jonin appointment letter to Kageki. This means that Kageki not only has a higher status, but can also participate in the Jonin meeting of Konoha village and have a certain say in the village's decision-making. Uchiha Kageki took the appointment letter and was secretly excited in his heart, but on the surface he still remained calm and composed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more satisfied when he saw Shadow Moon behave so maturely and steadily. He smiled slightly and asked, Shadow Moon, you have made a lot of contributions in the mission of Konoha village, and your strength and achievements are enough. Now that you have become a Jonin, do you have any special requests? If I can help, I will do my best to meet your needs. Uchiha Shadow Moon's heart moved. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Ever since he learned about the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique, he has been eager to master this powerful space-time ninjutsu. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally asked about his needs, which gave him the opportunity to make this request. Hokage-sama, Shadow Moon said firmly, I hope to learn the Flying Thunder God technique in the Forbidden Technique book. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and showed a little surprise. He recalled that when he was young, he also tried to learn this technique, but ultimately failed because of lack of talent. Flying Thunder God technique is a ninjutsu created by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama himself. Since his death, this technique has become a unique skill that almost no one can learn. Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then nodded, indeed, since my master Senju Tobirama created this ninjutsu, no one has been able to fully master it. Are you sure you want to learn this technique? The learning threshold of Flying Thunder God is very high. If you can't learn it, you can ask me to change it for a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. Uchiha Kagyu nodded firmly, Hokage, I have decided. Flying Thunder God technique is the ninjutsu I have always longed for. I will do my best to learn it and protect the village and companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to see Kagyu so determined. He slowly stood up, walked to a corner of the room, opened a hidden cabinet, and took out a copy scroll from it. Since you are so determined, I will give you the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to Shadow Moon and said earnestly, this is one of the forbidden techniques. You must use it with caution. The power of Flying Thunder God technique is strong, but it is also very difficult to master it. I hope you can learn it well. Uchiha Shadow Moon took the scroll and felt a heavy force coming from his hand. Shadow Moon carefully put away the scroll, and then bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. I will definitely not let you down. After talking with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shadow Moon left the Hokage building with satisfaction. This opportunity was hard won. Learning Flying Thunder God technique will be a key step in his future power improvement. After the news that Uchiha Shadow Moon awakened the main Jikaya Sharingan was passed back to the Uchiha clan, this shocking news quickly spread within the clan. The old patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nagakaru, who had been the patriarch since he succeeded Uchiha Madara, had mixed emotions after hearing about this. As the most powerful patriarch of the Uchiha clan since the founding of Konoha village, as an old ninja who has experienced countless hardships, Uchiha Nagakaru knows the importance of the main Jikaya Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, no one in the clan has been able to awaken this legendary eye technique until the current Keigetsuki. Nagakaru sat in the clan leader's room, thinking silently. Although he, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, has led the family through many crises, he also knows that he is old and can no longer continue to shoulder the responsibility of the clan leader. Keigetsuki has awakened the main Jikaya Sharingan. Perhaps, he is the future of the Uchiha clan. Nagakaru said to himself, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He decided that it was time to summon Uchiha Keigetsuki. As the only member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the main Jikaya Sharingan, Keigetsuki is undoubtedly the best candidate for the successor to the clan leader. But Chang He also knew that strength alone was not enough, and he needed to examine Yingye's character to ensure that he was competent for this important responsibility. If Uchiha Yingye showed enough wisdom and responsibility, Chang He would formally train him as the successor to the clan leader and give him greater support. One evening, Uchiha Yingye received a summons letter from the old Uchiha clan leader Chang He. Yingye was a little surprised, but soon realized the importance of this summons. Uchiha Yingye sorted out his mood and went to Uchiha Ichizoku and came to the clan leader's mansion. This mansion is located in the core area of Ayuro the Uchiha clan, solemn and solemn. Uchiha Yingye paused at the door for a while, and was then taken into Changhe's study. In the study, Uchiha Changhe sat quietly behind a low table, on which were placed several ancient scrolls and books. His hair was completely grey, and although his face was old, his sharp eyes still revealed a majesty that could not be ignored. "Yingyu, sit down." Changhe's voice was deep and powerful, and it was obvious that he had not lost his power because of his old age. Yingyu sat down as instructed and bowed to Changhe respectfully. "Master, what do you want me to do?" Uchiha Changhe looked at Yingyu carefully, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Yingyu, I heard that you awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan in the recent battle. This ability is not only the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, but also the power on which our family depends for survival." Uchiha Yingyu nodded and replied calmly, "Yes, Master, I did awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan. This was the result of a last resort in the battle." Uchiha Changhe smiled slightly and continued, "The Mangekyo Sharinan is not only a symbol of strength, but also a test of the soul. The fact that you can awaken it in danger shows that your character and potential are far beyond ordinary people." He paused, and his tone became more serious. "I am old and will abdicate soon. I am thinking that the Uchiha clan needs a new clan leader to lead in the future. And you, Uchiha Yingyu, are the most suitable successor at present." Chapter 54 Uchiha Ichizoku Chief Candidate. Uchiha Yingye was shocked. He did not expect that the old clan leader would so directly ask him to succeed the position of clan leader. This proposal made him feel flattered and made him realize the responsibility on his shoulders. "Clan leader, I..." Yingye was about to speak, but was interrupted by Changhe waving his hand. "Yingyu, you don't have to answer me in a hurry." Changhe's eyes became deep. The succession of the clan leader is not only the inheritance of power, but also wisdom and decisiveness. I need to examine your character to see if you have the ability to lead the Uchiha clan into the future." Uchiha Yingye nodded and said calmly, "I am Minghaku, clan leader. I am willing to accept your inspection, no matter what the result is, I will do my best." Uchiha Changhe nodded with satisfaction, and then said earnestly, "Yingyu, the future of the Uchiha clan will depend on you to a large extent. As the heir of the family, you need to consider not only your own strength, but also the survival and glory of the entire family." He stood up, picked up an ancient scroll from the table, and handed it to Yingyu. "This is the inheritance scroll of the Uchiha clan, which records some of the experience and combat skills left by Uchiha Madara-sama. I hope you can draw strength from it and improve yourself." Uchiha Yingye took the scroll and felt the heavy responsibility in it. This is not just a simple test, but also an important guide for his future mission. "Thank you, Chief. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Yingyu responded solemnly. The meeting with Uchiha Changhe gave Yingyu a heavy sense of responsibility. The road ahead will be more difficult, but he is ready. After leaving the clan leader's mansion, Uchiha Yingye walked silently on the road of Uchiha Ichizoku land. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, and his shadow was stretched very long. He looked down at the scroll in his hand, an endless fighting spirit surged in his heart. One morning, when Uchiha Yingye was concentrating on practicing, a familiar voice broke the silence. Uchiha Yingye turned around alertly and saw Orochimaru appearing quietly not far away. "Kingyu, long time no see." Orochimaru smiled slightly, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Uchiha Yingye slowly stood up, walked towards Orochimaru, and asked with a little surprise, "Orochimaru, why did you suddenly appear? There has been no news from you recently." Orochimaru smiled slightly and said softly, "I have made some breakthroughs in my research recently, so I came to you to share this good news." Uchiha Yingye's heart moved, realizing that the research breakthrough Orochimaru mentioned must be extraordinary. He nodded and motioned Orochimaru to continue. I found that the power of Sharingan can suppress the aggressiveness of Hashirama cells. Orochimaru's words revealed a fanatical excitement. This means that in theory, the two powers can be combined through the balance of Sharingan and Hashirama cells and transplanted to other people. This will open up new possibilities and allow ordinary people to have these powerful bloodline limits. Uchiha Yingye heard this. Although he had expected this research in his heart, it was very open, but it was useless, but he still pretended to be shocked. Orochimaru, this discovery is indeed very valuable. If it succeeds, the pattern of the ninja world will be completely changed. Uchiha Yingye appeared to approve of this research, but as someone who was familiar with the future plot, he knew that the fusion of Haku Sharingan and Hashirama cells was powerful, but also extremely dangerous. Not everyone can withstand the conflict of these two powers. That's right, Shadow Moon. Orochimaru nodded slightly, revealing a hint of excitement in his tone. The breakthrough of this research may completely change our understanding of bloodline limits and will also open up new research directions. Just as Uchiha Shadow Moon was thinking about how to respond to Orochimaru, Orochimaru changed the subject and became a little cautious. However, Shadow Moon, I came to you this time not only to share this news. There is another thing that needs your help. Uchiha Shadow Moon's heart moved, realizing that what Orochimaru was going to mention next might be related to his own body. He asked calmly, Orochimaru, please speak. Orochimaru smiled slightly, revealing a hint of expectation in his expression. As a hybrid of Senju and Uchiha, you have the power of wood release and awakened Sharingan. Your blood is of great value to my current research. If you are willing to provide some blood samples, it may be able to further advance my research. Uchiha Shadow Moon had long guessed that Orochimaru would make such a request. After all, his bloodline is unique and powerful, and it is a rare research material for a scientific madman like Orochimaru. Uchiha Yingye weighed it in his heart, pretended to hesitate on the surface, and then nodded. I understand, Orochimaru. Yingye said, if my blood can help your research, I am willing to provide it. However, I also have a small request. Oh! Orochimaru showed an interested expression. What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will naturally not refuse. Uchiha Yingye thought for a moment, then said, in the current ninja world, the yield of crops is too low, and the lives of farmers are very difficult. I hope to improve the yield and their living conditions by improving crops. This will not only reduce famine in the ninja world, but also make the lives of ordinary people more stable. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Yingye with a little surprise, as if he didn't expect him to make such a request. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru nodded, this request is very interesting. Although it is different from my research direction, as long as there are enough research resources, I believe I can help. Moreover, with your wood release ability, improving the yield of crops may be easier than imagined. Uchiha Yingye smiled slightly, Orochimaru, thank you for your willingness to help. I will fully cooperate with your research, and I also hope to see the results of crop improvement as soon as possible. After the two reached an agreement, Orochimaru took out some delicate test tubes, gently waved his hand. A small snake quickly swam to Yingye's side, gently bit Yingye's wrist, and introduced a small amount of blood into the test tube. With these blood samples, my research will go further. Orochimaru said with satisfaction, putting away the test tube. As for the improved rice seeds you mentioned, I will start research as soon as possible. Uchiha Yingye nodded, but was thinking about the next steps in his heart. Whether it is Orochimaru's research or the improvement of crops, they are all part of his future plans. He knew that only with stronger power and a more solid foundation can he be invincible in this turbulent ninja world. Well, Yingyu, I look forward to seeing you next time. Orochimaru said with a meaningful tone, then turned and left, disappearing into the shadows. Uchiha Shadow Moon stood there, looking in the direction where Orochimaru left, with a firm light in his eyes. Whether it is research or the improvement of strength, everything is going according to my plan. The future of the ninja world will be written by me. Chapter 55 Space Control. In the Umbu base of Iwagakure and Kumagakure, several embarrassed ninjas staggered back. They had obvious traces of battle, their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were filled with deep fear and fatigue. These people were the few survivors of the assassination of Uchiha Shadow Moon. They looked miserable and dazed, as if they had not yet recovered from the nightmare battle. The mission failed. A ninja knelt on the ground and whispered. What? The Iwagakure Jonin in charge of the response looked at them in disbelief. The mission failed? We sent hundreds of ninjas, including more than 20 Jonins, how could it fail? Another of the survivors raised his head with difficulty, his voice trembling, Uchiha Kageyuki. He awakened the main Jikaya Sharinon, and used Susanoo. We are no match for him at all. Their voices conveyed endless fear and despair, as if their hearts were trembling when they recalled the battle. The news soon reached the ears of the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoeniki of Iwagakure and the 3rd Reikage Ai of the Hidden Cloud Village. In the office of the Cage of Iwagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoeniki looked at the battle report, frowning, his eyes full of shock and worry. He put his hands behind his back and paced slowly in the room, thinking about the situation. Uchiha Kageyuki actually awakened the main Jikaya Sharinon. Aoeniki muttered to himself, looking incredulous, he can actually use Susanoo in battle? And that special eye technique? It almost wiped out our Jonin. Recalling the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara that he witnessed in his youth, Aoeniki felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He knew what the appearance of the main Jikaya Sharinon meant. It was a force that could destroy the world, and now, this force actually appeared again in the Uchiha clan. At the same time, in the office of the Cage in the Hidden Cloud Village, the 3rd Reikage Ai was discussing intelligence with his subordinates. When he heard the news that the assassination plan had failed, a trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Kageyuki actually survived and awakened the main Jikaya Sharinon. Ai stood up suddenly, and the power seemed to shake the whole room. He clenched his fists, his expression solemn. That eye technique, teleportation? Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? This kid is growing too fast. Reikage Ai's face was full of uneasiness and anxiety. Although he was a strong man who could fight the 8 tails, he knew very well how terrible the Uchiha clan's main Jikaya Sharinon was, especially when this power appeared in such a young genius ninja. Aoeniki and Ai both realized that dealing with Uchiha Kageyuki at this stage was no longer a simple assassination. Not only did their plan fail, but it also exposed the ninjas of Iwagakure and Kumagakure, putting the top leaders of these villages in an awkward position. It seems that the current Uchiha Kageyuki can no longer be regarded as an ordinary genius. Aoeniki sat back in his seat, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. Konoha village has a new strong man, which is not a good thing for us. Reikage Ai also pondered for a moment and nodded. Konoha village's strength has increased again, which has already made us feel threatened. If we rashly attack Kageyuki again, I am afraid it will only bring shame upon ourselves. Now, what we have to do is temporarily shelve the plan for Kageyuki and wait for a more appropriate time. Konoha village now not only has a new genius, but also started a comprehensive investigation of spies. The spy network of Iwagakure and Kumagakure suffered a major blow, and many spies were captured. Uchiha Yingye was alone in the training ground, and the trees around him swayed slightly with the fluctuations of his chakra. Yingye was immersed in the control of power, constantly honing his newly acquired abilities. After just experiencing that life and death battle, Yingye clearly realized that only by fully mastering the power can he be invincible in the battle. After a round of high-intensity training, Uchiha Yingye paused for a while, quietly feeling the surging chakra and the self-healing power in his body. The sage body has grown to 61%. Uchiha Yingye whispered, recalling the desperate battle, when he invested more than 10,000 life points in the improvement of the sage body. It was at that moment that he awakened the ability of self-healing without seal. This self-healing ability allows Yingye to quickly recover from injuries in battle, greatly improving his survivability. Uchiha Yingye decided to check his attribute panel again to see the recent growth and changes. Uchiha Yingye called the Destiny System, and the familiar virtual interface unfolded before his eyes. Yingye carefully checked the recent growth. A Euro character, Uchiha Shadow Moon. A Euro. A Euro identity, Jonin. A Euro. A Euro bloodline, Senju clan, Uchiha clan. A Euro. A Euro Keikei Genkai, Sage body 61% wood style Sharinon, Manjakaya. Sharinon, I power 3%. A Euro. A Euro Manjakaya. Sharinon abilities, World Space Control. A Euro. A Euro Chakra, 52 cards. A Euro. A Euro Special abilities, Ninja World Dance King, Ninjutsu Professor, High Dimensional Perception, Sealless Self-Healing. A Euro. A Euro Ninjutsu, 3 Body Techniques, Instant Body Technique, Shadow Moon Flow Technique, Shadow Moon Style Sword Technique, Uchiha Style Throwing Technique, Wood Stylia Multiple Wood Clones, Wood Stylia Tree World Advent, Wood Stylia Cutting Technique, Wood Stylia Wood Ingot Wall, 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, 6th Gate, Jingmen, Fire Stylia Great Fireball Technique, Fire Stylia Great Fire Extinguishment, Fire Stylia Dragon Flame Song Technique, Earth Stylia Earth Flow Wall, Water Stylia Water. Dragon Bullet Technique. A Euro. Life value, 4250. Uchiha Yingye noticed that the progress of his Manjikyo Sharinon, which he had broken through in the battle, was only 3%. But Uchiha Yingye remembered that the last time he checked the attribute panel, it was still 76% of Tomo, which means that he had broken through at least 20% of his eye power in desperate situations. The Uchiha clan is really a clan of love. In extreme pain and desperate situations, they will awaken extreme power. Some people will fall into darkness and become paranoid because of the strong emotions at that time, just like the story of the divine power that can't hide tears, turning the world upside down just to set you right. At the same time, Uchiha secretly rejoiced that he had previously spent 20,000 life points to exchange for high-dimensional perception. It was this talent that allowed him to awaken 2 powerful Manjikyo Sharinon eye techniques, World and Space Control. The ability of World allows Yingye to pause time in battle, as if he has the operation of the entire world in his hands. At present, Yingye can pause for up to 4 seconds, and these 4 seconds are enough to decide everything in a life and death struggle. But Shadow Moon also knows that the ability to stop time consumes a lot of energy. If it is used for more than 4 seconds, the consumption of pupil power will increase exponentially, which means that it must be calculated carefully. Another pupil technique, space control, is more complicated. Through high-dimensional perception, Shadow Moon can perceive and control the power of space. Uchiha Shadow Moon has mastered several practical skills, such as opening space for storage, hiding oneself in a different space to avoid attacks, or using the ability of space cutting to attack, but these abilities take a long time to activate, and if you want to apply them in combat, you need to be more proficient, especially space cutting. Cutting the air and cutting objects consume different amounts of chakra, and the difficulty is also different. If you want to use the space blade to cut people, you still need to practice, but the storage space is very convenient. This ability is like Uchiha Obito's God, but more comprehensive than that. Yingye silently compared in his heart, I can attach the power of space to the blade or hand, cut the object, and send it into another space. It can be regarded as indestructible to a certain extent. Although these abilities are extremely powerful, Yingye knows that they are far from being developed to the extreme, especially how to use them flexibly in battle, which requires more actual combat training. The self-healing ability of the sage body also prevents me from worrying about blindness like other holders of the Manjikyo Sharinon. Although I am not like Suzuki who just opened the eternal Manjikyo Sharinon, I have to open Susanoo to go to the toilet, and the dogs on the roadside have to be hit by Amaterasu before they can go. As long as my Manjikyo is not used frequently, it can slowly recover. Chapter 56 Go to the Land of Whirlpools. With the Manjikyo Sharinon and more than 60% of the sage body, Kagejiki's chakra volume directly reached the level of a cage-level warrior, but Kagejiki was not surprised, as his strength was worthy of the kage level. Uchiha Kageki's eyes turned to the life value. After that battle, his life value was completely consumed. The powerful record of fighting 1 against 100 with the main Jikaya Sharinon and Susanoo brought him great fame and prestige, and the speed of accumulating life value was greatly accelerated. Now it is more than 4,000 points. These life values a euro are enough for me to improve again at a critical moment. Uchiha Yingye secretly calculated, but now is not the time, I have to accumulate some more, and then make a significant improvement when I have enough life value. Closing the attribute panel, Yingye took a deep breath. Yingye has already felt the growth of his strength, but Yingye Minghaku, this is just the beginning. Next, I need to further develop the ability of the main Jikaya Sharinon, especially space control. This ability has infinite potential. After fully mastering it, perhaps I can be invincible in battle. Uchiha Yingye made up her mind to constantly hone herself in future training and battles, improve her control over these abilities, and also accumulate more destiny points to prepare for future battles. One day after the end of the training, Uchiha Yingye received a summons from Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Yingye was a little surprised. After all, Uzumaki Mito was old and rarely took the initiative to summon others on weekdays. But thinking of how she had received Mito's care and support many times, Yingye quickly rushed to Uzumaki Mito's residence. When Yingye arrived, Uzumaki Mito was sitting in the courtyard, and the flowers and plants around her swayed gently in the breeze, looking particularly peaceful. When she saw Yingye coming, a kind smile appeared on her face. "Shadow Moon, how have you been lately?" Uzumaki Mito's voice was gentle and concerned. Shadow Moon bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Grandma Mito, I'm fine. Thanks to your concern and the help of Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen, the previous assassination has been resolved." Mito nodded, with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. "I have asked Hiruzen to deal with this matter as soon as possible, and the information leak will not happen again." After asking about each other's well-being, Shadow Moon made a decision in his heart. Shadow Moon knew that in order to fully master the Flying Thunder God technique, the foundation of the sealing technique was essential. So Shadow Moon explained his idea to Uzumaki Mito. "Grandma Mito, I recently got the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but this technique requires mastery of the sealing technique as a foundation, so I would like to ask you to teach me the sealing technique." Shadow Moon's tone was sincere and his eyes were sincere. Uzumaki Mito pondered for a moment, and then smiled. "Kagyu, you are indeed a diligent and studious child. Since you want to learn the sealing technique, I will naturally teach you. However, the sealing technique is profound and requires a long time of study. You must have enough patience." Kagyu was delighted when he heard this, and quickly replied, "I will definitely study hard and live up to your teachings." Mito looked at the young man in front of him and admired Kagyu in his heart. This young man who inherited the power of Senjo Hashirama's wood release is not only outstanding in strength, but also has a deep affection for the Uzumaki clan. However, Kagyu, Mito suddenly changed his tone with a little seriousness, "You have shown great strength, but in the face of constant danger, I think you still need stronger power to protect yourself. Therefore, I decided to teach you the method of practicing strange power. This is a technique that concentrates chakra on a certain part of the body to generate huge power. After learning it, it will greatly enhance your close combat ability." Uchiha Kagyu couldn't help but feel moved after hearing this. Yingye knew that the strange power was the power that Mito passed on to Tsunade. Now that Mito was willing to pass it on to her, she obviously had great trust in her. "Thank you, Grandma Mito, I will definitely practice hard and strengthen my strength." Mito nodded and continued, "In addition, I have written to the survivors of the Uzumaki clan to ask them to support you. Yingyu, you will not only protect them in the future, but also help them rebuild their homes." Hearing this, Yingye solemnly stated, "Please rest assured, I will do my best to protect and develop the Uzumaki clan." Mito looked at Yingye with a relieved smile on his face. "I believe you, Yingyu. Now the Uzumaki clan is dwindling, and they need your support. You go to the Whirlpool country and see that the people there also need your help. After saying goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, Yingyu already had a clear goal in mind. Yingyu will go to the Whirlpool country as soon as possible to understand the situation there and help the Uzumaki clan rebuild their homes. Uchiha Kageyuki embarked on a journey to the land of whirlpools. After the ravages of war, the land of whirlpools was no longer the vibrant ninja hometown, but was now devastated and riddled with holes. Uchiha Kageyu, with the trust of Uzumaki Mito, is determined to help the Whirlpool country rebuild their homeland. After arriving at the Whirlpool country, Kageyu soon met the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, who were working hard on the ruins of rebuilding their homes. Some members of the Senju clan were also at the scene. They responded to the call of Elder Senju Mufeng and came to help the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Kageyu stood in front of a ruin, looking at the scene in front of him, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Just then, a ninja from the Uzumaki clan came over. His face was tired and sad, but when he saw Kageyu, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Master Kageyu, we have received the instructions of Master Uzumaki Mito. The Whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan will obey you. Please lead us out of the predicament. The ninja said respectfully. Uchiha Kageyu took a deep breath and felt the responsibility on his shoulders. Yingyu nodded slowly and responded solemnly, I feel deeply for the experience of the Whirlpool country. I have seen your suffering. Please rest assured that I will definitely help you rebuild your home and live up to your trust and expectations. After stating his purpose, Yingyu decided to personally investigate the current situation of the Whirlpool country. Accompanied by the Uzumaki clan ninjas, Uchiha Yingyu walked through the villages and fields destroyed by the war. The scene of the Whirlpool country made Yingyu feel sad. The broken houses, the charred land, and the homeless civilians and orphans who lost their loved ones all made Yingyu feel extremely heavy. The Whirlpool country after the war is in urgent need of reconstruction. Yingyu thought to himself. In addition to the Uzumaki clan ninjas, there are also a large number of ordinary civilians who do not understand ninjutsu, but also lost their homes in this battle, and their lives have become difficult. Chapter 57 Post-War Reconstruction. Uchiha Kageyu realized that as the agent of Uzumaki Mito, he now holds the highest power in the Whirlpool country. As long as the method is right, Kageyu can rebuild the Whirlpool country through his influence. So, Uchiha Kageyu began to make a plan to rebuild his homeland. First, Uchiha Kageyu summoned the surviving ninjas of the Whirlpool country and the helpers of the Senju clan and assigned them tasks. Uchiha Kageyu assigned them to different tasks according to their respective ninjutsu expertise. Ninjas who can use water escape are sent to the seaside, rivers and lakes to use water escape to help villagers fish and solve food problems. Ninjas who can use earth escape are assigned to build roads and rebuild houses to restore the village's infrastructure. Uchiha Kageyu Minghaku, ninjas are usually unproductive mercenaries in the ninja world. Their duties are to fight rather than build. However, in the face of Uchiha Kageyu's powerful strength and authority, the ninjas, although dissatisfied, finally chose to obey orders and began to help civilians restore production and living order. At the same time, Uchiha Kageyu also began to use his powerful wood escape power to participate in reconstruction. Uchiha Kageyu stood in front of a ruin, quickly forming seals with both hands, and chakras surged in his body. As the seal was completed, Kageyu shouted in a low voice, "Wood escape 3 rooms and 1 living room technique." In an instant, the wood on the ground grew wildly, automatically splicing and forming like life, and soon, a row of 3-bedroom and 1 living room wooden houses stood on the ruins. These houses are structurally complete, sturdy, and durable, and each house has enough space to accommodate a family. Although Uchiha Kageyu gave this ninjutsu a name that seems a bit strange in the ninja world, the meaning of the ninjutsu can be understood through the name, and it does not affect its practicality. So Kageyu built a residential area through his huge chakra and skilled wood escape. Uchiha Kageyu stood in front of the newly built residential area, looking at the faces full of hope because of the new homes, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. Kagyu knew that this was only the first step in rebuilding the Whirlpool country, but this step was successful. These houses provided shelter for countless war refugees and helped them through the most difficult times. Uchiha Kagyu stood on the ruins of the Whirlpool country, looking at the villages under reconstruction, and his heart was heavy as iron. The war in the Whirlpool country gave him a deeper understanding of the current situation of the ninja world, and also triggered his deep reflection on the social system of this world. Uchiha Kagyu compared the huge differences between the ninja world and modern society from the memories brought from his previous life. Whether it is productivity, living standards, or social system, the ninja world seems too backward. This world still remains in the feudal agricultural society, and the development of science and technology has stagnated. Ninjas who possess extraordinary powers are confined to narrow killing and tasks, instead of transforming the world and improving the quality of life of mankind. Kagyu recalled his previous life. The progress of science and technology has brought great changes to mankind. The leap in productivity has greatly improved the living standards, and the social system has gradually developed in a more just and reasonable direction. However, the ninja world here is still bound by the feudal system. The daimyo and the lord hold supreme power, while the common people struggle in poverty and ignorance, and the ninjas are regarded as tools to maintain this unfair order. Uchiha Yingye walked among the ruins of the village, and saw the dark-faced and empty-eyed common people, and a burst of anger surged in his heart. These common people worked hard for a year, but could only barely maintain food and clothing, because most of the fruits of their labor were exploited by the lords and then handed over to the daimyo. The daimyo used this wealth to maintain his luxurious life, allocated funds to the ninja village, let the ninjas work for him, maintain his rule, and suppress resistance. The fundamental problem of this world is the backwardness and closedness of the entire social system. Yingye thought to himself. The ninjas who possessed powerful power not only did not use their power to transform the environment and promote production, but instead became tools of power struggles, fighting each other in wars, and even in the task of eliminating bandits, they only eliminated those civilians who were forced into a desperate situation. Uchiha Yingye couldn't help but think about what he could do for the world. The reconstruction plan of the Whirlpool country is certainly important, but it is only a measure that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. The real problem lies in the structure of the entire society. The ninja world needs a completely new order, a social system that can liberate productivity and improve living standards. Ordinary people in the ninja world live too hard. Uchiha Yingye thought. Their lives are trapped in the shackles of the feudal system. They work hard but see no hope. Although ninjas have powerful powers, they can only serve the powerful under this unfair system. Such a world is destined to be unable to get rid of war and poverty. Uchiha Yingye knew that his own power was not enough to change the order of the entire world, but he also knew that he had stood at a height that could shake the ninja world. As the heir of the Senju and Uchiha clans, he possesses powerful powers such as wood release and Sharingan. With the support of Uzumaki Mito and the reconstruction of the Whirlpool country, the resources and influence in his hands are expanding rapidly. Maybe I can't change the status quo of the ninja world immediately, but I can take a step ahead in the Whirlpool country. Shadow Moon decided to start with the Whirlpool country and gradually promote the reform of the social system. Uchiha Shadow Moon wants to make the Whirlpool country an experimental field to show a new social form that is different from the existing ninja world order. I want to change all this. Uchiha Shadow Moon made a vow in his heart. Uchiha Shadow Moon is no longer satisfied with simply strengthening himself, but wants to become a force to promote change in the ninja world, break the old order that is deeply rooted in this land, so that civilians are no longer lambs to be slaughtered, and ninjas are no longer just tools of war. Uchiha Shadow Moon stood on the ruins of the Whirlpool country with a firm gaze, and a great plan ignited in his heart. Shadow Moon decided to become a new trend to promote the advancement of the ninja world, starting from the Whirlpool country, and build a brand new world. Uchiha Kagyu's goal is not only to rebuild the Whirlpool country, but also to completely change the social outlook of the ninja world through education, industrialization and technological revolution. To truly promote the transformation of the entire ninja world, it is far from enough to rely on the power of Uchiha Kagyu alone. Therefore, Kagyu decided to establish an organization to recruit top scientific and technological talents from all over the ninja world to work together to promote this great change. After careful consideration, Uchiha Kagyu named this organization Dawn Organization, which means that they will lead the ninja world to a new dawn. Dawn Organization will become the core force to promote the progress of the ninja world. I will gather the most outstanding scientists, craftsmen and technical experts, and use the powerful power of science and technology to lead the ninja world into a new era. Dawn Organization_'s primary goal is to conduct in-depth research and development of various new production tools, high-efficiency energy equipment and various practical science and technology. Uchiha Kagyu was keenly aware of the great potential of chakra to become an important energy source. He was eager to use technology to extend the application of chakra from simple combat to all aspects of production and daily life. For this reason, Uchiha Kagyu decided without hesitation to invest all of his family's property worth 100 million taels into this grand plan. Chapter 58 Dawn Organization. So Uchiha Kagyu summoned all the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan in the Whirlpool country to hold a general meeting on the development plan of the Whirlpool country in the next few months. Promoting the changes in the Whirlpool country is not only for the Uzumaki clan, but also for Uchiha Kagyu to accumulate destiny points through the destiny system. Uchiha Kagyu stood in the center of the conference hall of the Whirlpool country and looked around. This meeting brought together the surviving Uzumaki clan and all the ninjas of the Senju clan. Most of them have experienced the baptism of war, with a trace of fatigue in their eyes, but also revealing an indomitable will. Today, Uchiha Yingyu stands here, shouldering the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the Whirlpool country and the mission of leading this country to a new life. Everyone, Uchiha Yingyu said, his voice firm and clear, we have experienced a tragic war. The Whirlpool country is devastated, our homes are destroyed, and our people have suffered heavy casualties. But now is not the time to be sad, we must stand up, rebuild our country, and let the Whirlpool country glow with new vitality. Uchiha Yingyu paused, his eyes swept across everyone's face, and continued, in the next few months, we will carry out a series of reconstruction plans. This is not just to restore the surface of the Whirlpool country, but to fundamentally change our country. First of all, we must solve the most urgent problems of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so that all refugees have a good living environment and rebuild their homes. Uchiha Yingyu's voice echoed in the hall, and the ninjas nodded one after another. They knew that these were all urgent matters. Secondly, Shadow Moon continued, we must resume production as soon as possible. Post-war reconstruction requires a lot of resources and materials, and we need to create them ourselves. We need to rebuild farmland, restore agricultural production, and develop industry, especially basic industries such as iron making. We will hire craftsmen from the nearby artisan country to build farm tools and various production tools to support our production. An elderly Uzumaki clan ninja who was arranged by Shadow Moon in advance asked, Lord Shadow Moon, it is important to develop industry and agriculture, but can our original system still support these changes? Uchiha Shadow Moon smiled slightly and said seriously, it is precisely because the old system is not conducive to our reconstruction that we must reform the system. The old Lord system may have been barely applicable before the war, but in the current emergency, it can no longer support us to move towards a new future. I decided to abolish the Lord system and establish a grassroots organization composed of ninjas. We will implement a centralized system, and the entire Whirlpool country will directly obey me through a three-tier organizational structure. The managers of each region will be ninjas with outstanding abilities and both moral integrity to ensure that we can quickly rebuild after the disaster. This decision caused a hushed discussion. The abolition of the feudal system and the establishment of a new centralized system was a huge change. Some older ninjas felt uneasy, but Shadow Moon's determination and aura made it impossible for them to object. There is one more very important thing. Uchiha Yingye continued, the ninjas of the Whirlpool country will basically stop accepting missions, and your income will be paid directly by the national treasury of the Whirlpool country. Your mission is no longer to go out to perform missions, but to participate in post-disaster reconstruction and production construction. We must focus all our efforts on rebuilding our homes. Uchiha Yingye's eyes became sharper, and he continued, I have also decided to build multiple schools in the Whirlpool country to popularize compulsory education. Whether ninjas or civilians, they must receive education and master knowledge. Knowledge is the cornerstone of our strong country. Without the progress of education, all our efforts are in vain. For adults among the civilians, they must also be re-educated, at least to master basic literacy and work common sense. I want to change the entire Whirlpool country in terms of ideology and make it stronger from the root. Then, Uchiha Yingye proposed a specific plan for the development of industry. Yingye decided to personally invest 100 million taels to establish the Shugwang Technology Organization, let the Senju people form a shadow screen intelligence network, to recruit scientific and technological talents in the ninja world, and conduct scientific and technological research such as grain seedling breeding and fertilizer production. The entire conference hall was silent for a while. Many ninjas obviously did not fully understand Shadow Moon's plan, especially the older ninjas, who were unfamiliar with and even confused about the words education, industrialization, and technology. But Uchiha Shadow Moon soon realized this, and Shadow Moon smiled and said, I know that these plans sound very complicated and very new, and even very different from our previous lifestyle. But please believe me, I will personally guide you to ensure that every step can go smoothly. What we have to do is for the future of the country of Vortex, so that our children and grandchildren can live in a strong and prosperous country. Although most ninjas did not fully understand Uchiha Shadow Moon's plan, they finally unanimously approved these plans out of respect for Uzumaki Mito and trust in Uchiha Shadow Moon's personal ability and strength. From today, the Whirlpool country will embark on a brand new path. Shadow Moon concluded at the end of the meeting, we will not go back to the past, we will create the future. The Aurora organization will lead us to a new dawn, and the Whirlpool country will become one of the most powerful countries in the ninja world. There was a warm applause in the meeting room, which was not only a support for Shadow Moon, but also a vision and expectation for the future. Uchiha Shadow Moon looked at these ninjas, and his heart was full of determination and faith. Uchiha Shadow Moon knew that this was just the beginning, but it was this beginning that would lead the Whirlpool country, and even the entire ninja world, to unprecedented glory. In the following months, Uchiha Kageki stayed in the land of whirlpools almost wholeheartedly, personally leading and supervising the implementation of various reconstruction plans. Under Kageki's leadership, the land of whirlpools quickly emerged from the shadow of war and gradually showed a thriving scene. On the land of whirlpools, new buildings rose from the ground. Through the power of ninjas, especially with the help of Uchiha Kageki's wood-release technique, many villages and cities were quickly rebuilt. Every newly built house and every newly reclaimed land carries Uchiha Kageki's hope for the future of the land of whirlpools. At the same time, Uchiha Kageki did not relax his own training. Kageki studied hard and gradually mastered the super strength skills and sealing techniques taught to him by Uzumaki Mito. During this period, Uchiha Kageki's physical skills and chakra control were greatly improved. He was able to use super strength skills in battle, which made his attack power even better. The study of sealing techniques also made Uchiha Yingye's understanding of chakra more profound, laying a more solid foundation for future battles and reforms. Chapter 59 The New Country. The Dawn organization established by Uchiha Yingye has gradually taken shape and has begun to recruit some talents with real scientific research talents. Under the guidance of Uchiha Yingye, these talents are studying how to use chakra as energy to promote the industrialization process of the whirlpool country. At the same time, the compulsory education promoted by Yingye has also been popularized nationwide. Now every child in the Whirlpool country can go to school and receive basic education. This reform not only cultivated a large number of future talents for the Whirlpool country, but also laid a solid foundation for the country's long-term stability and development. Under the development vision of modern people of Uchiha Yingyu, the productivity of the Whirlpool country has been greatly improved. New industrial industries have begun to spread across the country, and infrastructure construction is also in full swing. The Whirlpool country, which was once devastated by war, is now gradually radiating new vitality and vitality. Of course, the expenses of these reforms and constructions were also huge. The 100 million taels that Uchiha Kageyuki personally invested were quickly invested in various projects, but with the full support of Uzumaki Mito, it was equivalent to controlling the treasury of the Whirlpool country, and Uchiha Kageyuki had no economic concerns at all. Under Kageyuki's leadership, the Whirlpool country gradually formed a new political structure. The grassroots organizations composed of ninjas replaced the old lord system, allowing Kageyuki's decrees to be quickly passed throughout the country. This centralized system is completely different from the traditional feudal system. Uchiha Kageyuki's mobilization of national power far exceeded that of the daimyo in the past. Uchiha Kageyuki's reforms were promoted quickly and effectively, and the living standards of the people of Whirlpool country were significantly improved in just a few months. The people's faces showed long-lost smiles again, and they felt the happiness brought by the stable life after the war. As a result, the prestige of Uchiha Kageyuki has risen rapidly. Not only the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are full of trust and admiration for Kageyuki, but even ordinary people regard Uchiha Kageyuki as the new hope of the Whirlpool Kingdom. In the Whirlpool Kingdom, Kageyuki has become the de facto daimyo and supreme ruler. Every decision made by Kageyuki is quickly implemented, and every word of Kageyuki is regarded as a criterion. Lady Uzumaki Mito has been paying close attention to the changes in the Whirlpool Kingdom, and Kageyuki's performance makes her very satisfied. She has written many letters to praise Kageyuki's outstanding leadership ability and said that Kageyuki has made an indelible contribution to the smooth reconstruction of the Whirlpool Kingdom. If Kageyuki is a member of the Uzumaki clan, Mito even considered making him the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, the feedback from the Destiny system also made Kageyuki feel overjoyed. Due to his reform and reconstruction work, the lives of the people of Whirlpool country have been greatly improved. Shadow Moon's destiny value has increased by more than 20,000 points in just a few months, and now it has reached over 30,000 destiny points. Uchiha Shadow Moon clearly realized that promoting changes in the ninja world and changing the fate of most people is the fastest way to obtain destiny points. Leading the people of Whirlpool country to live a happy life has not only won Shadow Moon unparalleled prestige, but also accumulated precious power for future plans. Uchiha Shadow Moon secretly decided in his heart that Whirlpool country is just the beginning. In the future, Shadow Moon will set off an unprecedented change in the entire ninja world and use his own power to bring true peace and prosperity to the ninja world. With the unremitting efforts of Uchiha Shadow Moon, the development of Whirlpool country and the lives of the people have gradually entered the right track. All kinds of work such as national reconstruction, industrial development, and popularization of education are progressing in an orderly manner, and the whole country is radiating a thriving scene. At the same time, exciting good news came from Orochimaru's laboratory. Through Shadow Moon and Orochimaru, they finally succeeded in cultivating rice with higher yield. This breakthrough will greatly improve the food supply of the Whirlpool country and further improve the quality of life of the people. After learning the news, Uchiha Shadow Moon immediately expressed his sincere gratitude to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are a genius. With this high-yield rice, the food problem of the Whirlpool country will no longer be a problem that bothers us. If you encounter financial problems during the research process, just come to me, I will fully support your research. Immediately afterwards, Shadow Moon summoned his subordinates in the Whirlpool country and immediately arranged the task of promoting high-yield rice. Uchiha Shadow Moon asked to promote this new type of rice nationwide as soon as possible to ensure that every farmland can be used. After completing these tasks, Shadow Moon summoned the members of the Uzumaki clan who are proficient in sealing techniques, especially those experts who are capable of developing new sealing techniques. Yingye made a new request to them: I hope you can develop a medical seal that can seal Yang Chakra. This talisman can be used for emergency medical assistance on the battlefield, greatly improving the survival rate of injured ninjas. Medical supplies may be in short supply in the future. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan expressed some confusion about this. The ninja world is still in a relatively calm period. Why did Yingye foresee the shortage of medical props? Uchiha Yingye smiled slightly. I recently speculated based on the intelligence of the Shadow Screen organization that a ninja war is likely to break out in the future, and medical supplies will definitely be in short supply in the future. It's not that Yingye really observed and judged the situation, but because of his familiarity with the plot, the Second Ninja World War is about to come, and the importance of medical ninjutsu on the battlefield will be greatly increased. Such a medical seal talisman is likely to become a must-have for every ninja. Then, Uchiha Yingye made another more important request: I also hope that you can develop a sealing technique that can seal the soul. I have some very important uses. The members of the Uzumaki clan looked at each other, and then an older member said, we Uzumaki clan have a sealing technique called Shiki Fusion, which can seal the soul. Based on this foundation, it is not difficult to develop a new soul sealing technique, but it takes some time. Yingye nodded, showing a satisfied look. Time is not a problem, what is important is that the effect is good. In fact, Yingye has his own far-reaching plans for this soul sealing technique. The souls of the ninja world generally return to the Pure Land of the Six Paths Sage, and the souls in the Pure Land are not completely unable to be resurrected, but the cost of resurrection is very huge. If a sealing technique that can seal the soul and prevent it from returning to the Pure Land can be developed, and then combined with cloning technology to reshape the body, perhaps resurrection can be achieved. This is not only for Uchiha Yingye's consideration of his own future, but also to be able to save some important power at a critical moment. As the Ninja World War approaches, Shadow Moon needs to master more trump cards to deal with the coming storm. In the end, Shadow Moon expressed his deep gratitude to the Uzumaki clan's sealing experts and said that he would continue to fully support their research. And Shadow Moon himself will also go all out in the coming days to prepare for the upcoming Ninja World War. Chapter 60: Tsunade's Secret Affection. Uchiha Shadow Moon stood on the hill of Whirlpool Country, looking at the country with a far-reaching gaze. Shadow Moon felt a little relieved in his heart. The reconstruction plan of Whirlpool Country has gradually been put on the right track, people's living standards have steadily improved, and the whole country is radiating unprecedented vitality. However, Uchiha Shadow Moon also realized that the development of Whirlpool Country no longer needs his constant protection, and it is time to return to Konoha village. It has been almost half a year since I left Konoha. Going back to see acquaintances and making some plans for the upcoming Ninja World War is the most important thing at the moment. So, Uchiha Kagyu summoned the Uzumaki and Senjo clan ninjas of the Whirlpool Country and held a general meeting. At the meeting, Uchiha Kagyu explained in detail the development plan and work arrangements for the next few months, and handed over the management of the Whirlpool Country to several Uzumaki and Senjo clan ninjas who he trusted and had outstanding abilities. The reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country has been put on the right track, and now is the time for you to show your true talents, Uchiha Kagyu said to the crowd below the stage. I believe that under your leadership, the Whirlpool Country will become more powerful and prosperous. The ninjas responded in unison, with firmness and confidence in their eyes. They were full of gratitude and trust in Uchiha Kagyu, and vowed to live up to Kagyu's expectations. After arranging everything, Uchiha Kagyu set off to return to Konoha village. Returning to the familiar village, Kagyu felt a sense of warmth and intimacy. Uchiha Kagyu first decided to visit Uzumaki Mito, report the development of the Whirlpool Country to her, and reassure her that she no longer had to worry about the future of the Whirlpool Country. Walking into Uzumaki Mito's house, Yingye saw Mito's grandmother sitting in the yard, smiling and waiting for his arrival. Next to her sat two young girls, Tsunade Senju and Uzumaki Kushina. Seeing Uchiha Yingyu coming in, Uzumaki Mito smiled with relief. Yingyu, you are finally back. How is the situation in Whirlpool Country? Uzumaki Mito asked with concern. Uchiha Yingyu smiled slightly and replied respectfully, Grandma Mito, please rest assured. The reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country has been successfully carried out, and people's lives are gradually improving. Everything is going according to plan, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. After hearing this, the wrinkles on Uzumaki Mito's face seemed to relax a lot, and she nodded with satisfaction, you did a good job, Yingyu. The Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool Country owes you a favor. At this time, Senju Tsunade came forward and said with a slightly blushing face, Yingyu, welcome back. You must have had a hard time during this period. Uchiha Yingyu looked at Tsunade in front of her. She was no longer the impulsive girl a few years ago. Today's Tsunade is more and more beautiful, with a gradually mature charm, especially the turbulent water escape, which makes Yingyu feel a little throbbing in her heart. It's hard, but seeing the gradual recovery of the Whirlpool Country, all the efforts are worth it. Uchiha Yingyu smiled lightly, and then teased, but Tsunade, you seem to be more beautiful than before. Tsunade's face became even redder, her eyes were a little evasive, but the corners of her mouth were filled with a smile that could not be concealed, don't joke with me. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina also came over and said lively, Brother Yingyu, can you stay a little longer when you come back this time? Everyone misses you very much. Uchiha Yingyu nodded, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Kushina's bright red hair, and smiled, of course, Kushina, I will stay a little longer this time. By the way, I will also go to see the situation in Konoha village. Speaking of Kushina, Yingyu couldn't help but think of Namikaze Minato. Today's Minato is a genius who has become famous in the ninja school. The little brother who called him Big Brother at the beginning has replaced him as the most outstanding student in the ninja school. He and Kushina have always had a good relationship. In the original work, the two eventually got married and had a son, Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, Minato and Kushina died in the Nine Tails Rebellion in the future, leaving Uzumaki Naruto as a baby. Uchiha Kageyuki secretly decided that if he could become Hokage in the future, he must find a way to help Minato and Kushina, the unfortunate couple. In a warm atmosphere, Kageyuki chatted with Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, and Kushina for a long time. Uchiha Kageyuki reported in detail the development of the Whirlpool Country and assured Grandma Mito that he would continue to pay attention to the situation in the Whirlpool Country and would never let any crisis happen again. Uzumaki Mito was very satisfied with Shadow Moon's performance. She said with emotion, Shadow Moon, you are a rare good child. I hope you will continue to work hard and bring more light not only to the Whirlpool Country, but also to Konoha. Uzumaki Mito quietly looked at Uchiha Shadow Moon and Senju Tsunade who were talking happily in front of her, and a warm thought gradually emerged in her heart. She had long noticed the unusual relationship between Shadow Moon and Tsunade, and the subtle feelings between the two of them, she, as a grandmother, naturally saw clearly. Tsunade is already in her 20s and has long reached the age of marriage. And Shadow Moon, this young genius, Uzumaki Mito has a good impression of him since the first time she saw him. She believes that Shadow Moon is not only a good match for Tsunade, but also a rare pillar of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito recalled what Shadow Moon did in Konoha and Whirlpool Country over the years. Kageyuki's kindness and sense of responsibility are admirable. Whether it is funding an orphanage or saving the endangered Uzumaki clan, Kageyuki has shown a strong sense of justice and responsibility. In particular, he personally participated in and led the reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country. This wisdom and ability reminded Uzumaki Mito of the late Senju Tobirama. She secretly admired in her heart that this young man's talent and foresight were not inferior to Tobirama, and even surpassed him. More importantly, Kageyuki not only possessed a powerful wood-release bloodline limit, but also awakened the Uchiha clan's main Jikaya, Sharinan. This combination of double bloodline limits made Kageyuki the most dazzling genius ninja in the entire Konoha village. Uzumaki Mito believes that Shadow Moon will definitely create a new world in the future ninja world. Shadow Moon has a high Senja bloodline, and after combining with Tsunade, it is very likely that a descendant with awakened wood release will be born. Uzumaki Mito thought, if she could hug a great-grandson or great-granddaughter in her lifetime, it would be so happy. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito already had an idea in her mind, that is, to match Tsunade and Shadow Moon. She did not intend to stop the feelings between the two, but hoped that they could get closer and finally get together. Sometimes, when chatting with Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito would intentionally or unintentionally mention Shadow Moon's various advantages, and hinted to her that Shadow Moon was a good man worthy of entrusting her life. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito once said to her granddaughter earnestly, Kagyu is not only smart and reliable, but also kind. He saved the Uzumaki clan and helped the Whirlpool country rebuild their homeland. Even the entire Konoha village praised him. You must grasp such a good man. Hearing these words, Tsunade's face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She had a great liking for Kagyu. In recent days, the relationship between the two has become closer and closer, and her feelings for Kagyu have become clearer and clearer. But every time she thought of this, she was always a little shy and didn't know how to express her feelings. Grandma, what are you talking about? Tsunade whispered, her face slightly red, but her eyes unconsciously glanced at Kagyu who was chatting and laughing with Kushina. Uzumaki Mito saw it in her eyes, but she was secretly happy in her heart. She knew that Tsunade had already fallen deeply in love with Kagyu, but she had not yet mustered up the courage to face it. As a grandmother, she could naturally see that Yingye cared about Tsunade. Don't worry, Yingye will definitely be a good husband. Uzumaki Mito patted Tsunade's hand gently, with a loving tone. Tsunade felt warm in her heart and nodded gently. She knew that her feelings for Yingye had reached a point where she could not ignore it. And Uzumaki Mito's encouragement further strengthened her mind. Uchiha Yingye did not notice Uzumaki Mito's intentions. He was still focused on reporting the development of the Whirlpool country to Mito, and his heart was full of longing for the future. Not far away, Tsunade's beautiful eyes quietly looked at Yingye with a gentle smile on her face. She knew that she could no longer escape this feeling. Perhaps one day, she would really walk to Yingye's side and face the future storms and challenges with him. Chapter 61 Ayane and Chinatsu. After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Kagyu strolled on the streets of Konoha village, feeling relaxed. Just as he was thinking about his next training plan, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from not far away. Kagyu. Uchiha Kagyu looked up and saw Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinatsu walking towards him. The two women were beautiful, graceful, and young and beautiful, and they were particularly eye-catching in the crowd. After seeing Uchiha Kagyu, they smiled and walked up quickly. Kagyu, you are finally back. Yamanaka Chinatsu complained, with a hint of blame in her tone, I haven't heard from you in the past few months, and I almost thought you forgot about us. Yes, we thought you forgot about us old teammates outside. Hinata Ayane also echoed, with a little grievance in her eyes. Uchiha Yingye scratched his head with a bitter smile and quickly explained, I'm sorry, I've been helping to rebuild my homeland in the Whirlpool country recently. There are indeed too many things to do, and I've been so busy that I forgot to contact you. After hearing Uchiha Yingye's explanation, the two women were dissatisfied, but they also understood that Haku Yingye had a heavy responsibility, so they didn't say anything more. However, their concern and care for Yingye were obvious, especially after experiencing the last Yingye heroic rescue incident. The two women's admiration for Yingye was even more evident. Hinata Ayane sighed softly and looked at Yingye with soft eyes, we have been worried about you. Now that you are finally back, what are you going to do next? I plan to practice the Flying Thunder God technique recently, Uchiha Yingye replied with a firm look, but I also have to do some tasks to keep myself in combat. When Uchiha Yingye mentioned the task, the eyes of the two women suddenly lit up. Yamanaka Chinitsu said impatiently, "Then let's go together. Ayane and I have been promoted to Jonin, so we can act together." "Yes, the three of us will go on a mission together. We are old partners." Hinata Ayane said with a smile, her eyes full of expectation. Uchiha Kageki saw their enthusiasm and nodded and agreed, "Okay, then we will go together if there is any mission in the future. Let's go together." When the two girls saw Yingye agreed, they smiled happily. They had decided to follow Yingye closely no matter what, and they didn't want to fall behind in this emotional competition. "Let's go, let's eat something first, and then go to practice," Uchiha Yingye suggested. "Okay, I'm a little hungry," Yamano Chinitsu said with a smile. The three of them then went to a barbecue restaurant in the village, ordered a lot of food, and chatted while enjoying the delicious food. Ayane and Chinitsu glanced at Yingye from time to time, with a shy blush on their faces, while Yingye behaved very naturally and responded to the two women's care and greetings one by one. After the meal, Uchiha Yingye said goodbye to the two women, went to the training ground, and began to study the Flying Thunder God technique. Behind him, Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinitsu looked at his focused back, and their hearts were full of determination and dependence. The Flying Thunder God technique is a ninjutsu that requires extremely high spatial perception and control. Uchiha Yingye muttered in his heart. He had received the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen before. Now with the gift of high-dimensional perception, he felt that he had a great chance to master this ninjutsu. In a quiet training ground in Konoha village, Uchiha Yingye was standing quietly, holding a kunao in his hand. This kunao was not an ordinary thing, but a Flying Thunder God seal kunao made by him, with precise sealing runes engraved on it. As a space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique has extremely high requirements for sealing techniques. Without a profound foundation in sealing techniques, it is impossible to make a seal that can carry space-time coordinates. After several months of learning sealing techniques, Yingye has successfully overcome this difficulty. He stared at the kunao in his hand, full of expectations. The difficulty of Flying Thunder God technique lies not only in the production of the seal, but also in the perception of space and time. Only those with extremely high time and space talents can sense the location of the mark and teleport there instantly. This level has stumped countless ninjas, and even ninjutsu masters like Sarutobi Hiruzen have not been able to master it. However, Uchiha Kagyu is different. He has a powerful talent for high-dimensional perception, which allows him to clearly perceive the changes in space. Even with his eyes closed, he can feel the Flying Thunder God mark on kunao, and the sense of existence that is closely connected to space. Uchiha Kagyu gently threw kunao far away, and kunao drew a graceful arc in the air and then inserted into the ground. Uchiha Kagyu closed his eyes and felt the location of kunao. Sure enough, even without relying on vision, he could clearly perceive the existence of kunao, as if the space itself was calling him. It seems that one of the difficulties of the Flying Thunder God technique is no longer an obstacle for me. Yingye thought to himself. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, formed seals with his hands, and disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared at the location where kunao was. Success! Yingye was delighted. Although he had long been confident that he could master the Flying Thunder God technique, he still felt a little excited when he really experienced this ability. With this skill, his combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly improved. However, Yingye was not satisfied with this. He knew that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was only the first step, and it would take a lot of practice to really use it flexibly in battle. So, he invested time every day, repeatedly practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, and gradually improving the speed and accuracy of the technique. After a few days of training, Yingye was able to quickly shuttle across the battlefield in a very short time. Although he had not yet reached the realm of Namikaze Minato, which was called Yellow Flash, he was able to move and attack quickly in a short time. In practice again and again, Yingyu discovered the difference between himself and Namikaze Minato. Minato's improved Flying Thunder God technique can react instantly in battle, but Yingyu's talent allows him to not rely on the existence of kunao or marks. He found that he could directly condense a temporary space-time coordinate in space and then teleport over. This ability is too strong. Uchiha Yingyu was excited. Although this method of transmission takes more time to condense the coordinates, once successful, he can move instantly anywhere without even any markings. However, Uchiha Yingyu also realized that the application of this method in actual combat still needs more polishing and practice, especially in high-speed combat. How to shorten the time to condense the coordinates has become the next problem he has to overcome. Uchiha Yingyu is satisfied with his progress, but he also knows that he still has a long way to go. He decided to continue to practice and constantly improve his control of the Flying Thunder God technique. When the time is right, he may be able to communicate with Namikaze Minato, learn from each other, and further improve his Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that in the next few days, I will continue to delve into the field of time and space. Uchiha Yingyu thought in his heart, his eyes became more determined. Chapter 62 The Stormy Ninja World. After a period of hard training, Uchiha Yingyu finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He knew in his heart that training alone was far from achieving the proficiency in actual combat. Only in real missions can the essence of this ninjutsu be truly honed. Thinking of his agreement with Hinata Ayane and Yamanaka Chinatsu, Yingyu decided that it was time to take them on a mission together. They had worked together as a team many times before, and they had a tacit understanding and a very good relationship. This mission was a good opportunity to consolidate team feelings and improve actual combat capabilities. At the gathering point in Konoha village, Ayane and Chinatsu were already waiting for Keigetsuki. As soon as they saw Keigetsuki, they immediately showed happy smiles on their faces. Although several months have passed, the two women's feelings for Keigetsuki have not diminished at all, but have become deeper during the days of separation. Keigetsuki-kun, we can finally go on a mission together again. Hinata Ayane said with a smile, with a hint of expectation in her tone. Yamanaka Chinatsu also said excitedly, yes, Keigetsuki-kun, every time I go on a mission with you, I always feel much more at ease. Uchiha Keigetsuki smiled and nodded, responding, I am also very happy to fight side by side with you again. In the past, our team cooperated very well, and we must continue to maintain this tacit understanding for this mission. After chatting for a few words, Keigetsuki briefly communicated the plan for this mission with them. Although the mission objectives are not complicated, in order to improve the efficiency and safety of the mission, he decided to let them first understand his recent training results. By the way, I recently learned a new ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God technique. Yingyu suddenly said, with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Flying Thunder God technique? Is it the legendary space-time ninjutsu that can instantly move? Ayane asked in surprise, her eyes full of expectation. Uchiha Yingyu nodded and continued to explain, yes, Flying Thunder God technique allows me to teleport to the mark location instantly. In order to better protect you, I hope to leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on you, so that no matter what danger you encounter, I can rush to your side immediately. Hearing Yingyu's proposal, Ayane and Chinatsu looked at each other, feeling touched and relieved. They immediately agreed and let Yingyu leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on their waists. This mark. Ayane looked down at the simple positive symbol on her waist and felt a little strange. Chinatsu also asked curiously, Keijiu, why did you choose this symbol? Uchiha Keijiu smiled and explained, this is my personal Flying Thunder God mark. The word righteousness represents justice. As ninjas, we must not only complete the mission, but also protect justice. After hearing Uchiha Keijiu's explanation, the two women showed a look of realization, and then smiled with relief. They felt Keijiu's care and sense of responsibility for them, and they were more determined to move forward with Keijiu. Okay, let me show you the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. After Uchiha Kageyama finished speaking, he quickly formed a seal, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared behind them the next second. So fast! Ayane and Chinatsu exclaimed almost at the same time, their eyes full of admiration for Kageyama. Uchiha Kageyama then demonstrated another powerful function of the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting with them. He gently grabbed the shoulders of the two women and performed the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly bringing them to another location a few hundred meters away. Feeling the sudden change in the surrounding scene, Ayane and Chinatsu's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Chinatsu couldn't help but sighed. Flying Thunder God technique is really a powerful ability. With this, our mission will be much easier. Ayane also nodded and agreed, yes, Shadow Moon, we are really relieved to have you around. Uchiha Shadow Moon looked at them with a smile, feeling warm in his heart. He knew that the next mission would be more challenging, but with the blessing of the Flying Thunder God technique, he was full of confidence in protecting them. Okay, are you ready? Next, let's go together. Shadow Moon said firmly. Ready. Ayane and Chinatsu responded in unison, their eyes full of expectations for future missions. Uchiha Shadow Moon took Chinatsu and Ayane on a journey around the ninja world. This mission is not only to complete Konoha's dispatch mission, but more importantly to understand the current situation in the ninja world and prepare in advance for the possible outbreak of the Ninja World War. Along the way, they passed through the land of fire Tsunagakuer, land of earth and many other countries, witnessed the tense atmosphere in each village. Whether it is the radicals of the Hidden Cloud village or the pro-war faction of Iwagakuer, they are all accumulating strength for the possible war. Among them, Hanzo of the Rain Country has attracted the attention of Uchiha Yingyu. One night during the journey, the three camped in a quiet forest, and the firelight reflected their faces. Uchiha Yingyu flipped through the information collected from various places, and gradually outlined a picture of the turbulence in the ninja world in his mind. King Yu, the recent movements of the Rain Country are indeed a bit unusual. I heard that Hanzo of the Salamander invaded the Iron Country and defeated many samurai. Ayane handed a piece of information to Yingyu, with worry in her tone. Uchiha Yingyu took the information and frowned slightly. Yes, Hanzo's ambitions are far more than that. He is not only good at using poison gas and swordsmanship, but more importantly, he has begun to expand outward. The Rain Country is already located in a strategic location. If he is not satisfied with the existing territory and wants to expand further, it will be a big threat to the entire ninja world. Chinatsu pondered aside, I heard that in the Iron Country, only a young samurai named Mifune dared to stand in front of Hanzo. Although he was defeated in the end, Hanzo admired his courage and spared his life. Uchiha Kageyama nodded, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Hanzo's strength is unquestionable. He is called a demigod, and his current actions show that he is not only a powerful ninja, but also a very ambitious person. The peace of the ninja world seems to be shaken by these rising powers and forces. Hanzo's strength and reputation may attract more ambitious people and radicals to him. In this case, the tension between countries will only intensify. Uchiha Kageyama put down the intelligence, and a trace of calm thinking flashed in his eyes. In the next few days, they continued to shuttle between countries to collect more intelligence. Uchiha Kageyama found that not only the Rain Country, but also Shimura Danzo in Konoha was actively promoting a war policy, trying to gain more benefits through expansion. And Qing of Kirigakuer village and the Third Raikage AI of Kumagakuer village were also preparing for a possible war. The movements of the Rain Country are the most eye-catching. Hanzo defeated the samurai of the Iron Country, and there were even rumors that he planned to unite other forces to launch an offensive against Konoha and Tsunagakuer in an attempt to occupy more territory. Hanzo's ambition and strength made him one of the most threatening figures in the current ninja world. Uchiha Kageyama continued to move forward with Chinatsu and Ayane, and gradually came up with a countermeasure in his mind. The ninja world is about to usher in an inevitable war, and he must prepare in advance. Hanzo, Danzo, Reikage AI, and a series of other characters may become the leaders of this war, and Uchiha Kageyuki must make arrangements before them. In this process, Kageyuki is also secretly thinking about how to use his own strength and wisdom to protect himself and important people in this storm, while promoting changes in the ninja world. The rise of Hanzo and the turmoil in the ninja world made him more determined to change the world. As time goes by, Kageyuki is more aware that the clouds of war have shrouded the sky above the ninja world, and he must be fully prepared to meet the coming storm. Chapter 63 The Outbreak of the Second Ninja World War. After completing the mission and understanding the situation in the ninja world, Kageyuki returned to Konoha with Chinatsu and Ayane. Before Uchiha Kageyuki had time to rest after returning to the village, she heard a shocking news from Tsunade. The Hidden Cloud village tried to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina, but fortunately, Namikaze Minato rescued her in time. At Tsunade's residence, Kageyuki sat with her in the courtyard, drinking tea and chatting. When Tsunade mentioned this, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Kageyuki, have you heard? The Hidden Cloud village dared to kidnap Kushina. Fortunately, Minato arrived in time and rescued her. Tsunade's tone was full of anger. Uchiha Kageyuki frowned, thought for a moment and said, "The Hidden Cloud village has always been a village that fears power but not virtue. They admire the strong and will only behave themselves when they are intimidated by overwhelming power. If we just pursue a peaceful promise, they may tear up this promise at any time. To make them truly obey, we must completely defeat them." After listening, Tsunade nodded and fell into thought. She also knew in her heart that what Shadow Moon said made sense. The kidnapping behavior of the Hidden Cloud village was indeed intolerable, especially the attack on Kushina, a member of Mito Grandma's clan, which made her even more angry. "You are right, Shadow Moon. They dared to kidnap Kushina this time, and who will they attack next time?" Tsunade's eyes flashed with determination. "We must let they know that Konoha is not easy to mess with." The two chatted for a while, and then Kageyuki said goodbye to Tsunade and went to the training ground to continue practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. A few days later, when Kageyuki was concentrating on practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, a piece of news spread throughout Konoha village. Hanzo of Kirigakure village officially declared war on Konoha village of the Land of Fire and Tsunagakure of Tsunagakure. This news was like a bomb, plunging the entire village into a tense atmosphere. It seems that war in the ninja world is inevitable. Uchiha Yingye sighed inwardly. He had expected this situation to happen, but when this moment really came, he still felt a little heavy. The news that Kirigakure village declared war on Konoha village reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, and his face immediately darkened. As the third Hokage of Konoha, he has always been committed to maintaining the stability and prosperity of the village, but now, a small country dared to declare war on a big country like Konoha, which made him angry. Do these guys in Kirigakure village think that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am weak and can be bullied? Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself coldly. This is not only a provocation to Konoha, but also a challenge to his personal authority. In order to maintain Konoha's prestige in the ninja world and to let other ninja villages see Konoha's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to teach the Rain Country a hard lesson. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the village's senior leaders for an emergency meeting. Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, Homura Mitokato, and others were all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen informed everyone present of the news of Kirigakure village's declaration of war, and asked calmly, "Everyone, how should we respond to Kirigakure village's provocation?" Shimura Danzo spoke first. He was a hawkish representative of Konoha and always advocated solving problems with force and expanding Konoha's interests. He said coldly, "We can't show weakness this time. We must launch a strong counterattack against the Rain Country. This is not only to respond to their provocation, but also to let the entire ninja world know that Konoha's power should not be underestimated. If we allow such a small country to provoke, other ninja villages will inevitably regard Konoha as a soft persimmon, and our interests will be greatly damaged." Koharu Yudatan and Homura Midokado also agreed. Koharu proposed, if we don't respond strongly, the daimyo's funding for Konoha may decrease, and the village's task commissions will also decrease. This is not just a matter of face, but related to Konoha's fundamental interests. Homura Midokado added, Konoha's prestige is an important pillar for maintaining peace in the ninja world. If we don't fight back this time, other villages may also be ready to move and shake Konoha's position in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to their opinions carefully and had made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "You are right, Konoha cannot show weakness. Since Kirigakure village dares to provoke, then we will teach them a profound lesson. Let them know that Konoha's strength is not something that any small country can underestimate." In the meeting room, the atmosphere gradually became tense and solemn. Next, everyone began to discuss the specific plan of sending troops. After weighing various options, Sarutobi Hiruzen made an important decision. This time, we will send troops to the Rain country. In addition to showing Konoha's strength, we must also take this opportunity to train and support our new generation of strong men. He continued, Uchiha Shadow Moon, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, these young generation of strong men will become the main force of our operation. They not only have strong strength, but also have the potential to become the pillars of Konoha in the future. Through this battle, I hope they can make a name for themselves and completely convince the people in the village. Everyone agreed with this decision. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are all Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite disciples, and they are likely to become the backbone of Konoha in the future. And Uchiha Kageki is the one that Uzumaki Mito has taken a fancy to, and his strength should not be underestimated. Letting these people lead most of Konoha's troops to go out can not only train their actual combat capabilities, but also show Konoha's young strength. As for the safety of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, Heitake Sakumo will stay in the village to take charge, just in case. Sakumo's strength should not be underestimated. With him, the village's defense will not have any problems. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's final word, the meeting ended. Konoha is about to launch a counter-attack against the Rain country. This is not only a war, but also a game related to the future of Konoha. All forces are competing in this war, and the young generation of strong men are about to face their tests. And Uchiha Kagyu, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, these new generation strong men, will also write their legends in this battle. Not long after, Uchiha Kagyu was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique in his training field with great concentration. Just as he was immersed in the wonderful perception of time and space ninjutsu, a Konoha Umbu ninja appeared in front of him and handed him an urgent order. Master Kagyu, this is the order of the third Hokage, please take a look. The Umbu ninja said respectfully. Uchiha Kagyu took the order and quickly read it carefully. As the content of the order gradually came into view, his brows frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. Frontline Commander. Yingye whispered to himself, with a sharp light in his eyes. The order clearly stated that since Kirigakure village declared war on Konoha, Konoha village decided to launch a counter-attack to fight against the provocation of the Rain country. And Uchiha Yingye was appointed as one of the frontline commanders of the Konoha ninja force, responsible for leading the troops to fight against the enemy. What made Uchiha Yingye even more concerned was that the order also mentioned that in addition to him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru also accepted this appointment. These three young strong men are all disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now they will serve as frontline commanders with him to fight against the invasion of Kirigakure village. Uchiha Yingye's thoughts were in a mess. As a jonin of Konoha village, he has established his reputation in the ninja world. Now he is appointed as a frontline commander, which means that he will shoulder greater responsibilities and missions. However, thinking of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Uchiha Kagyu was also full of expectations. Jiraiya's optimistic personality, Orochimaru's thirst for power, Tsunade's strong strength and firm will, these three have their own strengths, and they also have a deep friendship with each other. Serving as commanders with them and facing the challenges of the enemy together may be an important step in one's growth. It seems that this will be a difficult battle. Uchiha Kageyama murmured to himself, and then firmly grasped the order in his hand. He was ready not only to prove his strength on the battlefield, but also to ensure Konoha's victory. Uchiha Kageyama then nodded to the Umbu ninja, "I understand, Haku, thank you for bringing the order." The Umbu ninja bowed slightly and then disappeared from Kageyama's sight. Chapter 64 Pre-War Preparations. Uchiha Kageyama, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as Konoha's frontline commanders, gathered in the combat meeting room of Konoha village as soon as they received the mission. This meeting room has witnessed countless pre-war discussions and decisions. A map of the village is hung on the wall, and a detailed topographic map of the Rain country is spread out on the table. The four people sat around the table, and the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Hanzo of Kirigakure village has long been famous for his proficiency in poison and sharp swordsmanship. His declaration of war on Konoha this time is undoubtedly a huge provocation to Konoha. As the new generation of Konoha's strong men, they must formulate the most effective combat plan. Jiraiya spoke first, his voice was thoughtful. Hanzo Salamander is a tough opponent, his poison technique is almost unmatched in the ninja world. The terrain of the Rain country is complex, with many mountains and rain, which makes poison fog and poison gas more difficult to guard against. We must be careful and not underestimate the enemy. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya is right, Hanzo Salamander's poison technique is very terrible. If we are not well prepared, we may suffer a great loss in the battle. Therefore, I suggest that we pay special attention to anti-poisoning and ensure that the troops carry enough antidotes and anti-poisoning equipment. Orochimaru was as calm as ever. He said in a deep voice, Hanzo Salamander is not only good at poison techniques, but also a ninja with a very tactical mind. Although the ninjas in Kirigakure village are not as many as those in Konoha, they are good at using the environment to fight, especially in the complex terrain of the Rain country. The threat of these ninjas will be multiplied. Therefore, our plan must take into account how to fight on the opponent's home ground. Uchiha Shadow Moon pondered for a moment and then spoke, "I completely agree with your opinion. Salamander Hanzo is not only a strong enemy, but also a ninja with strong leadership charisma. He was able to unify the various ninja groups in the Rain country, relying not only on strength but also on strategy. In addition to antivirus, we also need to collect as much intelligence as possible before the war to understand the deployment of Kirigakure village and Hanzo's movements." He paused and continued, "In addition, anti-poison work must be put on the agenda. I suggest that before departure, Konoha Hospital should step up the production of anti-poison equipment and a variety of antidotes. We can also organize medical ninjas for special training to familiarize themselves with the methods of dealing with toxins." Tsunade immediately agreed after hearing this. Kageyama's words make sense. "I will personally coordinate the work of Konoha Hospital to ensure that every ninja going out can be equipped with sufficient anti-poison supplies. In addition, I will lead a part of the medical ninjas to accompany us to deal with possible toxin damage at any time." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. In this way, we have a certain guarantee in toxin defense. However, how to make the enemy fall into our trap is also very important. The terrain of Kirigakure village is in their favor, but we can also use this to counterattack. As long as we can grasp the enemy's movements, we can design a tactic that makes it difficult for Hanzo to escape. Orochimaru made another suggestion. We can consider using the method of distracting the enemy's attention, launching some feints first to induce them to disperse their forces. Then we can concentrate our forces to attack their vital points and quickly end the battle. During this period, our intelligence department and Shadow Moon's shadow screen organization can go deep into the Rain country and find out Hanzo's layout. The four of them exchanged their ideas with each other and gradually outlined a detailed battle plan. Uchiha Shadow Moon continued to add, "We can divide our forces to fight, with Tsunade and I responsible for the frontal attack, Jiraiya and Orochimaru to flank, and send a team to conduct reconnaissance to ensure the smooth flow of intelligence. In the end, the four reached an agreement. First, Jiraiya and Orochimaru led the troops to conduct a feint attack, luring out the main force of Kirigakure village and making them consume a large amount of poison and combat resources. At the same time, the troops led by Shadow Moon and Tsunade were the main force to attack Hanzo's main city. The medical team was on standby at any time to deal with possible toxin damage and provide support to the soldiers at critical moments. After the meeting, Uchiha Shadow Moon and Tsunade walked out of the combat meeting room together. As the night deepened, the streets of Konoha village were silent, with only the moonlight shining on the two people, casting mottled shadows. Uchiha Shadow Moon turned his head to look at Tsunade beside him, feeling her silence, and asked softly, "Tsunade, does this war make you feel uneasy?" Tsunade lowered her head and sighed lightly, with a trace of worry in her eyes. "Shadow Moon, no matter how many battles I have experienced, I still feel uneasy in the face of war. War brings not only victory and glory, but also the sacrifice of countless innocent lives. This time the opponent is Hanzo, whose poison and fighting power are extremely terrifying. I don't know how many ninjas will sacrifice because of this." Uchiha Kagyu nodded, with a complex emotion in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, war is always cruel. Every decision may lead to the life and death of countless people. However, this is also the duty of us ninjas. We must protect the people we cherish as much as possible and prevent more innocent lives from being involved in this bloody Uzumaki." Tsunade looked at Kagyu with a little gratitude in her eyes. "You are right, Kagyu. As commanders, we have a huge responsibility, but because of this, we must be more cautious and try to reduce unnecessary sacrifices." Uchiha Kagyu smiled slightly, as if he remembered something, and then proposed, "Tsunade, in fact, I have recently learned the Flying Thunder God technique. This ninjutsu can make me appear instantly in any place with the Flying Thunder God mark. In order to prevent accidents, I want to leave you a Flying Thunder God mark, so that when you are in danger, I can rush to your side as soon as possible." Tsunade felt warm in her heart after hearing this, and nodded, "Of course, Shadow Moon. With this mark, I will feel more at ease." Uchiha Shadow Moon smiled and stretched out her hand, gathering a soft chakra in her palm, and then gently left a pound-shaped Flying Thunder God mark on Tsunade's waist and abdomen. The mark flashed with a faint light and soon merged into Tsunade's skin. Tsunade looked down at the Flying Thunder God mark on her waist and abdomen, frowning slightly. "What does this pound mark represent?" Uchiha Shadow Moon chuckled and said, "This is my original Flying Thunder God mark, which represents the pound character of justice. You can understand it as the power of justice, protecting you at any time." Tsunade chuckled, and her original doubts dissipated instantly, and she felt that Shadow Moon was really ingenious. She looked up at Shadow Moon, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Thank you, Shadow Moon. With this mark, I really feel much more at ease." In order to let Tsunade better understand the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Kagyu immediately demonstrated the power of this ninjutsu. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared next to Tsunade the next second, as if a breeze was blowing gently. Then, Uchiha Shadow Moon held Tsunade's wrist and took her to another place instantly, showing the power of Flying Thunder God again. Tsunade was amazed. "Grandpa Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique is really amazing. I once wanted to learn it, but it was too difficult. I didn't expect you to learn it." Uchiha Shadow Moon nodded and explained, "Not only did I learn it, I also made some improvements. Now as long as you input chakra into the Flying Thunder God seal, I can sense your location. If you are in danger or need my help, just activate the seal and I will arrive immediately." Tsunade's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she whispered, "Shadow Moon, you are really amazing. Thank you for what you have done for me." Uchiha Shadow Moon smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome, Tsunade. You are someone I cherish, and of course I will do my best to protect you." The two walked side by side in the moonlight, and their hearts were warmed by each other's care and trust. Although the shadow of war looms ahead, they know that as long as they support each other, they will be able to overcome all difficulties. Chapter 65, Hanzo of the Salamander. While Konoha village organized the ninja troops for pre-war preparations, other major countries in the ninja world were also secretly planning their own actions. First of all, Tsunagakure of Tsunagakure. The third-generation Kazekage was furious when he learned that Hanzo of the Salamander had declared war on them. He thought coldly that although Tsunagakure was not the strongest among the 5 major countries, it was by no means a small country of rain that could be easily provoked. He decided to teach Hanzo and the country of rain a profound lesson. To this end, the third-generation Kazekage summoned Cho, an old and powerful man in the village who was good at puppetry and medical ninjutsu. Cho had a very high prestige in Tsunagakure. She was not only proficient in various secret techniques, but also had rich combat experience. The third Kazekage believed that Cho's expedition would surely convince Hanzo that the declaration of war by the Land of Rain would only bring destruction. He ordered Cho to lead the Tsunagakure ninja troops and attack the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, the Land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage Aoeniki also had his mind on this war. The Land of Earth was short of resources and had barren land. Compared with the rich Konoha, the living environment in Iwagakure was even worse, with endless loess and hard rocks everywhere, and resources were very scarce. In order to obtain more resources, improve the living conditions of the villagers, and also to curb the expansion of Konoha, Aoeniki decided to send ninjas to participate in the war. He hoped that through this war, he could not only expand the sphere of influence of the Land of Earth, obtain more territory and resources, but also weaken the power of Konoha, thereby maintaining a balance between the two countries. The ninjas of Iwagakure began to gather. They were well equipped and well trained, ready to go to the Land of Rain to participate in the war. Among these ninjas, there are many powerful ninjas who are good at using earth escape techniques, which can manipulate the power of the earth and cause great damage to the enemy. Aoeniki personally commanded this army. He believed that with the strength of Iwagakure, he would be able to win this war. In the distant Cloud Village, the third-generation Raikage AI was closely following the dynamics of this war. The Land of Lightning is located in a remote area and is far away from the Land of Rain, making it difficult to directly participate in the war. The third-generation Raikage AI was known for his radical fighting style and ambition. He was eager to expand the territory of the Land of Lightning, but he also knew that Haku did not have the geographical advantage to directly participate in this war at this time. At this critical moment, AI decided to remain calm and adopt a wait-and-see strategy. He knew that rash actions might lead to unnecessary losses, and waiting for the right time to act would gain greater benefits. AI silently observed the development of the situation, looking forward to the best opportunity to appear. When he thinks the time is right, he will not hesitate to launch an attack to seize the glory and victory of the Land of Lightning. At the same time, AI is also actively preparing. He trains ninjas, strengthens military forces, and secretly plans future strategies. He believes that as long as he waits patiently, the time will come. In the distant Land of Water, the third-generation Mizukage of Kirigakure village shows a unique strategy. The island where they are located is in a special location, across the sea from the war-torn continent. Kirigakure village has no strong interest in the war in the Land of Rain. The third-generation Mizukage believes that this is a rare opportunity for the village to get a short rest and respite. He resolutely made a decision to focus on the development and strength of his village. After all, no matter how the big countries on the continent fight, the impact of the war is difficult to extend to Kirigakure village. This strategy makes Kirigakure village was able to avoid being involved in disputes, and at the same time, it was able to better protect the lives and property of the villagers. The third-generation Mizukage knew that only by working hard to develop himself in peacetime could he have enough confidence and strength to face more challenges in the future. At the same time, the Land of Rain. Hanzo, the salamander, stood on the towering tower of Kirigakure village, overlooking the land that was shrouded in dark clouds all year round. The rain silently hit his armor, like the feeling of blood splashing on him in countless battles. This land carries his responsibility as the leader of Kirigakure village, and also carries all his hopes and desires for future peace. The Land of Rain, located in the core area of the ninja world, has always been a buffer zone between major powers and has been ravaged by war. As the leader of Kirigakure village, Hanzo has been unable to tolerate this situation. He knows that the Land of Rain must become stronger and must strive for more living space for its people. Hanzo knew that only through strength could the Land of Rain escape its fate of being a land of 4 wars. Hanzo recalled the moment when he defeated the Land of Iron. It was not only a personal victory, but also a victory for the Land of Rain. At that time, the seed of ambition was planted in his heart. As time went by, the seed had grown into a tree that could not be ignored, covering all his thoughts. The Land of Rain can no longer be someone else's battlefield. Hanzo said silently in his heart. Past experiences made him want to break the existing situation through war and usher in peace for the Land of Rain. He once admired Senjo Hashirama's strength and ideals, and dreamed of becoming someone like him, using powerful force to make the world surrender and achieve peace. However, Hanzo also knew the gap between himself and Senjo Hashirama. Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara once pacified the troubled times with absolute power, but he himself was far from having the strength to suppress the entire era. Even so, his heart was still full of determination to fight. He believed that as long as he could win this war, the Rain country would be able to break away from its past fate and move towards a true rise. Hanzo declared war on Konoha and Tsunagakure, a decision he had carefully considered in his heart. However, his mood was more complicated than ever before. He knew that the outcome of this war was not only about his personal destiny, but also about the future of the entire Rain country. He prayed in his heart that the Rain country could survive this war and move towards a stronger and brighter future. I will use the sword of the Rain country to fight for land for the plow of the Rain country. Hanzo muttered in his heart. He knew that this road was full of thorns, but he had no choice. This was his mission as the leader of Kirigakure village, and his commitment to the peaceful future of the Rain country. Although Hanzo knew that his strength was not enough to support his grand ideals, he had no way out. No matter what the result, he would fight for the Rain country. Even if this war is destined to not allow him to achieve the great achievements of Senjo Hashirama, he hopes that his efforts can bring some changes to the Rain country. The rain still fell mercilessly, soaking Hanzo's armor and blurring his determined eyes. The horn of war has been blown. Regardless of success or failure, he must lead the Rain country and embark on this road of no return. Chapter 66 Konoha fighting on 2 fronts. As Konoha's ninja troops assembled, Uchiha Kageki, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya led this elite force to the front line of the Rain country. The 4 young strong men of Konoha shouldered the heavy responsibility of repelling Kirigakure village and defending Konoha's dignity. Behind them are the expectations and trust of hundreds of elite ninjas. At the same time, in Iwagakure, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Aoeniki learned the list of commanders sent by Konoha, this time from the intelligence of spies. He did not have too many concerns about the new generation of ninjas such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. In his opinion, although these young ninjas have impressive strength, they are still rookies after all and cannot pose a real threat to Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent them to fight, more likely to let these disciples accumulate military merits and prestige. However, when Aoeniki's eyes fell on the name of Uchiha Kageki, his expression became serious. Uchiha Kageki, this young ninja, has attracted a lot of attention in the ninja world. Kageki, who has wood release and Manjakaya Sharinan, is no longer an ordinary in Aoeniki's opinion. Uchiha Kageki's potential may even be comparable to that of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. We must not let him grow up. Aoeniki made up his mind. Although the last assassination attempt with the Hidden Cloud village failed, he would not give up this opportunity easily. The existence of Uchiha Kageki is a huge threat to the future of Iwagakure, and he must eradicate this young genius as soon as possible. Aoeniki immediately adjusted Iwagakure's battle plan. Originally, he planned to concentrate his forces on dealing with the Rain country and obtain more resources and territory, but now, he decided to turn his target to the ninja forces of Konoha. Although Hanzo of the Rain country is troublesome, it is obviously more urgent to get rid of Uchiha Kageki. First solve Konoha, and then clean up the mess of the Rain country. Aoeniki smiled coldly. He knew that if he could get rid of Uchiha Kageki on the battlefield, it would not only weaken Konoha's strength, but also shock the entire ninja world and prove the strength of Iwagakure. So, Aoeniki gave the order, and Iwagakure's ninja troops quietly turned and approached Konoha's ninja troops. The fateful battle between the two sides was about to begin. Konoha's ninjas were on the front line, completely unaware that in addition to the threat from Kirigakure village, Iwagakure's dark tide was also coming towards them. And Uchiha Kageki, standing at the forefront of the team, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, did not realize that Aoeniki was considering him as the number one target. As the battle approached, a fierce duel between Konoha and Iwagakure was inevitable. On the way to the Rain country, the Konoha ninja troops were suddenly attacked by the Iwagakure ninja troops. The Konoha ninjas were a little stunned for a moment. They were originally going to fight with Kirigakure village, so how could they suddenly be attacked by Iwagakure ninjas? This unexpected attack caught the Konoha troops off guard, but they reacted quickly and quickly organized a defense. Uchiha Kageki stood at the forefront of the team, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He clearly realized that this was not a simple encounter, and Iwagakure's attack was obviously premeditated. Uchiha Kageki quickly issued an order, ordering the troops to prepare for battle, while also guessing Iwagakure's intentions in his heart. On the other side of the battlefield, Aoeniki calmly commanded the Iwagakure ninjas. He knew that this encounter was not enough to completely defeat Konoha, but his goal was to test Konoha's combat power, especially Uchiha Kageki's strength, and accumulate intelligence for subsequent battles. The battle began extremely fiercely. Iwagakure's ninjas were fearless and rushed towards Konoha's position like a torrent. However, the ninjas of Konoha, under the command of Uchiha Kageki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, showed amazing fighting power. They worked together to use various ninjutsu, traps, and formations to forcibly resist the attack of Iwagakure. Uchiha Kageki stood at the forefront, his main Jikaya Sharingan flashing scarlet light, accurately perceiving every detail on the battlefield. Facing the enemy's offensive, he was not afraid, and used powerful ninjutsu such as wood release and fire release to block wave after wave of enemies outside the position. Tsunade, as a medical ninja, quickly set up a temporary medical station in the rear to provide treatment for the injured ninjas. Orochimaru and Jiraiya commanded the ninjas to launch an effective counter-attack in their respective positions. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle was very fierce. As time went on, the ninjas of Iwagakure gradually found that they could not break through the defense line of Konoha. Seeing this, Aoeniki decided to temporarily withdraw his troops. He knew that although this encounter did not achieve the expected results, he had obtained enough information, especially a preliminary understanding of Uchiha Kageki's combat power. Retreat. Aoeniki gave the order. The Iwagakure ninjas quickly evacuated the battlefield, leaving behind a mess and casualties. Although the Konoha ninjas repelled the enemy, they also paid a heavy price. Uchiha Kageki looked at the back of the Iwagakure troops retreating, and his heart was full of doubts. Why did Iwagakure attack Konoha at this time? This battle was obviously just a test, and the real conspiracy was still to come. He knew that the next battle would be more difficult, and they must be more careful. After the encounter, the Konoha troops entered a state of high alert, ready to deal with the next battle. And Uchiha Kageki also realized that this war was much more complicated than he expected. After the war, Konoha's troops quickly gathered and entered a state of rest under the command of Uchiha Kageki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. With the help of medical ninjas, the warriors treated their wounds, repaired their equipment, and replenished their physical strength to prepare for the next battle. At the same time, Konoha sent out ninjas from the reconnaissance squad to scout the enemy in various directions. Soon, the ninjas from the reconnaissance squad brought back important intelligence. They found that the ninja troops of Kirigakure village were gathering rapidly and seemed to be preparing to attack Konoha's troops. This news worried the commanders on the front line. The movements of Kirigakure village showed that they would not give up any chance to counterattack. Uchiha Kagyu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya immediately decided to hold an emergency meeting to discuss response strategies. In the meeting room, the four people sat in front of the map, and the atmosphere was solemn. Orochimaru spoke first, with a hint of worry in his tone. Iwagakure's sudden attack disrupted our plan. If the troops of Kirigakure village attack now, we will face a situation of fighting on two fronts. This is very disadvantageous for us. Jiraiya nodded and agreed, indeed. Although Kirigakure village is small, their ninjas are good at guerrilla warfare. Coupled with the complex terrain, if we are caught in a two-sided attack, we are likely to fall into a passive position. Tsunade frowned, pondered for a moment and said, we need to decide how to deal with it as soon as possible. We can't fight two powerful enemies at the same time, we must make some choices. Chapter 67 Strategic Defense. Uchiha Yingyu has been thinking seriously and weighing various possibilities. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and made his own suggestion. Since we already know the movements of Kirigakure village, we can take the initiative. However, Iwagakure will obviously not let us go easily, and it is necessary to prevent them from attacking again. Uchiha Kagyu continued, I suggest leaving a part of the elite troops here to guard against Iwagakure's attack again. I can lead this part of the troops to ensure the safety of our rear. As for the attack mission of Rain Country, it can be handed over to the main force led by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. In this way, we can focus on two battles and reduce the risk of being caught in a two-front war. Tsunade agreed after hearing this. Kagyu is right. The threat from Kirigakure village is greater, and Iwagakure is a hidden danger that cannot be ignored. Although there are risks in splitting the troops, this is the best option at the moment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also nodded in agreement, believing that Uchiha Kagyu's proposal was the best tactical choice. The four of them quickly formulated a detailed battle plan and divided the troops into two parts. One part, led by Uchiha Kagyu, was stationed at the current position to guard against Iwagakure's sneak attack. The other part, led by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, launched an attack on the Rain Country, aiming directly at the main force of Hanzo. After the battle plan was determined, Uchiha Kagyu exchanged encouraging glances with the other three people. The four of them knew that this would be a difficult battle, but it was also a critical moment to determine the outcome. Uchiha Kagyu felt a little uneasy, but more determined. He knew that it was the responsibility of himself and his companions to defend the peace of Konoha and the ninja world. After the meeting, the troops quickly took action according to the plan. Uchiha Kagyu led the elite troops to deploy defenses on the position, strengthen vigilance, and be ready to meet Iwagakure's attack again at any time. On the other side, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade led the main force and marched towards the Rain Country in a mighty manner, preparing to fight a desperate battle with Hanzo. The dark clouds of war gathered in the sky, and the ninjas of Konoha knew that this battle would determine their fate and change the pattern of the ninja world. With Hanzo's reforms, Kirigakure village, located in the Rain Country of the four warring states, rose rapidly and became a force that cannot be underestimated in the ninja world. The ninjas of Kirigakure village have experienced countless battles and accumulated rich combat experience. Under the leadership of Hanzo, they carried out a series of military reforms, which significantly improved the combat effectiveness of the Rain ninjas. This is also the reason why Hanzo dared to declare war on the two great powers of Konoha and Tsunagakure. Under the command of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the Konoha ninja troops quickly advanced to the front line of the Rain Country. However, when they came face to face with the ninja forces of Kirigakure village, the ninjas of Konoha immediately felt tremendous pressure. The ninjas of Kirigakure village showed unimaginable combat power. They were not only familiar with the complex terrain of the Rain country, but also had a high degree of tactical literacy and excellent ninjutsu ability. The ninjas of Kirigakure village took advantage of the terrain and rich combat experience to frequently launch sneak attacks and guerrilla warfare, causing considerable losses to the Konoha ninja force. The Rain country has rain all year round, and the humid environment also makes the ninjas of Kirigakure village like fish in water, and their water escape ninjutsu is fully utilized. Facing this elite enemy force, the Konoha ninja force was unexpectedly trapped in a passive situation for a while. The front line was gradually compressed, and many Konoha ninjas began to feel uneasy. At the same time, Uchiha Yingyu and his elite troops who stayed behind were also harassed and raided by Iwagakure ninjas. Iwagakure's ninjas are good at earth escape ninjutsu, using underground raids and terrain changes to frequently launch sneak attacks in an attempt to break Konoha's defenses. However, Uchiha Kageyuki responded quickly with his excellent tactical judgment and strong personal strength. He used wood release to build a solid defense line, blocking the repeated attacks of Iwagakure ninjas, and used Flying Thunder God technique to quickly support various battle points and curb the enemy's offensive. Although Iwagakure's harassment caused a lot of trouble for Konoha's troops, under the command of Uchiha Kageyuki, Konoha's ninjas finally stabilized their position without causing too much loss. However, the battle pressure of Konoha's ninja troops increased. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uchiha Kageyuki realized that the combat effectiveness of Kirigakure village was far beyond expectations. Coupled with Iwagakure's continuous harassment, Konoha's troops were caught in a dilemma of being attacked from both sides. In order to avoid greater losses, they decided to temporarily switch to the strategic defense stage, conserve their strength, and wait for an opportunity. On the front line of the Rain country, the Konoha ninjas urgently adjusted their tactics, began to build solid fortifications, and used the terrain advantages to defend. Although the Konoha ninja forces were temporarily passive, the four commanders did not give up. They knew that only by keeping calm in difficult times could they lay the foundation for the final victory. The situation of this war became more and more complicated. The strength of Kirigakure village, the harassment of Iwagakure, and the defense strategy of the Konoha forces made the whole situation full of variables. Uchiha Kageyuki and others knew in their hearts that this would be a long and difficult battle, and they had to make every effort for Konoha. In the next few months, Uchiha Kageyuki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya steadily consolidated the Konoha ninja forces' positions on the battlefield of the Rain country. They gave full play to their wisdom and courage and led the Konoha ninja forces to fight fiercely with the enemies of Kirigakure village and Iwagakure. Every battle was a test of their leadership and fighting ability, and they all met the challenge with firm belief and tenacious fighting spirit. They led the troops and fought dozens of battles of various sizes with the enemies of Kirigakure village and Iwagakure. These battles took various forms, including small-scale harassment operations and surprise attacks, tactical operations focused on cutting off the enemy's supply lines, and strategic decisions for full-scale offensives. Every battle was the result of careful planning and organization, taking into full consideration factors such as terrain and climate, and flexibly using various tactical means to strive for the greatest results. Despite the complex situation in the Rain country, the four commanders Uchiha Kageyuki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya showed outstanding leadership and strong personal strength. They were not only able to accurately grasp the battlefield situation, but also to adjust tactical strategies in time to ensure that the Konoha troops were always in an advantageous position. Their outstanding performance won Konoha troops many victories and enabled Konoha troops to gradually gain a foothold on the battlefield of the Rain country. In these battles, Uchiha Kageyuki and others fought with Hanzo, the leader of Kirigakure village, many times. As a cage-level warrior, Hanzo's superb swordsmanship and difficult-to-guard poison gas made the Konoha ninjas suffer. However, Uchiha Kageyuki and others continued to study Hanzo's tactical characteristics and find ways to crack it. Hanzo's poison gas is extremely powerful. If he was not concerned about the safety of his own rain ninjas, he would most likely summon the salamander directly and release a large range of poisonous fog, causing huge losses to the Konoha troops. This made the Konoha ninjas have to be vigilant at all times to avoid being injured by the poison gas. At the same time, they also had to be careful to deal with Hanzo's swordsmanship attacks. If they were not careful, they would be killed by his sword. Fortunately, Tsunade, as a top medical ninja, led her medical ninja unit successfully developed an antidote for Hanzo's poison gas, effectively reducing the casualties of Konoha ninjas. Although Hanzo showed great strength in the battle, he did not kill Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Because on another front, he was fighting Cho of Tsunagakure. Chapter 68 Strategic Stalemate. Cho is over 50 years old, at the peak of her strength and experience, and is the commander of the Tsunagakure ninjas. Not only is she good at medical ninjutsu, she also made an antidote for the toxin of the salamander, which gave her the upper hand in the duel with Hanzo. But Hanzo's swordsmanship is very strong, and many of Cho's fine puppets were chopped down by him. The two gradually developed a deep hostility on the battlefield, seeing each other as a strong opponent, and the fight was hard to tell. On the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure, Uchiha Kageki and the third Tsuchikage Aoenaki had a fierce duel. Aoenaki's bloodline elimination, dust release, original world stripping technique, which can decompose all matter, made Uchiha Kageki's large Susanoo a target. Aoenaki also took advantage of the air with the flying ability of the light and heavy rock technique, making Uchiha Kageki's wood release helpless against him. Uchiha Kageki could only use the fire release, dragon flame song technique to release multiple fire dragons to attack Aoenaki in the air. However, Aoenaki also found Kageki difficult. Although dust release is powerful, it is not easy to hit Kageki. Uchiha Kageki moved quickly on the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God technique, which he became more and more proficient in from war practice, and avoided Aoenaki's attack. This also made Aoenaki mistakenly believe that Kageki's main Jikaya Sharinan had the ability to teleport, but in fact Kageki used the eye technique of the main Jikaya Sharinan, the world, which could suspend time. Uchiha Kageki deliberately concealed this ability and deliberately showed it as teleportation. In addition, Aoenaki found that Kageki would suddenly disappear and reappear in battle to avoid the damage of dust release, which made him suspect that this was another eye technique of Uchiha Kageki, in fact, Uchiha Kageki's eye technique of space mastery. Uchiha Kageki avoided damage by entering space, and continued to attack from space, making it seem to Aoenaki that Uchiha Kageki suddenly appeared and disappeared. The battles during this period greatly improved Uchiha Kageki's strength. He became famous on the battlefield and was called Battlefield Shura by the enemy. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya also greatly improved their strength through war experience, and were gradually called Konoha Sunin by the enemy. The battlefield of the Rain Country gradually fell into a stalemate and entered a strategic stalemate. Although both sides made great efforts on the battlefield, neither side could completely suppress the other. The course of the war became more complicated and the confrontation between the two sides became more intense. The future of this war is still full of variables, and Uchiha Yingyu and others are constantly planning and looking for opportunities to break the deadlock. The months-long war has put the ninja troops of Konoha in an unprecedented predicament. The daily battles and sacrifices have exhausted the ninjas physically and mentally, and many people have fallen into tension and fear day after day. Living in a high-pressure environment for a long time, many ninjas began to suffer from war syndrome and their mental state became fragile. At the same time, the precarious life also made the ninja troops on the battlefield of the Rain Country lose their discipline. Robbery of civilians, massacre of innocent people, refusal of enemy surrender, cruel treatment of prisoners and other behaviors occurred from time to time, making the situation on the entire battlefield more chaotic. Uchiha Yingyu keenly perceived the dangers brought by this scattered military spirit. If this situation is allowed to develop, not only will Konoha's ninja forces collapse, but it will also seriously affect the victory of the war. Uchiha Kagyu knew in his heart that these evil deeds on the battlefield were a fatal blow to Konoha, not only damaging Konoha's reputation, but also likely to trigger a series of vicious consequences. He recalled the incident in the original work where Konoha ninjas killed Uzumaki Nagato's parents. It was these uncontrolled atrocities that led to Nagato becoming a war orphan and the rise of the Akatsuki organization. What's more terrifying is that when Nagato later invaded Konoha, he used the extremely destructive Super Almighty Push with Tendo Pain, almost destroying the entire Konoha village. Uchiha Kagyu realized that if he did not take immediate action, this tragedy might be repeated in the future. So, Uchiha Kagyu resolutely executed several Konoha ninjas who had severely looted, massacred civilians, and abused prisoners in the name of the frontline commander. He knew that Haku must be dealt with iron and blood. Rectify military discipline and curb the spread of such vicious behavior. Immediately, Uchiha Kagyu held an emergency meeting with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya to discuss plans to rectify military discipline. The four agreed that decisive measures must be taken to reverse the current situation. They decided to hold a general meeting to clearly convey to all frontline ninjas the bottom line of what should and should not be done. At the meeting, Uchiha Kagyu mentioned his decision to execute several Konoha ninjas who seriously violated discipline without hesitation, and warned all ninjas that these evil deeds must not be committed again. He emphasized that looting and massacring civilians would only leave Konoha troops isolated and helpless in the Land of Rain. The civilians of the Land of Rain would not support a foreign army that wantonly massacred them, and would only have a deep hatred for Konoha. This hatred will put Konoha at an intelligence disadvantage in the battle with the Rain Ninja, making it easier for the enemy to infiltrate and counterattack, and will also allow the ninjas of Kirigakure village to gain more support from the civilians of the Rain country, leading to the sacrifice of more Konoha ninjas. He continued, refusing to surrender and killing prisoners is also unacceptable. I know that your hearts are full of hatred for the enemy, but this behavior will only provoke the enemy's Jedi counterattack, making them more fierce when they have no way to retreat. Such a result will only make our companions pay a greater price. Can you bear to watch your closest comrades lose their lives in such a battle? The ninjas at the conference were shocked by Uchiha Kagyu's words and realized the seriousness of the problem. Uchiha Kagyu's measures to rectify military discipline were quickly implemented, and Konoha's ninja troops gradually restored order. Through this rectification, Uchiha Kagyu demonstrated his leadership and decisiveness as a frontline commander, ensuring the stability of the military spirit of Konoha ninjas and preparing for the next battle. After several months of continuous fighting, the Konoha ninja force has experienced countless life and death tests on the battlefield of the Rain country, and has grown rapidly and become stronger in the battle. Uchiha Kagyu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the four frontline commanders, watched their ninjas gradually mature and gradually made up their minds. They knew that the battle in the Rain country could not be delayed any longer, and it was time to end the war. Uchiha Kagyu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the four gathered in front of a simple battle map and began to discuss the attack plan. Chapter 69 Strategic Offensive. Uchiha Kagyu stated his thoughts directly at the beginning. We have consumed too much time and resources in this war. The ninjas have been trained and strong enough. Now is the time for us to launch a general attack on Hanzo and end this war once and for all. Tsunade nodded in agreement. The long battle makes our troops more resilient, but every day of delay will reduce morale. Moreover, Hanzo is good at poison and guerrilla warfare. Continuing to delay will only put our ninjas at greater risk. Orochimaru tapped the edge of the map with his fingers and analyzed calmly. Hanzo's Kirigakure village has a geographical advantage. They are familiar with the terrain and are good at ambushing and hiding in the rain. To break through their defenses, we must formulate a strict plan to avoid his traps and go straight to Huanglong. Jiraiya also expressed his opinion. I will lead some elite ninjas to attack from the flank to attract the enemy's attention. We can use a variety of ninjutsu to create chaos, disrupt their defensive rhythm, and create a breakthrough for Orochimaru. Uchiha Kagyu nodded. and then marked the location of the core area of a the rain country on the map. This is the core defense area of a Hanzo of the salamander. What we have to do is to concentrate our forces and go straight to the core. Although his defense line is solid, we can use the advantages of speed and strength to launch a surprise attack and tear their defense line. As long as this core is broken, the defense of the entire rain country will collapse. Orochimaru then added, I will lead my troops to attack from the front, create enough pressure, and let others attack from both sides to ensure that they have nowhere to escape. Tsunade nodded in agreement. I will let the medical team cooperate fully to ensure that our wounded can be treated in time, and prepare enough antidotes to prevent Hanzo from using large-scale poisons at the last minute. Uchiha Kageki also expressed his opinion, I will lead some ninjas to prevent Iwagakure from attacking our base camp, attract the attention of the Iwagakure ninja troops, and support you when necessary. The four of them quickly reached a consensus. They decided to concentrate all their forces and launch a decisive general attack on the core area of the rain country. As night fell, heavy dark clouds covered the sky of the rain country, as if drawing a gloomy curtain for the upcoming battle. Konoha's ninja troops have quietly assembled. The warriors stood quietly in the shadows, holding their weapons tightly, their eyes revealing fearlessness and determination. Uchiha Kageki stood at the front of the team, his eyes firm and deep, as if he was looking through the future of the entire battlefield. He took a deep breath, his eyes revealed a trace of determination, and then waved his hand and ordered, attack. With Uchiha Kageki's order, the ninjas of Konoha rushed towards the core area of the rain country like a surging torrent. Jiraiya on the front line led an elite force, pointing directly to the heart of Kirigakure village. Their mission was clear and arduous, to break the enemy's last line of defense. Following closely behind was Tsunade's medical team, who were fully armed and ready to deal with casualties in battle at any time. At the same time, Orochimaru launched a fierce attack from the flank. He ruthlessly released various difficult ninjutsu, creating great chaos and making it difficult for the enemy to concentrate on defense. The leader of Kirigakure village, Hanzo, quickly sensed the fierceness of the attack. He had never seen such a fierce offensive, and even facing a ninja power like Konoha, he felt a little pressure. Facing Konoha's full-scale attack, Hanzo decisively ordered a counter-attack, but under Konoha's carefully planned tactics, Kirigakure village's defense line began to gradually collapse. Konoha's ninja troops were in high spirits and attacked like a tide. Finally, after a whole day of fierce fighting, they successfully broke through the core defense of the rain country. On the battlefield, fire and smoke intertwined, and the explosions of ninjutsu came one after another, like a sign of doomsday. When the last line of defense was breached, Hanzo stood on the broken wall with a cold look. He knew that relying on ordinary ninjas in Kirigakure village could no longer resist Konoha's attack. The future of Kirigakure village was in his own hands. Hanzo took a deep breath and ordered the Kirigakure ninjas on the battlefield to evacuate. He decided to fight the Konoha troops himself. Seeing Hanzo alone, Konoha felt bad. Sure enough, Hanzo quickly formed seals with his hands, and with a light shout, a huge salamander appeared on the battlefield. The huge body of the salamander occupied most of the battlefield, and a suffocating poisonous fog spread all around, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The spread of the poisonous fog was rapid and deadly, and the weaker Konoha ninjas fell one after another, fell into severe pain, and were forced to evacuate the battlefield. In the end, only Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were able to fight in the poisonous fog and face the salamander Hanzo. All three knew Haku, and they would face a life-and-death battle. Orochimaru looked grim. He took the lead in attacking, quickly formed seals with his hands, and released a huge Haku snake that pounced on Hanzo. Jiraiya followed closely behind, performing a fire escape technique, with a raging flame sweeping over like a torrent, intending to drive back the poisonous fog of the salamander. Tsunade watched Hanzo's every move nervously, ready to deal with any sudden attack at any time. However, Hanzo, who was worthy of being called the ninja demigod, responded to the attacks of the three people calmly. Waving the sickle in his hand, he easily blocked Orochimaru's snake shadow, and then with a spin, the blade flashed and cut off Jiraiya's flames. "You are still too young," Hanzo sneered, and then his hands formed seals again, and the salamander sprayed out a thicker poisonous fog, which quickly spread. The poisonous fog was everywhere, and the three ninjas of Konoha were forced to retreat step by step, and fell into an unprecedented bitter battle. Hanzo's attack was swift and accurate, and the combination of poison and swordsmanship made it difficult for the three to resist. On the battlefield, the three kept dodging and attacking, trying their best to find opportunities to counterattack, but they could not break Hanzo's defense. Meanwhile, at the base camp of the Konoha ninja force, Uchiha Kageyuki, who was responsible for preventing Iwagakure from attacking, also met his opponent, Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage, Aoenaki. Aoenaki stared at Uchiha Kageyuki with mixed emotions in his eyes. "You are growing too fast, Uchiha Kageyuki. If you are not eradicated, I am afraid that another Senjo Hashirama or Uchiha Madara will appear." Uchiha Kageyuki met Aoenaki's gaze without fear, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes turned slightly. This will be a tough battle. As the two confronted each other, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became extremely tense. Aoenaki took the lead and used his unique skill, Dust Release, original realm peeling technique. The powerful decomposition dust release shot out from his hand and headed straight for Uchiha Kageyuki. Uchiha Shadow Yu quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and dodged far away in an instant. Uchiha Kageyuki's figure kept flashing on the battlefield, using Flying Thunder God and Dragon Flame Song to deal with Aoenaki. Aoenaki flew in the air, using dust release to perform fatal attacks again and again, while Uchiha Kageyuki counterattacked with space-time ninjutsu and fire release, and the battle unfolded fiercely in the air and on the ground. Uchiha Kageyuki Minghaku, if you want to defeat Aoenaki, you must find his flaws. The battle became more and more intense, and the battle between Kageyuki and Aoenaki affected every corner of the battlefield. At the same time, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya gradually found some counterattack rhythm in the battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 70 Supporting the Three Ninjas. Under the rain curtain of the battlefield was filled with a strong murderous intent and a solemn atmosphere. The three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. The poisonous fog enveloped the surroundings, and Hanzo's huge salamander-summoned beast was rampant on the battlefield, spewing poisonous gas that was deadly enough. Although the three had tried their best, they gradually felt powerless in the face of Hanzo, the top strongman in the ninja world. Jiraiya attacked vigorously, and used powerful ninjutsu such as fire release and wind release one after another. The hot flames and violent wind blades intertwined together, trying to suppress Hanzo. However, Hanzo's swordsmanship was superb, and every counterattack was accurate and deadly. He easily resolved Jiraiya's offensive and forced Jiraiya into a desperate situation with his backhand. Orochimaru's face was grim. While looking for Hanzo's flaws, he secretly weighed the situation. He keenly realized that although the three of them tried their best, their chakra was running out. On the other hand, Hanzo, the cage-level warrior, still seemed to be at ease, with sufficient physical strength and chakra, which made Orochimaru realize that they might lose this battle. This won't work. Orochimaru thought to himself. His reason told him that this battle was no longer sustainable, and continuing would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, Jiraiya's will to fight never faded. Despite being at a disadvantage and even seriously injured, he still did not flinch. Jiraiya was optimistic by nature, and even in this desperate situation, he always maintained a glimmer of hope. He kept attacking, and even though every blow was easily resolved by Hanzo, his eyes still flashed with an unyielding light. Tsunade tried her best to support her two companions. She continued to perform medical ninjutsu to treat the injuries of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and also to detoxify them. However, frequent treatment and detoxification consumed a lot of her chakra. Tsunade knew that this battle was too difficult for them. They were suppressed by Hanzo in tactics and strength and could hardly fight back. In the treatment and detoxification, Tsunade felt that her chakra was almost exhausted. Her brows were furrowed and her heart was full of anxiety. As an experienced medical ninja, she knew very well that they had almost no chance of winning in this state. So, Tsunade came up with a plan and decided to ask Yingye for help. She quietly injected chakra into the Flying Thunder God seal in her abdomen, hoping to attract Yingye's attention and let him support them. She knew that only Yingye's assistance could change the situation of this battle. At this time, although Hanzo of the Salamander was still calm on the surface, he had already planned to let the 3 ninjas of Konoha go. As a veteran warrior, Hanzo knew that killing the 3 ninjas of Konoha would trigger crazy revenge from Sarutobi Hiruzen and the entire Konoha village. Although he was confident that he could handle any challenge, this would drag down the entire Kirigakure village and affect his plan to rise. Konoha is still Konoha after all, Hanzo thought to himself. He had foreseen that the final winner would most likely be the powerful Konoha, not the Land of Rain. At the same time, Uchiha Kageki, who was fighting with the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoeniki of Iwagakure, suddenly felt the chakra signal from Tsunade's Flying Thunder God seal. He instantly realized that Haku and Tsunade might be in great danger or trouble. Uchiha Kageki did not hesitate. He knew that the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, and a moment's hesitation might lead to irreversible consequences. The battle between Uchiha Kageki and the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoeniki had lasted for a long time, and the duel between the 2 strong men was as fierce as thunder. However, Kageki was always thinking about Tsunade's signal for help. He knew that he had to end the battle with Aoeniki as soon as possible to rush to support the Konoha Sunin. Quick battle, quick decision. Yingye thought to herself. Since he made up his mind. Although Aoeniki's dust release attack is powerful, it takes a certain amount of preparation time to perform each attack. Uchiha Shadow Moon took advantage of this and began to plan his counter-attack. During a fire release, Uchiha Shadow Moon quickly separated a wooden clone by using the cover of fire release. The wooden clone continued to fight with Aoeniki, creating a seemingly normal battle situation. At the same time, Shadow Moon's main body used the Flying Thunder God technique to quietly teleport to the blind spot of Aoeniki's vision. Hidden in the dark, Shadow Moon used the talent of high-dimensional perception to begin to condense a space-time coordinate of Flying Thunder God above the head of Aoeniki, who was flying with the light and heavy rock technique. Aoeniki was concentrating on the battle with the wooden clone at this time, and did not realize that the crisis was quietly approaching. Just when Aoeniki was about to release dust release again, Uchiha Shadow Moon seized this momentary gap and directly teleported to the top of Aoeniki's head using the Flying Thunder God technique. Without any hesitation, Shadow Moon instantly released the eye technique of the Sharingan of the Mangekyo world. The entire battlefield instantly became dark, and time was completely stopped at this moment. In the static world, Uchiha Shadow Moon looked cold, quickly formed a seal, and released a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. This fireball hovered in the air like a blazing sun. During the static time, its flames were still burning, but it could not move forward at all. Time began to flow again, and Aoeniki was hit hard by this sudden fireball just as he released the dust release. The blazing flames instantly engulfed Aoeniki's body, followed by a violent shock wave. Aoeniki was severely injured and fell from the air in pain. Uchiha Shadow Moon also fell from a high altitude, but when he approached the ground, he quickly performed wind release, a big breakthrough, controlled the airflow with chakra, buffered the speed of falling, and landed smoothly on the ground. Standing in front of the seriously injured Aoeniki, Yingye calmly asked, "Do you want to continue?" Aoeniki looked up at Yingye, his eyes full of reluctance and anger. His body trembled slightly in the severe pain, but as a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he knew that continuing to fight at this time would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Aoeniki snorted coldly, threw a few harsh words, indicating that the battle was not over yet, and quickly ordered a retreat, leading the Iwagakure ninjas out of the battlefield. Uchiha Yingye watched Aoeniki leave, knowing that the battlefield here had temporarily stabilized. In order to be on the safe side, Uchiha Yingye left a wooden clone to continue to guard the position to prevent Iwagakure from launching another surprise attack. And he himself did not hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God technique again, and instantly teleported to the mark left by Tsunade. When Uchiha Yingye arrived at the battlefield between the Konoha Sunin and the Salamander Hanzo, he deployed Susanoo without hesitation. The huge blue armor stood on the battlefield, instantly blocking Hanzo's attack for the three ninjas. Uchiha Kageyaki stood in Susanoo, staring at Hanzo in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Am I late?" Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Kageyaki's figure, and the tension in her heart finally eased. Although she was exhausted, she still smiled. "No, I came just in time." Jiraiya and Orochimaru also adjusted their fighting postures. They knew that the arrival of Uchiha Kageyaki meant a reversal of the battle situation. This battle will usher in a new change because of the joining of Uchiha Kageyaki. Chapter 71 Ninja Demigod. The atmosphere of the battle became more and more tense. Hanzo, the leader of Kirigakure village, looked at Uchiha Kageyaki and Konoha Sunin coldly on the battlefield. He saw at a glance that Kageyaki had just experienced a fierce battle and consumed a lot of chakra, which also meant that he could adopt more intense tactics to suppress these strong men of Konoha. Hanzo took a step forward, and the chakra in his body surged out. He decided not to hold back his strength. Although he had shown some mercy to the Konoha Sunin in the previous battle, facing Uchiha Kageyaki who had activated Susanoo, he realized that this was no longer a simple battle, but a contest between two top ninjas. "It seems that I need to be more serious," Hanzo said to himself, and then began to perform his terrifying water escape ninjutsu. The rain gathered around Hanzo, and in a blink of an eye, it formed several huge water dragons, which roared and pounced on Kageyaki and the Konoha Sunin. Uchiha Kageyaki's Susanoo immediately swung a long sword and split a water dragon in half. However, this was just the beginning. Hanzo then performed the explosion flame array, and countless explosion symbols suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the burning flames quickly spread, forming a sea of a explosions. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Hanzo shouted loudly, releasing a powerful water style that turned the entire battlefield into a turbulent water area. The interweaving of water and fire filled the battlefield with billowing steam, and visibility dropped sharply. In this chaotic situation, Hanzo wandered like a ghost, appearing and disappearing from time to time, constantly attacking Shadow Moon and the three ninjas with swordsmanship, poison techniques, and ninjutsu. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade each used their strengths to deal with Hanzo. Jiraiya responded with summoning techniques, summoning Toad Warrior to resist Hanzo's water-style attack from the water. Orochimaru used his flexible body and venomous snake-like attacks to find flaws. Tsunade used medical ninjutsu to support the three people and used strange strength to resist Hanzo's offensive. However, despite their best efforts, Hanzo's offensive still pressed in like a tide. The three ninjas gradually felt that Hanzo's strength far exceeded their previous estimates. In the previous battle, they were obviously underestimated by the ninja demigod intentionally or unintentionally, which ignited a stronger desire to fight in the hearts of the three people, but they also knew that they could not easily win. At the same time, Uchiha Kageyaki kept waving Susanoo to resist Hanzo's attack. Although the power of Susanoo is strong, Uchiha Kageyaki has just experienced a fierce battle with Aoeniki, and used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the battlefield over a long distance, and his chakra has been consumed a lot, making it difficult to maintain such a high-intensity battle for a long time. As the battle gradually heated up, both sides suffered injuries, and the situation was once in a stalemate. At this moment, Hanzo suddenly stopped. His eyes were calm, and he had obviously made a decision. "I, Hanzo, recognize your strength," Hanzo's voice echoed on the battlefield. "Uchiha Kageyaki, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you are the Shura of the battlefield, and you deserve the title of the three ninjas of Konoha. Fighting further will only increase casualties, there is no need. His voice was full of high confidence, as if he gave his opponent due respect while announcing the victory or defeat. Although the three ninjas were exhausted, they also felt an indescribable respect from Hanzo's words. Uchiha Kageki stood in Susanoo and looked at Hanzo calmly. He knew that the opponent in front of him was not an easy opponent, and the opponent also knew that neither he nor the ninjas of Konoha could be easily defeated. The noise on the battlefield gradually subsided, and Hanzo slowly withdrew his momentum and signaled the ninjas of Kirigakure village to retreat. The ninjas of Konoha did not continue to pursue, and the battle stopped in the tacit understanding of both sides. Although the three ninjas of Konoha and Uchiha Kageki failed to completely defeat Hanzo, they also won the recognition of each other in this battle. The ninjas of both sides withdrew their troops on the battlefield, and the battle came to a temporary end. After the battle, Uchiha Kageki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya rested on the front line of the Rain Country. They had mixed feelings. The fierce battles in the past few months made them clearly realize that the Rain Country was not easy to break through. The unshakable strength of Hanzo of the Salamander and his elite Rain ninjas made the ninja troops of Konoha return empty-handed. Although they tried their best, the progress was always limited. Hanzo's poison and swordsmanship are almost impeccable, Orochimaru pondered. If we continue to tangle with him, it will only be in vain. Tsunade nodded in agreement. We must admit that it is difficult for Konoha to win a decisive victory in this war in a short period of time. Perhaps it is time to return to Konoha and report the situation here to the Hokage. Shadow Moon also looked solemn. The defense line of Kirigakure village is too strong, and our consumption here is getting bigger and bigger. I also think it is time to go back to sum up the experience and redeploy the strategy. The four finally reached a consensus and decided to end this stage of the battle and return to Konoha. However, just as they were about to set off, a thin figure suddenly emerged from the ruins on the side and bravely blocked them. It was a little boy with orange hair, and his eyes showed tenacity and courage that did not match his age. "Do you have anything to eat?" the little boy asked boldly, followed by a red-haired boy and a purple-haired girl. Seeing this, the four people in Konoha were a little amused. They knew that the three children in front of them were just victims of war, and orphans like them were not uncommon in the war-torn Rain Country. Jiraiya was the first to react. He took out dry food from his ninja bag and handed it to the three children. The little boys took the food and ate it voraciously. Through a brief conversation, they learned that the three children were named Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Uchiha Shadowyu looked at Nagato and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. The names of these three children instantly touched his memory, and he realized that he had met people who would stir up the ninja world in the future. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, they will become Jiraiya's disciples, and eventually establish the Akatsuki organization, playing an important role in the future ninja world. However, at the moment, they are just three hungry and skinny children. After eating, the three children were supposed to leave, but Yahiko suddenly plucked up the courage and caught up with the four again. Konan handed a flower to Jiraiya, his eyes full of hope, and Yahiko said, "We saw your fight, you are so strong. We want to learn ninjutsu from you, become ninjas like you, change the Rain Country, and bring peace to the ninja world." Orochimaru coldly refused, "Ninjutsu? What if I learn it? In the end, it's just cannon fodder. The fate of war orphans is just like this, why bother to struggle, it's better to give you a relief and save you from pain." His tone was stern, as if reminding these children that their request was just a fantasy, and not becoming a ninja would be a better life choice for them. However, Jiraiya and Yingyu obviously have different views. Jiraiya felt guilty and shook his head to Orochimaru, "They are just children, poor people destroyed by war. We can't deprive them of the hope of survival, at least give them the opportunity to choose." Uchiha Yingyu also stood on Jiraiya's side. He said in a deep voice, "Orochimaru, don't be so heartless. We should give them a chance and help them, instead of letting them despair." Jiraiya looked at the three children and made a decision in his heart, "I will stay and take care of them." "Yingyu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, you go back to Konoha first. Uchiha Yingyu admired Jiraya's kindness. Although he knew that the future fate might not be as people wished, giving these children some warmth might be the best choice at the moment. So he took out a sealing scroll from the ninja bag, which contained 10,000 taels of funds, and handed it to Yahiko and the other two. This money can help you get through the difficult times for a while, said Uchiha Kageyuki, I hope you can live strong. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan took the scroll gratefully. They may not fully understand the intentions of these Konoha strongmen in front of them, but they know that this is a major turning point in their lives. Watching the backs of Yahiko and the other two gradually going away, Uchiha Kageyuki secretly made up his mind. The fate of the future is unpredictable, but he will try his best to change what can be changed. Afterwards, Uchiha Kageyuki, Orochimaru and Tsunade bid farewell to Jiraiya and set off on the road back to Konoha. In their hearts, each of them had deep thoughts about this war and the future. Chapter 72, Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Kageyuki, Orochimaru and Tsunade immediately went to the Hokage building to report the situation of the battlefield in the Rain Country to the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The three of them walked into the Hokage's office and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting at the table, waiting for them with a serious expression. Uchiha Kageyuki spoke first, Hokage, we have an important report on the battle situation in the Rain Country battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating that they should continue. Tsunade continued, after several months of fighting, we have figured out the situation in the Rain Country. The strength of Hanzo of the Salamander is far beyond our expectations. He is not only good at poison and physical swordsmanship, but also masters powerful water and fire ninjutsu. Under his command, the fighting power of the Rain Ninja is extremely strong. Even if Konoha, Tsunagakuer and Iwagakuer join forces, it will be difficult to win in a short time. Orochimaru added, we have tried to carry out decapitation operations many times, intending to directly eliminate Hanzo to end this battle, but he is experienced in combat and has extremely flexible means of response, which has made us return empty-handed every time. His poison mist is hard to defend against and is almost completely immune to our human wave tactics. If we continue to force the attack, Konoha will have to face huge casualties. Uchiha Yingyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru is right. We have to admit that Hanzo is indeed worthy of the title of Ninja Demigod. If we insist on attacking, the losses will be very heavy. Not only will Konoha's ninjas be sacrificed, but the resources of the entire village will also be seriously consumed. By then, Konoha will fall into a greater crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, obviously weighing the pros and cons. He knew that Yingyu, Orochimaru, and Tsunade's judgments were based on their personal experience on the battlefield, not rash conclusions. I have understood your opinions, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, I will seriously consider your report, and then I will convene a high-level meeting of Konoha to discuss whether to continue this war. Uchiha Kageyuki, Orochimaru, and Tsunade nodded at the same time to express their understanding, and then left the Hokage's office. Kageyuki walked out of the Hokage building and felt the sunlight outside shining on his body, but he could not dispel the heaviness in his heart. We have seen the end of this war, Uchiha Kageyuki said to the two, if Konoha continues to insist on attacking the Rain Country, it will only increase unnecessary sacrifices. Tsunade nodded, with a trace of fatigue in her eyes, yes, we can only hope that Hokage-sama can make a wise decision. Orochimaru looked deep, as if he was thinking about something, but he didn't say much. The three walked silently on the streets of Konoha village, each with their own thoughts. The cruelty and reality on the battlefield made them realize more clearly that this war is not only about victory or defeat, but also about the lives of countless ninjas and ordinary people. The final decision will affect the entire Konoha village and even the future of the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a high-level meeting of Konoha. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn. Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatan, and Homura Mitokado were all present. They flipped through the battlefield report of the Rain Country brought back by Shadow Moon, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, with complicated expressions on their faces. As the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha should have been unstoppable against a small country like the Rain Country, but it was unexpectedly blocked by the Kirigakure village of Hanzo of the Salamander. After a moment of silence, Shimura Danzo took the lead in breaking the deadlock. His voice was low and firm, the war must not stop. He glanced around coldly and continued, other ninja villages have not stopped attacking. If Konoha withdraws first, our prestige will be gone. We have consumed so many resources and manpower, but we have gained nothing. How can we explain to the village? What will the daimyo think of us? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Hiruzen, you can't be soft-hearted. Koharu Yudatan nodded in agreement, Danzo is right. If Konoha withdraws first, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure may take advantage of the situation to seize the resources and territory of the Rain Country, which will make Konoha lose its advantage in the ninja world. We have already consumed so many resources. Retreating will only make the daimyo question Konoha's leadership ability, and the mission commissions in the village may also be greatly reduced. Homura Mitokado frowned and thought. He slowly said, however, if we continue to fight, the sacrifice and loss of the village cannot be ignored. Our ninjas are already exhausted on the battlefield of Rain Country, and a large-scale attack will only cause more casualties. This war must be handled with caution. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, facing the opinions of Danzo, Koharu, and Minyan, he felt torn. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a person who was good at making decisive decisions. He knew that continuing the war would cost a lot, but he was also worried that Konoha's position in the ninja world would be shaken. We can't retreat rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, but we can't let the village suffer greater losses. We can adopt a war of attrition strategy, no longer aiming at attacking, but trying to preserve Konoha's strength and weaken the strength of other ninja villages. Danzo's mouth corners slightly raised, obviously satisfied with the decision. This is a wise decision. As long as we can consume the enemy's strength, the victory of the war will eventually belong to Konoha. Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado also nodded in agreement, and a consensus was reached in the conference room. After the high-level meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Konoha village outside the window, but his heart was still full of worries. A war of attrition may allow Konoha to avoid large-scale casualties, but he knows that such a war will be delayed for a long time and sacrifices will be inevitable. And whether the final victory really belongs to Konoha as Danzo said, he is not completely sure in his heart. With the decision of the meeting, the fate of Konoha village was pushed to a more unknown direction. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Kageki, Tsunade and Orochimaru all took the time to repair and improve themselves. After Tsunade returned to Konoha village, she immediately devoted herself to the work of Konoha Hospital. She knew that the next war would still be long, and medical ninjutsu would bite has become a life and death skill for frontline ninjas. As the leader of the medical ninjas, Tsunade is not only responsible for guiding the new generation of medical ninjas, but also for developing more efficient antidotes to deal with the deadly toxins of the salamander Hanzo. During the guidance process in the hospital, Tsunade found some newcomers with great potential, and she carefully guided them and passed on her medical experience. At the same time, she did not relax her practice. Through a lot of clinical practice and battlefield experience, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu has been significantly improved in a short period of time. She began to delve into more complex medical forbidden techniques, and tried to improve the control and application of strange power, striving to better protect teammates in future battles. Chapter 73 The Child of Prophecy. After returning to Konoha, Orochimaru still maintained his thirst for knowledge and pursuit of power. During this period, he conducted his own research while practicing with Tsunade's younger brother, Senju Noeki. Noeki is the grandson of the first generation of Hokage and inherited a powerful bloodline. Orochimaru naturally cares about and takes care of this disciple. He formulated a strict training plan for Nawake, taught him various ninjutsu and fighting skills, and strived to train this young ninja to become the pillar of Konoha in the future. Orochimaru himself used this period to continue studying the mysteries of life and the limits of ninjutsu. Through cooperative research with Uchiha Kageki, he explored the power of Sharingan and would release in depth, and made some new breakthroughs in the laboratory. His goal is not only to strengthen himself, but also to try to uncover the deepest secrets of the ninja world through experiments. In a secret place in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya is living a simple life with 3 war orphans, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. At first, Jiraiya decided to stay and take care of the 3 children just because of his guilt, and planned to return to Konoha after they had the ability to protect themselves and live. However, in getting along with Yahiko and the other 2, he gradually discovered that these 3 children were not just ordinary war orphans, and they had a desire for peace and a firm belief in their hearts. One day, Jiraiya accidentally saw Nagato's eyes, which were the legendary eyes of the immortal, Rin-Egan. At that moment, Jiraiya's heart was suddenly shocked. He remembered the prophecy given to him by the Great Toad Immortal when he was practicing in Miyaboku Mountain many years ago: "You will accept a disciple, who will bring peace to the ninja world and be the savior." Although Jiraiya was skeptical about this prophecy at the time, he always kept it in mind. And now, when he saw Nagato's Rin-Egan, he was extremely excited, as if the gears of fate finally started to turn at this moment. Jiraiya's doubts gradually dissipated, and he was sure that he had found the savior in the prophecy, Nagato. In order to cultivate this disciple who might bring peace to the ninja world, Jiraiya decided to accept Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan as apprentices and teach them ninjutsu personally. In his opinion, Yahiko is a young man with strong leadership and sense of justice, Konan is smart and clever, and Nagato's Rin-Egan indicates that he will shoulder the responsibility of changing the fate of the ninja world. As time goes by, Jiraiya and his 3 disciples become closer and closer. They are not only master and apprentice, but more like a family. Jiraiya teaches them with his profound experience in ninjutsu and fighting skills, and also teaches them his deep understanding of the ninja world and peace. Among the 3, Yahiko was the first to show leadership. He always tried to make everyone unite and face difficulties together. Konan became the key support of the team in battle with her delicacy and calmness, and Nagato, despite his introverted personality, the power shown by his Rin-Egan made Jiraiya believe that he would be able to change the fate of the entire ninja world in the future. Jiraiya's teachings to the 3 are not only about ninjutsu, but more about how to stick to the justice and ideals in their hearts in a cruel world. He told them that the real strong is not the strength of power, but the tenacity of the mind and the pursuit of peace. Under Jiraiya's guidance, the 3 gradually became more mature. They began to understand Jiraiya's ideals and began to think about how to use their own strength to achieve peace. However, Jiraiya also knew in his heart that training these 3 children was just the beginning. To achieve true peace, they must go through more trials and face more challenges. But he firmly believed that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan would be able to surpass themselves and become the force leading the ninja world to peace. So, in the secret base of the Rain Country, Jiraiya and his 3 disciples continued their practice. Jiraiya knew that the road ahead was full of thorns, but he believed that as long as there was with these children, the future of the ninja world will surely be bright. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Kageki calmed down, but he could not relax in his heart. He kept thinking about the battle in the Land of Rain, especially the confrontation with the 3rd Tsuchikage Aoenaki. That battle made him deeply aware of his shortcomings, especially in anti-air combat and the diversity of ninjutsu, which were obviously lacking. Uchiha Kageki stood on the training ground, holding a kunao in his hand, and replaying the battle scene with Aoenaki in his mind. Although he tied with Aoenaki with his main Jikaya Sharingan, his weaknesses were exposed in the anti-air ability and long-term attrition war. If I meet such an opponent again, I need a more comprehensive tactical and ninjutsu reserve. Uchiha Kageki silently made up his mind. Recalling his experience on the battlefield, Uchiha Kageyama suddenly remembered the life value he accumulated in the construction of the Land of Whirlpools and the battle in the Land of Rain. The successful reconstruction of the Whirlpool country and the performance on the battlefield of the Rain country have allowed Uchiha Kageyama to gain a lot of destiny points. On the battlefield, in order to further improve his combat effectiveness, he has invested most of his destiny points in strengthening his sage body. Uchiha Kageyama feels that it is time to summarize his growth and then decide how to improve himself. Uchiha Kageyama stood on the training ground of Konoha, took a deep breath, called the destiny system in his heart, and opened the attribute panel. A light curtain unfolded in front of him, and the attribute panel clearly showed his various abilities. A Euro character, Uchiha Shadow Moon. A Euro identity, Jonin. A Euro bloodline, Senju clan, Uchiha clan. A Euro Keikei Genkai, Sage body 68% wood style Sharinon, Manjakaya. Sharinon, I power 8%. A Euro Manjakaya. Sharinon abilities, World Space Control. A Euro Chakra, 65 cards. A Euro special abilities, Ninja World Dance King, Ninjutsu Professor, High Dimensional Perception, Sealless Self-Healing. A Euro Ninjutsu, 3 body techniques, Instant Body Technique, Shadow Moon Flow Technique, Shadow Moon Style Sword Technique, Uchiha Style Throwing Technique, Wood Stylia Multiple Wood Clones, Wood Stylia Tree World Advent, Wood Stylia Cutting Technique, Wood Stylia Wood Ingot Wall, 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, 6th Gate, Cageman, Fire Stylia Great Fireball Technique, Fire Stylia Great Fire Extinguishment, Fire Stylia Dragon Flame Song Technique, Earth Stylia Earth Flow Wall, Water Stylia Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Uzumaki Basic Sealing Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Super Strength Wind Release, Breakthrough. Life Value. Uchiha Shadow Moon looked at the gradually enhanced abilities on the attribute panel and felt a little satisfied, especially the improvement of chakra and sage body. Although it is becoming more and more difficult to improve sage body now, and the life value consumed is also increasing, he invested more than 30,000 life values. A Euro in the battlefield of Rain Country, and the progress of sage body only increased by 7%, but the amount of chakra increased was much more than before, and the chakra increased by a little. However, the improvement of Manjakyo Sharinon slowed down. At this stage, even if his soul is strong, the progress of Manjakyo Sharinon is not ideal, and the eternal Manjakyo Sharinon needs to be fused with the pupil power of another pair of Manjakyo Sharinon to form. At present, he has no better way. He has mastered a lot of ninjutsu. He learned the sealing technique and super strength of the Uzumaki clan from Uzumaki Mito, and he also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He also took the time to learn some wind release ninjutsu on the battlefield of Rain Country. Despite this, he still felt some shortcomings, especially in the battle with Aoenaki. When facing aerial enemies, his attack methods seemed single. Although my wood and fire escapes are already very powerful, the other 4 escapes need to be further strengthened, especially the ability to fight in the air. Uchiha Kageyama thought secretly. Chapter 74 Seeds of Change. Uchiha Kageyama decided to focus on the comprehensive mastery of the 5 essence ninjutsu in the next training. Uchiha Kageyama first started to practice the basics of the 5 essence ninjutsu. Although he had mastered many powerful ninjutsu, he must have more comprehensive abilities to be able to deal with any battle calmly. With the talent of ninjutsu professor, Uchiha Kageyama believed that he could master the basic ninjutsu of the 5 essence in a relatively short time. At the same time, because of the enhancement of his sage body, maybe he can try to learn the powerful wood-style ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama. The first thing he thought of was wood-style, wood dragon technique and woodman technique. These 2 ninjutsu are very powerful skills that can transform chakra into huge wooden creatures and cause great damage to the enemy. Then, he thought of wood-style, flower tree world advent and wood-style, diamond calling wood. These ninjutsu are extremely powerful and can play an important role in battle. However, as for some immortal methods, he decided to put them aside for now. After all, it is not easy to master the sage mode, and it takes a lot of time and effort to practice. Uchiha Yingye was concentrating on training in the training ground of Konoha village. Suddenly, brisk footsteps came from a distance. He stopped practicing, turned around, and saw a ninja representative from the Whirlpool country approaching with a face full of respect and excitement. Master Yingyu. The ninja saluted respectfully, and then began to report the news from the Whirlpool country. First, he excitedly told Yingye that the promotion of improved rice seeds has achieved great success in the Whirlpool country. This rice seed, jointly developed by Orochimaru Laboratory and the Aurora Organization, not only adapts to the soil environment of the Whirlpool country, but also greatly increases the yield. Today, the Whirlpool country has completed the first round of harvests, and the yield has increased by 30% compared with before. This breakthrough achievement has filled the people of the entire Whirlpool country with hope and confidence, and their admiration and trust in Master Yingye has reached a new height. Then, the ninja representative continued to report the progress of the sealing technique. Under the leadership of the sealing technique expert of the Uzumaki clan, they successfully developed a medical sealing talisman that can seal the Yang attribute chakra. This sealing talisman can provide emergency treatment on the battlefield, greatly improving the survival rate of combatants. At the same time, they also successfully developed a sealing technique that can seal the soul. The scroll of this technique has been produced, and the representative brought one for Yingye to refer to and learn. After listening to these reports, Uchiha Yingye smiled with satisfaction. He first affirmed the excellent work of his subordinates, and his tone was full of trust and appreciation. I see your efforts in the country of whirlpools. All this has gone so smoothly because of your loyal and capable subordinates. I feel very relieved. Uchiha Yingye particularly emphasized the importance of sealing techniques and instructed the country of whirlpools to give priority to the production of medical sealing talismans in the next period of time. This sealing talisman is not only crucial on the battlefield, but can also greatly improve medical conditions in daily life. As for the soul sealing technique, Uchiha Kageyuki also showed great interest in it and decided to learn it himself for possible future use. When Uchiha Kageyuki talked about the promotion of improved rice seeds to the entire ninja world, the ninja representative raised confusion. He felt that the Whirlpool country now had the advantage of this technology. If the improved rice seeds were promoted to the entire ninja world, would the Euro trademark T the Whirlpool country Euro trademark S advantage disappear? After listening to this, Uchiha Kageyuki pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "You are right. Rice seeds are indeed an advantage, but you have to understand that resources like rice seeds will be lost sooner or later. Instead of passively waiting for the loss, we might as well promote rice seeds and gain benefits from it." Uchiha Kageyuki's eyes revealed a deep foresight. We must look at the entire ninja world, not just limited to the gains and losses of a city or a place. The future of the Whirlpool country does not only depend on having a technology, but on whether we can establish a wider influence through this technology. Promoting improved rice seeds to the entire ninja world will not only not weaken our advantages, but will let more people know the power and goodwill of the Whirlpool country. This kind of influence is much longer lasting than simple material benefits. After listening to Uchiha Kageyuki's words, the representative thought about it, and then nodded respectfully. "I understand, Lord Kageyuki. I will pass on your instructions and promote the promotion of improved rice seeds throughout the ninja world." Uchiha Kageyuki smiled slightly. "Very good, keep up this momentum, and the future of the Whirlpool country will be brighter." Uchiha Kageyuki had a profound discussion with his subordinates from the land of whirlpools in a secret room in Konoha village. This discussion not only involved how to promote improved rice varieties, but also how to use this technology to shake the existing order of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Yingye sat in the middle of the room, his eyes were like torches, and his tone was full of unquestionable firmness. The promotion of improved rice varieties does not need to be promoted one by one. This is too slow. We need to focus on the big picture. He then analyzed, the daimyo of each country holds the highest power. They are the key figures in determining the direction of national development. If we can convince the daimyo of each country, they will naturally promote the promotion of rice varieties, because this is related to their vital interests. Uchiha Yingye's eyes became deeper and deeper. These daimyo seem to be high and mighty, but they are greedy people in essence. What they desire is to exploit more food from the farmers. They only need to give the farmers enough food to eat, and the rest can be squandered by them. And our improved rice varieties can just satisfy their greed. Although these daimyo may be hopelessly stupid in other aspects, they will never be stupid when it comes to their own interests. Therefore, we only need to put the benefits of improved rice varieties in front of them, and they will naturally accept them willingly. The subordinates listened thoughtfully and said one after another nod. Uchiha Kagyu then ordered, "Go to the land of whirlpools to find people who are good at negotiation, and let them negotiate with the daimyo of various countries to promote the improvement of rice seeds. We will use part of the grain harvested in the land of whirlpools this season as samples to show the superiority of the improved rice seeds to the entire ninja world." He thought for a moment and continued, "As for the price of the promotion cooperation discussed with the daimyo, I have set a bottom line, a minimum of 1.5 billion taels. Money is not the most important thing, the most important thing is to promote the rice seeds." Uchiha Kagyu thought that when productivity changes, production relations will also change. Those high-ranking daimyo can enjoy their privileges now, but in the future, their status will no longer be stable. The subordinates looked solemn and said that they would do their best to complete the task. Uchiha Kagyu finally concluded, "Go and assign the tasks. We want to spread the seeds of change to the entire ninja world." As the tasks were assigned, the subordinates left one after another, and Uchiha Kagyu stood in the room and pondered for a moment. This will be a long and difficult battle, and the future of the ninja world will be rewritten by him. Chapter 75 Return to the front. After a period of rest in Konoha, Uchiha Kagyu decided to return to the front line of Rain Country. Although he was not in Konoha for a long time, he also felt the brief peace in the village after the war. However, as a frontline commander, Kagyu knew the complexity and danger of the frontline battlefield and could not leave for too long. Before leaving, Kagyu, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others visited the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen together to report their preparations during the rest period in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in recognition of their efforts and told them to be careful when they returned to the front line. After all, the situation in Rain Country was still serious. The night before departure, Kagyu, Tsunade, and Orochimaru met in a tavern in Konoha village, and the three recalled their experiences on the battlefield of Rain Country together. Orochimaru calmly analyzed the current battle situation, Tsunade mentioned further preparations for medical supplies, and Shadow Moon was thinking about how to better use his Flying Thunder God technique in the next battle. Early the next morning, Shadow Moon and his party bid farewell to Konoha and set out on the road back to the front line of Rain Country with new tasks and responsibilities. The Rain Country is still shrouded in thick clouds, as if foreshadowing that the future here is still full of war and blood. After returning to the front line, Shadow Moon felt the tense atmosphere of the front line ninjas. Although the ninjas of Konoha have adapted to this high-pressure environment on the front line, the threat of the enemy still exists and cannot be relaxed at all. Uchiha Shadow Moon immediately summoned the Konoha commanders on the front line and held a tactical meeting. At the meeting, Uchiha Shadow Moon, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya discussed the recent enemy movements and Konoha's strategic deployment together. Orochimaru analyzed the combat power and terrain advantages of Kirigakure village. Tsunade proposed to increase medical support and material support in the Rain Country battlefield, and Jiraiya proposed to strengthen reconnaissance to ensure that Konoha troops would not be attacked suddenly again. Uchiha Kagyu focused on how to use Konoha's combat power more effectively. He proposed further tactical adjustments and emphasized the need to guard against possible sneak attacks from Iwagakure and Tsunagakure. Although Hanzo of the Salamander is powerful, they cannot sit and wait for death. They must develop the best tactics with limited resources. After the meeting, Uchiha Kagyu stood alone in a corner of the camp, looking up at the grey sky. He knew that this war would last for a long time, and he must do his best for the future of Konoha and the ninjas who followed him in this war-torn land. Uchiha Kageyaki secretly made up his mind, no matter how difficult this war is, I must protect my subordinates and comrades and ensure Konoha's victory. In the next few months, under the command of Uchiha Kageyaki, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the Konoha ninja troops gradually adapted to the rhythm of positional warfare. According to the instructions of the Konoha high level, they no longer blindly attacked, but adopted a strategy of preserving their manpower, while consolidating the front-line positions to ensure that Konoha would not fall into a passive position in this protracted war. Orochimaru was more attentive to the training of Senju Nawake. He took Nawake to experience on the battlefield, hoping that the grandson of the first generation of Hokage could grow up quickly in the war. Orochimaru often arranged some difficult tasks for Nawake, both to exercise his ninjutsu ability and to let him learn how to deal with various emergencies in actual combat. Nawake, in under the strict guidance of Orochimaru, he made rapid progress and gradually showed his potential as the heir of the Senju clan. Jiraiya often took time to visit Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. He not only taught them ninjutsu, but also took them around to travel between battles, so that they could see more of the scenery of the ninja world and the complexity of people's hearts. Jiraiya had the prophecy of the great Toad Sage in his heart. He vaguely felt that he had a greater mission, and Yahiko and the other two might be the key figures mentioned in the prophecy to change the fate of the ninja world. Tsunade always stayed at the forefront of the medical ninja unit. She led a group of excellent medical ninjas and continued to rescue the wounded on the battlefield. Tsunade was not only responsible for treatment, but also developed a variety of new medical ninjutsu and antidotes, which effectively reduced the casualties of Konoha ninjas. Her medical team performed well on the front line, saving countless comrades struggling on the line of death and winning the respect of the entire army. As the commander of Konoha's front line, Uchiha Kageyaki was the mainstay on the battlefield. He not only had to monitor the enemy's movements at all times, but also had to take action at critical moments to prevent the enemy from breaking through Konoha's position. Strong enemies such as Aoeniki and Hanzo often launched surprise attacks on Konoha, but Uchiha Kageyaki, with his Flying Thunder God technique and extraordinary strategic vision, always appeared at critical moments to save the situation. Uchiha Kageyaki's actions saved Konoha's position on the verge of collapse more than once. Whenever Konoha ninjas were in crisis, Uchiha Kageyaki's figure would always appear like a divine soldier descending from the sky, using his powerful strength to repel the enemy. Uchiha Kageyaki's timely rescue not only saved the lives of countless Konoha ninjas, but also greatly boosted morale. The rescued ninjas were full of gratitude to Uchiha Kageyaki, and Uchiha Kageyaki's name became more and more famous among Konoha ninjas, and many people even began to call him the guardian of the battlefield. As time went on, Uchiha Kageyaki's prestige among Konoha ninjas reached an unprecedented height. He is not only an excellent commander, but also a powerful leader who loves his soldiers like his own sons. The sense of identity and trust of the Konoha ninjas in Shadow Moon has become stronger and stronger, and many young ninjas are proud to be able to fight with Uchiha Shadow Moon. During this period, Uchiha Shadow Moon's prestige and influence have continued to accumulate. He knew that this was not only for the victory of Konoha, but also for the comrades who trusted him. Uchiha Shadow Moon secretly decided to do his best to protect these companions who followed him to fight until the final victory of this war. Uchiha Shadow Moon was in an extremely heavy mood. On this day, he found that Tsunade was in a very low mood, and Orochimaru also had a gloomy face. As commanders on the front line, the three of them shouldered the heavy responsibility of Konoha, and low mood would undoubtedly affect the morale of the entire battlefield. Shadow Moon was very concerned about them, so he decided to find out what happened. Tsunade, Orochimaru, what's wrong with you? What happened? Shadow Moon asked gently. When Tsunade heard Shadow Moon's voice, her suppressed emotions collapsed instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She choked and said, Nawake. Nawake, he died in the battle.